What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Tuesday, March 19th, 2024, and the Buck and I are live from Circuit of the Americas. That's right, COTA, because this weekend, NASCAR comes to town. Boogity, boogity.
Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing.
Let's go racing. And there will be racing here this weekend. 3 massive races coming to town. We've got the Truck Series and the Xfinity Series coming on Saturday. And, of course, the Echo Park Automotive Grand Prix, the Cup Series for NASCAR coming to Circuit of the Americas this Sunday. Want to see all of you out here this weekend, but we are stoked to be out here this morning. Bucky and I will be live till 10 o'clock. Rodney and Wags will be here from 10 to 11 with a little bit of chaos theory. Of course, Double R is our NASCAR expert, so we've got to get him out
real
here
motorhead
to help preview the festivities of the upcoming weekend. But we are pumped to be here this morning, Buck. This place, I mean, you and I have been to COTA a number of times, and this place is second to none. It is massive. There's so much going on here all the time, and it's quiet right now, but in a couple of days, this place will be a madhouse.
That track will be loud. This room will be loud. All the media from all over the world will be here, of course, for the NASCAR event. And, you know, as we move on for concerts and, of course, Formula One and the big concert that'll be happening out here, which I still don't know who it is. Bobby won't give me any hint to what's happening.
You're my inside source.
Yeah, I know, man. He's not giving me any hint. This is the first year since they've been out here that I didn't get the intel before. So, but soon we'll all know. But NASCAR takes center stage here this weekend, and boy, what a facility this is. This is this COTA is something special. I remember when I first came out here, it was like being in Never Land. I looked around, I'm like, what is all of this property? What is all this land? I mean, they've had everything from soccer. Taylor Swift has been here before. I mean, this is quite the facility out here. It really, really is.
Formula One, MotoGP.
Oh yes,
NASCAR.
My favorite, MotoGP.
Mm-hmm.
People can't imagine that. I'm not a motorcyclist. They make me nervous. I don't ride them, but boy, the kind of crowd that comes out from all over the world, but all over the state of Texas. I mean, I didn't know Texas had that many cyclists, but boy, they are. When it comes to MotoGP, they are here, and Houston brings them in strong.
Oh yeah,
Houston, San Antonio, obviously.
We got to go to the Rot Rally at some point.
Oh yeah,
that's not a race or anything. That's just when all the motorcyclists get together and get drunk ride their bikes.
That's just a party there.
It is.
But this is beautiful. And we're in the media center, and there you can get hundreds of media folks in this room.
We're the only ones here.
We're the only ones here.
We got the whole place to ourselves right now. Yeah,
we got it.
It's incredible. They've got all the races here all year long. Of course, tons of great concerts at the Germania Insurance Amphitheater. They've got the go-karting, right? The COTA karting, as they call it. They've got bike night. They've got the RV park here. They do cars and coffee. I mean, tons of great events out here at Circuit of the Americas all year long. Just go to circuitoftheamericas.com for more information about everything that's happening here. Of course, you can get your tickets right there on the homepage. Just go to circuitoftheamericas.com and you can buy tickets to NASCAR at COTA going on this weekend. The 2 races on Saturday and the big race, the Cup Series race on Sunday. This is the 4th year that NASCAR has been at Circuit of the Americas, this gorgeous 3.41-mile track, the 20 turns. It is so much fun watching races out here. If you've never gotten to experience Circuit of the Americas, this is the perfect time to get it done. Oh, by the way, Texas isn't going to play on Sunday. If the Longhorn basketball team wins Thursday, they'll play on Saturday.
There you go.
So you can get out here on Sunday to watch a race. I'm telling you, any NASCAR race in person is special. Any time at Circuit of the Americas is special. You combine those two things, it's going to make for an unforgettable experience. So,
and our guy Shelby will have tickets too.
Yep, you can get tickets at centextickets.com. Yes. Of course, you can just go to circuitoftheamericas.com to get your tickets as well. And we always love being out at COTA. Of course, they sponsor the COTA text line, 512-222-9328. They've been one of our proud sponsors, of Texas Sports Unfiltered from day one, and we love that we get to experience some time out here.
Yeah, this is a big to-do out here also with the little short track that they have for racing for bachelor parties. And, for weddings. They come out here and just get after it. And, we've been told that anytime we need to use that, us versus anybody in sports out there on the track, we can use the small track to race.
Do a little coda karting.
Coda karting. That'll be fun. That would be fun.
TSU versus all the other media outlets.
There you go.
We're not losing.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Oh man.
Well,
awesome.
It has some crashed up cars, but good. Let me say good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. It is appreciated. We do appreciate it each and every day. We appreciate your families, and do be safe out there.
I'd feel great about our chances against anybody. I mean, we've got Double R. That guy's raced cars before.
We got Trey, who's like insane in a car.
Trey has the ultimate road rage 24/7,
yes,
365.
Absolutely.
If you see his car on the road, you better get the hell out of the way because he is not slowing down for anybody.
Not take his parking spots.
And Wags he's the Brock Cunningham of the road, I feel like. If we need somebody taken out with a cheap shot, he's going to make sure that person gets knocked out. So I would like our chances in something like that. But yeah, Circuit of the Americas, gorgeous facility. If you've been, you know. If you haven't been, once again, find a way to get out here this weekend. Maybe my favorite people watching place in Central Texas too. I mean, the airport's a close second. You got Zilker Park. That's always fun to people watch. But if there's a big race, NASCAR, F1, MotoGP, there's no better place to people watch than right here.
And the cool thing about Circuit of the Americas is it's not crowded. You don't go shoulder to shoulder here. There's plenty of room to walk. I remember that for MotoGP in the first F1 race I went to here. I was thinking, this place is jam-packed, but I've got all kinds of room. I'm not bumping into people. I'm not being pushed around. And they just do it right.
They do it right.
Yeah. I mean, this group knows how to actually put on a huge event, and they've put on plenty of them so far. So, and many more to come.
Absolutely.
But I like when there's space. You know, I don't like to be all crowded and jammed up, you know.
We got plenty of space this morning.
Yes, we do.
The only other person here is the custodian vacuuming out in the hallway. She keeps looking at us like, what the hell are those guys doing here? I thought I had this place to myself. Oh, man. All right. Plenty of NASCAR to get into. We might have an interview or two over the next couple of hours to help further promote this event. But, of course, we've got some Texas basketball to talk about. The NCAA Tournament begins tonight. The first four starts in Dayton, and Texas will find out who its first-round opponent is later tonight. You've got the matchup of the 10 seeds in the Midwest region, Virginia and Colorado State. We will preview that. But the biggest story in the world of Texas sports, Buck, football is back.
Yes.
Spring football gets underway today. It's the first of 15 practices spanning the next 5 weeks for the Longhorns. The spring game coming up on Saturday, April 20th, so 5 weeks from now. A lot of storylines to get into. Of course, we'll have plenty of practice reports stemming from today and from every practice that's coming up between now and 4:20. But for you, I mean, we got plenty of storylines we can get into. But what stands alone? What is the biggest storyline that you are going to be paying attention to throughout these next 5 weeks of spring
I think
ball?
Names we don't know. Players that we don't know about. We're going to hear about how they are maturing over the course of the next 15 practices. And this is a where the coaches find out. Well, they'll find out who their new leaders are because some of your other leaders have graduated. They're going to go on and play in the NFL or just move on in life. But now you're going to find out who your next group of leaders are. Are they going to be sophomores? Will they be the junior class? Hopefully it's going to be the senior class that leads your football team. But this is where you find out when spring practice starts. This is where, you know, the rubber meets the road kind of where, you know, it's not just about the talk. It's about actually getting on the field and proving that I can take the spots of some of these other guys that have played here before, and I can play at a high level of football. So you're gonna see that. You got a glimpse of it in winter workouts. You know, that was the get up at 6 a.m, be ready to go, not lollygag around, but, you know, get a good night's sleep and get to some of those workouts. Now it's the physicality of what you have to do. Have you grown up physically over the course of a year? I mean, how have you done in the weight room during the football season when there's not a lot of eyes on you? Mm-hmm. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's always a lot of eyes on you at Texas. I mean, they've got a strength and conditioning program that probably has a person for every person.
Well, it's in the alma mater. The eyes of Texas are upon you.
Yeah, I mean, people are going to be watching how you work out and you carry yourself through the facility. But this is where you get out there and show that this is how much stronger I got over the course of a season. That, of course, we went to the Sugar Bowl, but I was still in the weight room. I was preparing to be the next guy up. So that's what spring ball has always meant to me. Position-wise, there's some newness to certain positions that you lose a couple players at, but basically it's about the individual, about who's going to be the next guy up, who's going to take the mantle of some of the guys who are graduating at the wide receiver position. They had to do that. Bijan Robinson, when he left, who was going to be the next running back up, we found out who it was, and we found out in a big way, with Brooks. And so now it's the same thing now for the wide receiver position. A couple guys, defensive line, who's going to step up, who's going to really make that next step. In our minds, we think we know who the next guy is going to be, but there'll be some surprises. Some coaches will talk about the surprises that they've seen, and they'll talk about how they did in winter workouts, and they just have carried it on throughout spring practice. But you don't want to look crappy in spring practice. You don't want to look out of shape, because expectations are you kept your body in shape, through spring break. Now you're spring break's over.
Spring break's over.
Now it's full practice.
They're going to find out today who took spring break seriously and who went to the beach and partied all week long.
You're absolutely right. And generally, it's the big dudes.
Oh,
it's the big ones.
Those are the guys who party.
These are the guys that lay up like they've been washed ashore. You know what I'm saying? Like the big ones that have been washed ashore, just drank beer and ate a lot and partied hard and didn't come back the right way. And then you'll find out guys just did their thing.
Yeah.
They may have just gone home to their families. Maybe they got a break at home, ate well, worked out at their high schools. Some of them probably didn't even leave campus. There's a lot of dudes that just don't leave. They just stick around here and work out.
A lot of the players took to social media to showcase what they were doing during spring break, and a bunch of guys on this Texas team were working out.
Right.
Whether it was here in Austin, whether it was back home, wherever they come from, you got to take this seriously, especially when you're competing for a starting spot.
Absolutely. At this level, you're right.
100%. There's so much competition on this roster now. I mean, this roster is loaded with talent. There was a time within the last 10 years where maybe you could lollygag in the spring. There wasn't enough competition behind you to where you really had to worry about losing your position to somebody else. Well, now this roster, I mean, you've got talent all over the place. You've got 2 to 3 guys who could be starters at seemingly every position. And if you take days off, if you're not ready to go right from the jump here in the spring, you could get Wally pipped. You could lose your spot. You could fall behind. You can get in the coach's doghouse. And even though it's the spring, you've got all summer, you've got all fall to work your way back in. This stuff matters. And the coaches take this very, very seriously. And they're going to be using this to figure out, okay, what their roster is going to look like. What, more importantly, the depth chart is going to look like.
And you're right about depth chart. When I was talking before, I was talking about who's going to be the next starter. Well, you want to find out who's your 2 deep, who's your 3 deep, who are the guys that you can depend upon if they're not starters. Is this other guy capable of going in there and playing? If he's a second team guy, if he's a third team guy, are they good enough to do it? This is the time that you find out. Once you get to the second part of summer and it's time to go before the season, you're honing in on or what you have to do, game planning and things like that. On here's my guys. I know these are the couple guys that are going to be in there. Let's game plan and find out what they do best and get them in the right positions. But this now it's a free for all. Now you're fighting for a job now.
Absolutely.
In the springtime, and this is plus you're getting ready to go into the SEC. You're going to the best conference in college football, so you don't want to come in there sloppy. The coaches don't want you to be sloppy coming into there. I'm pretty sure Coach Sark definitely doesn't want that. I mean, guy just got a brand new contract. His expectations are we're going to be more than competitive. We're looking for national championships now. We know what it's like to play in the big time and be in playoff games. Now, here's what we need to do. Now we need to win a natty.
Yeah.
We really do. And we're in the best conference to do it.
I think he kind of set the tone on what his expectations are for 2024 during his National Signing Day presser a couple of weeks ago when he talked about being obsessed with winning. And I buy that from Steve Sarkisian. I don't think that's just lip service, right? Texas got a taste of the big time last year. They won a conference championship. They were a play away from playing for a national championship. They got close, and I don't think this is going to be we're good. We could take our foot off the gas. We're fine. We've got this thing built up, and we can coast from here on out. No, I think that was extra motivation.
Are you obsessed like the head coach is? That's hard to do. That's hard to do from a college football player because there's a lot more than for them. They can make money. They can have success, but dude, it's college. I mean, I got classes. I got girls.
Classes.
I got parties.
To hell with classes.
Did I
Throw
say
that
classes?
at the end.
Okay, I'll put that at the end. Yeah, I'll put that at the end. But there's things. This is the growing up stage, and they're experimenting in a lot of different ways. But you got to take, that scholarship very, very seriously, especially as you're moving on to this conference, because they just want it more. They just want it more. The SEC.
Mm-hmm.
So now that you're going in there, are you going to be the same as the rest of the SEC. I think the SEC players understand what everyday practice means. It's now up to the group at Texas, Oklahoma to understand that's what it's going to be for them now too. This is just the way it is. It's just a way of life.
It just
means more, right?
Yeah, that's the slogan right there. I like to say it just doesn't mean less, but they say
it just means more.
It just means more in the SEC.
And are you willing to do that? Are you willing to sacrifice maybe a night of going out for a little bit more sleep? I mean, that's a tough one. I mean, you're a college kid. I'm a college kid.
Yeah.
Not everybody's going to the NFL, but there are days you want to remember in college, that you may miss out on because you got to get that extra pump in. I mean, that's just the way it is.
What kind of pump are you talking about?
All those pumps.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
I wasn't taking the night of sleep over an extra pump. I'm here to tell you that. Definitely not in college. Maybe more so now in my 30s, but not so back in the day. Yeah, the biggest storyline for me for Texas, and it's the same storyline that every team has going into spring football. Who's going to replace the guys that left? And Texas is losing a lot of production. Now, the Longhorns, you compare Texas to the other three teams who were in the college football playoff last year. Texas has more returning starters than any of those teams. And Texas has their quarterback coming back. They've got their head coach coming back, right? They're the only playoff team from a year ago that can say that. And you go down the list of the top 10 to 15 contending teams in college football, and Texas has more coming back than just about all of them. But despite that, the Longhorns are losing a ton. You brought up Jonathan Brooks. Right? They're losing their number one running back. They're losing their top three wide receivers. They're losing their top tight end. They're losing their best two players on defense, who, of course, were both on the defensive line. They're losing their best linebacker. They're losing some key cogs from the secondary as well. So
you lose 8 to 10 players. That's a lot.
Yeah. Who's going to step up and replace that production, right? I mean, you're talking about NFL guys. It's not just guys who,
you're right.
Hey, we enjoyed having you here. Congrats. You're going to go work at Enterprise, or you're going to work in real estate here in Austin like every other former athlete. No, these are guys who are going to hear their name called in the NFL draft next month. Some of them in the first round, a lot of them in the first 2 days.
But a lot to be drafted.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Texas had, 11 guys at the combine?
Yes.
That's the most this place has had in a long time. So you were losing some serious talent, some serious production, some serious experience. Now, you've recruited really well. You hit the transfer portal incredibly hard, so you feel like there's not going to be a major talent drop from 2023 to 2024. But still, who's going to step up and replace those key guys? Because if you can't get similar, don't have to be identical, but if you can't get similar production at some of those positions, then you're not going to have similar results this year.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not only just the players that are working, the coaches are working too. We talked about the recruiting of June. These guys they're not just sitting back thinking of, we got to play Georgia and Florida this year, and now we're in the SEC. They've got to continue to recruit at a really, really high level. So their minds are on what they have to do in spring ball, who they're looking at, who's the growth of some of the players. But they've got to look at the growth of recruiting and how they need certain players as this thing continues on and on and on, because you don't want to have a year like you had last year and then take a step back and then maybe the following year, okay, we're a little bit better. We're back to getting this needs to be a consistent program now every year.
Yeah.
Every single year. You've got to be in the thick of things, and that means to be in the thick of things and recruiting some of the best talent in the country.
I agree 100%, right? Yeah, you cannot take a massive step back. That's very Tom Herman-like, right? Tom Herman had that really good year too. That concluded with that win over Georgia in the Sugar Bowl, and expectations were incredibly high going into the following season, and Texas underachieved, and Herman lost his job a couple of years later. So Sark's already done a much better job than Tom Herman, and he's had that linear progression, right? Year 1 was bad, year 2 a little better, year 3 a lot better. You want to be where you were last year. You don't necessarily need to win the SEC in year 1, but you can't be 7-5. You can't be 8-4 and try to pitch to recruits that, hey, we can hang in the SEC. This is first impressions mean a lot in this life. And this is Texas's first impression in the SEC. Right. And if you go out there against a relatively weak SEC schedule, all things considered, we've talked about that a lot, how, look, it's tough. It's the toughest conference in the sport. You've got some big games. You're playing the number 1 team in the country in Georgia. It's not going to be easy, but there will be years where Texas's slate in this conference is significantly harder than what they've got this year. If this is a down year, yeah, it's going to be, once again, easy to negatively recruit Texas. So that's another reason why it's incredibly important to hit the ground running today.
But one advantage for Texas, 2 advantages, is you bring back an offensive line that's now will be in their 3rd year together, a group that'll be all together for 3 years. And they were strong from the freshman point on. Guys played as freshmen. Now they're about to be juniors. This should be the strong point of this football team is the offensive line.
Yeah.
and they should not take a back seat to anybody in the SEC when it comes to the run game and protecting the quarterback. The other is the quarterback. You bring your starting quarterback, comes back again. Important. You feel like you've got the right guy as the backup quarterback, because we know what starters are like at the University of Texas. They don't make it through the whole year. So now you've got a capable backup that if something were to happen, he could step right in, because he is the future. There's no doubt about
Sure.
Arch Manning being the future of Texas football. So you've got some really key important positions that are returning. So if you go into the SEC, there shouldn't be, well, we lose all these guys. No, you got your starting quarterback back. He's coming back. You've got an offensive line that'll be 3 years together, going into their third year together. You've got a running back room that's solid. You've got really nice pieces at wide receiver, the guys that were still here and others that you brought in through the transfer portal or recruiting. You've got everything you need offensively.
Yeah.
To me, it'll be about the defensive side of the football. And for me, it'll always probably be about that until further notice. It'll be about what you have on defense. How powerful can you be on that defensive front after losing the type of players that you lost, that you will in the draft? And every year in the SEC, it's going to be lines of scrimmage.
Sure.
For us, you and I will be looking at the secondary going, oh, hell, can they cover these guys? But when it comes down to it's the bread and butter of football are the trenches on both sides. Will Texas have enough to kind of hold the fort? You know what I mean? Can they hold the fort when it comes to the trenches? I know they can offensively. There's no excuse for what they can do with this offensive line. They pass protected pretty well last year. I think they'll do the same. I think they'll get better. I think you'll see a bunch of pros show up now on that offensive line.
Yeah.
3 years together, that's a pro group. There's a bunch of them. There's 3 or 4 guys that are professional players. If they stayed 4 years, they definitely would be. If they stayed, there's a couple that are going to be going out the door probably this year.
Sure.
But there shouldn't be any as I said, the bread and butter is your offense and defensive line. I have no doubts about the offensive line. There is no excuse for offensive line play or for this offense, actually.
Well, the offensive line does have to replace their right tackle.
Yes.
So they've got 4 guys coming back from last year. And you're right, those 4 guys have started multiple years at Texas.
Sure.
So you should feel pretty confident that 80% of your offensive line is taken care of. But they do have to replace Christian Jones at right tackle. And Christian Jones is going to be drafted. I don't know where he's going to be drafted, but he was good enough in college to be invited to the combine, and he'll be good enough to hear his name called in April.
Maybe that dude doesn't get enough credit. He worked awful hard because he was so very average the first couple of years. He just was an average guy. You were trying to replace him, very much like the center, where you need a better center. We need a better center. Okay, now I've been starting here for 5 years. And at right tackle, we need a little more athletic guy. We need a little bit more athletic guy. All he did was keep working and working and working to, as you said, to the point of somebody's going to draft this kid now.
Yeah, and I think that's another reason why, if you're a Texas fan, and it sounds like you do, Buck, you should feel confident that the O-line is going to be really good despite losing a guy like Christian Jones, because you've got Kyle Flood, who is a great developer of talent on the offensive line. I think he's proven that during his 3 years at Texas.
That he has.
He's recruited incredibly well at that position. The Pancake Factory really helps.
Yeah, that helps too, yes.
But he's also developed that talent. I mean, Kelvin Banks is one of those guys that is probably going to be a first-round pick. He might be a top 10 pick in the 2025 NFL draft. You've got all sorts of 4 and 5 stars up there. You've got Jake Majors, who's gotten significantly better at center. You've got a guy like Christian Jones, who got significantly better over the course of his Texas career. So even though you do have a body to replace, you've got a coach that is going to get somebody.
That's true. You're absolutely right. Somebody's going to be ready to play.
Yep. And hopefully, look, you want to be 6, 7, 8 deep on the offensive line. Texas was surprisingly healthy up front last year.
You're right.
And the one regular season game they lost, that heartbreaker to Oklahoma, well, that was the game they lost Jake Majors, right? They lost their center. They were actually down to their 3rd center in that one. And I don't think it's a coincidence that that's the one game Texas really got dominated up front. And that's the one game that Texas lost in the regular year. So you got to make sure not only do you have that 5th starter figured out, but you got to have some depth on the offensive line just in case you can't stay as healthy as you were last year.
Yeah, and on the defensive line, they'll have to continue to grow depth on the defensive line. The guys who are now going to take over as the starters for the 2 NFL dudes, guess what? They have to have depth behind them. You can't just have anybody behind them because they can't, we know because of the nature of the SEC, you're going to have to give guys a break. They're going to need real breaks anyway. It's going to be hot, you practice in the state of Texas. You live here. You're going to have games where it's going to be hot. So your backup's going to have to be quality backup players, like the ones who are going to start now. They have to have quality, so they have to continue to recruit and to recruit really, really talented players on the defensive line and at the linebacker area too. So I will always worry a little bit about the defensive line. I just always do until I see a couple real live war daddies step up to play, and we may see that. Hey, it's shit or get off the pot now. I mean, it's your time for a lot of these guys right now, and if they have a desire to go play at the next level, this is your time. And you're playing in a conference where you will be seen, and people will see you. If you are outstanding, you stand out in a number of games. People are going to see you. This is the biggest stage you're going to be on.
100%. Yeah, it's no coincidence that Texas's best season since 2009 happened when it had its best offensive and defensive line play since that year. So. You're right. I mean, you lose 2 potential first-round picks with Byron Murphy and T'Vondre Sweat. You've got the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. You've got the Big 12 Defensive Lineman in the year, who are both gone right now. So finding a way to replace those dudes is going to be paramount for this team. And the guys that you're talking about, you've got fifth-year seniors.
Right.
You've got Alfred Collins, former 5-star. You got Vernon Broughton, former high 4-star. I mean, those guys have been on campus. They played last year, and they were solid when they did play, but they were backups, right? They were rotational pieces. Now they get inserted into the starting lineup.
And their backups have to be good because they can't play every snap.
You're right. You've got to have depth there. Texas went out and got Tia Savea, the transfer from Arizona, who apparently looked pretty good in winter workouts. And he's got a shot, I think, to compete for some serious playing time. And he's got a relationship with Johnny Nansen, who, of course, came over from Arizona to be the co-defensive coordinator here. So you've got some bodies there. Sadir Mitchell is another guy that I keep hearing about from the insiders. Like, there are names. You don't get recruited to play football at the University of Texas if you don't have some talent. But who's going to step up? Odds are you're not going to have the SEC Defensive Player of the Year and the SEC Defensive Lineman of the Year on the same D-line. But you can't just go from being one of the top run defenses and defensive fronts in the country to just being average or below average. You got to make sure there's not a huge drop-off there.
Yeah, I mean, you have to continue. You're right. You're going to have to continue. You're going to have to find a pass rusher. Somebody's going to have to rush the quarterback.
Yeah,
that is going to be huge this year.
That's where Texas needs to be better.
Yes.
Right? I mean, the D-line was great. They were one of the best run defenses in the country, and you did get a solid pass rush. I mean, Byron Murphy was one of the best pass rushers in college football, and he was doing it from the inside, which is just insane. But you need more production from the edge. They went out and got Trey Moore from UTSA. Guy had a huge season last year. You've got Barron Sorrell coming back. You've got Ethan Burt coming back. Those are a couple of guys who showed some flashes of really, really good play for this defense in 2023. But
really, we will know about those young guys really quickly.
Yeah,
and that's the cool thing about it is we don't have to wait till game 5 or 6. We're going to know very early. We'll know some things in the spring. Who's stronger? Who got bigger? Who got a little bit more physical? And then as I said, you're recruiting now. You're going to have to compete in the recruiting cycle with. You're one of the best. You got one of the best recruiting staffs there is in America. Now you're playing in the SEC. You're going to have to go into their territory, find out who the key guys are down there, who are the 5 stars there, and say, listen, we're here now. Here's what we've done. Here's the guys we've put in the NFL. You want to come play for us? The NIL money's good here.
Oh yeah,
it's Austin, Texas. You want to come here? We'll take care of you. You take care of us. You're going to have to start getting those type of big time players from their area.
Yeah.
And then you can't lose the ones at home.
No,
you can't lose the ones in your own state. They can't walk out of here and go to the Arizonas of the world. They can't. They can't go to the. You got to beat the Big Ten. You got to beat the other SEC schools because they're coming.
I'm not too worried about recruiting. I just want to make sure that it continues the way that it has. Number one. But the development's got to continue.
Yes.
And I feel good about this coaching staff.
I do.
But they also lost 2 key developers, right? I mean, Bo Davis, for all the credit you want to give to T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, and they deserve the credit. They put the work in, but you also have to credit the coach who helped develop those guys. Like, you lose Bo Davis.
We'll find out what the new coach can do.
So we'll see what Kenny Baker can do. It's always going to be easy to recruit at Texas. Always has been, and it's easier now with NIL and the transfer portal and all the facilities upgrades that Texas has undergone the last few years. But you just got to make sure that you still have enough developers on this staff. I think on offense, you clearly do.
Sure.
Right. Sark's done great. A.J. Milwee, a quarterback coach. Tashard Choice, the running backs coach, has been amazing.
New wide receiver coach.
You talk about Chris Jackson at what, like Jeff Banks. Those guys are doing a great job. But defensively, well, your 2 best defensive coaches not Pete Kwiatkowski, of course, the coordinator, but your two best position coaches from last year are gone. Bo Davis went to LSU. Jeff Choate, your linebackers coach, took the head job at Nevada. You've got two new faces there, and you're bringing back the secondary coaches who a lot of Longhorn fans wanted fired because the secondary was the weakest link for this team last year. So do you have the developers on defense? That's a big question, and that's why you brought up the defense being a potential question mark for this team. You know what you've got on offense. You feel great about those guys, and I think everyone feels great about PK on defense, but he can only do so much. If your position coaches aren't right, your defense isn't going to be right either.
Yeah, I mean, and you know when you have them. You know when you have those guys. You know when you have those defensive linemen. They just stand out. It takes two guys to block them. I mean, they're a problem during spring ball. They're a problem during games. They're game wreckers. Do they have any game wreckers? I don't know yet.
Yeah.
It's just tough to say. The ones that I've seen play before can be consistent. You know, that's up to them. But are they going to stand out individually and become game wreckers? They're going to have to take another step up. They can't take a step back.
No.
We know that.
The secondary being worse this year than it was last year, that's a horrifying thought.
Yeah, well, the defensive line has to be – they can't all of a sudden with the two guys gone. It's going to be tough as it is, but guys have to really, really improve. And do they have the coaches to improve those guys? We know they did last year, and we'll see. As I said, this is a great opportunity for guys who haven't had a lot of playing time. You are now the focus on this defensive line. There's two or three guys that are going to be really the main focus on how this team, performs on defense.
Absolutely. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. Once again, we are live from Circuit of the Americas this morning. Make sure y'all get your tickets to the NASCAR races coming to town this weekend. Just go to circuitoftheamericas.com for more information.
The size of that mural behind
that thing's pretty badass, man. Think they'll let us take that home after today?
I got to put that in my room.
Yeah. That fit in your room?
No.
I think it's ginormous.
Echo Park Automotive Grand Prix, huh?
Bigger than my whole apartment, I think.
That is special.
Is it Grand Prix or Grand Prix?
Grand Prix.
You sure?
Are you talking about – you're not talking about Officer Peacock again, are you?
No, I'm not. It's Prix. That looks like pricks to me. Officer Grand Prix. Yeah, the whole Lakeway Police Department.
No.
You would call them a Grand Prix.
I'm not going to say anything. Remember, I'm going in my 70 days still. I've got to be careful there.
Oh.
Driving my luxury car through there.
Yeah, your Subaru.
I'm going slow, man. You should see me go there. People are beeping the horn at me. I'm like, look at the speed limit, pointing to the, hey.
Look at those people in the apartment complex.
Yeah, we don't want you going two miles past the speed limit.
And look for Officer Jack C. Wagon. Watch out for that dude.
I'm doing good. I've been through there a couple times. I know better. Live and learn.
Live and learn. Amen. That is the name of the game. All right, before we get back into some spring football, we got some Texas basketball, some Texas baseball, some NFL free agency to still discuss this morning. How about our first sponsor shout-outs today?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and even more. Dr. Christopher Danny and Dr. Christopher Stockton, they are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and that great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com. So if you're at the last stop on the bus stop and you need a knee replacement or joint replacement or any of those things, special care, sports medicine, go to Texas Orthopedics. Dr. Danny will take good care of it.
Yes, he will, and yes, they will. And speaking of cars, you can't steal any of these NASCARs.
No.
People keep asking us which car we're going to drive. I don't think they're going to let us behind the wheel of any of these whips, although I'm not even sure they're in town right now. I feel like the drivers and the equipment doesn't get in yet.
Dude, that airport will be packed here in the next 2 days.
Oh, yeah. It will be a madhouse for sure. But, hey, if you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, the Coverts are here to help.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Oh, yeah.
Special shout out to our friends over at of course, my favorite butcher shop and yours out there, Nolan Ryan's shop. Good stock, of course, to Perry and the gang out there. Highway 79 in Round Rock, Texas. You know, it is that time. It's grilling time.
Oh, yeah.
And they've got all the different meats that you want. I'm interested in going out there and just getting hamburger and making myself the best hamburger. You said they got a little sausage in there too. You had the hamburger there.
Yeah, they got a great blend.
You got the blend, huh?
It's also pre-seasoned too.
Oh.
Fantastic. You don't
So I
have to
don't have to put anything on the top on it, but my pepper if I want. That's it.
You would screw it up if you tried.
Oh man,
Don't even mess with
I
it.
love that place, man. It is absolutely good stock. Is the best. Go out get some pork chops, steaks, and plus you can order them and send them out anywhere in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Get that good Nolan Ryan meat, my friend.
GoodStockTX.com is the website if you're outside of Central Texas and want to order some of the greatness from Good Stock.
I've learned how to make myself a really good pork chop. I really do.
Yeah.
Whether it's in the air fryer, I do a good job with that. My wife does a good job with that.
I was about to say I didn't think she would let you use the air fryer.
I don't. She does.
Can't use the stove. Can't use the oven. You can't use the washer and dryer.
Microwave. Remember, I can use.
You are allowed to use the microwave.
I am.
Do you have to FaceTime her and ask what buttons to press before you start?
No, I'm good. Anything in the microwave. But I have to put something over the top. I tend to put stuff in the microwave that splatters all over. So I got to put something over the top. Yeah, I'm a mess. But yeah, I want to make myself the best burger that I've ever had.
You can do that.
I get it from Good Stock.
Get it from Good Stock.
Yeah, I need to do that. I want to make the best burger. Now, best burger, some Pringles with that, some Olipop with that. Now I'm living. I've learned. I've gotten better with the steaks. So Perry, I don't screw up steaks anymore. I've learned how to. Doc Trey told me to leave it out, air temperature. Regular temperature. So I'm learning how to do that. Prearrange your steak. Don't just slap it on the grill.
Okay.
And I've gotten better, but I've never made that perfect hamburger.
Here's what you need to do. After you screw that up, just go to 7-Eleven and get you some pizza. After you botch your cooking in the kitchen.
After I screw up Perry's meat?
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
sorry about that, Perry.
Yeah, after you mess something up, go to 7-Eleven, get you a pizza, some wings, and some rollers. And then
let them do the work.
Then get you a little Debbie snack.
Oh.
You're not supposed to be eating sugar, but after screwing up in the kitchen, you could go get you a little oatmeal cream pie.
Oh, man. That sounds so good right now.
Oh, man, it does, doesn't it? We love our friends at 7-Eleven. We love Good Stock. And, yeah, go get you one of those burgers out there. It's fantastic, and they make it easy for you. You just throw it on the grill, and you're set.
I had a meal at the Waffle House.
Whoa.
Let me tell you something about the Waffle House. One of the most efficient places to watch, and you see the cooks and how they work, and how they move stuff around and how they move grease around and get rid of this and slap some. That place is so efficient, and there's only like 3 people in there.
You got lucky.
Working.
Yeah, sometimes they're
they can take some time.
Yep.
Remember, it's not fast food; it's good food.
That's their slogan.
That's my slogan for them. Don't. It's not fast food; it's good food.
Okay.
And let me tell you, I had bone-in ham.
Oh my God!
That thing was so salty. I tried to eat it all. I had to leave portions of the ham back there, and then I saw the one that you've had when I've been there with you before.
What's that?
Where they put the sausage on top of the eggs, on top of the sauce. There's like patties of sausage. Then they chop it up and then they throw it on top of that.
Oh, the hash browns.
Yeah, the hash browns. Yeah. The cheese
scattered, smothered, and covered.
Oh my God, that just looks like a heart attack. It looks like
you're eating bone-in ham there. You're the only person who orders bone-in ham at the Waffle House.
Oh, it's so good.
It's not called the bone-in ham house. It's the Waffle House. You got to get the waffle.
And they don't. It's bone-in, but they didn't have the bone in that son of a gun last night. But it still tastes the same. It's called country ham now.
Okay.
That's what they've changed the name to. Country ham.
No more bone in there.
There's no more boning anymore.
You can't be boning in there anymore?
Boning in there anymore.
That's disappointing. You got to go out to the parking lot for that?
They have a special clientele that comes in there. Good people. Everybody is so courteous. When they come in there, because the people that work at the Waffle House, it must be the way they treat you. They're really, really busy. They'll say, hey, listen, I'm sorry. I'm taking so long. They try to wait at the people. 3 people trying to wait at people at the counter.
Yeah.
They've got people sitting, waiting to be seated and stuff. And they don't try to move you in and out like, certain restaurants will be like, are you done yet?
Right.
I mean, we got some other groups that they just take your time.
Yeah,
baby.
take your time so we don't have to serve anybody else. We don't want to do any more work. You sit there for 2 hours if you want.
and it looks a little messy and a little scattered in there.
Oh my God.
I wouldn't say you can eat off the floor there at the Waffle House.
Good luck with that. That'll be the last time you eat anything.
I
in
love
your
it
life.
though. I love the atmosphere.
I'm a huge Waffle House fan, but
Man,
the service there can be hit or miss. Sometimes you got employees yelling at other employees. Sometimes you got employees fighting other employees. Sometimes you got employees fighting the customers.
It's heart. Their hearts are in it.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it's all about the heart.
That's their dream job.
Whatever it is, I think they do it well.
I mean, I love Waffle House. I'll go and deal with the potential odd experience just to get an all-star special.
Good experience last night. Crowded, but got in there, sat at the counter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they had people in the seats, needed to be served first. Sat there for like 12 minutes before somebody came over to me. Would you like a cup of coffee, sir?
Okay.
The young guy said to me, sir, would you like a cup of coffee? I know you've been waiting.
It's usually baby if it's a woman who
Oh, no, she'll call you baby.
Yep.
Yeah, she was giving people the baby last night. She said, baby, you all right?
Yeah.
You need some cream? I'm like, yeah.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, it's
turning into one of those nights.
No,
it was a bone-in ham after all.
It was not the place I go to in Florida that I used to. So no, but I love it. It's an adventure when you go to Waffle House.
I'm trying to think. Last time I was at Waffle House was Christmas. I went on Christmas Day, and it was packed.
Was it really?
Yep. Did the Chinese food deal for dinner, but did Waffle House with a couple of buddies for lunch.
Now, is that a 24/7? Is that open?
The only time they shut down is like if they absolutely have to.
When they got to get rid of the grease somewhere.
No, like if there's a major natural disaster happening. It was a big deal. I can't remember which hurricane it was, but like a hurricane forced Waffle House to close, and that was like a massive news story because they will stay open through anything and everything.
Wow.
Yeah, 24/7, 365. It's awesome. It is awesome. But yeah, you went at normal dinner time. You go there 1 or 2 in the morning, and you're liable to see something very different than what you saw.
Yeah, I've never been in there 2 or 3.
I spent. I think I've told you this before. This was during my radio time in Houston. I had to do the Waffle House Challenge. No surprise, I lost the season-long pick'em contest on the radio show I was doing there, and I lost that with Trey this year, so I'm going to get my chest waxed here in a couple of weeks. That will be fun. But, yeah, the punishment for that was doing the Waffle House Challenge. That's 24 hours in the same Waffle House. You get to shave 1 hour off for every waffle that you eat. Those are big waffles now. They take up the entire plate.
Oh, yeah.
So I think I can't remember. I either ate 11 waffles and was there for 13 hours, or I ate 13 waffles and was there for 11 hours. But I went through.
Sat in a Waffle House for 13 hours,
dude. 3 shift changes. I was there for 3 shift changes, and I got there after a show. I was doing afternoon, so I got there at like 7:30 and was there till 6 or 7 in the morning the next day. Saw anybody and everybody who had
clothes ever come get the smell out of the Waffle House out of your clothes?
I threw them away.
Yeah, that good move.
Just in the dumpster out there.
Yeah,
I drove home nude.
Absolutely.
Sorry about that, Sugarland.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I did that and then drove. Or guess where I had dinner that night?
Where?
Waffle House.
Wow.
I went back after the show and ended up getting more Waffle House. So yeah, it's a good spot, and it's right out here by Coda. And you stayed the night out here too.
Yes,
so
I do that because that's just for the old man. It doesn't seem like a long ride, but there's too much construction going on 290.
Absolutely.
And they work through the night.
It is dark.
Isn't it dark out here? Is it dark out of this place or what?
My headlights are ass too. I can't see shit.
And me, I'm just an old dude. I mean, it's dark out of this area out here.
Yep.
Elroy, it's dark out here.
It is.
This is not the place to be roaming around at night. Don't get a flat out here.
No, they don't put the NASCAR races at night out here for a reason.
Oh, man.
Right? You've got the Truck Series Saturday afternoon. You've got the Xfinity Series a little bit later on Saturday, 4 o'clock. And then, of course, Sunday, the big race, the Cup Series Echo Park Automotive Grand Prix.
Indeed.
2:30 on Sunday. Just got some handouts from our girl Danielle, who works with NASCAR and Circuit of the Americas. Once again, circuitoftheamericas.com for more information. And also you can check out ticket options there as well, or go to NASCAR@CODA.com too. Tons of great ticket packages, You can purchase a main grandstand ticket and receive a free track pass. They're going to give you all sorts of access if you're coming out here this weekend.
Yeah, NASCAR lets you roam around a little bit.
If you're a college student, how about this? $25 tickets to be here. That's a damn good deal. If you're a service member or a veteran, you get big-time discounts as well on your tickets. So, man, it's always fun to come out to Circuit of the Americas, but NASCAR weekend is special. So much fun to be had, and we hope to see all of you here on either Saturday
Absolutely.
or Sunday,
Come on
or you can
out.
come out on Friday. They got practice on Friday. You get to watch the qualifying. That's a ton of fun. You actually get more access to stuff on Friday because it's a smaller crowd. So if you just want to kind of experience what that's like and get to see some of the drivers up close and personal, you could do that this Friday as well.
Yeah, it'll start getting loud around 9 or 10 o'clock here as
yeah.
the week goes on. I mean, those cars are loud, and this place will be just humming.
We've got a live auction coming up this Friday as well. You can drive your vehicle out here on Friday.
Yeah, let me bring the Subaru out there. Let me bring the Outback and show you how to get it going around turn one, going up the hill and around the corner.
They will not let your Subaru on the track.
I'm not going to burn any rubber. I'm not going to screw up anything.
You're going to be driving too slow. You're going to be a hazard for that.
Hey, they don't think I drive too slow in Lakeway, so
that's true.
Believe me.
You got to go a little faster than 44 miles an hour out here on the track. But you can come out here, Laps for Charity, this Friday morning from 8 to 10. Benefits the children of Austin.
It's about the kids.
The Speedway Children's Charity. You get to be a part of everything going on at COTA. Once again, NASCAR@COTA.com for more information. We're pumped to be out here. Rodney and Wags will be out here. Rodney and Wags are going to be doing another show out here on Friday.
Yes.
When this place does just start to fill up a little bit. So this is a big week for us. We love our partnership with Circuit of the Americas, and we're excited to be a small part of NASCAR coming to Austin, Texas. All right. Good Waffle House.
By the way, you know who's a big fan of NASCAR?
Who's that?
Mr. Broadus.
Brian Broadus?
Brian Broadus is a huge NASCAR fan. I'd be surprised if he's not up here this week.
We got to get him on the show at some point.
Well, I'll make a call, see if we can get to him maybe Thursday or so before NASCAR, because he's been to the first NASCAR event. He was here.
Okay.
And he loves going to NASCAR. He's a NASCAR fan. We need to get him on, talk about it. He'll tell us all about NASCAR.
Yeah, Brian Broadus, longtime front office man in the NFL, now does sports radio for the Dallas Cowboys flagship 105.3 The Fan up in Big D. Got to get him on to talk about this riveting Cowboys off season. I mean, they have done a great job this off season and in free agency.
Still doing nothing.
Oh, they re-signed Rico Dowdle, so they've got their running back situation taken care of.
They do have that.
Yeah, it's all good.
McDowell's is ready to go, huh?
And Leighton Vander Esch retired yesterday.
I saw that. I think you said that was coming. You thought that was coming anyway, and I was wondering how long it would be. I thought he'd give it one more shot, but it's inevitable that neck. And I mean, he wants a future in just life, not just football life. And him sticking his shoulder in there and hurting that neck, that's not good.
Yeah, he's had all sorts of neck and shoulder injuries during his Cowboys career. Spent just 6 seasons in the NFL. He was the Cowboys' first-round pick back in 2018. Set a Cowboys rookie record with 176 tackles that season. He was named a Pro Bowler in his first year, but 2019, 2022, and 2023, he had to miss significant time due to varying neck injuries. So you're right. He's thinking about life after football.
Absolutely.
And, I guess he's been a little fortunate, just reading into this a little bit. He's been a little fortunate that the injuries he has sustained have not been worse. But it kind of feels like one of those deals where the next one could have been a really, really bad one. So, LVE, who was a key cog for the Cowboys defense for the last 6 years, he's medically retiring from the NFL.
I thought they missed him last year.
They did. Oh my God, they really could have used him in that playoff game. I don't know if it changed the result of what happened against the Packers,
but he was finding where the point of attack was a lot, and like, as I said, and he was being real physical, and at times, he leads with that head a little bit, and that caused him to have to retire. Because as I said, whether he was either going to get concussed or he was going to have a neck injury, and you can't afford to have that. I mean, especially when you have numerous neck injuries and shoulder injuries.
And it was a weird collision that injured him last season.
It was. You're right.
He ran into Micah Parsons after being pushed from behind by Trent Williams, the left tackle for the 49ers. And a lot of people called it a cheap shot, and it didn't look right. And it was one of those that you don't want to see on replay type of injuries. And that ended his season back in week 5, and that ended his career. So that wasn't the first neck injury that LVE sustained, but that was kind of the final straw for him. And unfortunately, that's the end of LVE's Cowboys career. So the Cowboys still have a massive need at linebacker. Of course, they drafted DeMarvion Overshown, the lifetime Longhorn, in the 3rd round last year. He did not play at all his rookie season because of that torn ACL. They're expecting him back. They brought in Eric Kendricks in free agency.
Right.
Longtime Minnesota Viking who's coming over from the LA Chargers. He'll hopefully help there as well, but I still feel like that is a serious position of need for the Cowboys, whether it's in free agency or the upcoming NFL draft.
And how they've done in free agency?
Yeah, great. So good. Oh, my God. They signed a long snapper, Buck. They brought in Eric Kendricks, a linebacker in his 30s. They re-signed Rico Dowdle.
They re-signed their secondary guy.
They re-signed Jordan Lewis.
Yes.
They re-signed C.J. Goodwin, one of their special teams aces. I mean, they've made the biggest moves in the NFL this offseason. Nobody else is doing more than that.
Man,
the Cowboys really are all in. Nobody else is.
I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do in the draft. They're going to have to do something.
They need about 14 more draft picks.
That's what I was going to say.
I'm not sure where they're going to get them.
Where are they going to get all these guys? How are they going to get these guys? They don't have that many draft picks.
No, I mean, this really is Jerry just kind of giving the middle finger to Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott, saying,
"Here's what you got.
Yep, figure it out. Find a way to make it work. We've given you all enough talent over the last few years, and you haven't found a way to get us over the hump in the playoffs. So now you guys are on your own."
Yeah, and plus I'm going to make the decision in the draft who we need to take.
Yep,
that's the scary part. If he's doing this now during free agency, now I really worry about him having the draft, whatever draft picks they have. Him and his son making those decisions on who because it's going to be about Jerry, obviously.
Of course. Well, thankfully, Jerry has wielded some of that power in the past couple of years.
And they've done a good job.
Yeah, Will McClay has taken over a lot of the drafting for Dallas, and they have drafted pretty well.
Yes, they have.
In recent years. Now, they've whiffed on a couple of first-round picks. We'll wait and see what Mozzie Smith turns into, but as of now, that guy looks like a whiff. Obviously, Taco Charlton a couple of years ago, and the Cowboys could have had T.J. Watt. That was a big-time swing and miss there. But for the most part, Dallas has done a pretty good job with those premium draft picks. They have a lot of holes on their roster, and they don't have enough premium draft picks. It's not like they have 2 or 3 first-rounders this year. They've got their first, and it's outside of the top 20.
They can't win through the draft, and now they've sat back and done nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's there's still some free agents out there. There are still some guys that the Cowboys can bring in. They can go get Dwayne Brown if they want to replace Tyron Smith, if they like one aging left tackle more than a different aging left tackle who they just let sign with the New York Jets
Sooner.
A couple of days ago. Yep. I mean, there are a few other free agents out there. I'll pull up a list real quick of some of the top.
Let me ask you about Dwayne Brown. He is coming out of Oklahoma. They thought a lot of him, and there was a lot of people that didn't think a lot of him coming out of Oklahoma originally.
Mm-hmm.
But he ended up still being was he a first or second round pick?
I think he was a first-round pick.
Yeah, big dude, athletic. Didn't know if he'd be strong enough. Has had some really good years, but have had some just okay years.
Mm-hmm.
But those guys just get paid.
They do get paid, and I'm talking about the wrong Brown, by the way. That's not a skin color comment.
Okay.
That's a last name comment. I meant to say Trent Brown.
Trent Brown, okay.
Dwayne Brown is still with the New York Jets. Trent Brown, who did not go to Oklahoma.
Okay.
He's a free agent. He's visiting the Bengals, apparently. He played his college football at Florida, and he's become one of the better offensive linemen in the NFL over the last couple of years. So
yeah, the other Brown from Oklahoma is the questionable guy that I talk about.
Yes. My apologies for that right there. All right, but yeah, he's still out there. There are a couple of other cornerbacks. Stephon Gilmore is still available in free agency. He was with the Cowboys last season. I wouldn't hate bringing him back. There are some pieces at areas of need that the Cowboys could go sign if they want to, but it sure as hell feels like they don't want to. It's a mess.
No, it is a mess. You're absolutely right.
Yep. Yes, indeed. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Keep the text coming in on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. The YouTube comment line is open as well. My buddy Sam says BK's pronunciation of Grand Prix should land him in prison. That's not that bad. I've had worse, Sam. You know that.
Come on, man.
It's spelled like pricks. It's not spelled like pre. What is pre?
P-R-E.
There's no E in there. It's P-R-I-X.
There you go.
There's no E. There's no Y. There's no A. I don't know how you get pre from that. It's Grand Prix. Don't get mad at me. Get mad at Merriam and Webster.
That's right.
Those jabronis don't know what the hell they're doing. They are screwing it up. All right, Buck, some college basketball. Texas opens up tournament play in 2 days, but the NCAA tournament really gets started tonight. You've got 2 of the first 4 games tonight. The other 2 will take place tomorrow, but Longhorn fans will be locked into True TV. Have you figured out what channel that is?
No. I have to go somewhere probably.
Shit, I was supposed to do that last night. I forgot to. Now, you should have True TV on your cable, right?
That's
You've got
right. I got
cable?
Spectrum.
You have TNT?
Yes.
You have TBS?
I do.
Yeah, you should have True TV. That's all
Okay.
Turner. It's all owned by the same parent company. You're just going to have to spend 25 minutes trying to figure
Sure, you
out
figure where it is.
what channel number it is in your guide. But you've got Virginia and Colorado State. That's the late game tonight. So the first play-in game is the battle of 16 seeds. It's Howard and Wagner.
I will be passing on that.
You're not going to be locked into that one?
No.
Come on, man. The winner gets to take on North Carolina in a couple of days.
I'm still going to pass on that.
It's 2 16 seeds. You don't like the HBCU?
Sorry.
Not in on that stuff?
I'm not going to be watching.
All right. That's interesting. Didn't expect that from you.
But I got to see Virginia, Colorado State.
Yeah, unfortunately,
check that out.
you got to wait for that one, and that one
Sorry.
doesn't tip off until 8:10 at Central Time.
Get a golf nap in somewhere.
Of course, Texas plays the winner of that matchup on Thursday. Colorado State, a 2.5-point favorite in this one. How about this, Buck? I mean, everybody knows about Virginia's defense. They've been one of the best defensive teams in college basketball all year long. Hell, they've been one of the best defensive teams in college basketball since Tony Bennett took over. That's just their staple. That's what they're known for. The total for this matchup tonight is 120.5. Wow. It opened at 118.5. No NCAA tournament game has closed under 120 since 2019. So right now it's at 120.5. So we'll see. As of now, this would not fit that criteria, but there has not been a tournament game in the last 5 years that has closed under 120. And of course, the game in 2019 that did close under 120, that involved Virginia.
Virginia will score in the 50s.
I mean, just brace yourself for like 61-55.
Colorado State has some offense, though.
They do. They've got this kid, Isaiah Stevens. He's their
Yep.
best player. He's actually from Texas, played his high school ball at Allen High School up in the Metroplex, just over 6 feet, but he is a monster. Averages 16.5 points a game. First team All Mountain West, 7 assists as well. Yeah, Colorado State's better. That's why they're favored, even though they're Mountain West and Virginia. They've got a national championship winning coach. That's not a blue blood program, but a historically very good college basketball program. Colorado State is favored because they've got more talent. They've been the better team this year. They're more deserving of the spot in the dance. I said it yesterday, it's only Tuesday. Virginia is the worst at-large team in the dance. Virginia should not be in the tournament.
How do they score?
You compare their resume to some of the teams that got left out, St. John's, Seton Hall, Oklahoma, Indiana State. I mean, all the other teams that were left on the outside looking in, they're better than Virginia. Virginia got the big name bump. They did. That's why they are in here right now.
Bump, yeah.
But I would rather play Virginia because I think Colorado State is better than Virginia. So if you're a Texas fan, look, once again, Tony Bennett, a stud. He's won a national title. A great defensive team. I'm not sitting here telling you that if Texas gets UVA on Thursday, it's going to be an easy win. But I think of these two teams, Colorado State is more talented, and you obviously want to play the weaker team if you can.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, with Virginia, they play in the ACC. I mean, they'll have a better type of resume to the teams that they've played against than Colorado State will.
You're right. They have played more quality opponents.
Sure.
Colorado State has more quadrant 1 wins.
Yes.
And Colorado State in the non-con, they beat Creighton by 21.
Wow.
On a neutral floor. Creighton's a 3 seed. They were a top 10 to 15 team in the country for most of the year. Colorado State, this was back in December, so it's been a while. Creighton's gotten a lot better. But yeah, in a neutral court, they beat them by 21. They beat Colorado, who's a tournament team. They beat Nevada and Boise State, who are tournament teams as well. So you're right. Virginia in the ACC, they've gone up against better competition, but this ain't your dad's ACC.
Oh, no.
This was a down year for that
It
conference.
was. It really, really was. And by the way, Colorado's pretty good, and so is Boise State.
Yeah. So Colorado State, they've been battle tested too. The Mountain West, I think, got 6 teams in the dance. Now, they've generally struggled as a conference in the tournament. They did have a team play for the national title last year with San Diego State making that deep run. But usually the Mountain West gets ran through in the NCAA tournament. They're trying to change that narrative. That's probably why they got underseeded as much as they did this year. But once again, I think Colorado State poses more problems for Texas in a potential game on Thursday.
There's no doubt. They can defend, but they can score. Virginia is not going to score a lot of points. They're going to just be in your jock the whole night.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, you might need some Tums to watch this game. It is going to be ugly and painful to watch.
Virginia makes it ugly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Virginia is the slowest team in the country. There are 362 Division I college basketball teams. That's a ridiculous amount. Why do we have that many, Buck? Any idea?
No.
Yeah, well, of those 362 teams, Virginia ranks 362nd in tempo. So they like to slow things down.
They'll walk it up the court.
By the way, Wagner, who's playing Howard in the first game tonight, they are 361st in tempo. So if you like
I'm
offense,
not watching that one.
if you like offense, maybe skip both of these games tonight. But yeah, Rodney Terry and his team will be locked in on this matchup. Hopefully the coaching staff has been scouting both teams. It's kind of an unfortunate situation, Texas, right? It's a double-edged sword. On one hand, they get extra rest, while their first-round opponent will have already had to play a tournament game. But on the other hand, Texas is scouting two teams right now. They don't have as much time as all of the other teams across the tournament
and they haven't played. They've been sitting around.
And they've been sitting around as well, right? You get that rest versus rust debate like you get in every sport. And you especially get that in tournament time in college basketball.
Well, it wouldn't matter if they got all the rest in the world. If they played every game, we still wouldn't know what to expect from the Longhorns. No. Just goes from tip-off to tip-off.
Yeah, I was watching one of those bracket shows on CBS Sports.
Did they not know what to say about the Horns?
I mean, they just basically said, like, the same things we've been saying all year. This team has plenty of talent, and at times it looks like they could hang with just about anybody in the country, and then at times it's like, who the hell are these guys? Like, what happened to the Texas team we saw the other night? Why are they not there? And once again, I mean, Texas against Oklahoma, they played incredibly well in the regular season finale. And then the first and only game they played up in the Big 12 tournament, they look like a completely different team.
They did.
So what are you going to get? You hope you get the good Texas. I made the prediction before the bracket came out, and I got a hunch that when I do fill out my actual bracket, it's going to be my prediction. I think Texas is going to win on Thursday, regardless of who they play. I think they're going to look good. I think they're going to give Texas fans some confidence with the way that they play. Like, hey, we can actually go beat Tennessee on Saturday, and we can make it to the second weekend of the tournament for the second straight year. Texas fans are going to be feeling good with what they see on Thursday, and then Saturday the Longhorns are going to completely crap the bed. They're just going to lay an egg, and it's
Rick Barnes is going to win the game.
It's like, why do we buy into this team? We knew better. We've talked about how inconsistent they are all year long. Why do we think that they could put it together 2 games in a row?
I know.
That's my prediction. I obviously hope
it doesn't
I'm wrong.
matter which one of the teams they play here, Virginia or Colorado State, they win the first game.
I think they do. They could play St. Peter's in round 2, and I'd be terrified that they're going to lose because of how much of a roller coaster ride this year has been for Texas basketball. So, tonight 8:10 on True TV. It's Virginia and Colorado State. We'll obviously talk a lot about that game tomorrow as we continue to preview the NCAA tournament draw for Texas and just the NCAA tournament.
It's a wide open tournament.
Yeah, have you filled out your bracket yet?
No, I will do it tonight.
You've got to lean on who you think is going to win it all. Here, you can change your answer. Also, if you have any 1,000-unit plays for these games tonight, please let us know.
Okay.
But, any early favorite for you to cut down the nets in Arizona?
How about if I told you I'm leaning towards Arizona?
No way. The home team, Arizona getting to basically host a Final Four? You think they're going to win the whole thing?
I'm leaning towards them right now, yes.
They were a 2 seed last year, and they lost to Princeton in the first round.
But I'm also not afraid of the old UConn won't do it again thing. They're really good. That's a really talented group right now.
They're the favorites. I think they're plus 380 to win it all. Houston right behind them at plus 550.
If I didn't think Houston was so tired looking and them missing one of their key players, I would say Houston, but I just didn't. There was just something about the way they looked the other day. They looked tired. They look like, man, we've had a long season. We run hard. We play hard defense. But we're a little tired right about this time of year.
Yeah. Sorry to use the phrase double-edged sword again.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to use it again, right? Like Houston, they are more battle-tested going into this dance than they have ever been. They were in the ACC for years. You didn't play the same schedule in the ACC that you do in the Big 12. So they've gone up against a lot of really, really good teams in the best conference in the sport. So they should be ready for this. But on the other hand, they're tired. It takes a lot to go through a Big 12 schedule.
Well, it takes a lot to play the kind of defense they play, too.
100%. And they won the league, which is incredibly impressive in year 1. They made it all the way to the conference tournament championship. So they played a lot of games against a lot of good teams. And you're right. They play that relentless 40 minutes of in-your-face defense that requires high energy all the time. That can take a toll.
Yes.
So maybe Houston, from playing that gauntlet of a Big 12 slate, maybe they are a little bit more exhausted, and maybe that means they're not going as far.
It's not like they're losing week 1 or 2, though.
Well, they play the winner if they get by my Longwood.
Yes, they get by your Longwood.
Longwood.
Yes.
They will play the winner of Texas A&M and Nebraska.
Wow.
Which, look, I think I'm going to have Houston in the Final Four, so I'm going to pick Houston to win that game. But those are 2 solid teams playing pretty good basketball. They both made deep runs in their respective conference tournaments.
You're right.
A&M, I mean, you want stars this time of year. Wade Taylor the fourth, that guy is a star, and he's been red hot in the month of March. Nebraska's got, what do they call him? He's like the Japanese Curry. Keisei Tominaga is the guy's name. He's a beast.
Fires it up now.
Oh, guy's their best player.
He's a lefty? I think he's a little lefty, too.
Can't remember. I've watched him play only 20 times this year. How would I know a basic question like that? He's very good. I mean, look, either of those teams can maybe give Houston a challenge.
Because they're hot, right? Both those teams are hot right now.
Both those teams are hot right now. But, yeah, just looking at their draw, Houston, I don't think I'm going to have Houston winning it all for the third straight year, but I think I'm going to have them in the Final Four.
Sure.
I mean, that's Marquette is your 2 seed in that region. I sure as hell am not picking a Shaka Smart team to make a deep run. You got Kentucky as the 3. Team's loaded with talent, but they're young. And I just feel like, I don't trust John Calipari in March anymore. And then Duke as the 4. Yeah, I think Houston is far and away the best team in that South region. So even though they did look like dog crap against Iowa State on Saturday in the most recent game that we've seen them play, still feel like they are the best team.
There's some teams in the SEC I like. I mean, I like Auburn.
I love Auburn.
I think Mississippi State's pretty doggone good.
Yeah. Yeah, the SEC 8 teams.
South Carolina's not bad. I mean, they've got some teams right now.
They got 8 teams in the field.
Yeah.
So did the Big 12, right? Oklahoma, the first team out. Most people thought the Big 12 was going to get 9, but ultimately they only got 8, and the SEC got 8 as well. So Big 12 still better. But, yeah, I mean, the SEC, you got Tennessee as a 2 seed. You've got Kentucky as a 3 seed. Yeah, South Carolina's in there. Auburn's in there. You go down the list. Mississippi State is in there. It was a good year.
Ole Miss is in there, correct?
No. Chris Beard did not make it.
Wow.
Yeah, they were kind of a bubble team for a lot of the year.
Well, they started out on fire.
Yeah, they played nobody in the non-con.
So they were like 11-0.
Yeah, I think they were. I think they were like 15-0 at one point.
Wow.
But they were playing nothing but cupcakes before they got into league play. And then once they got into the SEC, once again, the SEC had a very, very good college basketball year. So it's not going to be easy when Texas goes in there.
That's right.
But Ole Miss was 20-12 this year overall. 7-11, shout out to 7-11 in conference play. They finished 10th in the league. So, 11 of their 12 losses came against SEC competition.
20-12.
Just goes to show you how little they played outside of the league. So, no Chris Beard in the tournament this year. But, Mississippi State, A&M, I mean, once again, 8 teams from the SEC getting in. Okay, Auburn I like a lot. I'm going to have them beating UConn. I'm going to have Auburn in my Final Four. I'm going to have Houston in my Final Four. I've not figured out the other 2 regions. So that's the top half of the bracket. I don't know who I have in the Midwest, which is where Texas is. I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to have Texas in my
No, they're not going to be in the Final Four.
No, sorry to let anybody down there. And then the North Carolina, the West region, where Arizona. Like I think I would pick Arizona if the Final Four wasn't in Phoenix. Like I don't know what it is. I don't know if there's that weird Super Bowl stat that no longer exists. Remember, forever, no team ever played a Super Bowl in their home stadium. Then LA did it, and then Tampa did it like right afterwards. So it's happened twice in the last 5 years. I don't know if that statistic exists for March Madness, but man, I thought Houston was going to do it last year because the Final Four was in Houston last year, and they got bounced in the Sweet 16. So I had something about just the Final Four being in Phoenix. I feel like it adds a little extra pressure to Arizona, and that scares me a little bit. So I don't know. I got to figure out who I got coming out of that region. We'll see. Make sure y'all sign up for our free Bracket Madness contest.
Free.
By the way, we've got tons of great prizes we'll be giving away, tons of gift cards for you people.
Is the randomizer working today?
The randomizer is working today. We got a Cabo Bob's gift card.
Bob, yeah.
$50 Cabo Bob's gift card. Yeah. We'll give you the details on that.
Is there baseball this weekend, or are they taking off?
Baseball is tonight and this weekend. Texas baseball team back at it this evening against Air Force. It's a 2-game midweek series. So a game tonight and a game tomorrow at the Dish.
Needless to say, they need both of them.
Yeah, after dropping 2 of 3 to a sub-500 Washington team, you would really like to take 2 of 2 from Air Force.
I was trying yesterday to figure out what we can beat Washington in track and field.
No, we can't. We can't beat Washington.
Track and field?
Swimming and diving, volleyball, track and field, softball. I don't care where we're ranked.
It's too wet during track season there.
Dude, they'll find a way to beat us. It's just what they do. That's our kryptonite right now. Texas always has a purple kryptonite. was K-State for a while,
Ooh.
and it was TCU for a while. Feels like we kind of figured those two out. Now it's Washington. That's a team outside of our conference that has become a kryptonite. We can't figure out how to beat UW.
So get them
anything.
off the schedule. Just don't put them on anything.
If I see them on the basketball schedule next year, I'm betting my apartment complex, not just my unit, the whole complex on Washington to beat us. Terrified by them. But yeah, baseball back tonight. But we do have so the bracket challenge. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link in the video description. If you're listening on the app, just go to our Twitter at TS Unfiltered. It's the pinned tweet at the top of our profile. We'll tweet and post about it all week long. Obviously, you have until Thursday to sign up. So a couple more days to get those signups in. Once again, free to enter. You get one bracket. That is it. We're not doing 6, 60, 600, none of that crap. We do one bracket here with TSU. But yeah, you get to compete against all of us. You get to compete against all of your TSU agents and fellow listeners. Once again, a chance to win some great prizes as well.
Nice.
All right, that Cabo Bob's gift card. Yeah, the randomizer will be out today, even though, whoa, table's starting to shake a little bit here. Randomizer is already getting some.
Oh, is it starting to work?
Working, I guess.
Good job.
The randomizer will be out before the end of the show. We will be giving away a $50 Cabo Bob's gift card, not thanks to Texas baseball, but thanks to Texas softball.
Thank you.
Because they swept BYU over the weekend. Sorry about that, Brigham. We'll be giving away $50 Cabo Bob gift card before the end of the show. All you have to do to register, leave a comment if you're watching on YouTube, or send us a text on the CODA text line 512-222-9328. Doesn't matter what you say, just leave a comment so we know you're tuned in. And it doesn't matter how many texts or how many comments, you get one entry per person. And yeah, before the top of the 10 o'clock hour, we will have a winner for that.
Question for you, BK.
Yes, sir.
NFL draft coming up. Top 10 picks, maybe 5 quarterbacks, possibly 5.
Ooh, I would say 4. I mean, I guess there's a chance we get a 5th, but I think your
wide receiver is going to sneak in there.
I think
you're
going
to top 10.
Yeah, you're going to get 3. You're going to get 4 quarterbacks. I think the top 3 picks will all be QBs, right? Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, in some order. Those will be your top 3 picks because all 3 of the teams drafting in the top 3 desperately need QBs. Sure. So those 3 guys will go. I think JJ McCarthy's going to end up going
in the top
10.
Really?
Yep. It might be a trade-up situation, or it might be – let me pull up the order here. Maybe the Giants at 6.
They're talking about him 6 or 7.
But I think Minnesota without Kirk Cousins, they're picking at 11. I could see them trading in. I could see Denver. They got rid of Russell Wilson. I could see them trading in. Vegas is at 13. I could see them trading in. So, yeah, ultimately I think we'll have 4 QBs going in the top 10. Mm-hmm. I think 3 receivers will go. With Maserati Marv, with Roma Dunze from Washington, and with Malik Neighbors from LSU.
Wow.
And the other 3 picks, I think you'll see it 1 or 2 offensive linemen and 1 defensive player.
Okay.
1 or 2 defensive players. I guess that math adds up.
The outside linebacker for Alabama?
Yeah, Dallas Turner could be that guy. Jared Verse, the edge rusher from Florida State. Those are one of those 2 are probably going to be your first defensive player off the board. And then the offensive lineman, you got Joe Alt from Notre Dame, who could go in the top 10. You've got who's the other offensive lineman who's expected to go that high in the draft? There's one more offensive lineman that I'm not thinking of. Brock Bowers could potentially go in the top 10 as well. That's a name to look out for. The tight end out of Georgia, J.C. Latham, Olu Fashanu. Those are the other tackles that I was thinking of. So, yeah, I think 4 quarterbacks, 3 receivers, and then 3 others. Going on that night 1.
Yeah, I'm real interested to see how quick Bowers goes. I mean, there's a weapon right there that you can use. It just not just what the tight ends do in the NFL, but he's a special weapon.
Brock Bowers?
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, he is something different. I mean, he was you couldn't guard that guy.
No.
Like he had that Kelsey to him where it's like, how is this guy so wide open?
Yeah.
Like, he's the best player on the team. How is he still so
Why aren't
open?
there 2 guys on him?
Exactly. And then you watch the replay and it's like, oh shit, no, they were actually covering this guy. He just got open somehow, some way.
Well, he's a catch and run guy too.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I'm not saying Brock Bowers is the next Travis Kelce. I mean, Kelsey's one of the best tight ends in the history of the game, but he's got that. You just watch him play, and you're right. They get the ball in his hands often, and he just makes guys miss. He runs over dudes.
He's a slot receiver, not just a tight end.
Yep, you can flex him outside, and he's going to make some things happen. So, yeah, he is a tremendous pass-catching tight end. And whatever team gets him, he's going to elevate that offense. He's going to be a safety blanket for the quarterback in the red zone and in the middle of the field. And I'm looking at Mel Kiper's, I think this is his most recent mock draft. Yeah, he actually updated this morning. I didn't even realize he released something new. He's got Brock Bowers going to the Jets at 10.
Yeah, they need another weapon.
So Aaron Rodgers, Garrett Wilson.
Aaron who?
The future vice president of the United States of America.
That guy.
Please show Mr. VP some respect.
That dude's not going to show.
We have to call the vice president Mr. or Mrs. Vice President. Everyone says Mr. President. Is Kamala Harris like Mrs. Vice President?
No, she's just Kamala.
Okay. It's because she's a woman?
Yeah.
Or,
well, we call Joe Joe.
You don't call him Sleepy Joe?
No, I don't call him names.
I call him Joey Buckets.
Joey Buckets.
I got nicknames for all the presidents out there. But, yeah, Aaron Rodgers potentially getting a weapon because, yes, Aaron Rodgers will be the quarterback for the Jets. Brock Bowers ending up there with Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall, some of the other skill position players they've got with the Jets.
That's a buy-in. Now, you tell me you're buying in. That's buying in.
On?
Because Robert Saleh will be fired if they come up what they did last year.
Oh, yeah. If the Jets miss the playoffs, even if Aaron Rodgers gets hurt again, I think Robert Saleh gets fired. I mean, all the stories coming out about him, hit pieces, rumors from the players getting into spats with him, and just it seems like some disalignment going on within that Jets organization now.
They need to win some games.
They got to make the playoffs and maybe win in the playoffs.
Yes,
especially if Aaron Rodgers is going to play more than one series for the team in 2024. So Mel Kiper's most recent mock, while I have it up, he only has 3 quarterbacks going in the top 10.
Okay.
But he has J.J. McCarthy going 11 to your Vi-Queens.
Okay.
He has Bo Nix going 12 to Denver. So he's got 5 in the top 12, 3 in the top 10, but 5 in the top 12. And he's saying that, neither one of those teams will have to trade up to get their franchise quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, Bo Nix, that's another one. I mean, is he worth a 12? You say he has him at 12?
He has him at 12. I know Wags is a big Bo Nix guy. Wags has gone on Chaos Theory multiple times and said he thinks Bo Nix is the best quarterback in this class.
Wow.
Yeah, even though he's probably going to be the 5th one drafted, there's a chance. Nobody knows how this works. We say it all the time. Nobody is perfect. Nobody's even close to perfect when it comes to evaluating quarterbacks going from college to the NFL. So
I just know that whoever's going to Chicago is going to eventually suck.
Flop.
Yes.
That's probably Caleb Williams.
And Caleb Williams now, and Chicago's building around. They're bringing in, they're gonna spend all their time trying to not only get him, but putting people around him, because they're going to be the greatest show throwing the football around. They just are. They have to do something for their fans.
The Bears?
Yeah.
Man, they've done a good job this offseason in terms of
they have.
bolstering their roster. Right, that Keenan Allen trade I thought was a really savvy move. They brought in DeAndre Swift in free agency.
The other 20 tight ends that they still have.
They've got Rojo in the backfield too as RB2. They've got 21, 22 tight ends now. Yep. DJ Moore is still there as their number 1 receiver. So, I mean, they've got 2 top 10 picks. Don't forget, they've got their own pick at number 9. Obviously, the pick that they have at the top of the draft is the one they got from the Bryce Young trade last year. Yeah, the Bears could get Caleb Williams, and they could get Dallas Turner or Jared Verse. They could maybe get the best offensive player and the best defensive player
That's true.
in the same draft this year. So the Bears are seemingly doing the right things, but it is the Bears.
They are the Bears. You're absolutely right.
And they still suck.
Wow.
They always have, and I think they always will. So
all this time we won't be talking about the Cowboys because
what are they doing?
I don't know what they're going to do.
Well, people will still talk about the Cowboys. This is the genius of Jerry Jones.
Because we want to be talked about.
By not doing shit, the Cowboys are the most talked about team in the offseason. It's genius. Like if they were just doing average moves, right? If they were middle of the pack in terms of free agent spending and in terms of the amount of players they're bringing in, what's the story there? You either have to be the biggest spender or the lowest spender, and the Cowboys are doing the latter right now, and they're a huge story because of it. It's genius marketing.
They got no running backs.
Well, they got Rico Dowdle. What more do you want?
He signed him.
They got Malik Davis. They've got Deuce Vaughn, Austin Zone.
No.
You want more than that?
Yes.
You don't want an actual starting running back, do you?
No, I just want a bunch of backups.
Yeah, well, okay. You got your wish. You're
going to have to pay your quarterback.
You don't want an offensive lineman. You don't want a left tackle. That'd be silly.
No, they're going to get a left tackle.
First round of the draft.
They're going to take – they're getting left tackle if they're available.
Yeah, there's going to be some available. And Mel Kiper has the Cowboys taking Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma right now, and the Cowboys have been very good at drafting offensive linemen in the first round. You look at Tyron Smith, of course, who just left. You look at Zach Martin. You look at Travis Frederick. You look at Tyler Smith, who they took a couple of years ago. Even picks that at the time were deemed controversial. Usually it works out when the Cowboys go O-line in the first round. I would have preferred them to bring back Tyron Smith.
Yeah, I would have too. Now that I check it out, I mean, you're just letting the Jets get what they want.
1 year deal too. I mean, it's
yeah. I mean, would he have signed with Dallas for a 1 year deal or no?
I think so.
You think so?
I think if he got the same contract offer from the Cowboys, he would have taken it. It's not a ton of base money. It's very incentive laden, and it could be upwards of $20 million. So it could be a big price tag that the Jets are paying. But look, if Tyron Smith stays healthy, he's that good. He's worthy of $20 million a year.
If he only misses 3 games, he's staying healthy.
Yeah, you take that in a heartbeat.
Absolutely.
I think he missed 4 last year, and he was great for the Cowboys in the 13 games.
Yes, if that dude misses 3, you're very fortunate.
I'm with you on that. All right, well, while we've got the Kuiper mock draft up, well, I guess there's no point in looking at the Texans because they don't have a first-round pick anymore. They traded that last week to Minnesota.
There you go.
So now your Vikings have the 23rd pick in the draft. So the Cowboys, the only Texas team with a first-round pick at the moment. And once again, Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma, the selection from Mel Kiper Jr. in his latest mock that came out this morning at 5:30 a.m. The hair gel was up early today.
He's ready to go.
He is ready to go. You think his hair looks that good that early?
No.
You think he sleeps with the hair gel in?
Then he's got to get under one of those big hair dryers like the ladies get in there.
Oh, that guy's definitely a blow dryer
He's
guy.
a big blow dryer guy.
He's got like a 15-minute hair routine at least.
I'm telling you, Harbaugh's taking JJ as the backup for the Chargers.
But the 5th pick?
Yeah.
What? No.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
What would the people do there? Would they just go crazy?
They would want him fired.
Yes, they would.
He'd be the first coach to be hired and fired in the same offseason.
You're taking that guy?
Yeah. They have a quarterback.
Yeah, we just lost our wide receiver, and you just took that guy?
They lost 2 receivers. Remember, they released Mike Williams as well. They traded Keenan Allen for pennies on the dollar.
Well, both of them are injury-prone dudes anyway. Mike Williams is really injury-prone.
Yeah, he is.
I mean,
but he's still good.
He's still good when he's playing.
They don't have anybody who's good anymore. They got to get a receiver, whether it's Marvin Harrison or
they still have the
Tunze.
running back. Little guy's still with them, right?
Nope. Austin Eckler signed with
What the hell are they doing? They just revamping the entire offense now, huh?
The Commies. Eckler going to the Commanders this offseason. So I don't know who the Chargers have. I mean, they got Quentin Johnston. They took in the first round. He was terrible last year.
Yes.
Terrible last year. Gus Edwards. They signed Gus Edwards for Baltimore.
Yeah, well, his injury.
Yeah.
He's just one misstep off the bus from being hurt too.
This is bad. Looking at the Chargers skill guys, Gus Edwards, Josh Palmer is their number 1 receiver. Will Dissly is their number 1 tight end.
No, they don't have a lot of skilled players.
That is yikes.
And Keenan Allen had such a good year last year.
I know, and all they got was a 4th for him.
Wow.
It's cap cutting. Anybody who says the salary cap is a farce, just look at what the Chargers
you're right.
had to do. They had to shed a lot of money to pay some of the guys that they did keep and some of the guys that they're going to have to pay and keep.
And the money they had to pay their coach to get that dude.
Yeah, that doesn't count against the salary cap, but it is a lot of money that they did have to pay to lure Jim Harbaugh away from the cheaters and go to Los Angeles. All right, before we get back into some Texas spring football, how about another sponsor shout-out, Buck?
Folks at Relax the Back. No, I don't have my roadie chair here with me. Of course, it's still in the garage. But
never do.
Let me tell you something, folks. I've got a wonderful chair that I've been using from Relax the Back for the last 20 years, and I love it. Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. And believe me, my back could not be happier. And they've got everything that you need over at Relax the Back. Of course, they've got those zero-gravity recliners. They've got the wonderful pillows there, and the pillows that just fit you like a glove. You never thought a pillow would be important to you. Then go over and check the ones that they have off the Tempur-Pedic pillows they have at Relax the Back. They've got numerous pillows just for you, stand-up desk. They've got it all. Select office chairs available for you. They've got 2 wonderful locations. Of course, they've got one down south, and that's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods. And in Austin up north at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Absolutely. Love our great friends at Relax the Back. Also, shout out to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems.
Oh, yeah. It's cool this morning, wasn't it?
The heat might have kicked on for some of you out
I know.
there. It was 41 degrees when I woke up.
Absolutely.
About 6 a.m. today. Yeah, the heat may have kicked on. If something was wrong with that, then you got to call Woods Comfort Systems.
For sure.
More importantly, as the weather continues to heat up here in Central Texas, you got to make sure your AC unit is working properly. And Woods Comfort Systems will take care of everything for you. They've been in business for almost 70 years here in Central Texas. They handle AC maintenance, repair, and installation. So if you need a new system, if you're building a new house that needs an AC unit, Woods Comfort Systems will take care of you. They handle ductwork. They handle attic insulation. No, by the way, plumbing services as well. Just give them a call, 512-842-5066. That's 512-842-5066. Or check them out online at woodscomfortsystems.com. Woods Comfort Systems, where comfort is our middle name.
I was outside yesterday in the garden getting my garden ready, and I was getting ready. I'm putting up some roses, some climbing roses on the back side of my fence.
Climbing roses.
Well, I needed some roses. You know why? Because you need the beers to help out your garden. You need the bees. And the bees love these little kind of teacup roses, the little ones, not the big ones, but the little small ones.
Okay.
So I'm going to put some climbing roses. Plus, I don't want to have to see the neighbors next door. But Leaf Landscaping.
That's the real reason right there.
And Supply Services, Monterey Oaks 290 South, and, of course, Pond Springs Road up north. All your needs for a healthier and beautiful landscape for sure. And as I said, if you're that landscaper that wants to do it yourself, find out from the guys at Leaf, whether it's up north or down south. Let them talk to you about which plants are going to work for you. They have trees, flowers. They've got all the roses that you need, the shrubs that you need. I love the place. Succulents, if you're thinking of doing a xeriscape. I mean, I like it where it's just you don't have to do anything. You don't have to mow anything. You don't have to really water anything.
Yeah.
Just cactus. Just cactus and some stones.
You're a cactus guy?
Yeah, xeriscape is one of the best ways to do it. I've got some parts of my property that have that. And, of course, Leaf, they have all of those. They have all the different types of cactuses and all the shrubs and things that will fit and work when there's not going to be any water around, when Didi's not going to make it rain. You know what I'm saying? So go see the folks at Leaf Landscapes and Supply Services. Go to leaflandscapesupply.com, folks.
That's right. Leaflandscapesupply.com is the website, and they will take care of you.
Tell them we sent you.
Tell them we sent you. Yeah, they might hook you up with a little bit of a discount.
Yes, indeed.
Go by and tell them you heard it from Bucky and BK and Texas Sports Unfiltered. Oh, man, speaking of cactus, while I'm talking, I'm going to try to pull up this video for you. I forgot to cut it last night. I saw this guy playing some sort of Muni course, and
oh, no, he didn't fall in it.
He didn't fall in it, but he might as well have fallen in it. I mean, he was in a horrible spot. He was in some dirt, and there was a cactus around, and these guys are acting like Happy Gilmore, right? Play it as it lies.
Don't pull it out from the cactus there.
These dudes think they're on the actual live tour or the fake PGA tour that you like to talk about. And, he ended up with some cactus stuck in his arm. We'll load this video here real quick
as Rodney gets ready.
As we let y'all know where we are. Once again, it's Circuit of the Americas NASCAR at COTA Race Weekend, March 22nd through the 24th, featuring the Echo Park Automotive Grand Prix Cup Series race.
The Grand Prix.
It's the Grand Prix. Look
Rodney,
at the spelling.
This guy?
Look at the spelling. Hopefully COTA doesn't kick us out. We got an extra headset. Rodney can jump on with us.
Okay, well, I'm going to go and do a little something.
Oh.
I
got to smoke a lung dart or something?
No. I did go to, remember where I ate?
Oh, no. The Waffle House. It's coming back for the buck right now. The Bubble Guts have arrived here. We'll have to show you this golfing video when you get back, as our man Double R, our NASCAR and racing expert, is out here with us at COTA. What's up, brother?
How you doing, man?
Fantastic.
Good time to be out here, man. Never been out here quite this early. It's really cool to see the transformation of the place, because it's like it undergoes an amazing facelift from Formula One to NASCAR with sponsors and colors, and you got a lot of hardworking folks out here already.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got here a little before 7 a.m. this morning, and there were hundreds of people already out doing stuff.
Yeah,
they are setting things up for what should be a fun weekend here in Austin. And you're right, this is a beautiful facility. Just gets better every single time I come out here. And they're expecting a big crowd, and it's an exciting couple of races coming to town too.
I really think so. There's a lot, we can dig into it later in the week. I mean, there's a lot of momentum right now coming off of the Bristol race. It just happened on Sunday. That was quite the story with everything that happened right there. So I really think that you know what you end up having out here is it becomes very much like a county fair atmosphere, BK. It's like, you know, the race, I mean, I hate to say it, a lot of times the races kind of become the sideshow because you've got music, you've got fun, you've got all kinds of cool stuff for adults and kids. I mean, it's a good time, and thank goodness it looks like weather is going to hold out. This time around.
Yeah, last weekend the weather here very dicey. Thankfully the race is coming up this weekend. It didn't happen last weekend because I don't know if they would have been able to get it in with some of the weather we had these last few days, but should be a great weekend out here. And on top of, you know, all the scheduled events that you talked about, in addition to the 3 races that are happening on Saturday and Sunday, I always tell people, the people watching out here, I mean, that's worth the price of admission in itself, just to walk around and see some of the diehard NASCAR fans who come from all over the country and all over the world to experience this. That right there, that's worth coming out here alone.
It really is. And I think that's something that is going to bode well, I think, especially here. See, this is the first road course race of the year for NASCAR. They haven't been on a road course yet. But I think what's going to really bode well is that NASCAR kind of fell into that thing with a Netflix series as well, and it got behind the scenes and people really honed in. You watch right now with Denny Hamlin, for example. He is kind of the black hat guy right now, and people just are all over his ass all the time, and he backs up what he does. He wins. We saw tremendous success in Formula One with that project, and I think that we're really going to feel that here, because people want to come here and they want to see behind the scenes, and you get so much access here. That's really the cool part.
Especially if you come out here on Friday, right? For some of the practice and some of the qualifying. Like, that's, you know, I'm not telling people not to come out here Saturday and Sunday because the races are what the races are. But yeah, Friday, that's where I feel like you get your most access.
That's really the day to do it, because you can move around the paddock, and there's not, I mean, obviously you don't want to come out here and be a bonehead and do anything stupid, but it's one of those scenarios where if you try to navigate yourself around here at a Formula One race, your ass is going to lock up. I mean, because they will not let you get within the paddock. I mean, it's a very different vibe. And that's what I tell people that have only been to the U.S. Grand Prix. I'm like, come to a NASCAR race and see the difference, and you actually become a part of it.
Yeah,
a big time part of it.
That feels like a thing with NASCAR in general, right? Because I've been to a race here, and I've been to Texas Motor Speedway a couple of times, and you get access that you don't get with Formula One and just with other sports in general. I mean, you literally can get right there too. And it's obviously the days leading up to the race, but even on race day, like, they let you walk around to places that it's like, oh shit, I'm allowed to be here.
I've got the funniest story.
Yeah.
So this was probably about 10 years ago at Texas Motor Speedway. It was after a Saturday practice. I'm just roaming around the garage. You know, I wasn't even a media member, quote unquote, at the time. I was just a fan. And I go into the Jimmy Johnson garage. Car sitting there, the hood's up, and I'm like, there's nobody around.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm looking over there, and I feel somebody walk up, and it's Chad Knaus, you know, his mechanic.
Yep.
And he goes, you like what you see right there? I'm like, man, this is really good. He's like, get the fuck out. So that's one of my best stories, is Chad Knaus actually told me to get the fuck out of the garage.
Was he pissed? Was he actually pissed?
I think I felt bad for invading his space.
Yeah.
I don't think he was pissed off.
He must have been cheating or something. He's like, Double R's about to rat us out here.
There's always a lot of talk about what those guys did back in those days.
That's why they're winning all those championships.
That's exactly right.
Some dice is going on.
Yeah.
All right, the Buck is back. I'm glad you're here, though, because you get to hear this story as well, Rodney. But I made sure – I'm scared to tell this story. But I made sure that we got these broadcasts approved before I told this story. But back when I was in college at the University of Texas, the fraternity I was in had a date event out here. Our fraternity formal was out here at Circuit of the Americas. A guy in the fraternity had a family connection out to this place, and the fine folks at COTA, our guy Bobby Epstein and company, they were nice enough to give us our own private room on just a random Saturday night during the school year. No race going on. We were the big event that was out here at COTA.
It wasn't the Porsche wasn't out here?
No, we were making that much money in college. And more specifically, our parents were making that much money.
There you go.
In college. But we bust out from West Campus, UT, out here to Circuit of the Americas, and we got kicked out at COTA before the night was over, and they told us our fraternity was never invited back for any event ever again.
Don't return.
We had guys, had a nice open bar set up for us. We had guys walking around the bar trying to steal bottles of liquor. think we had a dude take a leak from the grandstand onto the track.
Wow.
It was all sorts of just shenanigans. For the record, none of that was me. I was not going to do.
Oh yeah, good job by you.
I was not going to do something like that to a place like this. And also the family connect that we had is like one of my best friends' dad.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, I really am not going to be the guy to mess around here. But yeah, that was a negative COTA experience.
And he knew Bobby.
And it was, he knew Bobby very well. Yeah, that one was our bad. And the Jewish fraternity at Texas was never invited back here.
Wow.
Thankfully, there's no no-fly list to where my name's on it, to where they're like, oh yeah, if we ever see BK or anybody else who was at that party, they're not allowed in. Thankfully, there's nothing like that has happened, and I've had some amazing experiences at COTA, and I've been lucky enough to be a part of a lot of the F1 races here, NASCAR races here, and I'm super excited. And I'm going to Vegas tomorrow. I'll be there till Sunday, but my flight back lands at like 12. I might be able to catch the race here at 2:30 on Sunday.
That's true.
Which, if I survive Vegas and still have any money left to work with. But this is a great facility, and
the facility here is unbelievable. From here to the bathroom, I had to call Kenfield golf carts to come get me because it's a haul. This place is massive around here.
How you feeling, by the way, after the bathroom run?
Good.
5 pounds lighter?
No, I just had to pee. So drinking all this, got to keep hydrated now. That's the new word.
The water, and the Ollie Pops,
Water, more water. Ollie Pop, Gatorade. Drink.
It's a good thing.
No soda. Just keep going. But this place is so big. It just really is. And it is so beautiful. Everything is so pristine here. I mean, that lady was up here vacuuming this whole building. She had a little vacuum on her back like Ghostbusters.
Oh, yeah.
It was cool walking around doing that stuff.
Well, she was actually Jetpack Man from DKR.
This is her new gig?
That's her new gig. She keeps the jetpack on her at all times just in case she needs to take off.
But in the men's room, we have our toilets for standing. Like Louisiana, you can't pee on the floor here. It fits just perfect.
Did you not go to the urinal?
The urinal, all shapes and sizes. Yeah. Right there, right where you can't miss.
Oh, it's like floor length? Does it go all the way down to the ground?
No, it doesn't get to the ground.
Okay.
It makes sure that there's no spillage.
Yeah.
So Louisiana man can't come in here and he would have to just totally turn sideways in order to.
Yeah. Those guys, here's the bathroom right here. Those guys turn around and start.
So
that's what they do in Louisiana.
Oh, Louisiana people would have a real tough time here. It's right there.
You just walk in, you see the guy's Johnson because he's peeing on the walkway,
or he's peeing on your leg. That's their tradition there. Hard to have that tradition here.
Yeah.
Good job.
And they'll clean it up if you do. But please don't come here and do something like that.
Stay in Louisiana.
We like this place.
Man, oh man.
Did you eat one of the cakes?
Urinal
cakes?
No, it smells good in that.
I was about to say, sometimes those things smell good. It's intriguing. Early in the morning, it's probably a fresh one. That was your chance to have some dessert. No. It was good. What a beautiful place. So gross. Yep. This place is not gross. This place is awesome. And we love that we are a small part of.
And once again, we'll be here again Friday.
Yep.
You will not be here. Rodney and the gang will be here.
Rodney and Wags will be out here Friday, and maybe some special interview guests.
Oh,
too,
yeah. I hope so.
We'll get y'all set for the big races coming up this weekend out at COTA. Once again, 2 on Saturday. You've got the Truck Series and the Xfinity Series, and, of course, the Cup race coming up on Sunday. This is the 4th year of NASCAR. You've had 3 different winners at COTA in the Cup race, but you have had back-to-back winners in both the Xfinity race and the Truck Series race. So we'll see if we get a couple of three-peats in those. But, it's been a fun start to the NASCAR season. This is the 6th race of the year, and the first road course race, as our man Double R just talked about a couple of moments ago.
Tickets are available.
NASCAR at COTA.com is the website. They got great ticket packages. Once again, if you purchase a main grandstand ticket, you're going to receive a free track pass to get some of the access that Double R and I were talking about. If you purchase 2 tickets in the exclusive Daniel Suarez section of Turn 12, you get 2 tickets for $99, and they'll give you a free soda as well as a part of that. But that's an exclusive club that you can get into. College tickets are $25. Wonder if you can bring out the old student ID. You think I can use my Texas ID?
On. You can probably get away with it.
You think I could get away with that? Do I look the same as
Yes, you do.
the way I did when I was 18?
You can get away with it.
And, of course, in prime NASCAR fashion, NASCAR does a great job of paying respects to our servicemen and women and our veterans as well. Discounted tickets courtesy of Geico if you are currently serving or have served our great country. So NASCAR@COTA.com. They've got a pre-race concert on Sunday. We talked about some of the charity events coming here this weekend. They've got the live auction on Friday. You can even drive your car out here on Friday if you sign up. NASCAR.
Not mine.
NASCAR@COTA. No, you do not want the Subaru Outback on this track. Well, that'd be a disaster. NASCAR@COTA.com, the website for more information. And you can get some resale tickets at centextickets.com
Oh,
too.
for sure.
But the place to go to find out everything you need, once again, NASCAR@COTA.com. Now, before we get back into some Texas spring football, I got to show you that golf video that I teased.
Yeah, let me see that bad boy.
How about a word from our man Tom McKay over at Audio Visual Consultations?
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audio Visual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Yes,
Thank you,
indeed.
Tom.
Thank you very much, Tom. Reminder about the Cabo Bob's giveaway we're doing. You've got about 18 minutes left to enter that. All you have to do is leave a text on the COTA text line, 512-222-9328, or just leave a comment on YouTube if you're watching us there this morning. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter how many things you say. You will be entered to win that $50 gift card from our friends at Cabo Bob's. And, of course, be sure to join our tournament challenge. There's a link in the description on YouTube. There's a link to sign up on our Texas Sports Unfiltered Twitter account. It's free to enter, and we'll have tons of great prizes to give away. We might give prizes to the top 5 winners.
Now you're talking.
So we're going to hook you up. You know, everyone gets a trophy. We can do that.
Everyone gets a
time.
trophy.
Yeah,
I like that.
We might hook up 5 folks with the bracket challenge that we've got going on. Of course, the brackets are due by Thursday, so make sure you sign up and fill them out by the time we get to Thursday.
Let me say good morning to our friends over at Sue Patrick's.
Yes.
BK, Jay Willems and Sue Patrick. Been doing it since 1975. An incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and, of course, a lot more. They've got a wide variety of men's and women's clothing there. They offer free shipping, of course, online orders over $49. Free curbside pickup as well. And there's always plenty of parking space over at Sue Patrick's, 5222 Burnett Road. Go to SuePatricks.com for more information. All the polos are there. All you golfers,
Yep.
All the new polos are out. And if you're really a part of this Longhorn baseball team, which you still should be, let's go. You got all the baseball caps that you need. Jay's ready to get rid of those caps.
Oh, yeah.
I love the caps over there.
Hey, the caps are still sweet.
Caps. They are.
And you can wear them to basketball games, football
You don't
games.
necessarily have to wear them to the baseball games.
Softball
games.
Yeah, you know, the other sports that are doing a little bit better than Texas baseball right now.
Well, they'll get it to going tonight. They need to get it cranked up.
They do. You know, they got Air Force coming to town.
They need to win both those games, as a matter of fact. They don't need to split with Air Force.
No, they need to win both of these games.
Yes.
And I said it yesterday. I hate playing the academies, man. I feel
hard
so
to root
bad.
against them.
I feel so bad beating them, but you gotta win.
Got to win these.
Both of these
for sure.
2 games. All right, so I have not listened to the sound of this video. We've got one version with sound and one without sound of some incident that took place on a golf course somewhere. How's that for
not in a plane, huh?
Descriptor. Not in a plane. Trey says he's got some more plane stories for the midday show today,
boy.
which means we'll have some to talk about tomorrow morning. But I think we're in Arizona here just based on the cacti we're about to show you. I'm going to call NSFW.
Okay.
You got kids in the car, maybe earmuffs for the children out there. And if you're at work, just be careful. So we'll show it with sound first, and then we will show it without sound of some viral golf video of some jabroni.
Oh my fucking God, dude. Yo. Can you rip this out of my hand? What?
Oh, that ain't ever coming out of his hand.
Okay, so now without sound, and we'll try to describe this if you're tuned in on the app. This guy I mean, his ball is right under a small cactus. And instead of just moving it a couple of feet,
like my guys would do,
like anybody sane would do, he just tries to play it as it lies. He takes a swing. His club gets cut in half. It gets chopped on the cactus, and he's got cactus stuck in his arm.
I mean, he's got a limb from a cactus. He doesn't have
no, not just the prickles.
No, he's got a limb.
Yeah, he's got
stuck in his hand.
Yeah,
and that's on the back of his hand.
Boom. I mean, look, yeah, the club breaks. You see the iron completely snap in half against the.
It's on his wrist and the back of his hand,
and it's just stuck. I don't know how he's not like screaming or writhing in pain.
I would be on the ground like a 2-year-old right now, going just out of my mind.
I would have been crying, I think, if that happened. I mean, that's absolutely insane. What is this guy thinking?
Dude, when I get cacti just a little bit by accident, it drives me insane.
Yeah, one little prickle.
Yeah, that thing right there is in there for life. It never goes away. You know what I'm saying? You get them all. You think you got them all, and then 5 years later, you touch your hand, and there's still that stuff's never going away.
Yeah, and the caption of that says first round of golf on our boys trip. So that guy had a few rounds he was going to play out there.
What he needed to do is go ahead and take part of that arm off.
No glove either out there. I mean, he's just raw dogging it right into a cactus.
Right over the top of the cactus right there.
That's an expensive round right there. Because you got to go to a doctor, I'm sure, to at least get that looked at. Like maybe you can pull the cactus out.
We pulled the big part out, but the other 5 million of them still stay in the top of your arm.
You need somebody to help with that. You need a new club because you shattered that club on that swing. And
I'm going directly, packing my stuff, and then having to sit on a plane probably somewhere and go through that pain.
Oh my gosh!
And that would be a tough one for me. That would be like being sober for 23 years. Yeah, I have some other stuff I could take for that though. That's all right.
The Vicodin. That would help with the pain, but until you get all of those little prickles out,
they stay forever.
I was going to say, you would just randomly feel sharp pains from that.
I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen anything so dumb.
That is incredibly dumb. Incredibly dumb. I've seen
this is. I mean, if you're in the live tour and you're making, a gold bar hole, that's different.
Yeah, right.
You got to take that chance.
If you got that Saudi money, these guys are paying to play. That guy paid for that.
he paid for
that swing that broke his club and ended up with a cacti in his arm.
Not just the bristles, but the whole limb is in his arm.
As Longhorn Bear says, he lost his head. He needs more head.
Wow.
More head state coming to town. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, so there's your random-ass golf video of the day.
No, I can't say we move on from that. Like, that's just one of those things like people crapping in the planes, let's just fly on. Mm-hmm. That right there, I'm done for the day. Yeah,
what do you do if you're one of the other players? Like that guy, let's say he was with 3 other guys in a foursome. Do you all have to leave, or do you just send that guy on his way?
Oh, that guy goes on his way. Yeah. No, we continue on because my deal with the Texas Cheaters is if I have a heart attack or something happens and I'm officially dead on the course, strap me like Happy Gilmore to the back like I'm a bag.
Yeah,
and play on.
Or play on.
Put me. Yes. What do you? Well, of course you play on.
If you die,
if I'm dead. What are you going to screw up around the golf because I died?
What if you're dying?
No. I have to officially be dead.
Okay. But if you're dying, what if you're having a heart attack? You're like dying. Do the guys need to help you at that point, or do they need to
help?
You're on your own. We got to play it as it lies.
Well, when one of them comes over, takes the pulse, preferably Steve because he's been in surgery before.
Yeah, not that kind of surgery.
Well, he just hands over the tool.
I was gonna say,
but he can take my pulse if. No, guys, he's officially dead. It's like the Wicked Witch of the West. She's officially dead. Okay, then you know what you do? You strap me to the back with the club.
Of the cart?
Of the cart.
Okay.
And we play on. Or put me on ice.
I know you're done.
Yeah, call the cart girl. Hey, come put him on ice and let's go.
Make her deal with it. Yeah, take out the beers, put this dead guy on ice.
And let's go. No, I don't want them to stop around the golf because I'm dead. I mean, really. Your guys are going to say, wouldn't he want us to go on?
No.
Your
guys would. The Texas Cheaters would. You know what they would do? They would take your wallet out, steal all the money from there. And
here's the money he was going to lose anyway. Let's not forget what he was getting ready to lose, right?
And then they'd continue the round after stealing all of your stuff.
Let's take his clubs. Leave that car behind. Leave the Subaru behind. Just leave it in the parking lot.
Yeah, nobody wants that shit anyways. We'll take all of his valuables.
Leave it in the parking lot.
The carpet munching car can stick around here. I don't have to worry about that at all.
Oh no, that's my rule for them. Is guys,
incredible.
If I'm dead on the golf course, if I die on the golf course, your deal is to finish out the round. I wonder if they could get in trouble for that though.
if they're just carrying a dead guy? Don't you have to report a death?
I
What
don't
if they
know.
report a death and say we're coming, but we're on the back 9 here?
We didn't know exactly when he died, but hey, you fools, when you think of maybe getting him to the hospital. Oh, no, he was officially dead.
Yeah.
But we just decided to carry him along for the ride.
He was actually fine. We took a 9-iron and took him out of his misery. So now he's dead. But I'm having the round of my life, like Caddyshack here.
Yeah.
I can't
you
stop playing.
How can you stop playing?
No.
No, your guys have to keep on playing. That's the respect that you deserve to keep on playing around the golf.
Yeah, I'm 5 over through 14 here. Okay, I can't stop.
No.
This round's got to continue.
But the guy right there with the cactus, he goes home. The rest of the guys keep playing.
Yeah.
He was the idiot that took the swing.
I mean, based on how dumb those guys are, I bet he tried to play. He literally asked his buddy at the end of that cut with sound, like, hey, can you take this out for me? I'm the friend. Hell no. Because then I'm getting cactus in me too.
No.
No
Here,
chance.
put that hand on the ground and let me take a swing at it with this driver.
How much do you trust your buddy right there that he hits the cacti and not the hand?
That's one of the worst I've seen.
Yeah, next level dumb.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
you
survival
see
of the fittest
the
right
quills from a porcupine get like a dog in the face. That right there is, man.
Special.
That is special. That's a special move on his part.
Special. Cooter says, sir, you're supposed to report a death immediately. We didn't know he was dead. He played better that way. That's our guy, Steve, a.k.a. Cooter from Best Wranglers. Another great sponsor here with Texas Sports
Very
Unfiltered.
nice. You played better that way.
You played better dead. That's me. The last time I was on the course, a corpse of me would have been better than the living version of BK.
Wow.
An absolute disaster. All right. Somebody asked about entering our free bracket contest. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link in the video description below. If you're on the app, just go to our Twitter account at TS Unfiltered. And there's a link. It's a pinned tweet at the top of our account. It's right there. So easy to sign up. Most of you already have an ESPN account, I'm sure, from previous fantasy leagues or tournament challenges. You just log in with that, and you make your picks, and boom, you will be entered to win some of the great prizes we will be giving away.
Excitement.
Indeed. All right, spring football, Buck.
Yes,
we got a little less than 10 minutes in the show before we hand things off to Wags and Double R with some chaos theory.
Let me ask you this: do we have the kick? The kicker is back, so we're fine.
Sideshow Bert,
your guy,
Carrot Top,
he's back.
He's back for another season.
Okay, are we looking for a new punter? Do we have? Well, no. Did we recruit a punter?
Yes,
we
are
somebody
looking
got
for
a scholarship.
New punter. Yep, someone got a scholarship. So the punter last year, Ryan Sanborn, was a grad transfer.
Okay,
and he's gone. But
so
yes,
we are looking for a punter.
We are looking for a punter. They did bring in. Double check his name. I think Will Stone. Oh, Michael Kern is his name. Will Stone, somebody's already on campus. They brought in a kicker, or a punter, excuse me, one of the top punters in the country as a part of this recruiting class, and he's an early enrollee. So he will.
Well, he's been booting it already.
He will be competing for the starting punter job for Texas as they try to replace Ryan Sanborn, who was very good for this team.
He was good last year.
The punting 2 years ago, not very good. I'll credit the coaching staff. They identified that as a little bit of a problem. They went into the transfer portal.
Yes, they did.
And brought in Ryan Sanborn, who, was a little bit of a godsend for the special teams unit for Texas. He was one of the better punters in the nation last season.
This group covers all the bases. I mean, they know how important a punter is. They know how important a kicker is. You know, they know how important special teams is. And that's how you get to play in the playoffs.
100%. Yeah, that third facet of the game.
Absolutely.
Right, Jeff Banks, the tight ends coach, but also the special teams coordinator for this team. He just got a hefty raise, and he deserved it. And Texas was one of the best special teams in the nation last year. And Jeff Banks, they've recruited well. They've developed well. They've got to replace, the punter. They've got some returners to replace. Obviously, Keelan Robinson is gone. Xavier Worthy, who was your number one punt returner, he's gone as well. So you've got to find a couple of new return men this year.
Yeah, and you're going to have to find that guy, Keelan Robinson. You're going to have to find somebody who has the knack for blocking punts.
Yeah, and you got to find a guy who doesn't have a club on his hand to return stuff.
Oh, club man.
Club man. That's what they called me back in the day. That's what they definitely called Wax back in the day.
Seriously, we still never came to the end of that. What was broken? Hand? Yeah. Something was broke, right?
I think so.
They didn't do that just for the hell of it.
No, just for looks. Try to confuse Washington.
Yeah,
hey,
it didn't.
This guy's not going to play. Look at what's on his hand. Oh, psych, we're going to throw him out there, and he's going to muff the kickoff.
Kickoffs.
Yeah, that was an interesting bit right there. Early enrollees, another thing that I'm looking forward to see. I mean, Colin Simmons, 5-star recruit in this class. He's on campus right now. You've got Ryan Wingo, the receiver that I know you've talked about a lot. The other 5-star, he's on campus right now. Brandon Baker, Kobe Black, Xavier Filsaime, Jarrett Gibson, the running back. Texas set a record, 18 early enrollees this year. And that goes to what you talked about earlier, Buck. Like, you've got to be ready to compete right away. If you're not here right now, whether you're a transfer or you're a freshman and you're not coming in until the summertime going into the fall, you're behind.
Well, you're going to be somebody special.
Yeah.
I mean, a high school kid like Wingo would be one of those kids if he were to say he was going to come in the fall, he wanted to spend that time being a senior in high school. Those guys, you understand, 5-star guys are generally ready to go. There's not many of them that you recruit at this level that come to places like Texas, Oklahoma, Notre Dame that aren't ready to compete. They're ready to go because physically they're able to do what they do in college. But you're right, BK. If you're that guy, you're that 4-star, and you have the opportunity to come here in the spring, be here for the spring, you've got to come. I mean, or if you get lost in the shuffle, you never catch up.
Look, I enjoyed my senior year of high school, and I will not fault anybody for wanting to finish out their last semester of high school with all of their friends and buddies. That's perfectly fine. But to me, the most serious guys are the guys who finish up high school early and get to college early.
Yeah, I would have had a tough time as a player back in the day. I mean, as a coach, I would have had a tough time talking a recruit into, hey, listen, you can get here, you can get a jump start on not only making this team, but being a real factor on this team, or getting your, here we go, academics all set up pretty early.
Sure.
Get a jump on it. You can do that. But
student athletes, don't forget.
I should forget that part, right? You're thinking I should forget that part.
Student athletes.
But yeah, but I would always, there were kids who said, Coach, should I stick around here for the summer? I'd be like, hell no. Go home to your mom. Go home to your family. Do the things that the kids do in the summertime. I'm pretty sure that you'll take care of your body. You'll be back here on time, but get away from football a little bit. But now it's like you can't.
I'm telling you.
Coaches don't say get away from football. They want you to be more involved in football. Stay here. No, don't go home. Don't go home and see your mama. Don't do that.
Tell her to come here.
Yeah, she'll come. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Have her come and cook here for you during the course of the summer, but don't leave. And it's also tough on, as I said, kids still want to be kids, but when you get to this level of competition, as I said, going into the SEC now, you're going to live, breathe, sleep the whole thing. You're going to eat it. You're going to do all that stuff. You're not going to get a chance to get away. So, man, I remember just, guys, leave me alone. I don't want to see you around here this summer. I've just seen you for the last 6 or 7 months.
Yeah.
Do me a favor. Can you go home for 4 weeks and then come back and can I go do something with my folks and my kids? Go home, see your parents, see your girlfriend. If she's not on this campus, go meet another girlfriend back at home. I know you got 6.
Have one in
you
Austin.
Got 6 more.
Yep.
You got 6 more back at the house. So
God.
just get away from it a little bit. But now it's not like that anymore. Those days are. I mean, it's business. This is a business to these guys now too.
You can't have a girlfriend in college. What are you doing if you're doing that? There's too many of them.
Really?
Yeah. I wasn't even a good athlete. I wasn't an athlete at all. All I did was play intramurals, and I couldn't have the girlfriend in college. 50,000 people on that campus. I got to pick one.
I met my first wife the first week of college, the one that I married and had 4 kids with. I met her the first week of college.
And you dated all 4 years?
Yes. Off and on.
That's why it didn't work out.
Off and on, off and on.
There it is.
She had somebody she dated. I dated. Yeah, I mean. Yeah.
Oh, when you'd go home for breaks and stuff, there were other people you were seeing?
There were times.
Even when you did not go home for breaks, there were other people you were seeing?
Of course. I mean, you couldn't keep that steady Eddy there for 4 straight years.
I'm not promoting
or
cheating,
5 years that I was there. Was I 5? Yeah, I was there for 5. I was around. I hung around for 5.
How about this from our man Tom McKay of Audiovisual Consultations? TV given away as well. Does that mean we're going to be giving away a TV for our March Madness Bracket Challenge?
Very nice.
If that's happening, that ain't going to 5 people. That's going to 1 person. That's going to whoever finishes first in the Bracket Madness for TSU.
There you go. Good job. Thank you, Tom.
We'll get that squared away. But Tom, he doesn't mess around. He doesn't BS with stuff like that. So Tom, once again, might be coming through for the people.
There you go.
Absolutely.
The randomizer shaking around.
The randomizer is about ready here.
Yes.
As we get ready to welcome on Double R and Wags with a little bit of chaos theory.
When we're talking about about what you're looking for this spring, what will you be looking for from Arch Manning? Are you interested? Are you excited about seeing how he looks?
Sure. Just get ready, Texas fans. I know it's going to be annoying when Arch Manning is a national storyline again, but if the practice reports are positive, there are going to be people wondering about whether or not he's going to overtake Quinn Ewers as the starter, even though Sark has come out multiple times and said, Quinn's our guy.
Right.
Just get ready. Anytime Arch Manning does anything this spring, it's going to be a national story. If he's playing well, big story. If he's playing poorly, overrated. That's a problem. Big story. So I'm expecting to hear great things about Arch Manning.
Every great pass he throws at practice.
Oh, yeah, it'll be talked about.
Yes, that's all right.
I bet today that'll be a big storyline as well.
Quinn
Ewers looks great. He looks better, but Arch Manning.
That's good. That's fine.
How much of a step did he take over the offseason?
That'll keep Quinn Ewers very focused and honed in on what he needs to do.
Yeah, just like that. Just like that.
All right. He knows it. That guy's over his shoulder, right over his shoulder. And that's good. That's a good thing.
You need competition.
Oh, you need that competition for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It's rare to have a 3-year starter like Texas does with Quinn Ewers, and it's rare to have a blue chip recruit like Arch Manning who's willing to sit for a couple of years before he gets his chance. So the QB room here is looking very, very good. Love it. All right, the randomizer has spoken.
Okay.
Table, we got.
Oh, man, that randomizer
makes
a lot of noise.
All sorts of.
It's moving again. The randomizer.
What's going on here? What's going on?
I like the randomizer, though.
I'm not even doing it now. It's doing it on its own.
Oh, my goodness.
The randomizer has spoken. The winner of the $50 Cabo Bob's gift card is a texter on the Coda text line.
Okay.
Only fitting because we're out here at Circuit of the Americas. 512 number. That helps. 6536. The winner. $50 Cabo Bob's gift card.
Very nice.
We'll text you and get your information, and that will be mailed to you, and we'll have plenty more gift cards to give away here on TSU. All right, now we can do the headphone swap.
There we go.
If you guys are ready. I've got 4 headsets here if y'all want to pop on one of the other ones for an abbreviated crosstalk.
That's what I don't want to put anybody. I don't want to get sloppy seconds.
Yeah, my ears
I will just
too.
get the hell out of the way.
You don't know what my ears have been through here. All right, as we swap.
So let me step over your long
Okay.
cord
Let's
there.
take this off.
Yeah, that's even better. Now we're thinking. Now that's that Texas education right there.
We can put the guest here, maybe Bucky's spot.
Oh shit. We are on. What's going on, gentlemen?
Got it.
How's everybody doing? Good.
Yeah, I'll wait till Rodney gets his headset on. I
There
won't
we
leave you
go.
high and dry. We're doing good, man. It's great to be out here at Coda. It's great to have you all out here at Coda. And, man, this place is kind of quiet right now, but in a couple of days it will be loud.
So when you were coming in, did you get the sensation when you saw the red and white stripes coming up throughout like the tunnel and everything? Did you get the urge or sensation to put the pedal to the metal?
Oh, my whole body was shaking,
Yeah,
man.
Like the randomizer.
I was telling you. Yeah, that infamous randomizer right there.
Dude,
man.
making the drive out here. It's a little bit of a trek from where we're all coming from, but it is worth the drive. And I got to watch the sunrise out here at Coda. I've never seen that before because I'm usually here for races or events in the afternoon or at night. Watching the sunrise out here is pretty cool.
What time did you have to get up to get out of here?
Got up at about 6 this morning.
Oh,
left my place a little after 6:30.
Sugar pie.
Yeah. It's you never know coming out here, like you were talking about. I mean,
going back, you're gonna have 3 miles of traffic getting out of here.
No, not yet. Hopefully not.
No, I'm serious. There's a wreck or whatever.
Well, there was a wreck and road construction.
71.
Yeah,
take 71.
Yeah, 71 to 183 is probably gonna be better.
That's just chaos getting started.
That's it.
That's it. Anyways, great show, gentlemen. Heard y'all coming in, so listen, make sure you're listening to that app. The Coda.
That's right. The Coda text line.
Yeah.
Coda text line.
Rodney, come on over. Why are you so cool?
Well, we'll put the guest right here. We got a guest.
Okay.
So we'll put,
right on.
I'll scoot over once he's done.
All right. I was gonna say I know I showered today. I mean, my God. And I got a little bit of an odor maybe sometimes.
Well, I'm starting to sweat. I put this sweatshirt on. The good thing is it's not going to rain. The good thing is it's not going to rain. So that's it's going to be a great weekend for everybody coming out here.
Time I get around you guys, I just want to hug. Now I can't even hug you. We're doing a hot swap, man. We can't even do no like bump and grind. That's what I'm talking about, man. Tap out. Tap
there
out.
It is. See, it won't be long. We'll have to get our own studio so we can always be together. You know what I'm talking about?
There is something about just doing a live show. You know what I mean? And seeing everybody, seeing like all the crew, man. It gives you that live, that gives you that energy.
The bad part about this today is we have to have pants on. Well, usually go without pants, but today that's not the case.
I mean, we could take. I mean, hell,
take them off, right?
I mean, hell,
you know what?
I wanted to ask. So coming in, you can't help. I was talking to BK guys. So when you're coming in here, I don't know if you guys ever been, back behind, the grandstands or the scenes of Coda of Circuit of the Americas here at Austin. But dude, you see these red and white stripes. and it takes you around like S turns, and then you go up and down, and you go through a tunnel and everything. And then I'm telling Rodney, I was like, I know it's only telling us 35, but I can't help but go 50 and push it to a little bit. There's a little straightaway where you can push it a little bit, but then you got to slow down. And I saw this golf cart coming around, so I absolutely had to slow down. Then he starts telling me, "Hey, where are you going?" I was like, "Sorry, I'm with Texas Sports Unfiltered."
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
I don't know where I'm going. I hadn't been here before, man.
That's the cool thing about this, and that's what I was telling BK earlier. Is like to see what happens here, because like right now where you see all the Toyota stuff and the Geico stuff, and the track undergoes such a transformation from Formula One to NASCAR. I mean, just everything that's painted on the track, all of this. I mean, it's totally different because two very distinctively different
sure
whatever.
Styles
but it's
whatnot.
it's amazing to see how that happens. And like if you go walk on pit road right now, you see folks that are out there doing all kinds of stuff out there, and it takes so many people to put this damn event on.
Yeah,
and it's like it's crazy. But this isn't it phenomenal out here, dude? It's
pretty cool. So I don't know. I can't tell if you can understand by the glee on my face or the smile, the grin from cheek to cheek and in ear to ear, man. But this is my first time here.
Well,
so
and I always recommend to people, because I mean it's really cool to sit up in turn one, because that's a two-story drive up into Big Red, right there, turn one, and it's just whoop, and then boom, you go to turns 4 and 5. But the cool thing about it is, if you just do a general admission ticket, what you do with that, you bring your own chair, you walk around all around this bitch, and you can go to different spots and park yourself for a little bit. Plenty of beverage stands and all that, good food.
Well, can you see? I've never been here, so can you see the track?
That's the thing about it, to where there's not really
because you always hear about turn one.
If you sit in turn one, that's probably the place that you're going to be able to see most of it, because it's sitting so high.
Sure.
But when you get back into the S's and all the different spots back here, you're not going to be able to see what's happening in the front. But the thing is, here with NASCAR, and this is what I recommend to people when you come out here, the sound. Because the new NASCAR next gen car that they have, that thing is nothing but a throaty whoa, man. They hit this front stretch, and it's like, holy shit.
You feel the energy when you're coming up on here, man. Like it's impossible not to, man.
Yeah.
So we'll get into a little bit of racing. We'll obviously we got a guest coming on here.
Sure.
I'll let you take on that. You want to run the computer? You talked about running the computer.
I'm totally good. I was just trying to figure out who was going to sit where. Because
well, you sit here.
No, it's all right.
That's my good side over here, because I want you to run the computer. I want you to run the board.
Oh shit. Okay.
All right. So we're gonna do. Watch this little hot. So we're gonna do. Yeah. Hey, you guys remember spring training in football, right?
Hopefully no screen shares today.
We just got done talking about football. Can we still call them monkey rolls? Can we still say monkey rolls now? Yeah, we still say monkey rolls. We're gonna do a monkey roll.
Do the 3-man roll.
3-man roll over here. Boom,
actually, probably had to change headsets.
No, you don't. Stay in there. Right. Just swap under. Boom. It's that easy.
Oops.
You had to. All right. Anyways. Back to chaos theory. It's already chaotic. Anyways, man, hopefully everybody had a really good Monday night. Getting into Tuesday morning here. So what's going on with Friday here? It's going to be electric. It's going to be exciting, man. It's going to be all kinds of massive people. I'm hoping to see a little bit of
mouse over there.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Right?
Oh,
I'm hoping to see Martin Truex Jr.
That will be the day that you'll be able to see him. That's going to be the time, because Friday is going to be the day where you're going to be able to, because there's different. The thing is to have an all access type. Well, actually, you're going to have all access. You're on a media credential, so you're going to be able to go damn near wherever you want. You can go in the garages, you can go in the paddocks. I mean, but one thing that you don't want to do is, if you see, like, let's say you walk up to Truex and he
ain't even gonna give me the time of day, dude. He's gonna be like, "Who the hell are you, man?"
If he's
wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?
If he's like in a deep discussion with his crew chief James Small, don't go interrupt. Don't go interrupt, because that'll be one of those things where you meet your favorite athlete and you're disappointed because
I feel you. I feel you. Don't meet your heroes. I got you.
No, but Friday's a very good day to come out, because that's when you're going to have the access is better because the crowd is lesser, and that helps. That helps, and not that it's more relaxed, but it's a little more relaxed. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not quite the panic that you get on race day and so forth. So
I didn't want you to kick that.
But yeah, no, that wouldn't be a good thing. Yeah, there's already the weather boy thing. Oh, thank you. See, this is why I like coming here. I never drink this shit.
No. Well, let me ask you guys a
Drink
question here.
this
So,
fancy mineral water.
In terms of racing, right? And again, and this is what I was alluding to a little bit when we were coming in here. I couldn't help but put the floor to the
heel to the steel,
or as if I was going to say pedal to the metal, my guy. But anyways,
old school CB radio talk. breaker. We got a convoy coming through.
Oh,
it's going to be a convoy.
CW McCall,
CW McCall,
my guy. Good pull there. All right,
there,
so
man.
my question to you and to everybody here is, if you had a list of 5 songs, and I know it's pretty hard to narrow this down to 5 songs, but if you, and of course you're talking to your crew chief,
sure,
and whatnot when you're on comms or whatnot. So this is a completely hypothetical, but if you could have a list, a track list of the songs that you would have playing while you're driving or cruising around like a circuit, what would it be?
If there were,
if you could nail one, like off the top.
Eastbound and Down, you got to have that with Jerry Reed, the Eastbound and Down loaded
but if
up.
you're talking Eastbound and Down, like you're don't you picture like going east?
That just makes it.
I mean, if you're only doing left-hand turns,
it just makes you go fast, dude. You know what I found? Wild Side from Motley Crue. That is a song.
Take a walk on the wild
yeah. There was one division that used to race at one of the local tracks, and man, it was like the baddest ass division. They would come out and I'd hit Wild Side, and that crowd went crazy. But it's that's anything Motley Crue is really good for shit like that.
I don't know why. I've had a lot of Daft Punk.
Well,
like a lot of Daft Punk on my like driving playlist for some reason. Maybe just because it's upbeat, it's up tempo. But the Daft Punk score in particular for Tron, especially because it's just instrumental. There's really no lyrics or synth. Too much synthesized sound or synthesized vocals or whatnot. It's just usually like beats and rhythm. And hell, with the score of Tron, there's a lot of percussion too.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I can't believe I'm quoting Daft Punk.
I'll tell you what's a good one. And again, I'm showing my age, and I hear BK use this reference all the time. The 38 Special song, "Flirting with Disaster," and you know what? And you know why I remember that one? A video game reference.
Okay.
NASCAR 98. NASCAR 98 on I think
I didn't play NASCAR.
It's on PlayStation. It's on PlayStation. And that was the song playing the whole time. You were racing, it was gotcha. I'm flirting with disaster. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the race coming up real quick, man.
Man, it's this is going to be first World Culture Race of the year. So they've been on ovals. They had a really good race at Bristol last week. Millions of people watching that. You had Denny Hamlin winning, which Denny Hamlin is kind of the guy that people love to hate right now because he's very vocal. He just kind of says what he's thinking. He talks a lot of shit. I mean, he wins and he just gives it to the crowd, man. And that's what the sport needs. It needs guys like that. But I mean, not only that, I mean, I think the cool thing about it is that you see 3 variations of racing out here. You'll have the trucks and the Xfinity Series on Saturday. I happen to love the Xfinity Series. I think that is one of the coolest cars. Just what I've heard from drivability and so forth. And then the whole thing is when you get to Sunday, all the fanfare, all the pageantry, when you get Chase Elliott and you get all these guys out here. I mean, it's the stars, man. It's the major league of stock car racing right here in our own backyard, dude. Yeah. I never thought that I'd see this.
So I mean, this again, like I alluded to earlier, this is the first time being out here. It is one thing. So I'm gonna have to take off work, to come out here and do like all the other things.
You need to come out.
We got this message on our phone. I don't know if you got it or if everybody else got it, but I think NASCAR hacked into my phone or something and sent me, or I don't know if it's NASCAR or what, but I got a weird, strange, odd message telling me that I had to log into something.
Yeah, you have to. That's your essential pass.
All right.
That's your essential pass. So what that's going to be, do you have to take a picture?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. I was too afraid to
you have
click
to
on the link.
That's your invitation. So you do that, and then what you do is when you go to get your credential on Friday or whenever you pick it up, you show them that, and they're like, okay, it's legit. It's legit. And that was something that they started doing during COVID. I mean, it used to be you just walked up here and stood here for hours to try to get in here and get a media pass. Let's take a look here. Longhorn fan from Denton. I remember flirting with disaster. Intro video from that. Yeah, I'm telling you, NASCAR 98, man, it was great. Why was the crowd so light at Bristol? I'm thinking the economy. There was hardly anyone in the stands. Well, it was I think the reason for that, I was really surprised with that because the Bristol had been a dirt race and they wanted it to be concrete again. And I think people are just, the short track package has lacked. And I think that folks were just assuming the Bristol race was going to be kind of lame. And it wound up not being lame because what happened was they put a resin on the racetrack and it chewed up the tires.
Right.
So tire wear was horrible, and drivers had to actually manage their cars more than they had to do in the past. I was completely blown away, Longhorn fan from Denton, that crowd was so light. I mean, especially with the outcry that you wanted the concrete back, and I don't think it's going to be that light when they go back in September, because I think folks were really jazzed up about that. But this place is going to be juiced. I tell you.
What's the weather, or who do you have? What's your expectations and your favorite? Is it going to be Denny Hamlin for this weekend, or?
Chase Elliott's due. Chase Elliott before
what
this.
Do you mean, like, how is the driver due?
Well, you're
telling me that somebody's just due over equipment.
He's due
over somebody that's running right all week.
He's due out of a slump.
Okay.
He used to be. You could not beat him on road courses. He won here. I mean, you could not beat the guy. Since they've gone to the new car, he hasn't won a road course race.
Isn't Logano supposed to be really good?
Logano's good on road courses. Michael McDowell is a name to keep your eye on. He drives the number 34 Loves Ford, and that's a guy that he won the Daytona 500 a couple of years back. The team that he drives for had been a medium funded team. Now they've got really good support from Ford, and they're really, really good. And the dude's a road course ace. AJ Allmendinger will be in this race. Shane Van Gisbergen. There's a lot of guys in here, but
I got some ownership on Dinger.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah. There used to be.
I don't know if you guys play DraftKings or not, but like NASCAR is probably some. And so here's another thing about Florida, right? Like Florida was really good. I'm going to move. I just wanted to get a little bit closer to Rodney. I'll move over.
We can get over there if you want, or he can get over there.
But hold on one second. But no, this is what I was talking about in Florida. Like in Florida, you could do sports booking and whatnot.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. It was fun. But you get back here and you can only play DraftKings.
Yeah.
And you can only do like the lineup setting and stuff like that. So
that's the thing about it. That's why I really tell people to play NASCAR fantasy. We've got a revved up league. You can play that.
Invite me next time.
I'll send you an invite. You can still get in because
right
we're only 4 races in. And the cool thing is because there's a winner every week, so I'm the point leader. So I really like it. Really shocked at that crowd as well. We'll see if that gets better.
We got to get into some baseball talk after we have our guests.
We got.
I had a fantasy baseball
talk
draft.
San Francisco Giants.
Yes, absolutely.
San Francisco
making some moves, my guy.
Dude, I was all into that, and then I saw that price tag because I'm thinking this dude's gonna be an Astro. Nope, not quite.
Gone.
Not
Sign
quite.
Beat him alive. Yeah, we'll talk some baseball. I heard the boys
new
talking.
Mock draft is out too.
Right on. Heard the boys talking a little bit of spring football too.
Mm-hmm.
You want to dive into that towards the end of the show?
For
maybe
sure.
We can get into there.
Yeah, we've got Friday to do all this. Because the thing about it is right now, I think I sent you guys a cheat sheet yesterday, and that's why I said it's very early in the week. So I'll be adding more to that because it's very early. It's very early. I think we're ready for Brian. Yeah, we can.
Hey, Brian.
Brian.
Sorry, I warmed your seat up a little bit. Rodney he gives me that hug me vibe sometimes. So I got if I start hugging on you,
so
man,
cuddly,
you just push off on me. I'm a huggable guy.
Just so cuddly. Brian Hammond joins us right here from the Media Center at Circuit of the Americas.
Here.
Brian with SMI. And Brian, welcome. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it very much.
You betcha. Kind of cool to be here this early in the week.
You're getting to see kind of behind the scenes of how the sausage is made. And it's, I was telling you, it's a little quiet because we advanced a lot of stuff this weekend, because the weather did look originally kind of bad early in the week. But hey, it's beautiful, sunny, nice 68-degree day outside. So
going to be a good day.
We're cooking.
Brian, talk about, I think one of the most intriguing things to me with this whole presentation is that with Speedway Motorsports, and again, for folks that don't know about Speedway Motorsports, we probably don't have enough time to explain all of that, but kind of talk about how this event is structured in the sense where SMI comes in, essentially brings the team from Texas Motor Speedway, plants them in Austin for a week and a half, and boom, you put on this extravagant triple header.
Even more than that, we bring in about 70 teammates from across the country. So we bring in a small, probably about 20 folks from Texas Motor Speedway, but we're pulling from Charlotte Motor Speedway, New Hampshire, Sonoma. We just pull in teammates from all across the country that, want to come to Austin and want to work on something that's completely unique. And, our 68-year history of Speedway Motorsports, we've never put on an event at a facility we don't fully own. So this is a totally new venture for us, and we're 4 years in and blessed to have such a great partnership with Bobby Epstein and the crew here at COTA. They couldn't be more welcoming to just let us be guests in their house and come put on an event.
Ron, what are some of your biggest challenges when you're setting your event up, getting started for the weekend?
A lot of it is the remote factor of it. It is bringing folks in from all over the country to help set up pit lane, to get tire packs and everything out there, all the requirements that NASCAR safety requires to keep our drivers safe. So it's just completely unique. The track rental calendar here is very, very busy, so we have a finite amount of time that we should get this place ready to go. So that's one of the biggest challenges, but our crew loves a challenge. So this is one that everybody circles on the map, and they're like, we want to come down there and we want to come to Austin, hang out, come to a world-class facility like COTA, and this is the most technical course that our drivers will race on all year. So this is just a really, really fun one. Blessed to have this opportunity.
Brian, I think it's just incredible to me. I mean, a lot of things about the way you guys do this, but there's a lot of restructuring that has to go into the course itself. I mean, whether it be pit road, timing and scoring is for Formula One. It's in a completely different variation, kilometers or whatever they do. I mean, it is a total facelift that happens here.
It really is. Every series that comes here uses some sort of different tweak to their system and different timing lines and everything. So, there's 3 different sets of, there's Moto, there's F1, and then there's NASCAR timing loops that are out there. So, when we first came in here the first year, we brought a crew in from NASCAR and from TV and everywhere else just to collaborate on where do all these proper scoring lines need to be. So now that we've got it kind of baked in year 4, now it just seems like motor skill memory at this point.
Just all smooth sailing at this point.
Yeah. So the Austin market, I got to tell you, I'm a lifer when it comes to racing. When this place came to be, I thought never, walking the paddock, I'm like, this is very much a Formula One, maybe IndyCar, which they were here
I'll
once.
Give you that. Yep.
But
once.
They did it once, I think 2019. But the fact that NASCAR is here, how has Austin embraced this series, this sport?
It has been really great, and every year has gotten a little bit better because everybody looks at this place in the Austin market, they're like just F1.
It's a unique vibe too.
It really is. But as we slowly introduced ourselves to the Austin market, the locals are coming up to us and saying, "Hey, thanks for coming to town. We haven't been able to necessarily, join for a race out there. We volunteered here or whatnot, but." It's a very affordable ticket. Our tickets start at $59, and it's a big local crowd. San Antonio and Houston are big supporters as well. But it's been really cool to introduce NASCAR to a brand new market. I mean, there's no hotter city than Austin, Texas. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, weather-wise,
and I think the other part of that I've really been impressed with is now with Daniel Suarez, already a winner this year in Atlanta.
In fantastic fashion. How about that?
Oh my God, that was something else. But the fact, I mean, now that we're seeing NASCAR Brazil race at the Coliseum, or NASCAR Mexico, I'm thinking of a short track racer that races in Florida from Brazil that is now in the NASCAR fold. Man, the outside the border influences, we're really starting to see that here as well.
Absolutely. And it's really a welcoming market to it because it's very close. I mean, Daniel's from Monterey, which is an easy 6-hour drive down the road. So why not invite those folks to come out to the race and have fun? I mean, again, Daniel's having a heck of a year. He's in great equipment. That race in Atlanta was just remarkable in so many different ways. It was great.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
I'm fanboying for the most part.
Brian Hammond from SMI joining us talking NASCAR at COTA. So talk about all the other cool stuff. We were talking earlier, and I said, a lot of times it's the race is the main event.
It is.
But there are a lot of other, and 3 races, as a matter of fact. There are a lot of other things for people to do here this weekend.
Yeah, the biggest thing is I tell everybody, we want you to come out to the racetrack, have the most fun, and then, oh, by the way, a race broke out. At that point, you're having a fun day. So, come this weekend, we've got all kinds of sideshows and state fair kind of carnival acts that'll be in our fan zone in the Grand Plaza. A lot of great sponsor activations. Toyota's bringing a huge event out here. We've got the Speedway Experience that's launching this weekend with our partner at Echo Park, which is, cheapest place to get water and beer on campus. It's out in the Grand Plaza. Nice stage where we're going to do Trackside Live and host a bunch of driver Q&As. So there's just a lot of fun to happen. And then a concert on Sunday with Riley Green.
Yeah,
right.
Which is a huge draw for folks. So again, it's family fun. It's it's a good way to spend a weekend for sure.
Yeah, and really cool opportunities where folks can actually get on the track for great charity right there. So there's that opportunity for your family truckster on the track as well.
Absolutely, that's Friday morning. Between 8 and 10 o'clock with Speedway Children's Charities, you're able to bring your car out and get a lap around 3.5 miles.
There you go.
This is what the thing that I was looking for.
We're going to be here.
I was trying to make this happen today, but this is what I was really looking forward to the most. So.
It's a ton of fun, and to be able to like actually get to drive the course, and you don't realize how big turn 1 is.
Yeah.
And, and just to see the smiles on kids' faces.
So this is my first time here, Brian, at COTA.
Oh, no way. Okay.
So I was driving back behind the scenes, and I was telling Rodney, like, you can't help but like want to push the pedal to the metal.
100%.
When you see the red and white stripes, and you're going through the tunnel and whatnot, and you're going through the S turns and the hills or whatnot, and then you get to you pass the medical center, and we're like, wait, I guess, man, now I got to turn around and come back.
Or you'll end up in there.
Go to the cafe. Yeah, and that's where I went. I went all the way out to the other side of it, man, and turned around. So my big thrill and my big thing that I wanted to on Friday was to actually run the actual track and run the courses, man. I'm ready to do it. I want to put the pedal down. I've always said that I could be a NASCAR driver if I.
Hey, let's see if you're a wheel man. Let's get you out there for sure.
That's what I'm talking
but
about.
Turn 1, man, because you go past turn 1, you're like, all right, there it is. There's the iconic turn 1, man. And just to get out there and
I didn't realize how tall that was until last year when they were hitting golf balls over there.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that deal?
Feet. Oh, that was awesome. With the PGA Tour. I hate that those guys aren't in town this year.
Yeah.
Hopefully they come back. But, yeah, that was a fun stuff.
Just not the same weekend.
Yeah, just not the same weekend.
Not
exactly.
the same weekend.
Yeah, because I actually want to go out to the AAC and check out some golf myself.
Yeah,
So
that's a cool place.
It's tough to do when it was on race weekend.
Yeah. Lastly, Brian, you mentioned Formula One. A lot of our TSU viewers, listeners, whatever, maybe they've been to Formula One.
Yeah.
And I tell folks it's drastically different.
It
mean,
is.
the access, you can walk up to people, you can ask someone for an autograph, you can do. You're not locked down like at a Formula One. No offense to Formula One.
No.
But this is the ultimate fan experience.
It really is. I mean, they're so Formula One's a wonderful event, just a world-class event, a great thing to be a part of for sure. So is MotoGP, but both of them operate a little bit differently than NASCAR does. To your point, the pits and paddock are generally open. Folks can walk up to drivers, get autographs, as you mentioned, see them up close at driver introductions. It's a big production that we like to say is very family friendly. We want to introduce new folks to our sport, kids and everything else. So it's a really family friendly event with a whole lot of access, which is impressive.
Yeah. And I suspect that there'll be some new blood in with the Netflix.
Yeah.
I mean, that's stuff right there.
Did a great job with that show.
Man, it was incredible.
Let's talk about that for a little bit too, and expand on the show that was happening on Netflix.
Yeah, so what they did is they went in for the championship chase, the final 10 races of the year, and they followed
the documentary.
They followed the chase competitors, or some of them, and you got the behind the scenes. You get the real story, and
you get to know their personalities,
and that's what people want.
Yeah,
right
any
now.
chance that could happen in Austin at some point in history?
We hope. So NASCAR and Netflix are working on, and I think they may be close to closing the deal, bringing that back, because it was just such a boon for us. They're talking, 8 to 10 episodes for this year potentially. So, we want them to come to Austin. I mean, let's showcase this wonderful track. And again, to my point earlier, it's the most technical road course we'll race on all year. So I would love to see this place on, more exposure for all of us.
Yeah.
Because we want to keep coming back.
Yeah, that's right. And the first road course of the race. I said lastly, but I do have one more. How about those tires last week at Bristol?
How about that? I don't think anybody was expecting that.
Man.
But I mean, it made for a heck of a race. I mean, we're already, quite literally off to the races this year with really good, compelling on-track activity.
Yeah.
It's been awesome to watch.
Yeah, really cool stuff.
But yeah, for tires to last 20 laps, that's a little bit of a head scratcher.
That's right.
That was wild.
Yeah, it's back to short track days right there.
Yeah, for sure.
That's
Absolutely
exactly what that was. Brian, this has been great. We're so excited that SMI is here. Echo Park Grand Prix coming up on Sunday, and of course the Trucks and Xfinity Series on Saturday as well. A double header right there. Plenty of on-track action on Friday and lots of cool stuff to do.
A lot of stuff to do. I can't believe it's already race week, but we're super excited. And our team's here and excited to put on our 4th year here at COTA.
Yep.
Congratulations, Brian.
NASCAR at COTA. All your tickets, everything right there.
NASCARCOTA.com.
And TJ, baby.
Check it out.
I appreciate it. Right.
All right.
Adam, thank
Brian,
you so much.
Thanks a lot, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Brian Hammond right there from Speedway Motorsports. They are the ones that facilitate and take this on to turn Circuit of the Americas into a NASCAR venue that, a lot of folks said it wouldn't be done. A lot of folks sitting in this chair said that.
So
wouldn't
4
be
years
done.
happening so far, and we talk about getting back here to Austin to do that little documentary. That's how I got a little bit of introduction to what was going on with NASCAR, right? Or going on with what they were doing a little bit behind the scenes there. Any interest in that? Seeing that come here, maybe you can get a little bit of dirty air behind the scenes. Huh?
Well, I think what that does, and what I like about what they did with that one, because the Formula One documentary, for one thing, the Formula One it followed, and look, they set the precedent on how to do it. Again, I get a lot of people that I give Formula One a lot of shit on some of my other shows because the same guy wins all the time by 20 or 30 seconds.
But that's not the driver; that's the actual team.
Yes, it's a combination of a lot of things. A lot of things. Anyway.
You're telling me that Verstappen is that much better than the rest of the field?
Apparently so. Apparently so. But what I like about that, when they ran their documentary, their Drive to Survive, it was like a year behind. So you're seeing all this. You get the behind the scenes and all that. But yeah, what happened. But this NASCAR thing, and I mean, it was recent. It wasn't in real time. But to see how it all transpired and guys just crushed when they get eliminated, and to see Denny Hamlin get eliminated from the chase when Denny Hamlin has won almost everything in this sport, but he hasn't won a championship.
I wanted to ask Brian who his favorite was for this weekend, but I didn't want to put him on the
spot. the SMI folks.
It almost came out twice.
Yeah, the SMI folks. We like them all. we like them all. That's a nice thing with me with a short track announcer. It's like, who's your favorite driver? And it's like, I always mention one of the women, it's like, oh, I like so-and-so, So anyway, it'll be a fun weekend to come out here, but the behind the scenes is really cool, but you can get in.
We should set something up for Friday.
Yeah.
Like, like I'm talking about like an actual contest, a racing contest.
Yeah. We could come up with something.
Can we get something going here? Can we get a racing contest
Brad's
for Friday?
No, from Brad's
can you sign off on that? Can we sign off on that?
BK's like, more shit to do. Yeah, dang it.
But you got enough as it is. No, I'm serious. Like, no, I wasn't trying to like fanboy too much, man. But I have, like, I tell Katie, like, I've tried to geek out sometimes, right? And I'll be like, Katie, man, I think, I'm in driving shape. She goes, what's driving shape? And I'm like, my arms are fit. You know what I mean? I can hold my I can hold my my leakage for.
I'll tell you, man,
50 miles, maybe 50 laps.
Racing is, I mean, having done it for so long, it's one of those things to where when I stepped away, when I stepped away to start doing this kind of stuff, every year I usually get an opportunity or two to get in a car again, and it's like, oh my God, I mean, the thing about it is, it's hot, it's dirty, it's nasty, but goddamn,
it's
dude,
good,
it's
man.
so fucking awesome to be behind the wheel at that.
I don't know. It's just it's something that's, I don't know. It's just that ambiance.
Amo, homework assignment for the week. Why didn't Indy return to COTA? Let me tell you, Amo, that's a question that I have asked a lot of people in higher pay brackets than I am, why that didn't work out. And Bobby checking in right there with go-karts. Yeah, absolutely. You've got those there as well. But that IndyCar race at COTA to me was one of the best events that you would have ever seen out here. And it was a one and done. They never came back. And IndyCar's got a lot of work that they're trying to do right now. When Roger Penske went in and bought IndyCar, it was a thing to where Roger went in, made a lot of improvements to Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But that series just really hasn't progressed itself to where it needs to be. And I think it's a shame, as a matter of fact, because like Bobby and I talk about all the time on Revved Up, the driver roster and the talent base in IndyCar is comparable to anything. I put that driver roster against Formula One. IndyCar wins 10 days out of 10. But I'd love to see them back here. I think IndyCar came back
would not
here.
make one full lap. What is this guy talking about, Tom? Let me tell you something, Tom.
He is so slow. I don't know if he's talking about driving or
now. Hold on. Now I can probably run for about. Well, my coach said you should only be able to run for 100 yards. So.
Don't go run up that hill over there. Don't run up.
I'll tell you what, man. I am. You take a look at me like this, but I am. Deceptively fast.
Deceptively
fast, my guy. And
like
then you get me behind the wheel. Now, Tom, I will give him that. He is a pretty good driver as he's driving fast. Like he's got his focus. It's all aligned.
Not that
he breaks the speed limit too much.
What we could do
only in golf course communities.
Oh, look
goes
at
flying over the speed.
Bucky Godbolt, like Bucky Godbolt. The carts, that would be the thing where we could do a TSU on the carts, where we could go do a cart thing.
I think we got something magical.
I think that could be put together.
All I usually do is produce great ideas.
Well,
and what I have right now, I have conjured up on Friday, is the Texas Sports Unfiltered 500. That's what we're gonna do. 500. Texas Sports Unfiltered 500.
Texas
Texas
the Sunday race here isn't even 500 miles.
It's 500.
The whole weekend's not
500,
even 500.
500 seconds.
500 seconds. So
Texas Sports Unfiltered.
So Tom wants in. He wants to compete with me. So that
Unfiltered 500.
Yeah. Well, we should do it on carts. But we got to get everybody here, though.
I mean, the go-karts would be fun, but I really did I'm actually envisioning getting inside of an actual NASCAR.
Well, that would be tough. I'll tell you.
I've talked to Bobby. Bobby said I can make it happen.
Here's what you need to do. You need to go to TMS, and you can do the driver package there where you actually get to drive. But that's on an oval, which ovals are fine. I mean, you're turning there, you're turning left. But yeah, this would be a blast to drive this course.
I would like to do this. I would like to do Vegas. I would like to drive the Strip after seeing how F1 set it up there. That would be cool. What's another one? Of course, Monaco. Of course, drive Monaco.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
One of the you mentioned Bristol. It's funny, right? Because when you're traveling back east, usually the track that I see is Bristol, and you start seeing the blue lights going past. On 40 there. Really, the only 3 tracks that
kind of out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it's just in the middle of in the right at the bottom of the Smokies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So really, the only 3 tracks that I know are COTA, Texas Sports or TMS, and then in Bristol, man. Those are the only real 3 tracks that I've been to.
Got to take you to a local short track, dirt track. Got to take you out there.
No,
you would fit in perfect.
Back in Maryland, I did go to when I was a kid. I went to a dirt like a truck race.
Yeah,
a dirt race.
COTA text line 512 number 7282. As we say in field sports, Wags isn't fast, but he's faster.
That's right. That's right. Once you get this thing going, man, it's hard to stop.
Hey, I tell you, man,
McKay's down for the challenge. McKay's, you know what else? You guys should be down for the challenge too. Go ahead and get.
Come see us Friday.
Go ahead and get audiovisual consultations in your life, man. I challenge you to get audiovisual consultations in your life because it won't be any challenge at all for you to see any type of sports. 512-255-8678, the very best in audiovisual automation. They've been setting the standard for 35 years in Austin, Central Texas area since 1988. Make sure you do call them up or go to their website at avconsultations.com. And you don't have an idea of what you want in your house. Sometimes Rodney's clueless, just like I am, right?
I didn't even know how to use an app.
Me neither. I didn't even know how to download the damn thing, right?
Until you told me.
So you go to avconsultations.com, you see the gallery projects that you want, and then you give Tom McKay a call, 512-255-8678, and then, hey, man, maybe ask him, hey, can you guys do a NASCAR simulator, a driving simulator? Who knows? There's anything. No job's too big, no job's too small. Give them a call right now. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Possibilities are endless, and since we're out here at a race car track, we got to talk about our good friends over at Covert BK, covertbk.com. Y'all don't get to see Hayden today. We're going to do a read today. So,
are you? I guess we could.
Oh yeah,
really do it.
Yeah, they probably
go ahead and talk.
You're right. They'd rather see Hayden.
I think it would be banned, my guy.
Okay, let's see here. I can't reach across right there. Yeah, our friends at Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
There you go. Since 1909, serving generations of Central Texans and beyond. It is the Covert family. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, and sure as hell not ever.
I do apologize. The phone was going off like 3 or 4 times during the interview and during that commercial right there too. So I saw a UFO, or God, I can't believe I just said that. I think I saw. Katie saw it too. All right, so we were in Florida. Now you got to understand, like, you see all kinds of lights. They say when you're in Florida, you see all kinds of stuff.
What were you doing when you saw this?
I swear I was not under the influence.
Oh, okay.
I might have had a couple of umbrellas.
Were you having a Topo Chico like I am?
No. I might have had. I had a tropical dream freeze or whatnot.
Nice,
So it's got
nice.
banana. It's got banana liqueur and some rum in it, right? So I wasn't seeing all kinds of crazy stuff. But no. Okay. So Rodney, the only thing that and everybody that's listening, the only thing that I can tell you, and my mom won't stop. She's like, tell the story. So my mom's watching on. By the way, thanks, Mom, for watching.
Oh my God! Have we been cussing today?
No, she's cool.
Is a bluebird blue?
She gave me the language anyway.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyways, so she wants me to tell the damn story. So this is for her to shut up. Okay. And Mom, I'm not telling you to shut up. I'm
feeling a lot of love in the Wagner family here, so my mom will shut up.
There's a lot of hard love growing up, Rodney. So anyways, well, I'm out there in the pool. I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden Katie looks up and she's like, "Hey, what is that?" And that's got to be a UFO. I'm like, "No way!" So stop. And so I look up and I'm like, "Sure as shit." There's a fleet, Rodney, and it looked. The only thing that I can think of is racetracks, like racing stripes.
Yeah.
Right. Just going in perfect increments for about 11 rows, 11 to 15 rows. Katie said she saw 4 columns. I only saw 2 columns, but it looked like the bottom of a starship or something like that from like Star Wars or nothing or something. I know what I sound like. I've always sworn against this type of stuff, but oh my God, I know what I saw. I can't deny what my eyes saw.
Longhorn Bear says you have a new nickname, Florida Man.
Are you guys? No, I'm not going to be the residential Florida guy,
The
man.
Florida
Call
man.
me the Maryland crab cake guy or something.
Florida
like
Man.
That.
Oh my goodness. Hey man, it wasn't a military thing. I mean,
no, I swear, I mean, I did not see. Like usually, you would see like a red, like you can identify a
right
plane. Like you see the red light on the left, or I'm getting my red and white lights mixed up. But anyways, yeah. So that's the story, Mom. There you go.
There it is. Right there.
It, man.
That's what happens to Wags when he gets on the road there. Sheesh. I need some of what you're drinking.
I'll tell
or
you what.
smoking.
We'll
go sit in the backyard tonight and see what I can see.
I'll talk to Ruse and we'll see what we can find.
See what I can see. Mock draft. New mock draft is out now that we've got. I was looking at something on the Athletic, and they were ranking all of the moves from all the NFL teams, and it's it like the first thing was major additions. For every team it had it, and I go down. I got to go find my team, and I find the Dallas Cowboys. Major additions, none.
Yeah,
none.
That's kind of been like the whole vibe for the Dallas Cowboys the past couple of seasons, right? Just not invest in much.
Yeah.
Take what chips fall to you.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we talked about, that we thought that the Dallas Cowboys would happen, or we just thought that they'd get live and get active into the draft.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they seem to like the home grow people.
So I saw.
Speaking of Rue,
I saw good pull there. I saw a scenario and a little snippet from RG3 yesterday, because it's funny how you compared Caleb Williams to RG3 yesterday.
I saw that. It was like right after our show.
Coincidentally, I saw the little snippet there from RG3 saying that Caleb Williams should just pull an Eli Manning and just reject going to Chicago Bears.
Yeah,
that is it's a dick move. It's a bold move. We'll see if it pays off. But I mean, if you were him, that's kind of like, and I saw another national pundit, Mina Kimes, sit there and say that the Chicago Bears have done tremendous offseason work to surround Caleb Williams with talent. I agree with that to an extent. I think that, trading away Justin Fields kind of sets you back just a little bit, because you're basically giving away a first round draft pick when you could continue to build on that. Now, I know that you would have to sit there and get a deal done with Justin Fields, but I mean, again, you could have had two solid rookies on rookie contracts instead of just getting Caleb Williams and going back and regressing a little bit with.
And I know that we talked about this yesterday, to where the Chicago Bears GM said that he wanted to do right by Justin Fields, and when you look at the compensation that they got, I guess
he did do right by Justin.
I guess he did do right, but it was
Justin Fields in a better scenario.
He put him in a better scenario, but now with Russell,
survivable scenario.
with Russell there, I mean, I don't know what I kind of foresee with the Russell Wilson
I see
thing.
maybe 3 weeks.
Yeah.
If there's
Yeah.
any setback at all,
I just hope
really short leash for Russell Wilson.
That's my point. I hope. I'm sorry.
Hey man,
me
go
grabbing
ahead.
on
Going
you.
up there a little bit further.
Right there. What I hope is that when the tide does turn and it goes to Justin Fields, I just hope that it isn't this whole shit show shenanigan thing from Russell Wilson, doing all these stupid things that he was doing over in Denver.
Sorry, that threw me back, man.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that.
No, you're good, man.
I only do that at racetracks, dude.
How many you had already? Jesus.
I ain't had anything. I think that's the problem. It's just it's just mineral water.
For those
right
guys
here,
that didn't see, Rodney just put his hand on my leg and went up a little bit further, like I was a girl. Or whatever.
Yeah, we need to put the second camera down here under here,
I mean,
like
Bucky's.
Bucky's.
I mean, I know I'm getting comfortable to you, but my goodness, my guy. Anyways, man.
Michael C., who is the last biggest name free agent the Cowboys have signed? I don't know, Deion Sanders.
I think that's the
Deion
last.
Sanders.
That's the last guy that I go back to, man. Is Deion Sanders, dude? Like prime time, and I think after that they kind of learn their ways. Try and get your pieces and settle it in the draft, and and don't overpay for talent that's not. Maybe he's going to produce 2 years of the contract that you signed 5.
Yeah, and seriously, what's concerning about the Cowboys is, I mean, it's one thing that you're not adding to the fact, but shit, everybody, you're losing, and I know that part of this is with the scenario, you got to pay Dak. Well, I guess he took a $4 million pay cut. He took a $4 million
franchise friendly.
Thanks a lot, Dak.
Cut.
Appreciate that, buddy.
How about that?
Appreciate that,
like
my
you're
man.
Not making enough in Campbell's chunky suits and stuff.
Like, go sleep in your comfy bed over there, and we'll appreciate that $4 million. Hey, I'll take it. But I mean, you got to get CD Lamb. I mean, Michael Parsons.
That's coming up.
That's the problem.
Parsons says he'll take a pay cut. He doesn't plan on being anything but a Cowboy. So we'll see how true to his word that is.
Well, I think that he probably likes being there because, well, I mean, he's a star, and I think it's people like Micah Parsons with some of the shit that he does on social media. You can't do that anywhere else. They're gonna suspend you. They're gonna fine you. They're gonna take away your phone. They're gonna do something. You can only get away with that as a Dallas Cowboy.
Talk about edge rushers, man. The Saints make a splash signing and breaking up one of the best, defensive tandems in all of the NFL. There, Chase Young exits San Francisco stage right, moves out to the Big Easy, man. What's this do for St. Louis, or not St.
For
Louis,
the Saints?
for the Saints,
man. I mean, when you add somebody like that off the edge, I mean, that's only going to help you, because I think one of the things that probably New Orleans is looking at right now,
where's Young to you too, by the way, not to piggyback off of that question.
Chase Young?
Yeah, where's Young to you in terms of
I think he's a top 5 edge rusher in my opinion. But it's like, I think what the Saints are doing is they're sitting here, and by the way, Chase Young is another one of those guys on my Cowboy board that I had in pencil. Everybody's in fucking pencil for the Cowboys.
You got to have the both. Like, you got to figure, where's Crosby? Where's Max Crosby?
I don't know. I think he's probably in the bottom 6 to 10. I think.
I got Myles Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
I got TJ Watt
when
he's healthy. Yeah. When he's healthy.
Yeah. That could be 1A and 1B, depending on health. Yeah.
Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
Joey Bosa.
Yeah.
Now are you really putting?
I put him there.
You put Young.
I put 5? Chase Young right there, and I think what the Saints did. I mean, it's a great move, because what they're sitting here watching.
I feel like we haven't seen enough of Chase Young, though. That's the thing.
Right? I mean, yeah. I totally agree with that. But you'll see a lot of them over there, because
gonna have to.
What you're watching with the AFC South or the NFC South is everybody's getting better. I mean, look at Atlanta. I mean, Atlanta's making huge strides, I guess, with Kurt Cousins. So they make that splash, and now they add the running back. So I mean, they're doing things. So I think the Saints are probably watching right here. Tampa Bay. I mean, Tampa Bay's got Mayfield, and they've locked in Mike Evans probably for the rest of his career. He's going to retire a Buccaneer, I would think. So the Saints are sitting here watching what these other offenses are doing,
and you got to think that you got to counter that, right?
You absolutely have to.
And the best way to stop it, and hell, the Giants will tell you that too, man. The best way to stop a dominant passing attack is to have a passing rush.
Yeah,
is to be able to get after it on your edge. Now, I would expect the Saints to add a couple more pieces on defense there to get after it. But yeah, I mean, hell, you'd like to see that, and you also like if you're Derek Carr, you don't like you also like knowing that Chase Young isn't going to be chasing you down. Or whatnot.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe give you a little time off the field, with somebody like Chase Young coming off the edge.
I don't know if I can give Chase Young a top 5 yet. Or I mean, he's right there. He's right on the edge. I don't know.
Well,
you'll have to change.
I think maybe why that is, and maybe why we feel like he's been, I mean, I hate to say underutilized or whatever, is the fact that who he's been playing with. I mean, there's a lot of that right there to where now that he goes to New Orleans, this is going to be where he can really be showcased. Yeah, because
was he not the showcase of Washington?
Well,
I mean, Sweat was there.
Well,
but Sweat was on the interior.
Yeah, but that wasn't a very good football team. It seemed like.
It seemed like Washington had already given up, and they were kind of tanking for the most part.
So that latest mock, your man Bo Nix, number 12.
How about
number
that?
12 to Denver?
How about
number 12 to Denver?
Now look, I'm sitting there, and maybe I caught a couple of strays in my DMs, thinking that I was a moron, proclaiming that Bo Nix is going to be, the best quarterback in this draft. I'm standing by that. I'm doubling down on it. I'm going to tell you right now. For me, it's all about reps. And I used to think, that Bo Nix was going to be a bust or whatnot, but you've had success at Auburn.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could say that he's
definitely had a lot of experience.
Right, 100%. He's got the most reps. He's got the most experience and the most reps, right? He's had a little bit of success in the SEC, and then he ventured out to the Pac-12, and say what you want about having, the Pac-12, a wash down and a watered down conference or whatnot. They put, 4 teams, competing for a chance at the playoff. Let me walk them back. Two really only competing for the playoff there, being Washington and Oregon.
Yeah.
But still, Bo Nix being able, to sling it. And also, I don't know if you guys saw his pro day.
No, I didn't see it.
Bo Nix.
I saw him talking.
Absolutely lit it up. I don't really need to see a quarterback's moxie. I don't need to really, feel the quarterback's moxie. I just need to see his reps and being able to throw. And again, you don't make or break my decision on pro day or
sure.
NFL.
It's a body of work, like we've been
exactly.
talking about. Yeah.
Let me look at the regular season. Let me see what Bo Nix has done throughout his career. He's been able to have success in multiple places and in different types of offenses. I think you get him in a solidified pro offense, and the guy's going to take off.
Speaking of body of work, you guys don't forget to join our Texas Sports Unfiltered Bracket Challenge. I got to do this. It is right there in the YouTube description down there. You can click that right there and be a part of that. And we also want to remind you, if you want to be rewarded for listening to us right here at TSU, our friends at Autograph, co-founded by Senator Tom Brady, are redefining Congressman Tom Brady. See, you can tell I'm not good with politics.
He's trying to get into. He's going to go for senator.
That's
he's not
right.
a senator yet.
And Aaron Rodgers as the vice president. And then here
Congressman Tom Brady
are redefining the fan experience by letting users earn points for acts of fandom they take every day, like listening to us. You listen to us, and you can earn rewards. All your favorite Longhorn content, all in one place right there. Rewards like exclusive merchandise, tickets, all kinds of cool stuff. You're already listening to TSU. You might as well earn points and get rewarded for it. Head over to the App Store and search Autograph, just like getting an autograph. Download the free app today using the referral code TSU, as in Texas Sports Unfiltered, TSU. And you can find a link to that app as well in the YouTube description down there with while you're doing your bracket challenge. Just go ahead and hit both links and get after it.
John Hancock's Herbie Hancock. Guys. Having some fun here, man. Having some fun here out at Circuit of the American.
I ain't heard Rocket in a long time. Herbie Hancock.
I was talking Tommy Boy.
Oh, I was talking Herbie Hancock, the singer.
Man.
Oh,
it's Herbie
Hancock. Jeez Louise.
I was trying to make a play on autograph.
Over here at
what the hell were we talking about?
So speaking of football, spring football starts today. So
Absolutely.
Your thoughts? I mean, isn't it kind of nice that you're starting spring football and you're coming off of a playoff run?
Just what you said there. I want to make
coming
sure.
off.
No.
Getting off.
Coming off a playoff run. I don't want everybody. Isn't it kind of nice? Isn't it kind of nice that you're coming off a playoff run? All right. I want us to stay hungry.
Mm-hmm.
I want us to be able to not get the cart before the horse, so to speak. Remember that you had to replace a tremendous two tremendous athletes on the defensive line.
Yep.
So and look, and thankfully we got size that's still on the defensive line there. We had we were able to make a few splashes in the secondary, so I think our defense is going to be fantastic there. Just remember, stay hungry. Don't expect it to all be easy, and get after it, dude. You're going into the SEC now. I think even doing that, Georgia's still probably my number one.
Sure, absolutely, yeah.
And then I'm not trying to placate to the burn orange faithful here, but Texas is too.
Yeah. Well, what I want to see, obviously, you want,
and it's of course early projections, early spring.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you want to see the continued player development is what you want to see, and the thing that I think about that now with Bo Davis gone, I mean, a couple of those positions that were really strong, now they've got different coaches in place right there, and that's one of the things that I've been screaming from the ceiling. It seems like since TSU launched is, man, it's really nice to have the same coaches and have the same staff.
Right?
Yeah. To where now you've got a little bit of change. Yeah. So, we'll see. I mean, I would have thought, those coaches kind of left on their own accord. I thought maybe there would be some changes with the secondary staff. Hey, but that's all right. Just develop that secondary. I think now with Trey Moore coming off the edge, I think that's something that's going to be massive, I think, when it comes to quarterback sacks. So I like all of that.
And I know that I've been big on this guy, and I've kind of been, parading him and promoting him, man. But I really want to see Alfred Collins step into this. It's
his time.
It is. And last season was his time too, right? And you guys know why I'm so big on this guy. You cannot substitute and supplement size. Alfred Collins is a huge body. He's going to allow the linebackers to eat just like they did this season, just like they were allowed to do this season because of Murphy and Sweat. So to me, guys, Alfred Collins is a huge piece of the puzzle to me. If we can figure this guy out and figure this piece out and get him active and live going there, just a massive body and a load to reckon with, dude. He's going to require at least 2 bodies each snap, guys. I'm telling you, man, if you get in, that's hard to account for.
This is really, because I think you talk to most Texas fans, we that cover it, is that maybe some disappointment, that we've had with him.
And look, we got to call it.
Sure.
You can't lie to the eye in this guy, right? And game film will tell you that it has been a lot of a letdown.
It has, and there was something. So when Alfred,
but redemption is the best part of this story. And the best part of,
and he's been in the program this long, and it's his time. Now all those other guys are gone. Now it's him. He's played behind them, but when I think of Alfred Collins, I go back to when he came out highly touted out of high school. To me, it was one of those things to where I'm like, and this is not a shot at Bastrop County, but coming highly touted out of Cedar Creek, maybe not some of that quality of opponent that you might get somebody in a 6A or whatever the case may be with something like that. But it's really his time. It's really his time.
I don't know. Like for me, it's size is just coachable. Like if you can coach this guy and get him up to technique, get his technique up and get his hand skill up to where he's being able to fight inside the trenches. Hell, man, dude, the sky's the limit. And I've never been a guy that give up on size, right?
Yeah,
hell,
yeah.
I don't give up on anybody. You know me, man.
Well, and I think the
hold on. Let me walk it back. Let me walk that back.
You giving up on the TSU 500?
Daniel
no.
Jones. No, we ain't done.
Oh yeah, Daniel Jones. I think you have given up on Daniel Jones.
I have tried to be optimistic about Daniel Jones.
I'm going to get him to be a guest on this show,
yeah.
and you can talk to him. You can just let him have it, dude.
No, I got so many questions. One, how dare you?
Right?
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
How dare you?
Yeah. It's like, where did you bury that money?
All right. Have you seen The Office, right?
Yeah.
Where Michael's interview, the X interview. How dare you? Gives him a rock. I would not. That interview would not.
That would
be brutal. I would be brutally honest.
That would not go well.
One, how did you get into Duke? Oh, because Duke's 2.0 for athletic. Athletic credentials or whatnot.
Yeah. Wags, before we get out of here.
Yeah. What
Blake Snell.
Yeah, how about that?
Everybody looking for that dude. Thought he's going to be an Angel. It seemed like it was going to be an Angel there for a little bit. And then here comes the Astros flirting with it. But man, that was quite the ticket.
I did think he was going to line it or end up in Houston.
I thought so too.
It felt like one of those Houston moves to where they make a splash and get one of those big time arms. Snell being able to do tremendous damage for the Friars there.
Yeah.
But now staying in the Bay.
Where San Diego's down here.
You're going up a little bit. You're going up a little bit.
More upper, as we say in the country.
Upper Bay area.
More upper,
More upper.
More upper.
More upper there.
A little upper.
But yeah, so look, big splash for
dude, it's huge.
Giants, man.
It's
big
huge.
Splash.
And they need it in the NL.
Probably one of the best arms in Major League Baseball.
Yeah. I think that's.
Wasn't he signed young?
Yes. 2 years ago.
2 years.
2 years ago. And I really thought, I did think that it was going to be, but he's had some injuries though. But I did think that he would land in Houston, but I think Houston saw 2 years, $66 million. They're like, we're good. But I'll tell you, I saw yesterday that now Jose Urquidy's hurt.
Hold on 1 second. You don't think Houston could pay that purse?
Oh, I think they could. I just think they don't want to. They need to figure out what they're going to be doing moving forward. Alex Bregman is going to do so.
Your lineup probably needs a lot. Your lineup and lumber probably needs a lot more tending to than your bullpen and your arms or whatnot.
Yeah, you got to get all of that figured out. I mean, they've made some additions to the bullpen and so forth, but I think, the move there for Snell, now going over to the Giants, I think that only makes that. We're talking about all these divisions, Wags. I mean, last year was really good baseball. Like we're talking about all the divisions getting better in football. These baseball divisions are really getting better, and this is going to be a hell of a little run here to the pennants.
Yeah, I've got to so I'm probably going to put. I thought I saw 650. Giants are 650 right now for a little.
I haven't looked. I haven't looked since this.
Since that. All right. Well, I got to take a little peek at it, but yeah, I might put a little scratch down on the Giants now.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I didn't get to ask you yesterday.
What's up?
So what'd you think? Spurs had a really people were going crazy over the Spurs in Austin over at Moody Center. 2 wins, I guess it was. Wimby mania. How about the NBA feel in Austin?
Are you back? Are you real? Are you gonna give me this fake? Fake that you're into the NBA?
No.
NBA's got some problems.
I just want
your
thoughts on. We were talking earlier about NASCAR coming to Austin and all of that.
I think the NBA would absolutely thrive in Austin.
I think it would too.
I think another professional sports team would thrive in Austin. Now look at what Austin FC is not, and I hate to speak bad about our fair team, right? But it's not like Austin FC is putting on winners. You know what I mean? And people, it's still a loyal fan base.
Yeah.
People show up and show out to the queue every match. And look, people just want to. It's one thing to hold, to hold the coach. You got to hold the coach accountable at one point. Look, it's going to be an awkward conversation, but you can't talk about Austin FC without talking about it. You're dropping 3 points you're only bringing home 1 point instead of taking home 3. So that conversation's got to be coming up.
And I think Austin does have that feel because
I'm sorry, you can't bring up Austin FC to me and I can't talk about Wolves. So.
No, I totally get that, but kind of like what you're talking about with the fan base there about like affording a pro sports franchise here. I think Austin is one of those cities where it's like, people.
Any pro team could come here.
And no doubt. Like when people talk about Buffalo, it's like the Buffalo fans, they were like that when Buffalo sucked.
Right.
I mean,
you know what it is too? Austin still has that. It's got that intimate vibe, but it's also got so much like just an eclectic group of people here, right? Like for me, for instance, like I'm from Maryland, but I'm also a Longhorn grad.
Right.
That is a complete anomaly. So, and there's a lot of people that just move here and they don't they come here for work and not for school. Most of the time when you come here for school, after you graduate, you're usually getting the hell out of here and going off and going somewhere else. But I mean, Austin's just a great vibe and a melting pot of not just people, but also it could be sports goers and also fandom too. I mean, hell, look at how many people turn up to the HEB Center. For the Texas
well,
Stars.
it's like when golf rolls in, like we were talking earlier with Brian.
They'll match play.
Yeah. When you had golf and you had this going on at the same time, it's like this place was, I don't know, 65% full that weekend. I mean, but you look at AAC, and I mean that place was jammed. So I mean, it definitely has that feel to where people want to come here. And it's funny, they get here and it's like, man, this traffic's horrible. I'm like, yeah, it ain't all that fucking great to be here sometimes. But the thing about it is, speaking of people that are going to be at sporting events, I promise you that there will be lots of them here at Circuit of the Americas coming up this weekend for the Echo Park Automotive Grand Prix on Sunday. Then the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series and the Xfinity Series will race a doubleheader on Saturday. And like we've been talking about, Friday's a great day to come out here, come people watch, come eat, come have some beverages, come check out the midways. And there's usually a carnival going on over there. They've got a fan zone. They've got all kinds of
Unfiltered 500
the
is going to be
Texas
going
Sports
down.
Unfiltered
so
500.
we're going to be making that happen. We will. So look, I am such a great driver, and I got to put a little bit of a handicap on it. So what we're going to do, I'm probably going to be. No, that's dangerous. You're one beer and one shot.
One beer.
We're gonna go 1-1. We're gonna go.
They run like a. I think it's a lawnmower race, a lawnmower tractor race.
I'm not trying to get on a 40cc.
You're drinking you're drinking the whole time.
Get me on a 40cc.
You're drinking the whole time.
You give me one of those hats where I got a damn helmet. Where I got the 2 beers on my helmet or whatnot, and I get to suck in the damn beer while I'm on the damn tractor. That's probably it, right? That's probably the best spot for me.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out how to do that. Yeah, but we will be back here Friday. We will be here, I think, 8 to. I'm looking. He's busy.
What are we going? We're going to be out here Friday. What are we going to be out here?
I think we
BK,
are.
What are we? What's our hours on Friday? 8 to 11. 8 to 10 to 11.
8 to 10 to 11. All right. So that and the thing is, I'll be curious to see where
I want to do the show. You know what? Can we get a helmet cam? Oh,
GoPro.
Ideas. Tom, let's get Tom McKay on this too. We'll get a helmet cam while I'm going around the damn tracks. That would be fantastic, would it not?
Going around the tracks. Yeah, that would be great.
Huh? We'll talk about it. Get me in pit row. We'll have BK in pit row and Bucky trying to change my damn tires.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be?
There you go. Give me the Jack Man.
Ooh.
BK, the Jack Man.
As the Jack Man intern.
The Jack Man.
It's got a different meaning where I come from.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I want to be the Jack
I think we're
Man.
onto something, though. Texas Sports Unfiltered 500. Get Wags in the car. Get a helmet cam in there. An actual driver cam. Have Rodney, BK talking behind the scenes. Hell, they get them in the next lap. We got to do a rotation. We got to do an actual relay.
You're the driver?
You're going to be a driver too, pal.
All of us are drivers.
Yeah, we got to rotate all the crew. We got to do the pit crew.
I'm telling you, we got to do that 24 hours of lemons where you go get an old beater and
drive it to Vegas.
We got to do that.
Get it up to
Either
Vegas.
that or that they do them like at racetracks.
It's like, I don't know if you've ever
Oh,
seen
there's
Top
one that
Gear
leaves
or whatnot.
Austin that goes to Vegas. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen Top Gear or whatnot, but that's where that gave me.
Cannonball Run.
Cannonball Run.
We need those girls if we're going to be doing that.
I don't know if they're are they in a home right now?
They're probably
Same girls?
dead.
No, they're still thriving.
You can be the preacher. We'll put the collar on you.
That's Dean Martin. The preacher was Dean Martin. Absolutely, man. I know we got it's only an hour getting ready to pop up here, man.
Jordan's there. Well, I guess we can pull Jordan in here and see.
I'm trying to figure out why you guys are sitting so close together here today.
Did you see how Rodney put his hand on and started,
I didn't
never have
see
I ever.
it,
Yeah,
thankfully.
I was trying to make my point. And
I tried to keep my cool. Like I tried to keep my bearing and everything, and it just kept going up further. And I'm like, my God, man, you're almost. I don't tuck it in my side.
Then I heard a thud. Then I heard a thud on the table, and I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah,
Thought the randomizer came back. You know what I'm saying?
We don't have an HR department, so I'm not sure what.
Jordan, what's going on, my guy? How you doing, sir?
Man, sorry, I'm keep looking at my other screen because I got Lightroom pulled up, going through photos from this morning, from the spring ball practice.
Oh yeah. How was this?
Yeah. It was pretty good. A little chilly, but nonetheless, it's good to kind of have that vibe of football back. So, it was really cool seeing all the freshmen in that Texas uniform for the first time. Noticing some differences. And, seeing the transfers too. That was also a first for everyone as well. And, I mean, yeah, it sucks that it's the only availability of the week, but, that Sark runs a pretty tight ship. So,
right.
We'll take what we can get.
While you were there, were you able to see, like, any of the teams or whatnot? Were you able to get, like, an idea of who's going to be first team or second team?
Yeah. So, I mean, the only team drill they do is this pursuit drill where they'll line up everyone on defense and where you'd line up in a defense in a game. And then they'd have, I forgot who was doing it. I think it might have been Becton. Clap his hands and then he points them one way and they just run for however long. So that's the only way you could see it. I was on photo duty. I'm the photographer for us, so I didn't write down all those numbers, but I know Eric or Chip or one of them did. But yeah, good looking group. Weird seeing Colin Simmons in number 11 and not 8.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's also like, I mean,
edge rush.
I get more exposure to the incoming freshmen than anyone else in the market just because I go to more stuff than anyone else in the market. And with Colin, I mean, it's crazy. He sticks out because he's smaller than everyone. At least with the edge group, he's 6'2", 230, or that's what we got him at Under Armour All-American game in January. So, whatever his listed weight is at now, that's what he's at. But it was just cool seeing all the freshmen. Trey Owens, his body's gone through a lot of transformation over the last year. He shed a lot of weight during the season, and then he showed up to All-American, weighed in pretty heavy, actually. Some good weight, but a lot of it was bad. He'll even talk about having some love handles. He used to mention that to me, that he was trying to get rid of those. So, he's in that process. This is what happens whenever you get into a Power 5 strength and conditioning program with nutrition as well. They're going to take care of you and reshape your body. And I mean, Trey Owens, he looks the best I've ever seen him physically. So, like that. I'm trying to think the running backs.
I was going to say any other eyebrow raisers out of the backfield.
Or did anybody look? I know one of the questions always is coming into the spring. It's like, well, maybe their weights kind of got on them a little bit, in the time off. Was there anybody that looked
a little too healthy?
A little too healthy.
A little too.
Yeah, I mean, so Savion Red, everyone kind of figured out that he had put on some bad weight once, the roster was updated online with the new height and weight, but he looks pretty damn big. And he's holding it better than I thought. I knew he has some weight he needs to get rid of. He's holding it better than I thought, and he's moving better than I thought. But I
was gonna say, if his speed ain't down, that's it's fine to have the weight as long as it doesn't take away from your speed, right?
Oh yeah. But there's no way. I don't think they're not going to try to trim him down some more. But I mean, looking at the group of running backs, he's definitely who you'd want getting the rock on the 1 yard line, having to cram into a pile. That's who you want to give the ball to.
He did what I do. He just gets a bigger shirt. Just get a bigger shirt, and you'll look fine.
Yeah. And then a tight end, Jordan Washington, actually looked really, really good physically. I think a big part of that can just go to he's never been in an off-season program. He was not a legitimate. He probably, if he put all his eggs in the basketball basket, he'd probably be like a low major D1, high major D2, something like that. But he would always play basketball, and then he played all summer in AAU as well. So he would never stack on weight during high school. And man, when he moved into Texas, probably about 6'4", 220. I'd say he's got to be in the 230s now, just looking at him. But it's really, really good weight. And, after Amari Niblack, it's, probably him for who physically looks the best and looks the part. I've talked about it a lot, but the 2 tight end takes was not a fan of. I mean, Will Randall, you got to do that with Arch. Spencer Shannon, on the other hand, I mean, 6'7", a modern day kid, helps with connections. But, both of those guys, I don't want to say they stand out, but they stand out for the wrong reasons compared to the other guys in that group. And
they're slow.
Oh, no, just physically. Like, they don't look like the other guys do. I don't even know how.
For the wrong reasons, so they kind of threw me off for a minute.
Yeah. But yeah, so that was tight ends. Again, running backs are really good. Baxter, looks the same. Jaden Blue looks the same. Christian Clark was a pretty big surprise to everyone.
Like,
sorry,
anybody talking? Is it still Baxter's, backfield, so to speak? Is he's going to be touted as the number one guy, or is it,
Jaden
any
Blue,
whispers that it's going to be Blue? Because I think we can all agree, after what we saw at the latter portion of last year, Jaden Blue seemed to be like the guy that should be, the bell cow, or not so much the bell cow, but getting most of the carries for the backfield.
Yeah. Look, to be honest with you, I think there's a lot of the staff expects Baxter to do so much more than what he did as a freshman.
Okay.
And to be honest, I think as much of a change of pace back that Jaden Blue is, that Baxter will probably be who's going to start most of the games. So this is just my personal belief and opinion. I do think they're far from making a final decision on that, and they're going to wait till fall camps at least halfway through.
Yeah. Sure.
Even last year, like I remember, I went and had lunch with a source in mid-June, and at that time, I remember asking him, Sark has had 1,000-yard rusher for however many years in a row. Who do you think it'll be? And the source said, we all want it to be Baxter, but I don't think it will. Like, I think Jonathan Brooks, he didn't think Baxter would be built for that as a freshman. And he wasn't. And Jonathan Brooks ended up being 1,000-yard rusher, or he came close to whatever it was. And Baxter didn't. So I think Baxter could be the one. I think Jaden Blue is going to play a lot regardless of who's starting. And Sark's going to play who's making a bigger impact at the end of the day. And if that's Jaden Blue, it's Jaden Blue. If that's CJ Baxter, it's CJ Baxter. So
Jordan, most importantly, what was Arch doing?
Yeah.
That's really all that matters. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
I'm sure you saw the quarterback's throw.
Yeah. So, I mean, man, I don't know if I've ever seen a bigger difference in like quarterback tiers on one team. So it's like Quinn and Arch, obviously neck and neck of almost identical to where the ball's going. And keep in mind, we're only in there 20 minutes and like they're not stupid. Yeah. Like they're not really showing us much, right, on purpose. But you could look away and just watch the receiver run the route and watch the ball come in, and you'll say that's either Quinn or Arch who threw that. You could say the same thing for Trey Owens, and then it's all the walk-ons. And it's very noticeable who is throwing the ball just off of where the receiver's catching it and the velocity and everything there. So, but yeah, Arch and Quinn definitely I'd say a tier, and then Trey Owens, and then the walk-ons. But man, Trey Owens, it's not a knock on him. He just got there in January, and also Arch and Quinn are two of the greatest quarterback prospects of all time to ever be at Texas. So.
All right, boys. Well, I don't mean to be rude or anything, but I got to cut out of here and head back up the road. So I'll see you guys, and I'll be listening to you on the road. Y'all be good.
Go for it, Wags.
See you later, guys. See y'all tomorrow. Chaos Theory back.
See ya.
All right. I'm going to probably change the name of the show because it's going to be less than an hour. But at any rate, Jordan, you've been talking about practice, man. I just posted our practice notes at Horns 24/7. So we got offensive notes, and we got defensive notes. If you want to know kind of the nitty-gritty of who lined up where, we've got it all on the site. And right now, today's our last. If you want to take advantage of that 50% off subscription offer for our VIP subs, advantage of it right now. I just need to send a text real quick. But Jordan, you were talking about the quarterbacks. I don't know if you were finishing a thought or expounding on a thought, but that's the position everybody wants to talk about. And I think it's pretty clear. Texas is dealing with first world problems at quarterback, right? Like, how are you going to find enough work for Arch Manning? Quinn looked about as clean as you would expect a 2-year starter to look in a practice setting like this. No bad steps, no bad balls. Just a pretty ho-hum practice, and ho-hum for Quinn is, a guy this is Quinn's third spring? Yeah, this is third spring going through this. So, he knows the offense. Texas. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, third spring at Texas. He did have one at Ohio State. Or no, actually, he didn't have spring at Ohio State.
Yeah, because he was August.
He got the truncated camp at Ohio State. But at any rate, man, I wouldn't say Arch Manning had a bad practice by any stretch, but he did have kind of the one boo-boo this morning where he missed DeAndre Moore. They were running 2-man routes, and he missed DeAndre Moore, and Sark wasn't too happy. But overall, man, and Trey Owens, we talked about it when we were kind of powwowing as a group, a little roundtable we had. Trey Owens, pretty much what you'd expect, kind of the opposite of Quinn, what you'd expect from a guy in his first college practice. Some good, some okay, and some that he'll probably watch film and want to forget. But overall, man, in the transfer portal era, let me put that caveat in there. In the transfer portal era, it's hard to have a quarterback room, Jordan, as healthy as the one Texas has right now.
Or as talented. Yeah, man. Like, look, Trey Owens is he's gonna have his slip ups. He's gonna have his bad throws. I mean, I watched him throw like 2 balls on the ground. But he's 18. He's a freshman. He's getting a red shirt. Probably, I mean, he won't red shirt his second year, but he basically will. You know what I mean? So,
and I apologize to everybody. Clearly, I'm broadcasting from the car today, so I'm not meaning to make anybody sick as far as me changing views. But hopefully, this setup I got right now will work. Sorry, Jordan.
All good. Yeah, man, Trey's gonna be just fine. You know, with what they were looking at in 2025 after signing Arch, like there was never gonna be much, and they went out and got a kid who, you know, had amazing intangibles, but might not have been that great. That's why they didn't have to fight that hard to get him. But you know, 6'5", plus wingspan, big hands, had a great senior year, took down Katy in the playoffs, gave them their first earliest exit since 2008. You know, he did a lot as a senior, and he got a lot better his last year in high school. And even people I didn't expect the jump. I didn't expect to see the jump that he made. I expected a jump, but not that big. And I think, you know, the Texas staff would tell you the same thing if they were speaking truthfully. That said, he's got a lot of time in Austin to, you know, till it's his time to actually take snaps and get the rock out. So again, I'm not worried at all about him. If he's ever having to play this year or next year, we have way bigger problems than himself. So yeah, I liked what I saw from him. I'm trying to think of from the DB group. Jelani McDonald looks about the same as he did last year, but I mean, like, Jesus Christ, man, just like looking at him. And I mean, looking at the athletes Texas had out on that field today, like there cannot be another program in college football outside of maybe Georgia that would have a better, like, off the bus group. You know what I mean?
Georgia, Ohio State would be in that conversation. You know, hey man, Bama's still Bama until proven otherwise. LSU maybe, but it's a pretty select group. If you just talk about just how guys look just on the hoof, dude, that was, and we'll have a roundtable at Horns 24/7, kind of everybody giving their biggest takeaways, and you guys will get Chip's takeaways coming up at 1:00. But my biggest takeaway, Jordan, I spent most of my time watching the offensive line. I watched the skill guys for a little bit because when they started doing routes on air, I could kind of split the difference between two fields.
Mm-hmm.
But that offensive line group, man, Jaden Chapman is 294 pounds. And I was watching them go through drills, and I'm like, man, Jaden Chapman's really light in the ass. And I'm like, actually, no, he's not. He's 295 pounds. It's just that everybody else on that line is so damn big. And, you know, like Cam Williams is 360 pounds. That's what he's listed at. But, like, you put him up against Neto and standing next to DJ Campbell, and it's like, yeah, Jaden Chapman looks small standing next to those guys. But I've seen some Texas offensive lines where Jaden Chapman would have been one of the biggest guys on a Texas offensive line. That's when you hear about Kyle Flood and Sark talking about recruiting large humans, like this is what they're talking about. And it's a group, it's an O-line group that they're big, but they can move. And Jordan, I'll tell you what, man, it is, to your point about a group getting off the bus and the depth, still, even though you lost, what we figure, 6, 7, 8 guys going to get drafted next month. You lost a lot from last year's team. Not to mention what you lost in the portal. Wasn't that much, but still you lost some guys. But the depth on this team in spring ball, for you to be legitimately 3 deep on the offensive line with scholarship bodies, to where you still got a couple of scholarship guys today that were running with the 4s on the offensive line. Dude, that in the portal era, that's freaking unheard of to have that much depth.
And, like, I barely got any time with the O-line. I mean, I just walked over to you and was like, I'm not getting any good photos over here. And went back down to the skill guys. But yeah, man, it is genuinely wild looking over at that group and just how goddamn big they are.
Dude, it is. I don't want to like oversell it, but geez, man, like Trevor Gooseby, I think Antoine mentioned in the chat. Yeah, Trevor Gooseby. You know, what is he listed at right now? Like 3. I don't know. Hold on. Let me find I got the roster here somewhere. Hold on. Just give me a sec. I'll pull the roster out. They list Gooseby at 313. Dude was listed at 285 coming into his true freshman year.
Telling you, man, that's who's replacing Kelvin Banks.
Well, like you said, man, he's the backup left tackle right now. He's the number 2 left tackle.
Yeah.
No question. And you got Andre Kojo running behind Cam Williams. But I think we know, like, if there's some competition there, I think it says a lot. Something else you talked about. And I don't want to be too O-line heavy again on this show because I feel like I'm O-line heavy every show when we talk Texas football. But you mentioned a couple weeks ago about Neto potentially pushing Hayden Connor at left guard. I think it says a lot that you've got a 13-game starter, a guy that started every game his true freshman year, Cole Hudson, who, no fault of his own, just because he had a shoulder surgery, it's like now his path to the field is blocked because he's behind DJ Campbell. And like, we're not even talking about Cole Hudson being a starter. We're thinking if anybody from that group is going to push anybody, it might be Neto pushing Hayden Connor. And depending on what happens with Cam Williams, maybe kicking Hayden Connor out to right tackle. Like, in what world do you have a 13-game starter, a full season starter on the offensive line, and he's just kind of sitting there? And not a bad player. Cole Hudson's not a bad player. You're in a really, 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 I mean, a tremendous spot right now. To say you're in a really good spot doesn't do it justice with where you are on the offensive line, just in terms of numbers, just in terms of your depth.
Yeah, and man, I'll tell you what, if you want to transition away from O-linemen, Texas is not going to have any shortage of returners. They had Jonte, Golden, Isaiah Bond, of course, Aaron Butler, Livingstone. They had all those dudes working punt return. Jonte was, if I remember correctly, I think Jonte was first in line. I'm not sure. I'm looking through a little viewfinder the whole time taking photos.
No, that makes sense because I didn't watch the special teams guys. You know, I was watching O-line during the special teams period. But it makes sense if Jonte gets the first crack at it because he was number 3 behind Worthy and Whittington last year.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense then. And I turned to Hank and said, and we were at the tight ends, but it's really, really interesting, you know, being down there at the field and, you know, there's no JT Sanders around. There's no Jordan Whittington around. You know, there's no Jalen Ford. There's no, you know, all those guys, right? And it's because it's a new era. It's a new era of Texas football. I think, you know, we're still close to I don't know how to describe. We're close to fully being done with the group of guys that was there in year 1 for Sark. I think next year, once Quinn leaves to the NFL and, you know, like Jade's gone and those guys, and it's a completely new group, then I think it will 1000% be a true new era. But it was really interesting being down there. And again, like no JT, no Whittington. It just, I don't know. It made me feel old almost because it's like, not that you knew those guys were always going to move on, but it's like you felt like they never would. I don't know.
Yeah. Like Jalen Ford was one of those guys that's gone. Man, it's been a long time since I was at a Texas practice and didn't see Tavondre Sweat.
Yeah.
You know, here's the other thing to think about it too. Like last year, you know, really the 22 team, to a large extent, but really last year that it didn't feel like, okay, this is Steve Sarkisian kind of shepherding along the remnants of the Tom Herman era. It was Steve Sarkisian's program. That was Steve Sarkisian's team. These are Sark's players. And I think this year even feels more like that. Just kind of that changing of the guard that you get every few years. I mean, think about it like this. After this season, unless Vernon Broughton comes back or Jake Majors decides to take his 6th year, you won't have any guys on the roster that played a single snap for Tom Herman.
Yeah.
Whereas Sark year 1, and I'd have to think year 2, but year 1 for sure, he still had guys that played for Charlie Strong.
Yeah. It's wild to think, man. Like Charlie had 3 years, Herman had 4. Or they both have 3.
Herman had 4. Charlie had 3. Herman had 4. Yeah.
Charlie had 3. Herman had 4. Yeah. So, yeah, wild to think like where Herman was year 4 compared to where, Sark is year 4. But yeah, I don't know. Let's, I guess, get back into practice. Who else really caught your eye, coming out that you've been thinking of?
Christian Clark, dude, no question. Savion Red, he got some kind of hand deal. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
But he was working behind the other. He was working behind the other backs. But man, like you watch CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue, and Trey Wisner was running with the 3s, which again is a returner. It shouldn't surprise anybody. And then it's Kai Woods and Colin Page, the 2 walk-ons. Colin Page is an Anderson product. But man, Christian Clark listed at 210, and actually, as a matter of fact, you and I, you were up there with me at that field when the backs came on right after the running backs went up to that top field where the O-line is. It's kind of where I camp out during these practices. You backed me up, Ramina. Like, dude, have you seen Christian Clark? You're like, yeah, like he looks huge. Like his thighs and hamstrings. Like this dude looks like he's been in a college strength program for a couple years. And same thing with Garrett Gibson too.
Yeah, and Christian Clark I was really curious to how he was going to, be on the hoof because he was one of like the 4 players from last year that I never saw in person, at least play. So,
right.
Yeah, how does Colin Simmons look? Really weird not wearing number 8 just because I've been covering him 3-4 years now, and number 11 just looks weird. Another thing I said too, this before Jeff got on, it's weird seeing Colin and like he's not physically imposing at all because he's not even close to the biggest in that edge room or looks the meanest at all. And like Justice Finkley's the only one saving him from looking like the runt of the litter. So yeah, I don't know, but the new look is interesting. And I think everyone has really high expectations for him as a freshman. I've done everything I can to try to temper them for some people. I know he's a great high school prospect, but the type of player he is, like he's going to need some time to adjust. And also like, yes, he's really good, but are you going to take Ethan Burke off? Are you going to take Barron Sorrell off? Probably not. So,
I mean, Trey Moore is still going to get snaps.
Trey Moore, I didn't even notice him today. When we were walking out, I'm like, yo, was Trey Moore there? Because like I
didn't watch.
There's so much going on. You're not thinking like, where are guys?
It's tough. That's why we met as a staff afterwards. I know you had to get back and crop pictures, but I kind of got the gist of it from you. But talking to Chip, talking to Eric, talking to Hank, between the 5 of us, I mean, we can pretty much see everything, but one of us can't see all we need to see. But I say that to say, like, Chip spent most of his time watching the D-line, the edge group and the D-line group. And, Chip was like, man, Trey Moore, as productive as he was at UTSA, like, kind of what you said about Colin Simmons, like, he doesn't physically stand out in that edge group. And that's not a good thing or a bad thing. It just kind of is what it is. And that's why, I wrote in the practice notes on defense, like, Trey Moore's added weight since he's been here. I mean, he's listed at 242. So he's added weight since he's been at Texas. But he and Colin Simmons both at their weights, where are they going to be at by the time games roll around, are they going to be able to physically hold up well enough to where they can take reps away from Baron Sorrell and Ethan Berg? Because the staff is going to earmark snaps for both of those guys because they both bring a tool to the table that Texas didn't have last year. They can bend the edge and get after the quarterback.
Oh yeah. Kobe Black actually fits right in with the red. I mean, he's wearing number 6. Obviously, he's got dreads and is a different tone than Ryan Watts. But I mean, outside of that, he looks like Ryan Watts in that number 6. Was moving well, looked like his usual self. Didn't look, bigger, necessarily smaller. He was already, a jumbo-sized corner, at least for a high school kid, in my opinion. So I like that. Dre Bledsoe, everything that's been getting reported on him in the offseason looks to be true. Just,
man.
From a weight perspective, from a body transformation perspective. It's funny. Sadir, I think it's a pretty well-known fact amongst Texas fans that, coaches are they're wanting to get more out of Sadir Mitchell this offseason. And I spent probably 3 minutes on a knee within like 3 feet of him. And the majority of those 3 minutes, Kenny Baker was just ripping him. So I saw that firsthand. He looks every bit of 372 pounds, if not more. But yeah, I mean, they're going to need more out of him. They want to get a deeper rotation with the D linemen, and that spring portal window's coming up, and they're going to look for some fireworks at that position. And who am I to bet against Texas in that position? You know what I mean?
I'll say this about D line too. And again, Chip at 1:00. Chip's going to be your guy for D line stuff because Chip spent most of his time down there with that group. Chip liked what he saw from Tia Savea today. Just a guy out there just moving around, just how he handled practice, and that's to be expected for a guy that's transferred twice, but he transferred from one power conference program to another. So it shouldn't be that big of an adjustment for him. But Chip liked the way he moved, and I think it's pretty well known, Jordan, at least for me. Those are going to be your top 3 guys: Collins, Broughton, and Savea. Like those are going to be your top 3 guys. We'll see what happens if what they do in the portal. But after that, man, Bledsoe, Mitchell, whoever you're talking about, man, it's completely unknown what you're going to get. And to an extent, like that's kind of where your edge depth is. I mean, your top 3 are going to be Sorrell, Burke, and Trey Moore. Man, after that, who knows? Who knows how it's gonna fill out?
Yeah, DeAndre Moore, first one out. I don't know if y'all are saying like he was first to walk onto the fields or whatnot. By the time I got there around 8:50-ish, everyone's already in the fences or on the field. So didn't see that part. Don't know if it's true. Can't confirm. Jelani McDonald still is, one of the prettiest guys out there. Looks like $1 million. It's just, we got to see him play. And again, I know everyone is asking us, what do you think of this guy today? What do you think of this guy? We're only there for 20 minutes. And also they're purposely like doing as little as they can to show us, they're not stupid. So
what they let us see is stuff that Sark is comfortable letting us see.
Yes.
In other words, he's not going to let us see anything that he doesn't want us to see.
Exactly. So that being said, what we all see isn't, always a ton. And they keep certain position groups like way down on the other side of fields and with people standing behind them, so you can't even see what's going on. But yeah, I know everyone has a lot of questions, and we'll answer what we can. But it's like that we're only there 20 minutes, and our sample size isn't huge. But I mean, everyone has.
Who's never going to be the first guy off the bus or the first guy on the field? Any offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Just because how much gear those guys have to put on, man. You gotta put on 2 knee braces, and some guys need like shoulder harnesses, and you got all kinds of stuff. You got all kinds of gimmicks. Got to put on.
Yeah,
man, them damn skill guys. when you put pads on, those guys don't even wear knee pads for practice. Like you might as well just roll out there in shorts.
Yeah. So, just because I'm looking at them right now, and I said it to start the show, but the reason I keep looking over here is because I have Lightroom pulled up with all the photos I took, and I'm trying to edit them while I do the show. But Terrence Brooks, man, I wish I could share my screen and show you. I don't know if I'm able to, but Terrence Brooks looks like
give it a shot. See if you can. I don't know if you can.
Also, I have a monitor with an HDMI cord, so I don't know what screen it's gonna.
All right. Well, let's just.
Oh shoot.
Man, it is a. Well, it is a
Okay.
four-alarm fire this morning for me, man. I got practice. I got a podcast. My wife is trying to get back from Europe, and her flight from London to Austin just got canceled. So, yeah,
Can anyone see my screen? I'm not sure.
I cannot see your screen, Jordan.
All right.
That's okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if BK's listening, if he can help us out or something. I don't know.
That's fine. But you're talking about Terrence Brooks is who you're talking about, though.
Yeah. Physically, it definitely has put on weight, I think, just looking at him. Look for. Why is it not letting me?
I just don't know if you have privileges. Hey, I'll say this, man. You talking about guys.
Is it doing it now?
No.
Damn, I can see it like in the separate thing, but it's not showing up.
Huh? No, I don't see anything.
Yeah, it's all good.
You talking about guys that I saw him. Hank watched him too for a little bit, man. Every year there's a guy, last year for me it was Gooseby. Every year there's a guy that I look at. There's usually one guy that I can tell, okay, we rank that guy way too high. And there's usually one guy that I'm like, okay, we as an industry rank him way too low. Last year that guy we ranked too low was Gooseby. I think as an industry, just again, it's a first practice, first glimpse, no shoulder pads, nothing. I'm already getting a feeling we might have missed the boat on Jordan Washington.
Okay, while we're saying this, go back to when he committed. Dig through his tag stories, and you can find me being like, this could be a top 247 kid. He had like a +8 wingspan, has fucking oven mitts for hands, has like 10.5 or 11 hands, great hands. And he also has like 34.5 arms, which are like offensive tackle length for first rounders. So, and he had like a deeper basketball background than like any tight end in the class. I've been a huge Jordan Washington fan from the jump. Actually, I give a pat myself on the back. Ran that recruitment as well. Told me the week they offered, a couple days before, that if Texas ever offered him, that's where he was going. It was his dream school, but that he hadn't heard from them in 4 months. 4 days later, he got the offer. I called him. He said he's going to Texas. So cool seeing him again and seeing him there today. I said it earlier, but man, outside of Nye Black, what you want a tight end to look like, a pass catching tight end, it's exactly Jordan Washington.
He's 240 now, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like out of all the freshmen, and it was before you got on, out of all the freshmen that looked different, he was the first one where I was like, yo, Hank, are you seeing Jordan Washington over here? It's like, God damn, he looks good. Like, really, because, and again, I said to start the show, he never had a football offseason. He was a great basketball player. He'd play AAU and school and summer ball too. And he barely played 7-on-7. So he was always taking off weight that he'd put on in football and was probably hovering around 6'4", 215 the majority of his senior year. So now that he's in a strength and conditioning program, nutrition, all that weight's already going on there, and it's good weight. It's great weight. Like, he looks amazing. I know we don't have many photos out now, but once I get them out, like, y'all will see everything we've been talking about. But yeah, I love Jordan Washington in high school. I love the get then, especially because in 2024, the in-state tight end class in Texas was god awful. That's why A&M and Nick Saban, Alabama, and Texas were all doing everything they could to get Jordan Washington in the summer. But, once he got that Texas offer, it was over for his recruitment. So,
yeah.
But yeah, and then the music they were playing, clean rap music. They only played it like the first half, and the second half it was quiet, I think. So
I think usually the way Sark's done it, we'll see if stays that way this year. Usually after stretch is when the music stops.
Yeah, that's when it stopped. So, and yeah, that was about halfway. About half of the media availability is them stretching. By the way,
Yeah.
So whenever y'all ask us who's running where, they're literally stretching 10 of the 20 minutes we're there.
But like
So,
you can look at drills and get the pecking order, get an idea of the pecking order, and that's the only time we get to see any group, any position group, like either side of the ball where it's all 11 guys, is that pursuit drill on defense. That's it. And they do that for like 2 rotations during a period, and then that's it. They go off and do individual stuff. But you can tell the pecking order where we got guys just watching guys working groups. Like I could tell what the offensive line pecking order was. It wasn't that hard to figure out. Some positions, the wide receivers, it wasn't that hard to figure out. And I'll tell you what, there's not going to be a viewing window on Thursday because coaching clinic is in town. I think that's going to be the same for Saturday as well. Or maybe practice is on Friday. I forget what the practice schedule is this week off the top of my head. But you have to talk about the freshmen now, Jordan, because once the pads come on and you start scrimmaging, you're not going to hear much about the freshmen at that point.
Yeah. Thoughts on Makuba? So I barely saw any of the O-line, and then for DBs, I only really saw the corners. The safety group was on the other side. So I actually barely got to see Makuba. Don't even have a photo of him. So yeah, and then Coach Choice, wearing his same, sweatpants with a hoodie, except it's 50 degrees out, not 100. So he was himself, getting the backs ready, all that. So
again, talking to Eric Henry, Hank and I seem to be more offense today, and Eric and Chip seem to be more kind of on the defense. Jordan, I know you were floating the whole practice, but just talking to Chip and Eric, Johnny Nansen, just from a I guess an energy / spirit / intensity standpoint, just in terms of how he coaches, looks like he's going to be a guy that, and we'll see like technique and all that stuff and how he relates to players, but just that baseline energy seems like it's going to be a seamless transition from Jeff Choate to Johnny Nansen for the linebackers. Like they said Johnny Nansen brings the juice at practice.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what, man, it's weird seeing the different guys in different numbers. Like the amount of times I looked at 97 and is like, yo, what the fuck is Chris Ross? Oh, that's Alex January. You know what I mean? And like the amount of times CJ Vogel and I were cracking up about this. But like every time they throw the ball to Parker Livingstone, I'm like, yo, who is this walk-on? That's Parker Livingston, So, yeah, and I'll tell you what, someone who was a pleasant surprise, Hank and I were both like, hey, yo, Aaron Butler, because he was like Christian Clark, where we never saw him in person. At least Hank and I didn't, because he was in California, and obviously, how his recruitment went down there at the end. He looks really, really good and really fluid and really long. And then Wingo. Man, Wingo looks – I saw him at All-American, and, I saw him practice for a full week and then play in the game. But, man, he's big. And, I like that they kept 5 on the next biggest wide receiver Texas has.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be a tradition. But
when I first saw Wingo, my brain initially went to, damn, A.D. Mitchell bulked up a little bit. I'm like, oh, no, that's Ryan Wingo.
Yeah. And that's how, I don't know. Like, for me, you got to give 0 to someone that's just, straight dog. DeAndre Moore, I don't know. He's coming off the bench this year. So I would have maybe 0 on Isaiah Bond or something like that. I don't know.
But Isaiah Bond needed 7 for the marking.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just meant 0's got to go to one of the top dudes, but it really doesn't matter. Is everyone healthy? The only guy I can remember that wasn't doing like all the stretches because they make them like do log rolls and shit to get them warm. And like if you can't do contacts or whatever, they would just stay up. And it was Mo Blackwell who wasn't doing the stuff where they jump on the ground. He would stay up and he'd keep high knees or something like that. So
yeah,
I guess Mo Blackwell, something's up with him. Not sure. He went through the rest of the drills, and I mean, he looked like he was going full speed. He didn't seem restricted at all. But outside of that, I can't think of anyone I saw standing off to the side or anything like that. I did notice like towards the end, I'm like, where's Silas Bolden at? And then Hank was like, he's not coming till junior, remember? And I was like, that's right. I forgot. So
yeah. We'll take questions anybody has on anybody. Now, CD. So we didn't get to see the recruiting facilities. I didn't go to the availability because I was finishing our practice notes, and everything was at Denius anyway. It wasn't in the stadium, so no, didn't get to see any of the new facilities.
Yeah. Who else? Ant Hill looks like he's put on a little bit of weight. I think he looks slightly bigger. I also just think these dudes just got off spring break and they've all been in Miami for a week. Well, guess what they've been doing? You know what I mean? So I'm not holding any of that against him. But yeah, who else? Trying to think. Who else would have caught my eye? Daniel Cruz.
Aren't you just glad? Can I just ask this? Aren't you glad that we don't have to sit here and entertain the Quinn versus Arch stuff?
Yes.
And I'm only bringing it up right now just because.
Yeah. Thank you to our loyal listeners for having some common sense and a brain, because it does make our lives much more pleasant, and it makes clocking into work much better. So shout out to all of you for not being dumbasses, because we do appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm the national narrative on that is going to be what it's going to be, but I'm glad that we're not having to entertain any of that nonsense.
Oh yeah. Man, Sadir Mitchell wearing 90. Interesting stuff. Who was? Sorry, I'm just going through these photos. Savea, I know you brought it up earlier, but first time seeing Savea, liked his look. I mean, definitely. There's a difference in looking at guys that have been in college 4 years and guys that have been in college 2 years. Like, it's night and day.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying with him, he's standing out amongst the D-line group, in my opinion.
Chip liked how he moved. I'll say this: Eric and Chip went to the press conference afterwards with Sark. Again, I was getting our practice notes posted, so I couldn't make it over there. But this is Sark on Quinn Ewers Day, and I thought Quinn looked really good today and had a great command of things. And something new that we worked on today is we have the ability to communicate through the headset. So that's something that is going to be those scrimmages this spring and in camp. That's going to be kind of Quinn's dry runs, to figure out how the headset's going to function in a game. And man, doesn't that come in handy just in time for Texas to go to Ann Arbor second week of the season in the big house? What should be a 100,000 plus crowd?
That place ain't loud, man. They're not worried about that.
What's your deal against Michigan, Jordan? Why do you hate Michigan?
Is that even a top 3 loudest stadium Texas will play in next year? Let's be honest. Kyle Field will be louder. That is a given.
That'll be the loudest.
DKR versus Georgia, it'll be a home game, but that'll get louder. Arkansas will get louder.
Fayetteville will be loud. I mean, Cotton Bowl's always.
Yeah.
That's its own unique deal, man. It's its own unique organism.
Yeah. No one got any parking tickets that I know of.
Yeah, Coach, I don't know. I don't know anybody that got ticketed today. So pro day's tomorrow, though. So nobody's out of the woods yet. But man, I've been in the same spot for time is it? Almost 3 hours. And I got my dashboard permit out. I don't know. I haven't even seen, knock on wood, I haven't even seen parking and transportation services.
Yeah, I didn't either. I just went and parked at the lot everyone always parks at. I'm like, F it, I'll risk it. If they want to try to ticket all 200 of these cars here for 20 minutes, like,
No,
try.
no, Bruce, I'm actually sitting in the car. I got the car off. I'm parked. I'm stationary. So I wish if I had was it Tesla does the driverless car, kind of car, the self-driving car. I could use one of those. But no, I'm stationary right now. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I mean, I think we've hit most of the bases that I wanted to hit because, like I said, neither one of us really got a good look at what was going on defensively. But again, man, just the three position groups that walked right by me were the offensive line, the running backs, and the tight ends.
Mhm.
And even to look at a guy like Spencer Shannon, how much he's filled out in a year. Like you said, Jordan Washington. It's like, dude, I can't remember the last time a Texas team was just this big, just across the board. But they're big where they need to be big, if that makes any sense. Like they don't have, like, none of those wide receivers are stiffs,
Mhm.
and from what I've seen, you saw more of the corners, I think, than I did. I didn't see any of them. So if you saw any of them, that'd be more than I did. Like Manny Muhammad, Terrence Brooks, those guys aren't stiffs. They're big, but they're not stiffs. Makuba, Derek Williams, like, they're not stiffs. So, and even like Hank and Eric were talking about this because Eric watched more of the linebackers. And Hank was over there for a little bit too. Kendrick Blackshire is 261 pounds, and he's just it's weird because
Okay, I saw Hank get in an argument with someone on Twitter because he posted something and he's like, he looks humongous. And someone was like, he's always been that big. No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. Bama had him at like 240 something. He's at like 262 on the roster right now. He has gained weight since he got to Texas. And like, I've seen Kendrick Blackshire before. That dude is genuinely humongous right now. Like,
yeah.
I can't wait till y'all see the photos I have of him because it's him next to other people. I took them on purpose so it can show how big this motherfucker truly is. Because I'm serious. I've never seen a linebacker look like this.
Is Kendrick Blackshire going to appreciate you dropping an MF bomb about him on?
Hey, I said in a positive note. Like, if you, I'll tell you what. If you lined up all 89 scholarship players they got right now and said, pick the guys who you'd want to tackle you the least, Blackshire's probably number 2 after Anthill.
So, the last 260-pound, unless there's somebody I'm forgetting, the last 260-pound linebacker Texas had was Steve Edmond. But Steve was big, but Steve was 6'4" and had long arms. So it kind of like he didn't look 260. Kendrick Blackshire, that picture Hank posted, like, he looks 260, but even the guys were talking about him moving around. It's like, it's weird because he's that big, yet he still is able to move side to side like a linebacker needs to. So it's kind of man, linebackers, the position fascinates me because in the same position group, you can have Kendrick Blackshire, who's 6'3", 261, and you can have Ty Anthony Smith, who's 6 foot and might be 200 pounds, maybe.
And not 6 foot. I was actually who did Ty Anthony Smith's weigh-in at the All-American Bowl, and he was 5'10 and a half, 185 pounds. Do I think he's 5'10 and a half still barefoot? Yes. Do I think he's 185 pounds? No. He's probably closer to 195. But the thing with Ty Anthony, man, I've talked about it a little, and I don't want to. This isn't the time to really get into it right now, but Ty Anthony Smith had a really, really hard childhood and upbringing.
Yeah,
where
you mentioned that. Yeah,
he's never had a concrete, situation around him and a concrete setting in his life, right? And covering him for the 2.5, 3 years I did, there are multiple times, and I'd be like, yo, he's put on a lot of weight since I last saw him. And there are also multiple times where I'd be like, yo, he has lost a lot of weight since I last saw him. And like, I don't know if I've ever seen a high school prospect's weight fluctuate as much as I did with Ty Anthony. So that being said, I'm not worried at all about him long term. I was never worried about when he was 5'10" and a half at All-American. Like, he listed himself at 6'2", 6'1". I interviewed the kid probably a dozen times over 2 years standing right next to him. I always knew of his size and wasn't worried about it. He can punch and fly through holes like almost, very few linebackers can. He'd cycle. And, with them only having one spot for that position in the class, I liked how they filled it with him. And with everything Texas has in the linebacker room, they're not going to have to rely on him to be a major contributor till next year at the earliest. So that being said, him wearing 29 or 26, whatever they have him wearing right now, and him looking like the runt of the litter, that's only going to last for about a year at most, I think. I think next season, we're going to see him, and, next to Anthony Hill, he's going to look like a midget. But, turn the tape on, see how fast this dude is when the ball snaps and sideline to sideline, all that. Like, Ty Anthony Smith is going to be a great college player. And, not only is he easy to root for, he's perfect for the SEC because he can go sideline to sideline. He can play in the box, and then he also can cover. He like the 5'10" and a half, 185. He can move extremely well for a linebacker when covering. And, he's going to be a guy who can stay on the field, not 3 downs, but for 4, because he's smart enough to stay on special teams and help you out in that role as well. And he's willing to help you out in that role as well. So,
yeah. Somebody asked in the chat, hang on just a second, let me get back here. Quad Standard Labs, I am posting the link to the tournament bracket right now.
I need to get on that. I haven't filled out a single bracket. When's the first day of the tournament, Jeff? You're my basketball guy for everything.
The play-in game starts tonight. I'm sorry. The first 2 games of the first 4 start tonight.
Oh shit!
I need to get on that. It's not. I don't. It's it says comment filter post. I don't know if it's posting or not, but the best way to get it, if you go to the Texas Sports Unfiltered Twitter handle, it's the pinned post on Twitter. So that's the best way I can tell you where to go to find it if my post didn't show up.
And I believe, not 100% sure, but I believe our social media handles are at, or at least for Twitter, at TSU Unfiltered, one word. So
yeah, Jordan, I was going to tell you too. I'm not going to have time to call you or anything after this. We probably get some photos up on Instagram, on the Horns Instagram page. We can share those with the Texas Sports Unfiltered. Tag the Texas Sports Unfiltered Instagram page with those two. So we'll have plenty of practice photos and whatnot. Jordan's a photo / graphics guy, so that's on him on that deal. CB asked something. Pro day tomorrow, right around 1:00. CB is what it sounds like, somewhere in that area. I mean, we got told to be there kind of at I think 12:15. So yeah, it's, man, these next 2 days are gonna be pretty hectic. But yeah, pro day tomorrow.
My plan for tomorrow, for anyone tuning in, I'm probably gonna have a similar setup to Jeff in the car, just because we're 11 to 12, and I'm gonna try to get into Austin at 12:15. So what I'm probably honestly gonna do is do it somewhere in the Mainer garage, and y'all will see me there from the Yukon. But
you know what, I might just have to scout out a spot for us to do it tomorrow, because I'll have to be down here too, because I'm not making it from San Marcos to campus in 15 minutes. So
yeah,
that ain't happening. We'll be on the air one way or the other. I guess that's BK running the Texas Sports Unfiltered on the Texas Sports Unfiltered handle that just tweeted out or just put the link to the bracket in the chat. So CB asked about Pro Day. I thought there was something else somebody asked that I wanted to get to. Rex asked, are we on parking boot tampering alert this year? Hopefully not. Hopefully we're done with parking boot tampering.
All right. So
and CB, this is what CB asked. How many practices will be open? spring game, CB. I'm guessing that's the only one that's going to be open. That's just how Sark has done it. Nothing open. Well, for media, it depends. We haven't been told when the next viewing window we're going to get will be. And then during the fall, Sark usually opens one of those practices during the week to fans. It'll be like a Wednesday, Tuesday night, something like that inside the stadium where they'll do like a shells practice in the stadium. But that'll be during the fall. Nothing during the spring other than the spring game, at least that I've heard of. I wouldn't expect anything.
Yeah, any Gillette sightings?
He was running with
I don't know if I saw him.
He was with the threes behind. Let's see, your ones were Anthony Hill and David Benda. Oh, I couldn't think of David Benda's name. Man, Anthony Hill and David Benda. Your twos were Leongo Lafau and Mo Blackwell, and then your threes were. We talk about a big linebacker group, Jordan. How about Darian Gillette and Kendrick Blackshire as your number 3 group?
I'll tell you what, man. You brought up David Benda. I keep talking about people who look like the runt of the litter. David Benda and Ty Anthony Smith look tiny next to the others, and it's like
even Mo Blackwell.
So the group I saw going through this it was like linebackers and tight ends, and it was all the tight ends. It was Ty Anthony Smith, Samaje Burrell, Blackshire, and who else is in this group? But yeah, I didn't see Gillette in it. Oh, Benda was also obviously in it. I didn't see Gillette in it, but dude, Benda, I'm just like, yo, I know who you are and what you bring to this program, but you look 5'9" right now next to Amari Nyblack and all these other people. Like, so, yeah.
Antoine, that's an interesting question. The answer is no. I believe. Let me think. I know for sure I've done one-on-one with Sark, but that was when I was working at the Horn, and that was because of the broadcast rights when we got access to certain interviews, certain availabilities with the coaches. I think sometimes people like TV stations, some people will get one-on-ones with Sark. I know for us, so last year, some of the other sites got Sark one-on-one on their YouTube channels. Mm-hmm. And I'll be kind of as open as I can. There's no reason not to. I talked to John Bianco about it, and I chose to, instead of putting it on the Horns 24/7 YouTube account, I don't think Texas Sports Unfiltered hadn't even launched yet. So I don't think that was even an option. I think BK was still in Houston actually when all this was going down. But I talked to John Bianco, and instead of like me or Chip doing it on our Horns 24/7 YouTube page, I just let Josh Pate, Jordan. I just let Pate take ours. And John Bianco told me, he's like, well, that'll count for, your the Horns 24/7 one-on-one. I'm like, that's totally fine because we'll have the video content on Horns 24/7 in perpetuity, and Josh's YouTube page is massive. So
yeah. No, you made the right call.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah. I'd be. I'm not gonna lie. I'd probably be like, if you ended up doing the interview, like, Jeff, what are we doing here? We got to get Pate. But
I mean, I'm not saying I'm a good interviewer or a bad interviewer, but that would be very selfish of me to do that. It made more sense in my. So Antoine, yeah, I don't. BK, I don't know if this is something you want to get into or can get into, but I don't know if you've had any conversations with anybody in Texas about getting Sark on Texas Sports Unfiltered, but I'm not aware, Antoine, of anybody on the print side that gets one. The only way you pretty much get a one-on-one with Sark is if you catch him out at an event and he just happens to be there. But I can't think of any occasion where that's happened since he's been on the beat. Usually if Sark is somewhere, everybody knows about it, and there's at least a few outlets there.
I think TSU's best chance of speaking with Steve Sarkisian involves one of us following Sark on his way home from practice to his house. And then before we get arrested, in between the time he calls the cops and when the cops show up, we ask Sark those questions, and that's the interview right there.
We could let Trey, like TMZ style, like just bum rush Sark leaving Moncrief one day if we wanted to. Would you be down for that, Trey?
I've got an in.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Armenian thing. I can leverage that.
Hey, man, leverage whatever you got.
Similar haircuts, similar backgrounds. Could work out.
I got to interview him one-on-one once. It was at last year's Big 12 Media Days, and the year before that, Chad and I interviewed him.
Mm-hmm.
Also at Big 12 Media Days.
That's the hope, I guess, at SEC Media Days, is to get the chance to speak with Sark and obviously some of the other coaches around the SEC. But, yeah, as you guys know, I mean, Horns 24/7 is so established now, I don't think you deal with these problems. But they don't always love the independent outlets at the University of Texas. So it is we're working on trying to build a better relationship, I think, very highly of the people there. They're just following school policy. So,
yeah. Hey, BK, it's no different than where websites were at one point in time.
Yeah.
Because there was a time where, you know, I kind of dealt with this when I was at Inside Texas many years ago, and I know Orange Bloods dealt with this, where those guys had a tough time getting credentialed and actually couldn't get credentialed. Actually, I don't think we got credentialed as a site. It was for Horns 24/7. I think we were in probably year 4. That was a site before we got credentialed.
All right. So TSU will be bringing you live coverage from events starting in 2026. Looking forward to that.
Was there some sort of moment or event or revelation that led to you guys all of a sudden getting that additional respect, that deserved respect?
I don't. That's a good question, Trey. I don't think so. I think it just became kind of, for them, it made sense to do it, because I had been, when we launched in 2010, I was able to go to press conferences. Basically, I was able to go to anything but games. I could go to practices. I could go to press conferences. Just wasn't credentialed for games. And, I think after a while, it just made sense. You know, we didn't do it. We did everything pretty much by the book. So I think it was just building trust over that time. I don't think there was one thing that did it.
Yeah, we'll carry on. If we get it, great. If we don't get it,
we'll keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah, we got you guys. We got y'all and Chip. We've got great members on staff who get access to things that they don't want me at. So that's good.
But man, I'll say this, man, before we turn it over to you guys. My big takeaway, we'll actually have something on the site hopefully this evening. Kind of a roundtable type deal of all the staff members, our biggest takeaway. I know we keep hearing about Sark and Kyle Flood talking about recruiting big humans, recruiting big people. But my Lord, man, this offensive line is I've been to NFL training camps and haven't seen NFL offensive lines that were this big.
Wow.
And when you're in spring ball and you're 3 deep across the board with scholarship guys, you're big, you're talented, you're deep. This is everything Texas fans have wanted for the last 15 years with an offensive line is what you've got right now.
It's awesome. Yeah, there's no real point in asking how they looked because there were no pads on today, but physically it's good to hear that they look the part. Obviously, hopefully they play the part too, and we'll figure out what the right tackle situation is going to look like.
Tell Sue Patrick to start printing CFP T-shirts. That's how good today was.
There you go. Okay.
Fire up the presses.
And it was Cam Williams at right tackle with the first team.
Cam Williams at right tackle, yeah.
Okay.
Just it's pretty much your same number 1 offensive line as last year with Cam Williams at right tackle in place of Christian Jones. I mean, Trevor Gooseby looks great on the hook. You know, I mentioned this earlier, but like you're at the point now where Cole Hudson started every game as a true freshman at right guard, and it's no fault of his own, but all he did was have a shoulder surgery, and now his path to the field is blocked by DJ Campbell. Like Cole Hudson did nothing wrong except have a shoulder surgery.
Mm-hmm.
And they say you don't lose your job to injury. Well, tell that to Cole Hudson because he lost his to injury.
A young Wally Pipp.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, they look the same.
Maybe.
Okay.
Y'all want to bet $100 Jordan has to Google who Wally Pipp is?
I'm not even Googling. I'll let y'all tell me.
Oh my God. Yeah, Wally Pipp.
Yeah, Texas will because Kelvin Banks will go first round next April.
Mm-hmm.
After that, I think Gooseby could do it. I think Goosby's that good, and the people who talk to me about Gooseby at Texas also think he could be that good as well. I think Neto could get drafted if he ends up getting that starting job this year after 1 year. I think DJ Campbell could also, leave after this year if it's good enough.
Yeah,
there are more people. How do I say this right? From the way I look at things, the number of future NFL players in the offensive line room outnumbers the number of non-NFL players. And I'm talking scholarship. I'm not talking the walk-ons. So
Trey,
that is not a normal thing.
We are far removed from the days of Taylor Doyle and Marcus Hutchins.
You got to chill with the Marcus Hutchins talk. He's a Cedar Hill recruiting coordinator.
That he is. And a good dude. But, I feel better about Texas going into the SEC with DJ Campbell and Kelvin Banks.
CB, I wasn't born yet because I was born December of that year. So I was still in my mom's stomach.
So in Jordan's lifetime, there has not been a Texas offensive lineman drafted in the first round.
God. All right.
Well, on that note, I'm going to go.
Wally Pipp, Jordan. He was a former Yankee baseball player. He got injured and was replaced by a disease at first base for the Yankees. Lou Gehrig would be the name of it.
Yeah, I know who. Yeah,
okay. All right, just making sure.
Well, I thought you were going to say HIV Williams.
Yeah.
No, he didn't come around till the 50s, a little bit later.
I thought he was an 80s guy.
Stay away from the toilets is what they told HIV Williams. Can't have you.
I heard a Lewis Black, Julian Edelman. Apparently, they did a podcast together, which I kind of want to listen to that, see how that whole thing turned out. But they were talking about a Yankee. You remember the Yankees-Orioles playoff game many years ago where the kid reached over into the field and stole a home run ball?
Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah. Lewis Black had a slip of the tongue and said that Lou Gehrig was there that night. And he goes, well, I mean, the guy that discovered Lou Gehrig's disease. I'm like, man, if Lou Gehrig was at a Yankees-Orioles game in 1996, it would have been a hell of a story to report.
God. All right. Thank you all for sticking around.
All right, fellas. I will. We'll be back to do it tomorrow. Probably another edition of It's Only an Hour from the Car, but such as
I'll be from the car too.
Hey, Jeff, when are you getting out there? Because I have a mic, a directional mic. If you have an iPhone that actually gives decent audio out, that I could bring to you.
I would probably be. I'll let you know. It depends. I'm at the mercy. So, in the interest of full disclosure, my wife's flight from London to Austin that was supposed to come in tonight has just been canceled. So I have no idea what time. I may not even be at Pro Day tomorrow. I don't know. Hopefully I am. Well, I'll know after this phone call I'm going to make here in the next 30 seconds.
Let me know.
I'll keep you updated though, Trey.
Let me know. I may be in that general area, so I can let you borrow that. I don't need it, hopefully, for anything anytime soon with South by done now.
All right. Sounds good. Fellas, have a great show.
Later, guys.
See you.
All right. We're all over the place here. Last week it was you who was all around the city of Austin. Now we've got guys doing shows from cars. We've got guys doing shows out from Circuit of the Americas. You're the normal one this week. You're back at home. What's going on with you?
Oh, that's a scary proposition. Look, I'm just a trendsetter, apparently. Go out and about and broadcast remotely. Technology is an amazing thing. We can do that now, assuming we're not dropping said technology on the ground and causing it to shatter like I stupidly did a little bit more than a week ago. But I'm doing great today. I see you are out at Coda. Want to ask you about that in just a second. First, though, need to give a shout out to Sean who stopped me in the coffee shop this morning. Sean is a huge fan of what we do, what's going on with the channel, listened all the way back during the Horn days as well. And it was a real pleasure getting to talk with Sean about his experience as a business owner. He's an architect in town, actually started that business back in 2020. Post start of COVID, and things seem to be going pretty well for him. He's also the father of two, a married guy. We talked about them going out to Big Bend because I'll be going out there here in a couple of weeks for a bachelor party. So he just shared some of his thoughts on that. And always a pleasure getting to meet people around town. Thank you so much for coming up and letting us know that you enjoy what it is that we're doing. That's like, I know we probably say it all the time to where it seems like a cliche. It's not, though. It still has meaning. That is why we do it. That is one of the biggest reasons why we do it. And it's a huge motivator in us continuing to do what we do. So thank you so much to Sean and everybody else for checking us out on a daily basis.
Hey, man, shout out to Sean. And like Trey said, stop us. If you see us in public, you're not imposing. Tell us you listen. We always appreciate that. As Trey mentioned, that's why we do what we do. We love that on, and thanks to everybody who tunes in all the time.
And by the way, we appreciate you telling people also, because there were two people who stopped me at South by Southwest last week and said, "Oh, Trey's like, God, I loved what you guys did on the Horn back in the day. I'm so bummed you're not on the air anymore." And I'm like, do I have some good news for you? So I got to tell them about Texas Sports Unfiltered. And it just goes to show that as much work as we've put into this, and you specifically, BK, because I know you would do a lot in the way of marketing behind the scenes, like that, we barely scratched the surface of what this can become. So anybody who wants to help spread the word, tell people about Bucky and BK in the morning, Chaos Theory, of course, what the great job Jeff and Jordan do from 11 to 12. This show, of course, was just pure fuckery for an hour. Chip and Zay, and then the smorgasbord of Longhorn Misfits from 3 to 5 in the afternoons. It is all greatly appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely. The likes, the subscribes, the shares, anything y'all can do to help us spread the word is always appreciated. We're nearing 8,000 subscribers, and we've been around for 7 months. And the app numbers continue to grow too. And not to soapbox for too much longer, but we can't thank y'all enough for what you've done to this point and what y'all will do for us in the future. So love TSU, love our team, love what we've been able to put together. And y'all know we're just getting started here. We've got some big plans for 2024 and beyond.
So Quad Standard Labs, a.k.a. Troy, another longtime fan, our drone guy that we had in studio back in the day, says, midday fire the spliff time. Why didn't you let me know, Troy? I could have participated in this as well versus being stone sober for today's show.
Are you a spliff guy?
I do like J's, but it's just entirely too much for me. Like I take a tiny little hit and I'm good for a while. I'm a lightweight, even as somebody who partakes regularly. And don't even hand me an edible, please, because that just has disaster written all over it, even if it's just like 2.5.
What is the spliff the one that has tobacco in it? Is that what I'm thinking of? The tobacco.
Oh, yeah, you're right about that. I was thinking joint, but yeah, the spliff does have a little bit of tobacco. That is a nice option. I do have to admit, as somebody who used to smoke it, no longer does. But no, that's not my cup of tea anymore. As much as I still crave cigarettes, even after having quit 15 plus years ago, I got to stay away from that stuff so I don't get started again. You know.
Yeah, I'm cool with the J's, but spliff's never really my thing. And it's funny because I hit the occasional tobacco and I hit the occasional weed, but the combination of the two has never really done it for me. So,
oh, do you smoke the? Oh, you're a cigar guy, aren't you?
Yeah. Not as much these days, but yeah, that's the tobacco intake that I get. Keep seeing these kids with all these Zins around. I'm worried one of these days I'll start using those things. That'll ruin my life.
Yeah, well, Coach 420, I would definitely not punch you.
Yeah, you would.
Please come up to me and say hello. I like, even though we do go back and forth and it may seem hostile, it's all in good fun at the end of the day. I don't begrudge most people. Some people that want to say really personal shit, well, that's a problem. That says something more about you than it does me. But Coach 420, if you ever see me out in public, please do say hello. We will shake hands and bro hug.
Amen. All right. Some Texas spring football we can get into. I don't know how many practice reports that you've looked at. We got some college basketball, and I got a food menu from John Rahm, who is the reigning Masters champion. We've got that revealed. So I'm curious how many words on that menu you've actually heard of, because I have no idea what kind of food is going to be served at the Champions Dinner at the Masters coming up here in a couple of weeks. It is very confusing.
I like that game. I can't wait for that one. First, though, I got to ask you how things are going out at Coda today. You and Bucky broadcast from there earlier this morning. Wags and Rodney did. Of course, it's Rodney after all, but Wags being out there as well. I talked to Bucky a few minutes ago. He said he was just blown away at how nice and big that media center is. You guys enjoying yourselves so far?
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, I kind of want to steal this poster that's behind me and use it as my backdrop at home, but I think it's
is that whole thing a poster? Holy shit. Yeah, that is.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. It's massive, and it's bigger than my entire apartment, so there's no chance that this thing is leaving with me. But no, it's been great. I mean, Coda's always a great time. It's rare to be at this place when there aren't a lot of people here. And obviously, when we get closer to the weekend, this place is going to be jam-packed with NASCAR fans and race fans from all over the world piling in here. But I mean, Coda is incredible, and they add to this facility seemingly every time I come out here. The people here are spectacular. Love having Circuit of the Americas as a regular sponsor. Of course, the Coda text line named after Circuit of the Americas, but it's been a great day so far. Rodney and Wags will be back here Friday morning doing another live broadcast, and they'll hopefully be interviewing a driver or two and some other folks involved with actually putting on the races this weekend. And, we encourage everybody to go to NASCAR@CODA.com, get your tickets. They've got all sorts of festivities going on. It's not just the races. They've got concerts. They've got state fair style food you can come indulge in. They've got charity events coming up on Friday. This Friday morning, you can actually drive your own car on the track at CODA. So that's a pretty cool bit. And some of the proceeds from that event go to charity as well. It's all on NASCAR@CODA.com. But, check that out. Get out here this weekend at some point. Every time is a good time at Circuit of the Americas, and it's been a fun morning so far for sure.
Kick ass. Well, can't wait to see how things continue to progress throughout the week. I'm chasing a couple of guests who are taking part in the race, although not as official drivers. So I don't want to jinx anything by mentioning them out loud, but fingers crossed that we have some more interesting conversations to bring the people over the coming days.
100%. All right, Trey, spring football got going down on campus earlier today. The first of 15 practices for Texas football. There was that 20 to 30-minute open window where, our guys Jeff Howe and Jordan Scruggs and various other members of the media were able to attend this morning. Not full pads. The guys were just wearing shells today, but obviously some practice reports are starting to come out, which is great. I'm tired of reading about what to expect in the spring and excited to read about what's actually going on in the spring. So I'm not sure if you've had the chance to check Twitter or check any of the insider sites, but seems like a pretty good day. Sark said he was pleased with the first day of practice. Where do you want to begin with our spring football day one breakdown?
We already discussed taking anything that's said after today's activities with a large grain of salt, but the guy who was lining up at right tackle, first and foremost, amongst the competitors, is the guy who theoretically has the best shot to win that job. And the coaches are going to give him every opportunity to do so, while also recognizing and letting him know that this is a meritocracy. And if he's not handling his business, and if he's not getting it, and he doesn't understand what he's supposed to be doing from play to play, that's going to be a problem. And fortunately, right now, that offensive line room is healthy enough that you feel good about some of those backup options, whether you're talking about Goolsby, whether you're talking about a Brandon Baker, the true freshman who has come in looking really good out of California. Let's go, Cam Williams. Be inspired by a guy like a Devondre Sweat and Buster Ash. You're coming into camp a little bit heavy now. Now is the time for you to get it together. It's probably actually a couple months ago, but now is the time for you to get it together and get locked in, because even though this would only be your one or your first year to start at the college level, if you can take a big enough step, it might be the only year that you need to start at the college level, because you may be setting yourself up for some major draft dollars a year from now.
Yeah, it's a great point. And this offensive line should be really good again. And as Jeff mentioned before we parted ways, it's a really big offensive line, and you need big humans to be successful in the SEC. So, I think every Texas fan feels pretty good about the 4 returning starters from last year's team. Those guys were really solid last season, and you like to think they could be even better in 2024. But, that right tackle spot, whether it's Cam Williams, whether it's Gooseby, whether it's Neto, whether it's Connor Robertson, Cole Hudson, you've got depth, which is a great thing, because Texas stayed pretty healthy on the O-line last year. I mean, the one game they lost in the regular season was the one game where they were really shorthanded up front when Jake Majors got hurt and they were down to a backup center and Connor Robertson. Like we saw how much of an impact that made in that game. Odds are the Longhorns aren't going to be as healthy up front in 2024. Guys get hurt, especially at that position. So having some depth, right? Not only having just 5 guys you feel good about, but having those 6, 7, or 8 guys that you legitimately feel good about in any situation, that's a great thing. And having Kyle Flood here too, like a coach that you actually trust to get the most out of that talent and develop that talent, that's really good as well. So yeah, it's hopefully, I don't regret saying this, but it feels like gone are the days where we had to stress about whether or not Texas had a viable offensive line. It feels like it's going to be a strength of the team once again in 2024.
Yes, it does. Elsewhere at the edge of that offensive line at times. I know these guys sometimes line up more with the wide receivers. I am curious to see what happens with the tight end position.
Yeah.
I think that we've got a couple of versatile pass catchers with Gunnar Helm and then also Nyblack coming in from Alabama now. But is either of those guys a good enough blocker to be in those sorts of situations? Or is this going to have to be a by committee sort of deal where those guys are rotating on obvious passing downs and you're getting somebody completely different in to help run block on some early down and distance situations?
Yeah, it's always, like you said, large grain of salt, right? But an interesting report from Jeff Howe at Horns 24/7. I'm looking at his practice nuggets from earlier today, and he said Jordan Washington may have been the most impressive member of the tight end group. Like he wasn't running.
Okay.
Yeah, part of the freshman class. I mean, he wasn't running with the ones today, but just an interesting thought. So that might mean really good things for Jordan Washington, or it might mean that, we're not quite sure what Amari Nyblack is. Obviously, this was his first day of practice as a Texas Longhorn. Gunnar Helm, we saw him a little bit last year, but he was the tight end too. So it's a different role if he's going to be the starting tight end for this team this season. But yeah, that's a great question, right? That's one of the positions that I'm going to be paying the most attention to because you don't really have that proven commodity at tight end. Feel good about Nyblack, but he only had 20 catches last year at Alabama. I think Gunnar Helm had 12 to 14. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but it's somewhere around there catches last year for Texas. So obviously going from Jatavion Sanders and what he did the last few seasons to what you have right now, that's going to be a question mark. So you've got bodies in there, but who's going to step up? Maybe we get that answer in the spring. Trey, that could be one of those position battles that carries over into the fall. And obviously there's going to be more than one tight end that gets significant PT when the actual season starts. But yeah, I'm with you. Which of those tight ends? It sort of feels like it should be Nyblack and Helm kind of gunning it out for the starting job, but can a guy like Jordan Washington or somebody else maybe be good enough to actually fight for a higher spot on the depth chart?
What are you most confident about on the defensive side of the ball right now?
Most confident on the defensive side of the ball right now. Oh man. I'm going to say the edge position.
Wow.
Even though one of the guys who is expected to be a huge part of that is a guy we've never seen at Texas in Trey Moore. But Trey Moore's production, look, I don't think he's going to have 17 sacks this season. A little bit different in the SEC versus where he was at UTSA a season ago. But Trey Moore, I think, is going to make an impact. I liked what I saw from Ethan Burke last year. I liked what I saw from Barron Sorrell last year. Hopefully those guys can be a little bit better in 2024. But yeah, I feel like Texas has some pieces there. And then Colin Simmons too, right? I have no idea where Colin Simmons is going to line up. Feels like Anthony Hill is no longer an edge. He feels like he's going to be more of an off-ball linebacker for this team. So I won't throw him in there, but I do expect Colin Simmons as an early enrollee to turn some heads in spring practice and be an important part of that edge room. So yeah, that was one of the weaker spots for the Texas defense last year, but just based on the departures for this team, I'll go with edge. What about you?
I'm excited about aspects of all three levels now, the depth that now exists across the secondary. But I got to tell you, this linebacker room has a chance to be special. If Anthony Hill can take more steps forward in that traditional linebacker spot, taking over for Jalen Ford, and then David Benda, who was the most consistent linebacker down the stretch this last season, to go along with Maurice Blackwell, who is now a little bit healthier, and then some younger guys who were redshirted last year in some cases. I believe there's a true freshman that's going to be in the mix too, vying for those backup snaps. So It does seem like Pete Kwiatkowski, despite the fact that he is losing those two big interior defensive linemen and Jalen Ford, who has been a leader and a steadying influence on that defense, in some ways is better off with how this roster looks right now heading into next season.
Yeah, flipping it around to the offense. I mean, you might have already answered it with the O-line conversation, but is that the group that you feel best about right now for this Texas team?
No, the group I feel best about is quarterback because Quinn Ewers was able to do what he did last year. Arch Manning is the backup. That year is under his belt. He got those meaningless snaps in a couple of games. So hopefully those jitters and butterflies are gone now. And just trusting Steve Sarkisian and what he's able to do in developing quarterbacks. The fact that the offensive line is fairly consistent in front of Quinn Ewers is a big deal, obviously. But when you've got a QB who can make all the throws, it makes everything else so much easier, including having to replace the production that they are in terms of those receiving threats from last season to this season. Their top 5 targets, Jonathan Brooks included, all gone. They seem to be replaced by very capable guys who have either done it at a different high-level spot or have been on this roster watching and learning from the A.D. Mitchells and the Xavier Worthies of the world, like a Jonte Cook, to go along with some running backs that are pretty darn good at catching the ball out of the backfield. Jaden Blue is the guy who gets a little bit more love in that regard, but CJ Baxter proved himself to be a decent pass catcher a year ago as a true freshman as well. So, yeah, the quarterback position is the one that has me most confident about what this offense might be capable of in 24.
Yeah, Jeff Howe reported that Baxter and Blue were kind of 1A and 1B at practice today. That's obviously going to be a fun one to watch, and both of those guys are going to play a lot in the fall. So, I mean, we saw it last year. Baxter was the starting running back at the beginning of the year, and he ended up not being this team's starting running back by the time we got to conference play. So maybe it's another situation like that. But you're right. I mean, quarterback, that's why, Quinn Ewers is a Heisman favorite right now. Or if he's not the Heisman favorite at the sports book you're looking at, he's number 2 behind Carson Beck. I mean, that's why people are thinking Texas is a top 5 team next year. That's why people think Texas can go into the SEC and win the SEC in their first season in the conference. Obviously Sark coming back is big, and a lot of the other positions coming back is important, but it starts with Quinn Ewers. And man, we saw the massive leap he took from redshirt freshman to redshirt sophomore year. If he could take a leap even half that size, that'd be awesome. But if he takes that huge step, then Texas is going to be in the playoff again. They might be in Atlanta playing for an SEC championship game, and Quinn Ewers might be the number 1 pick in the draft next season. There's a lot at stake for him. And oh, by the way, we as Texas fans know that Arch Manning is not the starter for this team, but that's going to be a storyline. Just brace yourself in the spring, through the summer, through the fall. Arch Manning has a good day of practice. Everyone's going to be talking about that. Quinn Ewers struggles. People are going to be asking Sark, hey, what's going on here? Has the gap closed? That hopefully serves as extra motivation for Quinn Ewers, but it's just another thing that he's going to have to deal with. So, yeah, that quarterback room, it's great to have a 3-year starter coming back and then to have a blue chip guy who actually was willing to stick it out and not transfer, and he's going to do that for 2 years. That's massive. I'm with you. That's reason to be confident. And if Quinn Ewers was putting in the work like he seemingly did last offseason, then his team's got a shot to be special, I think, this year.
Yes, they do.
All right. We'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Someone texting about TSU merchandise. We're working on getting a little bit more merchandise for you people out there. Hopefully more updates to come on that front. Of course, you can hit us up on the YouTube comments line as well. All right. Before we get into this John Rahm Masters Club dinner here, I'm curious, Trey's the foodie. I'm also a foodie, but Trey says he's more of a foodie than I am. I want to know how many of these words and how many of these food items that John Rahm is going to be serving up here in a couple of weeks that Trey's actually tried and or heard of. So we'll get to that in a second. But first, some words from some of our great sponsors. How about first, our buddy Tom McKay over at AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Absolutely. Shout out to AV Consultations. And Trey, you up for a word for our friends at Big Hat Spirits?
Sure. BigHatSpirits.com. That is the website that you can go to find all the information that I'm telling you about right now and more. Big Hat Spirits, those cocktails in a can, they honor legends. On every can is a different Texas legend. You have singer-songwriters, you have sports legends from right here in Austin, and a whole lot more. And Big Hat Spirits are all about real ingredients that are also low in BS. That means real alcohol, whether it's tequila, vodka, mezcal, something like that. Real kombucha, no added sugars. They are also lacking in syrups. They're non-gluten, non-GMO, BPA-free, 100% natural, real spirits and flavors like ranch water, jalapeno ranch water, the margarita, the prickly pear paloma, that blackberry smoke, Texas Mule, and yes, the margarita mocktail for you non-alcohol fans. Go to BigHatSpirits.com to find out more info and to also find where you can get those cocktails in a can from Big Hat Spirits. Go to the top of the webpage, scroll down just a little bit. You'll see that map of Central Texas. Bunch of Big Hat icons all over that map. Click the icon closest to you. You'll find the store that is selling that Big Hat Spirit, the cocktail in a can.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Olipop as well. When you're not drinking the canned cocktails, you can drink a can of Olipop. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. And my folks trying the strawberry vanilla flavor the other day. They loved it. They've got the classic soda flavors, the cola, the lemon lime, the Dr. Pepper, all of them. But they also have some great unique flavors as well. Check it out wherever you buy your groceries. Olipop, great tasting soda that's actually good for you. You don't have to worry about what you're putting into your system when you drink a can of Olipop. But most importantly, you are going to enjoy the taste of what you're putting into your system every time you open some Olipop. Go get you some. All right, Trey, we bring out the infamous yet so famous screen share feature for this next one.
Yeah.
The Masters Club Dinner. This is a tradition unlike any other at a place where a tradition unlike any other happens. The Masters Club Dinner is served to the defending champions of the Masters. Actually, it's served to all of the champions of the Masters and some of the club members as well. But the menu is chosen by the previous year's winner. So the 2023 Masters champion was Jon Rahm, now part of the LIV Tour. But because he won the green jacket last year, he is in charge of selecting the dinner at this Masters Club Dinner on April 9th, a couple of days before the actual tournament begins at Augusta National. Jon Rahm, of course, is Spanish. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can see the menu and what these items are. If you're listening on the app, Trey's going to embarrass me here. I will try to read some of these items. I'm going to fail miserably because I literally have never heard of any of these items. And even if you go word by word, there's like 70 to 80% of the words that I've never even seen in my entire life. So we'll see if you can help me. So we've got tapas y, I'm out on that word, Trey. Pinzos?
I forget what the X pronunciation is in Spanish, but tapas is obviously small plates.
Okay. And then Pint XOS, that's being served.
Pinchos.
We got it sounds offensive. It sounds too close to a Spanish cuss word. I'm not sure. We got Ibericos.
Yeah, Ibericos.
Acorn-fed.
That's the Iberian Peninsula, which makes some of the best ham on the planet.
Okay.
And sure enough, it is acorn-fed Iberian ham, cured pork loin. So it's thinly sliced pork loin that has been acorn or that has been cured first. So yeah, I bet that is delicious.
Acorn fed. What does that mean? They're feeding the pigs acorns before they kill them?
And it probably provides a sort of nuttiness for the meat. I'm not totally sure on that part, but yeah, I've heard of acorn fed before.
Have you had this item?
By the way, pinchos is how you pronounce that. They're small snacks traditionally eaten in bars in northern Spain. Have I had Iberian ham before? Yes, it is. Think of prosciutto from Italy. It is the Spanish version of prosciutto de Parma.
Okay, on to the next one here. We'll go down. Chistorra con patata, spicy Basque chorizo, potato. You know what that is?
So the typically patatas bravas, that's the most popular of that potato dish that comes from Spain. I did not know that word was chorizo, but yeah, sausage and potatoes, chorizo, sausage and potatoes. That sounds good. I'm sure there's a really nice contrasting white and red sauces to go with it as well. Another winner.
You've got lentejas estofadas, Mama Ram's classic lentil stew.
Yeah, I know what lentils are. I was unfamiliar with that one. Yeah. But I do know about what is, like, I could have told you what the thing above that is, though.
Yeah, you're going to try to get me to pronounce that, aren't you?
Trufa negra?
Oh, yeah, that's the easy part. Give me the first word. Don't say cone. That's the second word. I can get that one, too.
I can't see it all that well, unfortunately, is the problem, because I have you... IDIAZABAL. Is that what that is?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to offend anyone I'm going to offend everyone, actually, if I try to pronounce that again. So
IDIAZABAL.
We're going with that?
IDIAZABAL.
That's a kind of cheese? IDIAZABAL cheese, black truffle?
Yeah, gosh, I used to sell this stuff when I cut cheese and sold cheese at Whole Foods. I feel like it's either a goat's milk cheese or a 3 milk cheese. It may be neither of those things altogether. But yes, it is a popular cheese from Spain.
I'm 0 for 4 on these items. I mean, I guess I've had chorizo and potatoes in a breakfast taco before. So if that counts, then I'm in on that one. But
yeah,
we're 0 for 4. We go to tortilla de patatas, Spanish omelet, onions, confit potatoes.
Confit? Yeah. It's an egg omelet that has confit potatoes inside to go along with some onions.
Confit. Does that mean there are feet in the potato, like cone with feet?
I feel like that's how it's served. So I feel like it's shredded, perhaps. I may not be right about that one, though.
Okay. And then finally, the last small plate. Let me know if you find it on Google. If you are Google.
Is food cooked in grease or oil at a lower temperature as opposed to deep frying. Okay.
Oh, okay. So it's just potatoes, but cooked at a different temp. Interesting. Yeah. And then we got croqueta de pollo. Creamy chicken.
I can tell you what that is without looking at the description. That is a chicken croquette.
Okay. Chicken fritters. I don't even know what a chicken croquette is.
So it's a chicken, and there's usually something else in there too, whether it's rice or some sort of breading that is then deep fried. Think about like a hush puppy, but with really good ingredients on the inside.
Okay.
That's what croquettes tend to look like anyhow.
I'm in on that. All right. Well, that's the tapas y pinchos. I think that's how we decided that we were going to pronounce that.
That's what the internet told me. So that's what we're going with.
You know what they say about the internet, Trey?
Anywhere from 5% to 95% is dead on.
Yes, I believe that's the quote from Abe Lincoln there. First course, ensalada de Sanguro. Why is there an X in there? There doesn't have to be an X.
Canguro. Basque crab salad with potato. Okay.
You know what that is? I've heard of potato.
I mean, it's crab salad with some potato in there too.
Okay. I don't even crab salad. I remember crab soccer from PE class.
Chongoro is a type of spider crab that's often used in Basque cuisine.
I'm out on spiders. No, thank you. Main course. Chuletón a la parrilla or rodaballo al pil pil. I mean, I'm probably like 0 for 8 on those words.
I couldn't have told you what any of those words mean on their own. I mean, I've heard of the ingredients that are underneath that name.
I thought Paella was something else.
You're thinking of paella, aren't you?
Probably. I've heard of Verde's Mexican Paella, one of our pre and post game sponsors on TSU.
Oh yeah. Wait, is paella, is that barbecue?
I don't know. It says ribeye underneath. I don't know if it's a type of cooking. And then I'll peel. What is there?
Paella is Spanish for grill.
Okay. Verde's Mexican grill. That makes sense. So it's ribeye from the grill. I guess chuletón is a type of ribeye.
Yeah.
And then I don't even know what to Google for the other one. I'll take the ribeye. To hell with the rodaballo.
Yeah, turbo is a type of fish. Maybe a white fish. I don't eat a ton of it, but I would go with the ribeye also. That's a no-brainer.
And then for dessert, milhojas de crema y nata. It's a puff pastry cake, custard, and cream.
Chantilly cream. Yeah, that doesn't sound very good to me, but I would still eat it because I'm a sucker for dessert.
All right, 1 to 10, this entire menu. What's your grade for John Rahm's Masters Club dinner?
You get dinged a little bit for the dessert not being better, but then again, I've never had it before, so maybe it is good. I would give this a solid like 8.5 to 9.
Wow. I mean, I would try all this.
Master dinners are dog shit. This one actually does look good.
I just don't know what any of this stuff is. Like, I'm sure most of it's good. I didn't like you using the word spider with one of the items. I'm probably out on that. I can go without stew because that's too close to soup, and you know how I feel about soup. But yeah, the majority of these at least sound intriguing. But if I went to a restaurant and I could only order like one thing, I don't know what I would order. Like, obviously at this Masters dinner, it's like a buffet style or whatever. You get served whatever you want, but I don't even know if you asked me, like, pick between all of these items, which one would you choose? I don't know because I've tried 0 of these things.
Yeah, it'd be tough to pick one from the tapas y pinchos. I might go with the Iberian ham or, oh man, the chorizo and potato looks good. The Spanish omelet looks good. That would be the toughest one for me. Obviously, the first course is just the crab salad, and then the ribeye over the fish is also a no-brainer. But yeah, it's a good selection of stuff. Kudos to John Rahm for representing his native Spain really well with the Masters dinner.
Yeah, he's definitely giving people a taste of his culture with this one. And there you go. There's the items for this year. I got to go back and look at some of the best and worst Masters venues. Would have done that, but I just saw that tweet right before we got on today, so figured it'd be worth talking about on a Tuesday show.
Yeah, I had seen it as well, so I had it pulled up, so I'm glad we were on the same page with that one.
Very good. You filled out a bracket yet, Trey?
No, I need to do that for the Texas Sports Unfiltered bracket challenge, just so everybody, it's not a whole lot of bragging rights because I suck at this thing. I don't really follow college basketball all that closely, but so people can say that they beat one more TSU host, but I have no idea what I'm going to do here. I may go based on my favorite color in a given matchup.
That works. I think
may go highest seed, may go lowest seed. Who knows?
Final Four with 4 16s?
Perhaps.
Man, I wish we were playing for money because I would be able to take a lot of yours if that was your plan.
Yes, you would.
You can sign up for free. You can compete against us. You can compete against other TSU listeners. Just go to our Twitter account at TS Unfiltered. There's a link. It's the pinned tweet right at the top of our profile. Free to join, and we'll be giving out prizes. How about this, Trey? I don't know if you heard this. Tom McKay is going to be giving away a 55-inch TV to the first prize winner of our Bracket Madness Challenge. So shout out Audio-Visual Consultations for a billion different reasons, but our man Tom McKay absolutely coming through for the people. You know, I wanted to win this beforehand. Now I really want to win because I do need another TV. Don't have enough of those yet.
Are you eligible?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I think I don't know. In our bowl pick'em contest, I think I actually finished third. I'm so humble that I never brought it up to anybody. but I was nice enough to not give myself one of the prizes. A few other folks got prizes, and I skipped myself in that one. So
thanks a lot.
The gift cards, the restaurant gift cards that we'll give away, maybe I'll abstain from those, but 55-inch TV, I need one right over my bed. I haven't figured that thing out, so that might be coming my way if I win. We'll see. We will see. All right, before we get to where are we at in society, a quick word for Altstat Beer, the best beer that you could find in the history of the known universe. Pick some up, Specs, Total Wine, 34 Wine and Spirits, Twin Liquor, wherever you go. Also, HEB, they've got it there as well. Altstat has a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. Every Altstat is brewed with just 4 simple ingredients, no additives, no preservatives. You can feel good about what you're drinking, but most importantly, the taste. When you're drinking beer, you really care about the taste. Altstat has that down to a T. The best tasting beer you're going to have. I say it all the time, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. It is Altstat beer, no impurities, no regrets. Trey, you up for a live Pest Wranglers today?
Let's go live for Pest Wranglers. Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers. There are plenty of great reasons to get in touch with Pest Wranglers throughout the year. Now is a great time because we are about to be embarking on another mosquito season. Even though it is cooling off a little bit today and maybe over the next couple of days, the warmer temps are here, which means the mosquitoes are soon to follow. And Pest Wranglers offers an eco-friendly treatment that does not target bees or butterflies and is non-toxic for birds and mammals. That means your dog sniffing around the backyard around this stuff. It's effective for up to a month and kills mosquitoes that transmit all sorts of deadly diseases. Works against insecticide-resistant mosquitoes too, and is field validated with a ton of scientific research. This stuff is so good that they have used it in Africa for malaria control. And they do also offer more of a conventional mist treatment for a fast knockdown. Say you have a pool party or outdoor party coming up in the next couple of weeks. Yeah, it's effective for up to 21 days. No horrible odors from either treatment. And both tend to be very wallet friendly too, typically under $100 per month. And as always, because Pest Wranglers is a big believer in their customer service, you don't have to worry about signing that contract. Go to their website, pestwranglers.com, to find out more info and to get yourself scheduled with Pest Wranglers. Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, a proud sponsor of.
Where are we at in society today?
That's right. It is your regular look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism that has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. But sadly, today is not that day. BK, got to bring you a trio of unfortunate stories from our friendly skies as previewed yesterday.
Oh, we're going through all 3 of them today.
Perhaps, would you like to start in Indonesia, New Zealand, or California to Oregon?
Oh, shit. I was going to say, if they're all foreign airlines, then I feel good about my chances on this flight that I've got tomorrow night. But because one of them's domestic, I probably should not want to start with that one, but let's start with the stateside one.
All right.
Boy.
Headlight.
Headlight.
United plane departing from SFO lands in Oregon with missing panel. Yes, we have another such story now. This is not a repeat from a story a month ago. A United flight that departed from San Francisco International Airport Friday morning lost a panel, which was discovered after landing in Oregon at the Rogue Valley International Medford Airport. Hey, I used to live in the Medford area. Flight 433 landed safely at Medford Airport around 1:45 p.m. The missing panel has not been found. Yeah, I'll say. At this time, it's unknown how the panel fell off the plane. I'll tell you, these planes are being made like cheap pieces of shit by Boeing, unfortunately. No damage to the plane was reported, although it's missing a fucking panel, so how can you say there's no damage? And normal airport operations resumed. United did not declare an emergency landing as there was no indication of damage to the aircraft during the flight. According to the airline, there were 139 passengers and 6 crew members on board. The plane involved was a Boeing 737-800.
Okay, well, the good news is the plane landed. Nobody got hurt. We'll take that. Going back to your comment about the poor quality of build with these new planes, has Boeing changed the way it's creating planes? Is it now more machine and less human? Is it now more human and less machine? Like, why does this keep happening? Because it sure as hell feels like stuff like this has happened way more in the last 6 months than it did in any 6-month stretch prior.
There are actually theories floating around that have hypotheses to why this is happening. We're not going to get into that today, but I'll tell you what, I'll do the proper research and bring you a handful of theories for tomorrow as to why our airplanes seem to be falling apart at the seams.
Population control, perhaps? Is that one of them?
Just have to wait and find out tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Looking forward to that. Yeah, that's okay. Who reported this? Because if I'm United, I'm not telling anybody this shit, right? Like, maybe it was somebody else who like reported that this happened. But if I'm somebody who works for United, I'm just like, yeah, let's not tell anybody that this happened. Nobody got hurt. Nobody needs to know that one of our planes flew without a panel, and we could have killed a bunch of people because of this. But I'm keeping that to myself. No.
Yeah. My guess is I don't know how this was found out because the article doesn't actually say. And United did provide an official response to the paneling falling off, but I don't know who caught wind of this first because nobody really seemed to know that there was a problem until after they landed and they saw a missing panel. Maybe a passenger took a picture and put it out over Twitter, and the news organizations pounced there. Whoever it was, thank you for raising awareness here. Even though there wasn't an imminent threat that forced an emergency landing, this is still a fucking problem. And by the way, there are 2 other instances that aren't even amongst my stories today involving other flights with flights, with fucked up shit happening. Apparently, a couple weeks ago, a Mexico-bound flight that departed from SFO was forced to divert to LAX due to a hydraulic issue. Landed safely in SoCal, and then on Thursday, an SFO-bound flight encountered a hydraulic leak as it was about to land. And both of these were United planes, too. So,
gosh,
pay attention.
Those were not your other stories. Those were 2 separate stories from the 3 that you already had prepared for today.
Yes.
Oh, man. Almost feels like it's more likely that something will happen on my flight tomorrow than won't happen.
I know. You better get ready to clap if you guys land and there wasn't anything additional that no extracurriculars that y'all are having to deal with.
I better get the clap if that happens. What is that? How's that going to help me? I'll get it in Vegas. I don't need to get it on the plane on my way.
Get ready to clap, like to give applause if the plane lands safely with nothing falling off midair.
What am I clapping?
You're clapping for something that we've taken for granted for all these years, actually getting you from one place to another safely without
clapping my hands, not clapping cheeks, as some of the kids like to say.
What does that mean?
That's intercourse.
Clapping cheeks?
Yeah, from behind, you're hitting someone from behind and it makes a clapping sound.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, so I need to do that if my plane lands safely tomorrow.
Clap some cheeks.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. Good advice.
Clap cheeks with the passenger next to you. That's the rule.
Boy, it's Southwest, so I better choose wisely there. It's an important.
Oh, there's a good chance that I'll go ahead and stop right there. 50 people were injured after a strong movement on a Boeing flight from Australia to New Zealand. Dozens of passengers were injured by a strong movement on board a Boeing-made plane from Sydney to Auckland, New Zealand on Monday, with some requiring hospital treatment. It's unclear exactly what caused the mid-flight injuries. The airline spokesperson said in a statement that there was a, quote, technical event during the flight which caused a strong movement without elaborating any further. The local ambulance service in Auckland told the AP that about 50 people were treated at the scene. The airline said 7 passengers and 3 cabin crew members were taken into Middlemore Hospital for medical checks, but no serious injuries were reported.
How many people got hurt?
50.
God, and no reason yet.
You know how sometimes you'll be midair and the plane will seemingly drop like 20 feet?
Yeah.
My guess is that it was a bigger drop than 20 feet, and people who weren't completely buckled in slammed into the roof and above them, or if the cocktail waitresses in the sky were walking around getting people's drinks and picking up their cocktail napkins, like maybe they ended up getting thrown around a little bit too, since 3 of the people who needed further testing did end up at the hospital were the part of the crew. My guess is it was a major drop, something like that. So this one seems to be less of a technical issue, I would guess, but at this point, who knows?
Pilot issue. I mean, it sounds like they didn't have the fasten seatbelt signed turned on, right? If it's 50 people who get hurt from something like that, that means, either 50 people weren't following the rules. I don't know if everyone keeps their seatbelt on when that light is actually on. My guess is, they didn't have that sign turned on because they weren't expecting any turbulence. And I like your theory that that's what went down. I'm hoping it was a runaway beverage cart that just took out.
I watch people not wear seatbelts on takeoff or landings. Even if the seatbelt light was on, there's a good chance that these 50 people just chose to.
You're right. Maybe I'm giving too much credit to people in this society, which is dumb considering this segment that you have for us every day.
Sadly. All right. Last one now.
Headline.
Plane veered off flight path after both pilots fell asleep. Indonesian authorities say.
Oh my God. Both? You can't have both. That's why you have a second one, just in case one falls asleep, I think.
Agreed. An investigation is being launched after 2 Batik Air pilots fell asleep during a recent flight. According to a preliminary report, both the pilot and co-pilot fell asleep simultaneously for 28 minutes during a flight from Kendari in southeast Sulawesi province to the capital Jakarta on January 25th, causing navigational errors as, quote, the aircraft was not in the correct flight path. None on board, including the 153 passengers and 4 flight attendants, were injured during the flight, thankfully, and there was no damage to the aircraft. The flight, which lasted a little bit more than 2.5 hours, successfully landed. According to the report, the second-in-command pilot had notified his co-pilot earlier in the day that he had not had proper rest. In the flight before the incident, the second-in-command was able to sleep for about 30 minutes. After the aircraft departed Kendari and reached cruising altitude, the pilot in command asked for permission to also rest, and the second-in-command took over the craft. Around 90 minutes into the flight, the second-in-command then inadvertently fell asleep. 12 minutes after the last recorded transmission by the co-pilot, the Jakarta Area Control Center tried to reach the aircraft, but there was no reply from the pilots. Around 28 minutes after the last recorded transmission, the pilot in command woke up and realized the plane was not in the correct flight path. At that point, he woke up the second in command and responded to the ACC.
What a disaster that could have been.
Yeah.
I mean, you got autopilot clearly, but it was not on the right path. Could have been a mid-air collision, which I'm amazed doesn't happen more often. That just goes to show you how good air traffic control is and the people who do that job. Because you talk about putting your life in other people's hands. Like every single day, we've got thousands and thousands of flights that take off all over the world. And to me, it's an effing miracle that we don't hear. Like if planes get within a couple hundred miles of each other, it feels like a major news story. So this sounds like it could have actually caused a mid-air collision, which would have been absolutely insane.
Yeah, I have found myself more anxious than just about any other time in my life right before I'm about to take off in an airplane. And it coincides with me having kids now and just being worried that something horrible is going to happen and my kids are going to grow up or spend the rest of their lives without their dad. But then I also have to remind myself that flight is one of the great human inventions and innovations that exists. And as worrisome as that can be, and even with stories like this, the optimistic reality is that even with these incidents, we're not hearing about people who are getting injured or full flights of people who are losing their lives as a result. Yeah. Thankfully, knock on wood, because that could be right around the corner too. But for as scary as that technology is, if it goes poorly, it very rarely goes poorly or so poorly that everybody dies.
I mean, flying is significantly safer than driving, yet I think people are more freaked out getting in a plane than getting behind the wheel. And I think it's easy to explain. Like, it's the same reason why people are so freaked out over self-driving cars, even though those things are so much safer already than human driving cars. You just give up the power. You give up the control. You're not flying the plane. You are driving the car. You're not driving the self-driving car. You are driving your car. So, yeah, I mean, flight is significantly safer, despite all these annoying-ass stories that we keep talking about. Feels like these airlines are out to get us right now. It's much safer than just getting on Mopac or 35 when you're going home from work today. Thankfully, I was going to say thankfully we don't have to do that, but I'm about to drive back from Coda, so I am about to have to do that.
Ouch. Yeah, Cooter says the panel fell off. It just fell the fuck off. Yeah, that's not good.
No.
We're at a weird place with air travel. CB says, my sister and her family flew successfully from Texas to Washington and Washington to Texas this past week. Successfully. You have to mark it as successful now for just taking a flight from one place to another.
I mean, I have 4 flights in the next week and a half, and I probably have like 12 flights in the next 3 months, round trip.
Where are you going other than Vegas?
Seattle/Vancouver.
Shit, that's a long one.
Yeah, flying into Portland. My sister and brother-in-law are up there. We're doing a little Dallas Stars hockey road trip.
Nice.
Coming up. So that'll be fun. We'll be doing some shows from the Pacific West North.
So you're going to a Kraken game and a Canucks game?
Kraken and Canucks. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, excited about that. So if I live to tell the tale, that would feel like a win with all the upcoming air travel I have.
Seems like a coin toss right now.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, I see the fellas in the waiting room. We got Chip and we've got Zay. Chip eating some sort of grub. What's going on, gentlemen?
What up, fellas?
What are you snacking on?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Oh yeah, I'm eating some salmon, man.
Salmon.
They call that it's like magic food. Superfood. Sorry, superfood.
Oh, they should call it ass food because that's what it tastes like. It's not
Oh, come on, BK. You're too young to appreciate salmon. Once you get cholesterol and your veins start clogging and you try to buy a life insurance policy and they tell you eat salmon every day for a week and your cholesterol magically disappears, you're like, wow, that is superfood.
You can even accomplish that with good fish oil pills.
Is that, I mean, they got pills for everything, but I'm not convinced they contain what everyone says they contain, but I don't know.
That's why it takes a good sourcing, because they do have high levels of omega-3s and 6s, EPA, DHA. Norwegian Naturals is a good brand. There are some legitimate brands out there. There are also some dog shit brands too, where people are just looking to make a buck on a trend.
Nice.
I'll take the pills. Trey. I'll take the pills over the salmon, please.
Yeah.
Yo, BK, if you season that thing right, you can
Yeah,
find some
you gotta
good salmon,
season it.
man.
It's just so low on my fish power rankings, you know? Like I've gotten spoiled with my folks living by the coast. Like I get access to better fish than store-bought salmon. I don't know. It's like my one food snob thing. I think I've told y'all. Like I don't like store-bought salmon in Austin, Texas, that far away from the coast, you know?
I don't fault you for that one. Where does gefilte fish fall in your power rankings?
Nasty. Oh my
Thank
God.
goodness. I'm so happy to hear you say that, because I tried it once, fucking puked.
Y'all ever had Chip and say y'all had gefilte fish before?
I actually have.
Oh,
I've
I
been to
probably
a
have. I don't remember.
Avoid it if you can, Zay. If you have not, it's not good.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an item served at a Jewish holiday, at a popular Jewish holiday that's actually coming up in a couple of weeks, called Passover. And gefilte fish, here's the Wikipedia definition. Gefilte fish is a dish made from a poached mixture of ground deboned fish, such as carp, whitefish, or pike. It's literally just fish parts smushed together and served cold. Zay, it's disgusting.
Yeah, my fish got to be hot, or unless if I'm eating shrimp, cold shrimp. But nah, I probably won't be eating that anytime soon. Good looking out, fellas. Appreciate
There's
that.
some good smoked fish dips out there. Gefilte fish is not a good fish dip.
No, it is not. All right, gentlemen. I assume y'all have better things to talk about
How's
than
Toda?
the Passover Seder.
How
It's
is the
great.
Circuit of the Americas?
Oh, it's great. It's been a fun day out here. A little quiet. Obviously, this place will be jam-packed this weekend, but always love getting to the circuit, man. Fun day today, and look forward to being out here again soon for sure.
And quick shameless promotion. My interview with CDC will air today at about 3:50, 3:55. So stay tuned. Kevin and I will be with you guys at 3. And then the interview with Chris Del Conte coming up later that hour.
Nice.
Let's get it.
I did ask the TJ Ford question, by the way, and a little bit disappointed in the answer. Spoiler. Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
That's tough. That's tough. All right.
All right, boys. That's what we call a tease. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, holding it down 1 to 3 on a Tuesday, right here in Texas Sports Unfiltered. We're also happy and appreciative of our great sponsors, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, Allstad Beer, 7-Eleven, Centex Tickets, Big Hat, Top Gun, Relax the Back, and don't forget about BetUS, baby. Zay gave you his NCAA Tournament bracket yesterday in the right call. Hopefully all of you ran to BetUS right there, that link on the YouTube page, or if you're listening on the app, go to explore our socials and get all of your picks down.
Yeah, run the BetUS, but don't follow what I said. Don't put it on me.
Come on, man.
When you get last in your family bracket, don't put it on. Zay Collier told me to do this. Zay Collier told me to do that. Nope, don't blame me. You're your own person. Like I said yesterday, you make your own decisions.
Well, we will talk to our man Chris Hummer coming up here in about 15 minutes. But Zay spent the morning Texas spring football. Got our first look at the fellas in their pads, shells, we'll call it. Actually, Steve Sarkisian called it underwear because they're not really hitting. They can't really hit the first, couple, 2-3 days. But we saw who was in shape, who's not in shape. Not trying to dog. I'll start out with the good news first.
Damn, there's bad news?
Well, a couple, 2-3 fellas turned in a little heavy.
Yo, and he said their names too. Like, that's cold, Sark. That's cold. You ain't got to say nobody's name already.
I said their names. I asked him about Sadir Mitchell, Kendrick Blackshire, and Savion Red, and he said they're a little heavier than we'd like them to be. So, Sadir Mitchell spent the first part of practice walking around the diameter of the practice field and watching, and he got cussed out a little bit. So,
it's tough.
He came in at 372. He's got Sark said, I'm not worried about it. I mean, we're in the spring, but come summer, come fall camp, needless to say, Sadir Mitchell's 372 needs to be down around 350. And Kendrick Blackshire's 261 needs to be around 245. And Savion Red's 240 needs to be closer to 225.
What's the matter with you? Why are you getting guys in trouble, man? Come on. You didn't have to say the guy's names. Well, you obviously saw.
Listen to me.
Why you have to say the guy's name?
Is there a plan? What, is Savion Red the new Mike Allstott? I don't know.
Oh, shit.
So I'm trying to find out. I was trying to find out. What's the plan?
See.
Listen, everyone needs to know the plan. So that's why I was asked. I wasn't trying to.
If they start treating you like how Emmett treats you, don't be surprised, because you out here getting guys in trouble, getting guys cussed out. To what I'm
getting
hearing.
them motivated. I'm getting them motivated. They're going to come back ready and fighting shape. They're going to make weight, and they're going to win. That's what it's all about. If they're worried about me asking questions about the little numbers next to their names on the roster, they got bigger problems.
If they petty like me, next time I'm talked to, or even go to Twitter, you can talk on Twitter and be like, hey, Chip Brown, don't worry about my weight, dadgummit. Whoever, which one they feel hurts them the most. Don't worry about my weight. My girl likes my weight. My girl, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. My woman likes my weight.
My woman likes me just the way I am.
You out here being messy. Day one, you're being messy. I know you're a messy guy. That's why you're one of the greatest. But day one, come on, man. You throwing guys under the bus, putting names out there. Kendrick Blackshire just got here. Can you let him get comfortable?
Dude, he looks good too. I mean, he's got calves, hams, and ass. Like you can't believe that dude is put together.
Yeah, I've seen the pictures floating around.
I mean, that dude, God was in a good mood when he put together Kendrick Blackshear. So, yeah, man. But let me tell you something. Let me give you a couple other, or if you want to just ask me questions, however you want to do it, I'm down. But can I just say a couple of dudes who stood out to me?
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, Malik Muhammad is running stuff. Like he is the leader of the pack, and he was really vocal. He was on point. I really liked what I saw from Malik Muhammad, just the 20, 30 minutes we got. Andrew Makuba, he's got footwork.
Yeah.
Like he's got really good feet. He gets in and out of his breaks. He turns his hips, runs. And Xavier Filsaime, same thing. Like it. When in looking at I'll start with the younger guys on the defensive side. Alex January looks good. He looks put together. He was running well when they were doing the some of the defensive running drills as in groups of 11. I like the way he was moving. Same with Tia Savea. And Alfred Collins looks good. Vernon Broughton looks good. Justice Finkley looks a little light to me, but he looked good. Ethan Burke, Baron Sorrell. Baron Sorrell is a beast. Anthony Hill looks good. David Benda and Anthony Hill were first in the drills. And then you had Mo Blackwell and Leonga Lafau running second in the drills. And then third, you had Kendrick Blackshire and Darian Gillette. So all those guys look good. And then in the secondary, man, I'm telling you, Xavier Filsaime, keep your eyes on number 21. Then you flip it over, or any questions on defense?
Yeah, saying Justice Finkley looked light. Like what?
And that he could just be lean. Let me look at his. Pull out the roster. They got him listed at 248. He looks good, man. 240. He makes that 248
okay.
248 look good.
Okay. You didn't mention you've been really high on Jelani McDonald and Warren Robertson.
Yeah, McDonald not as fluid as Makuba and Filsaime when he turns his hips to run, but I mean big. He looks good. He's every bit of 6'2", and every bit of 211. And Warren Roberson's fast. Like, I can't wait to see him get a chance to show what he can do, because he's fast. I mean, he's lightning fast. And so is Wardell Mack.
Yeah, people sleep on him.
He's wiry, but he's long and he is fast. So, yeah, I'm excited about Wardell Mack, because
you can't keep them all. It's going to be a sad day.
Hey,
don't
go
I'm
negative.
sorry. I'm trying to be realistic. You know, don't talk about positivity with me, Mr. Throwing Sadir Mitchell.
Hey, don't be
beyond red under the bus. Oh, hey, Sark, man, them boys coming in a little tubby. What you say about that?
Don't be trying to drag me into your doomsday.
Hey, I'm just saying, that's the talent though. That's what you want. You want that much talent to where when guys leave, you're gonna be like, damn, does that hurt? Because if this guy's leaving, that means what was in front of him to make him leave, to influence that transfer. You know what I'm saying? Like that's going to be telling. Like, you want enough alphas and dogs in there to where you're going to lose some guys that might get drafted one day. But you got to hope that the guys that you're keeping around are them ones that can take you to the promised land.
Right. That's why these coaches get paid the big bucks.
Yeah. You know how I feel about Sark and that money he got. Bust. Championship or bust.
Oh, I'm working on getting Jonathan Brooks on our show.
There we go.
I drove into the Manor garage at the same time as Jonathan Brooks. He is driving the sweetest burnt orange Mercedes.
Ooh.
Oh, I need to know what make and model that car is, because it is sweet. And then it turns out he had T Sweat in the front seat with him.
Hey, can he fit in that?
I would have talked to T Sweat, but he was on the phone.
But he was fitting right though. He looked good. He looked like he didn't struggle to get out or anything.
Yeah, no,
he didn't look tight in there. He looked lean and mean, looked comfortable.
And they were coming to work out.
Yeah. T Sweat on that diet.
They're getting right.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
Did I get a parking ticket? No. Thank you, CB. I did not get a parking ticket. I have a UT parking pass that I pay a bunch of money for. So good. Get zoinks. Okay, over to the offense. Now, get over to Horns 24/7 and read the practice report, because I was focused primarily on the defense, but when I was looking over to the main field and the receivers were running routes against air, let me tell you, Aaron Butler looks like he's gliding across the grass. Number 14, I'm in on Aaron Butler. That dude literally looks like he's gliding.
Wow.
And smooth, like even smoother than Jonte. Jonte looks good, but Jonte looks like he's running. Aaron Butler looks like he's ice skating across the grass.
I like that.
So he caught everything. For first day of practice, you don't know what you're gonna get, but Ryan Wingo looks good, number 5, put together. And obviously Isaiah Bond and Matthew Golden are the veterans in the group, but Aaron Butler looked the best to me in terms of just his movement in and out, his ability to get some
ability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quinn looks good throwing it. Same with Arch. Same with Trey Owens. Trey Owens, big boy, 6'5", 236. He's eyeball to eyeball with Arch. They're both a little taller than Quinn. And Jaden Blue, man, I'm just telling you. Jaden Blue. I'm just telling you. And Sark mentioned Jaden Blue when he was asked about leadership. I think Jaden Blue senses his time is coming, and his time is now. And so he's draft eligible after this year, and I'm guaranteed.
Yeah, you gone.
Yeah.
He should be gone. He should be
He should
gone.
be.
Yeah,
Should
he
be.
should be gone. Like with the value that running backs have, you know, he's gonna get split carries with CJ this year, most likely. Obviously, it's up to Sark to feel out, you know, who has the upper hand game to game and who's doing better. But as far as you gotta strike as early as possible, like once you become eligible your junior year, I tell every running back, leave, get out of here. Because you gotta bank in as being young as possible, the limited amount of reps as possible. Like that's a big thing about Jonathan Brooks. Jonathan Brooks doesn't have that many reps, even though he's coming in hurt. Like he didn't have crazy amount of carries that would kind of scare you for a back that's a little beat up and stuff. Like he's coming in pretty fresh, even though he has that ACL injury. So I think that's going to play to his advantage. And we've seen with different running backs that have had success, the Frank Gores, Willis McGahees of the world after tearing their ACL, with where medicine is right now, like Jonathan Brooks, yeah, he's in a good spot. So, yeah, Jaden Blue, I like that, man. Like CJ Baxter, yeah, I hope he comes back and does well this season, obviously, but we know the home run hitter Jaden Blue is, and we heard what Tashard Choice thinks about him, like has a lot of Jahmyr Gibbs in him. I know for you, that's all you got to say. Like it took a little while for Jahmyr Gibbs to win you over this season. It did. It did. You were talking about old boy from the Eagles. I got, played with the Georgia Bulldogs those past years, Jalen Carter. You were big on him, but now Jahmyr Gibbs won you over. So I think you look at Jalen Blue in a different light, just like I do, and take care of the ball. Please take care of the ball. That's the only thing you worry about with him. Like that ratio isn't the best, but I think, again, another year of experience, maturity, Jalen Blue will be just fine.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's a lot to be excited about. And Amari Niblack, I mean, Gunnar Helm looks good. I'll tell you what, Jordan Washington looks good.
Yeah, youngster.
Don't sleep on Jordan Washington, the early enrollee freshman tight end, number 84. 84. He looks good. And yeah, it's there is talent on the field. And here's a question from our man, Colin Ives. Thoughts on the new coaching edition? I'll say this. I could hear Johnny Nansen. Johnny Nansen, fiery, passionate. I get why players really respond to him, why he's a top-end recruiter. Kenny Baker, they had him so far down the practice field and we couldn't go all the way down to that end. So I couldn't really hear his interaction with the players as much. But yeah, Johnny Nansen is fiery. And everything I've heard about Johnny Nansen is he connects with people and is doing a really good job of recruiting. As you know, we'll talk to Hank South today at 2:15, and Texas is in pretty good standing, I think, with all three of their linebacker targets for 25. Let's bring in our man Chris Hummer, national college football analyst, 24/7 Sports. Hummer, how you doing?
What's up, fellas? I'm surprised you're having me on this week. It's a basketball week, guys.
Well, it is, but it's football season never ends, Hummer.
You're right. We all reside in Austin, Texas. We know that's the truth. So,
do you have a bracket?
I will have a bracket. I have not had a chance to fill it out. I was just taking a gander. I would imagine I will have Houston as my national champion. I know you're probably curious about that. That's the route I'm thinking. Houston's been the team I've been most impressed with all year, but I think it could be a good year for the Big 12 overall. I could see several teams making it around.
Yeah, I like Iowa State.
Yeah.
I like TJ Otzelberger.
It's a fun team.
Yeah. How do you think the Longhorns are going to do, Hummer?
I just hope we get the Rick Barnes versus Texas showdown in the Sweet 6 or in the round 2. It's funny how the tournament bracket sets stuff like that up every year, right? Like just happenstance that Texas is across from Rick Barnes on that line. Like, just like what a wild story. I can remember how many years A&M has been maybe Texas's second round matchup if things break right. It's funny how that works, but I really do think Tennessee is a beatable team for Texas, given how they match up potentially. Tennessee obviously likes to junk things up, which is, I think, how this Texas team is going to have to win in the tournament for the most part. So I think there's a possibility Texas advances to the Sweet 16, but I wouldn't bet on it, certainly. But it's I was surprised to see Texas as a 7 seed, and I think that works in their favor.
Yeah, Texas, those wins down the stretch at Texas Tech, beating Oklahoma handily. It ended up being a good finish. They finished 4-0 at home after starting 1-4 at home. That was weird, but yeah, they were the only team that won 3-4 games on the road in the Big 12. It was they've been so hard to predict, but when they are all, as Dylan DeZue said yesterday, when they're all in sync, playing defense, connected, they're pretty good. They're a pretty tough team to beat, and especially with the 2 scoring capabilities of DeZue and Max Asmus, because you got a good inside-outside combination there. You got some good pick and pop action. So,
yeah, and I don't think you can undersell Texas having Max Asmus in this tournament. And Tyrese Hunter, frankly, as well. Having 2 guards who you can trust in critical situations to handle the ball.
Can we, though, Chris? Can we trust Tyrese? I love the guy. I hope he does great. I know he means well. I know he plays hard. But can we really trust Tyrese Hunter? Because he showed what he could do against Oklahoma, career high, 30 points. Then the next week, play Kansas State, and he doesn't make any shots from the field. So that's what makes me the most nervous, Hummer, just Tyrese Hunter, because he's the X factor on this team. If he plays well, Texas, their chances are a lot greater than if he plays bad, even if DeZue and Max Asmus have a good game,
Yeah, no question. I'd be curious. I don't have the stat offhand, but I feel like in games, Tyrese Hunter scored over 15 points. Texas wins the large majority of the time. I would have to go look at exactly what that was, but I totally agree. He's the X factor. But I do think, like, at worst, like, he might not be hitting shots, but at least he's a second ball handler who you can at least rely on to create offense. Especially the tournament gets weird because you have so many teams playing different styles. You could face a press 1 minute or a zone the next, and to have 2 experienced upperclassmen ball handlers like that, I think is very helpful. But yeah, no disappearing acts. You can't have any disappearing acts from guys like Dylan DeSue and Tyrese Hunter down the stretch. We've seen a little bit of that for Texas this year at times. And if those 2 guys are playing well and you feel like you always know what you're going to get from Max Asmus, then I think Texas has a shot to at least make a little bit of noise in the tournament. I don't think it's going to be a repeat of last year. Like, this team is clearly not as good as it was last season, but I don't think this has to be a 2 and done or 1 and done for Texas. I think they're capable of potentially making it to the second weekend.
Yeah.
All right. Hummer, I don't know. This headline got me, and I know we've got other headlines to talk about, but the son of A&M coach Trooper Taylor, Blaze Taylor, being arrested in Utah on Thursday, indicted for poisoning his girlfriend and her unborn child. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, tragic situation. Not something you expect to read in relation to college football at all. Trooper Taylor being one of the more respected assistant coaches in college football, longtime assistant Duke for the staff changes there. Somebody that was up for a head coaching job or 2 this year. And obviously, like, the son shouldn't necessarily reflect on father. it's funny, not quite the same, and it's not funny, but we saw a similar kind of headline with this with Andy Reid and his son recently. Not the same level of coaches, but yeah, I mean, I was very surprised, and it's not the type of headline Texas A&M wants early on in Mike Elko's tenure either. A really tragic situation, and I hope the family of the victims are coping the way they can.
Yeah, Blaze Taylor, the son who's been the son of Trooper Taylor, who's been indicted for murdering his girlfriend by poison and their unborn child who has passed away, was an analyst at A&M, and I just was like, yeah, that one is staggering. Sorry to get things off.
And we should note that Blaze Taylor was not a Texas A&M employee when these allegations were made. I believe at the time he was a scout of the Tennessee Titans. He was hired by Texas A&M when Mike Elko came on. But when these accusations were made, he was an NFL employee. Then he moved on to Utah State as an analyst for a season before he got to Texas A&M.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. This was in Nashville when it all allegedly occurred. But what did you think of Trev Alberts and A&M? How's that looking to you?
It was an interesting hire. I don't think the people around Nebraska expected Trev Alberts to leave, but I do know Nebraska is a place that's had some issues with alignment recently, the last couple of years, and seeing Trev Alberts leave in that way, I think speaks to that. There have been problems in that athletic department as well. So it's interesting to see Trev Albert leave for A&M. But if you are a AD and A&M offers, and A&M pays nearly $2 million a year, have a hard time saying no to that. I think the job of an athletic director, I don't want to simplify it because it's not quite this way, but you are essentially, like, your job is to fundraise. You are a glorified fundraiser. That is the title. You obviously have other jobs as well. Like, you have to hire, you have to make the right hire. You have to decide when coaches get let go. You have control. You have directional ability with projects on campus. But in reality, your number one goal is to fundraise. And the one thing you could say about Texas A&M, for better or worse, with their success over the years, is they have a motivated booster base. And if I was an athletic director and I could step into a situation where the boosters are aligned and pointed in one direction, which is winning and winning a national championship, I think that's a very tempting offer from somebody in that position. So I can understand why Trev Alberts moved that way. Plus, like, we're in an era where football matters above all, and success in football matters above all. And if Trev Alberts wants to be considered an athletic director, you have to win national championships. And it's easier, in my opinion, to win them at Texas A&M in 2024 than it is in Nebraska.
Yeah. Hummer, talk to us a little bit about this lawsuit that Clemson's filing against the ACC. Obviously, it has to do with college football realignment and whatnot, but it's starting to get a little messy and a little dirty with some of these big-time schools like a Clemson.
Absolutely. I mean, Clemson was always going to file this lawsuit. I don't know what the right metaphor would be, but you know how, like, you all gather around the family table at Thanksgiving, you got a really loud drunk uncle who gets on your nerves, but, like, the uncle, like, at the other table talking mess about you quietly and your choices in life is also just as bad. You know what I mean? Like, it might not be as boisterous about it, but he's still talking mess. And Clemson's been that quieter but still scheming family member for a while now. They have been working behind the scenes to break out of the grant of rights. And this was their, I guess, first step in doing so today. They're not announcing their intention to leave the league like Florida State did. What they are asking for is clarification for what happens if they do decide to leave the league. I think what people miss with the grant of rights situation is the big sticking point here isn't necessarily the exit fee, which is still significant. I believe it's around $150 million. It's the media rights for the teams after they pay the exit fee. So essentially right now, the way the ACC contract works is even if you leave the league, the ACC holds your media rights through, I believe, 2036.
Yep.
And if they hold your media rights, you cannot draw revenue from your media rights. So in this scenario, the ACC and their partner ESPN, if Clemson were to pay the $150 and leave the league, would control Clemson's media rights. And I guess like if the ACC and Clemson and ESPN wanted to, they could put Clemson games, Clemson, let's say as an SEC team on the ACC network. And Clemson would miss out on the annual TV revenue, which I believe in the ACC is anywhere from like $35 to $40 million a year. So not only is Clemson having to pay a really high exit fee of $150 million, but they're also losing $30 to $40 million in revenue every year if they do not get out of that rights agreement. And that's what Clemson is challenging currently. These teams are all looking for a path out. The ACC is undermanned in this arms race that is college football, and teams like Clemson and Florida State, which have national title aspirations, know that if they don't get out soon, they're going to get left behind.
What I saw you you posted about the NIL, the impact of NIL as we kind of drill down on it. What's your take, Hummer? Like how many football players, student athletes, basketball, women's sports are really like banking off of their name, image, and likeness? And then how many are banking off of the promise from a school for their NIL to really pay off for them in the form of pay for play?
Yeah, I mean, actual name, image, and likeness. So just using your own name and your own image, less than 10% of college athletes. If that, I would say the most successful ones for the most part are those like Livy Dunn, Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark are all certainly benefiting from that way. And even some football players, like it was reported in The Athletic, Caleb Williams made around $10 million in NIL deals. And sure, like some of that was pay for play with USC, but a lot of that was brands working with Caleb Williams. He was in Dr. Pepper commercials this year. So you do see success stories like that on the highest level, but like there's Dr. Pepper's not out here trying to give the number 76 recruit in the country $250,000 a year. The number 76 recruit in the country is getting $250,000 a year from whatever collective he ends up at because he's an elite football prospect. So it's a farcical system. And I mean, college football really only has itself to blame to think that rogue actors that for a long time have been handing out cash to people in McDonald's bag would sit back and not try to push the rules as far as possible was short-sighted at best. And we're seeing the results of that. Like kids are getting paid to play under the table, and that's just what it is.
Yeah. Hummer, spring practice started for the Texas Longhorns today. What question marks do you have coming in for this team, whether it's Kenny Baker filling in for what Bo Davis did to Quinn Ewers coming into his third season? Is there anything that you've been looking forward to, or any player do you think that might thrive that have came in the transfer portal or a recruit?
Well, I think you mentioned it with Kenny Baker, and we've talked about this a little bit before. I really do feel like the biggest question is like, how does that defensive line and specifically that DT position come together under Kenny Baker? We know who the starters are going to be at that position for Texas. But I don't know if we know what the depth's going to look like. I don't know if we know what the rotations are going to look like. And frankly, I'm equally as curious on the edge. Again, you know who a lot of those pieces are going to be. Ethan Burke is back. Byron Sorrell's back. You're bringing in Trey Moore. But I'm curious what Trey Moore is going to look like at Texas. I'm curious what Colin Simmons is going to look like in his first spring. So that's the position I have my eyes on the most. I'd be very curious how the linebacker position shakes out. Obviously, Anthony Hill is going to start, but that's a position where I think Texas could maybe squeeze a little bit more than what it's gotten recently. It sounds dumb, but I don't have a ton of questions on offense. Like, I think you know what you're getting, right? Like maybe running back's interesting. Who's going to emerge out of that position battle? But Quinn Ewers is a third-year starter. Like, Texas signed 3 of the top wide receivers in the transfer portal and has Ryan Wingo on campus and has Deontay Cook on campus. Like, they should be good. Like, I think the defense this year, more than anything, is going to determine Texas' ceiling and how that group reloads. And that's certainly where I'd have my eyes during spring practice.
Yeah, I agree. Just as a side note, this is how the rotation went. They were doing individual drills, but this is the order that it went at edge today. Baron Sorrell and Barry Sorrell. 88 is great. Yes, he is. He was number 1 in the drills. By
Papa
God.
Sorrell. What's up, man?
Papa
Appreciate
Sorrell.
you listening.
It's good to have Papa Sorrell in the house. Baron Sorrell, first, Ethan Burke, Justice Finkley, Colin Simmons, Trey Moore, Cecilia Kana, Colton Vasic, Billy Walton, Zena Yumizulu, and Jamon Tapp. And Zena Yumizulu is long. Wow, is he got length. Like, I was impressed. They've got him listed at 6'5", 255, and he is all of that. And he's got arm length for days. So I'm really interested to see how he progresses.
See, guys, this is the inside info you get when you listen to Chip. He was at practice this morning. He's got the whole D-line rotation down. Like, this is what we need.
Look at that, though.
Going off first. Also, I will say, I would love to see more of Jamon Tapp this year, if anything, because I want him in front of a Mike, because that kid is the funniest player on Texas roster. Just
that was a little surprising to see him last in a 10-man line, but he didn't play that badly last year, in my mind.
I don't know how much I'd put into where people lined up in the first drill of spring ball. But I'll be very curious. Practice 3, practice 5, whenever they start scrimmaging, what that rotation looks like.
Yeah, and the orange-white game, April 20th. That's a much better indicator. But 10 dudes. And obviously, how much are you going to rotate at that position? How many situational sub packages are you going to have? Colin Simmons looks good. I will say that. Number 11 in your programs, kids. Colin Simmons. What Zay got mad at me because I asked Sark about the weights of Sadir Mitchell, Savion Red, and Kendrick Blackshire, because Sadir came in at 372, Kendrick Blackshire at 261, and Savion Red at 240. And Sark said all 3 came in a little heavier than we would have liked.
Yeah, I mean, those are some numbers for sure. A little heavier for sure. And I will say Texas has full control over what it chooses to put in the roster height weight standpoint on a thing. And if you're seeing those numbers and they pop out the way they did, I think that might be a bit of a motivation. And I think you gave Steve Sarkisian a platform to also provide extra motivation for those 3 guys. Because, I mean, it's the off season, but there's no real off season in conditioning. And these coaches want us. That's how this is the time of year. I think people oversell it with position battles and things of the like. That stuff sorts it out a little closer to the season. But spring ball is a time where players have the opportunity to show consistency and to show work ethic and to show they can be relied on. And I think people often undersell that. I think for elite level football, maybe it matters a little less, but reliability is one of the most important aspects of college football, or frankly any sport. And this is the time of year you can show the coaches that you're reliable. And coming in overweight is not always the best way to do that. Yeah. And frankly, I need to show myself I'm more reliable. I'm like 10 pounds over where I'd like to be, guys. So like, I gotta get it together in the spring.
What are you weighing right now?
I'm 175, but my frame doesn't support 175, man. I need to be like a solid 160. I can't hoop at 175. I feel sluggish. It's bad.
Oh man.
How tall are you?
I'm 6 foot, 6'1" on a good day.
Man, I'd do anything to get to 175.
I will say, I hit 177 the other day. I didn't want to tell myself like that. So like, I'd like to get back to my fighting weight at 165, guys. Don't worry about it. We all got our targets, and I should just hold myself accountable the same way we're asking about guys on the roster. Like, I need to lose a couple pounds too.
There we go.
The holiday season's rough. I get it with these guys. Like, you come in after Christmas, like, you're sluggish. Like, I get it, man. It's hard to take it off.
Yeah, Chip's out here comparing Savion Red to Mike Allstock. And that's when you're just like, all right, let's slow down a little bit. That's a little hefty. But speaking of a player who has good measurements, Hummer, Alfred Collins, all of Texas Nation is wondering, especially with how good Byron Murphy and Trevondre Sweat were this past year, is Alfred Collins, being the big 5-star recruit coming out of that Bastrop area that he was, is he finally going to take that step of being one of the best interior defensive players in the nation? Kenny Baker, I think he's coming in with some unfair expectations with that. You know, Kenny Baker let him get his feet wet a little bit, but still, this is Texas. This is a big season. Do you think Alfred Collins can put himself in that first round of the 2025 draft category with a really great season?
I think it's possible. I mentioned consistency a couple of minutes ago, and that was the thing, especially early in Alfred Collins' career, that I think he lacked consistent intensity at the position. But we saw it last year, especially late in the year. He got better as the season went along. If I remember correctly, he was dominant in some stretches. Maybe it was against BYU. I don't think he played a ton of snaps, but like, he had some games where he really showed up big. And I think he's going to see 2 Texas interior defenders go in the top 60 draft picks in a couple of weeks, I guess. Yeah, really in a couple of weeks. And like, what better motivation is there if you're Alfred Collins? You have one really good season next year, and you're going to be in the exact same position. And you could argue that Alfred Collins' ceiling is even higher than somebody like Byron Murphy, who might be the first defensive lineman off the board just because of the athletic skill set and the length that he has. So I don't know if it's going to happen, but I think if you're looking for a breakout star on that defense, like, Alfred Collins is very capable of being that. He's just got to translate what he did last year, and he played extremely well last year. He's got to translate that over a larger amount of snaps, and I'll be curious if he can do it.
Hummer, it was just announced today the college football playoff and ESPN have agreed to a new 6-year, $7.8 billion contract that ensures ESPN will remain the sole media rights holder of the college football playoff through the 2031-32 season. You surprised that ESPN, that this is still just going to be all ESPN? There was some talk of maybe other networks getting a piece of this, but it sounds like we're going to have to wait till the early 2030s before that happens.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Personally, I think the best way to maximize your revenue is to break it up and give each network a small piece. Because not only do you have the opportunity to sell individual pieces and increase the bidding on those individual pieces, but you make the other networks reliant on you for coverage. And in part, that's why ESPN had to go so big. Like, this is a big part of their coverage, and losing the live rights to the college football playoff would be a blow. But by breaking it up and maximizing revenue, you become strategic partners with everyone. We see the NFL do this brilliantly. They're on CBS, Fox, NBC. ESPN, ABC, and then they also have a deal with Amazon. And I think you maximize your revenue stream more that way than you do with ESPN. Plus, if you take it away from ESPN, at least entirely, you wrestle a little bit more control than you would have had previously. So it's an interesting choice to go all ESPN again. But college football is not always the best run organization in the world. And that's the route they chose to go.
Yeah. Hummer, with the 14-team playoff that's set to happen in 2026, how does that format look? Like, if you're one of the top 2, 3, or 4 teams in the nation, like, where are your buys going to come? Where are those early games going to come? Are they going to be neutral? Are they going to be home and away type situations? What do you think is going to play out with that 14-team format?
Well, it's not set, and obviously there have been a lot of machinations and formulations of that reported. Ross Dellinger at Yahoo has done the best job of anybody staying up with all that. I'll be curious how that shakes out, because right now what we've seen is the Big Ten and the SEC continue to wrestle for larger chunks of the landscape. We saw that with the Big Ten and the SEC demanding more money in this negotiation, the ACC and the Big 12. And I think if the Big Ten and the SEC really wanted to, they could demand automatic buys like we saw reported previously. If I was the Big 12 and the ACC, I'd do everything to push back against that. But I think the thing that makes the most sense, at least in my mind, is ultimately landing on 5 conference champions. So the 4 Power 4 conference champions plus a G5 school, and 7 at-large bids. Wait, no. 5 and 9 at-large bids. Sorry, the math keeps changing in the playoff really quickly. And I think that's where we'll ultimately settle, but there's a long way to go until that point, and it could go a number of different directions. But I think you're going to continue to see home playoff games in the early rounds, and I still really do think in 2026 there's a world where they move away from bowls, because a lot of these schools are losing money by not hosting playoff games if you're a 1 or 2 seed. And I don't really think college football programs, college football in general, you're not incentivized to look out for anybody else. Like, if we've learned anything in the last 5 years, that these schools and conferences don't care for the health of the sport overall. And I don't frankly think Greg Sankey's going to care much about what the Rose Bowl thinks about who's going to host a game. And if Georgia's missing out on a hosting opportunity because they had a bye, that's not going to sit well with Georgia, because they're going to lose a giant revenue stream. So I do wonder if eventually we move away from bowls and all of these games are hosted on home campuses, except for maybe the national championship game.
All right, Hummer. Who wins between Colorado State and Virginia tonight at 8:10 on True TV for the right to play Texas in the NCAA tournament?
I can't say I'm that up to date on the Cavs and the Rams basketball, but based on recent history, I'll go with Virginia because they're usually good. But yeah, I'll be very curious. I tend to pretend that I guess I shouldn't say this as a CBS employee, but the play-in games essentially, I really don't enjoy them. I wish the bracket was just 64. I think it's kind of pointless. The bracket's going to expand eventually anyway, so I guess I should get used to it. But having 68 instead of 64 has always seemed silly to me.
My son is a Ram, so I'm hoping that it's Texas and the Rams on Thursday. But
well, there we go. Go Rams then. I don't have dog in this fight. Let's root for the Chip Brown family.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Zay, you got anything else for Hummer?
Nope. Appreciate you, Hummer.
Absolutely,
you're the best. We appreciate you, man. Look forward to it every Tuesday.
For sure, guys. Talk to you then.
All right. You're looking good too, Hummer.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, man.
I think he carries 175 just fine.
Yeah. I might be some good weight.
All right, let's get a couple mentions in here, like Apple Leasing, getting you into the car you really want to be driving. I mean, that's what it's all about. You're going to be driving around. You're going to be in traffic in Austin, Texas. And guess what? Apple Leasing right here in Austin is an Austin original. They lease every make and model of car. You're not going to find Apple Leasing everywhere. It's here in Austin. And by leasing every make and model of car, they don't care what car you pick. They're going to go get it for you. And guess what? You're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. So you're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford. It's brand new. It's under warranty. And you're loving life. That's the key. You need to be happy. You deserve to be happy. Get into the car you really want to be driving. AppleLeasing.com or give them a call at 346-9977. Of course, area code 512. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And look, Cover 3, your NCAA Tournament headquarters, right there on Anderson Lane, up in Round Rock. You've got and Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. You are enjoying high-end food like the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich with the Parmesan fries, of course, the buffalo chicken sliders, but your favorite place to watch your favorite team, eat some great food. You got happy hour 3:30 to 6:30, and of course, brunch on the weekends at Cover 3 with that do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Zay, you got any thoughts on we were kind of finishing up on spring football when we talked to Hummer. Any thoughts running through your mind based on day one?
Yeah, when you think about the defense and you think about the defensive line and linebackers, it's interesting how things turn because I'm really expecting the secondary to be the focal point of the defense this year. I mean, think about all the guys that you've named today on guys who just look good, who passed that underwear test that Steve Sarkisian is referring to, guys that you see at the combine with the measurements. I mean, Malik Muhammad, that dude, he has first round written all over him, all over him. And he had a breakout freshman year. For you to say becoming a leader in year two, like, come on, man. That says a lot about him, man. Just kind of what we talked about yesterday. Are they willing to put Jahdae Barron on the outside if guys like Terrence Brooks and Gavin Holmes might not be there because you trust the Jalen Gilbo that much at the star position? Like, that's what Blake Gideon and Terrence Joseph and Pete Kwiatkowski are going to have a lot of fun with this offseason leading up into the season, all the mix and matching that you could do. And hopefully they can put the IQ and the game plan in these guys' minds to where not everybody's going to be healthy. We saw with Jalen Catalan last year, he missed all those games and stuff. Like, things to get out of whack really fast. So are you versatile enough to be moved around like a Jahdae Barron to where, okay, Jahdae, somebody got hurt in the safety spot. We might have to move you just for a little bit because somebody else is better at Jalen Gilbo is better at the star spot. Just different examples like that. But you can do that when you have a deep secondary. And we saw last year just how inconsistent they were. Like, they were the problem on that defense last year. Now, you might think the defensive line might be the problem this year. You hope not, but again, that's a lot for Kenny Baker, and these are a lot of guys in Vernon Broughton, Alfred Collins that still haven't proven themselves. Like Barrett Sorrell, he has to take another step this year. He was solid last year, but he definitely knows that wasn't the season that he was anticipating coming into 2023. He knows I think he's capable of taking a big step. Same with Ethan Burke. Both of those guys were solid. If they take a big step, then this defense could be unbelievable. But that secondary, I think they could really show out, especially when you're going to a conference like the SEC that has some of the best athletes in the nation at the wide receiver position.
Well, and I'll say this, the defensive line last year, their number one priority was stopping the run, and they did that. And Barron Sorrell, Ethan Burke, T. Sweat, Byron Murphy, obviously, are all, huge credit to holding teams to 82 yards per game on the ground and just literally locking down rushing attacks. I mean, Ollie Gordon got reduced to next to nothing, and really talented running backs. I mean, Texas Tech's running game, Taj Brooks, just nothing, So I get it that maybe, the sack numbers weren't there, but the run defense was outstanding. Barron Sorrell, Ethan Burke, two of the better run defenders on that line. So I'm okay with what they turned in last year. If you could promise me that the defense will give up 82 yards rushing again, I'll take all the same numbers again, because that just made teams one-dimensional. And I'm fascinated to see if Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, Tia Savea, whoever Dre Bledsoe, it's his time. He needs to make his move. Aaron Bryant. And it'll probably be, they'd love to have a 6-man rotation if it's warranted, if there's heavy competition. But Sark said today he feels like the guy's ready to take that next step, just like Sweat and Murphy did last year, are Collins and Broughton, and he included Dre Bledsoe in there. And I'm eager to see what Bledsoe has, because it was, Bledsoe's one of those 294-pound guys who can do a standing backflip. And Sean Rogers, back in the day, no one believes this anymore, but Sean Rogers, who played in the NFL at probably 350 pounds, at one point could do a standing backflip at 290 pounds. There's just, every once in a while you get these crazy athletic guys, and Bledsoe is one of the guys I'm watching like a hawk, because I think he just needs reps. He needs to get on the field. He needs to taste success. He needs to build his confidence. And look, I'm eager to see how all of it meshes with Kenny Baker and what that dynamic's like, because we don't know that yet. He's been a little bit, he came in a little bit later than Johnny Nansen, and so we got to see how that dynamic works. But yeah, it all starts right there on the defensive line. The other thing that was interesting today is they're already practicing with the microphone in the helmet.
Oh, there we go.
That has not been approved yet by the NCAA, but teams are rehearsing with it because it's expected to pass. And, you'll have the quarterback with the microphone in the helmet, and then you'll have one defensive player. And I asked Sark, do you have a feel yet for maybe not the player, but the position? And he said, you would think it would be a linebacker, because that's a position that connects the front and the back of the defense. He said, but you could have it in your star, your nickel corner. That makes me think that Jahdae Barron may not be this, move to corner may be situational. Because Jahdae Barron's a guy they trust. And I think they trust Jalen Gilbo, but not like a fifth-year senior. So I thought that was interesting. We'll have to see how that develops. And obviously, you got to have your most knowledgeable defensive player, your best communicator, with that microphone in his helmet, because you're going to be able to make some last-second adjustments with that.
Yeah, last year it would have been easy. It would have been Jalen Ford, no questions asked. This year, do you trust David Binda there? I don't know. Ant Hill, is he mature and experienced enough to have that spot? I don't know. I would say Jahdae Barron.
Yeah.
I would say Jahdae Barron. But, yeah, that's going to be interesting. I like that. About time. Shit, I'm tired of seeing SpongeBob SquarePants on the signs and stuff, and pictures of David Hasselhoff and with Knight Rider and shit. Just the most random BS you could possibly see on those signs, which Connor Stallions and them boys were stealing them anyway. So it don't, like, come on now. Let's get with the program. NFL does it. College football, y'all make that type of money too, or damn near close. Yeah, let's get the headsets for all these teams and let's get it cracking.
Sark says they may still have, some signals.
Okay.
Especially if the microphone goes down, you got to have
backup. Yeah.
You got to have backup. So the signs may
no
not
in Texas, you'll get to some type of stadium. You go in Fayetteville or something. Oh shit, we got technical difficulties and this and that. What's going on? We don't have a signal. Oh man, how convenient. Could you just see that? Could you just see those Razorback folk just, damn, we've never had this problem before. It's new. I'm sorry it's messing up day of. Like, come on, man. Give me a break. That was saying it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
I don't know who's it going to be, but it's going to happen.
Oh, we're having bad cell service here.
Yeah, like, what's going on? Can you hear me now? Huh? Oh, Quinn Ewers and Sark, huh? Quinn Ewers hitting this helmet and shit. Come on, man. No, I'm not trying to see that. Absolutely not. But it is.
Well, tomorrow is pro day.
There we go.
Tomorrow is pro day. And really, for a guy like Jordan Whittington, man, this is everything, because he wasn't able to do the Senior Bowl. He didn't do the combine. I mean, he did 18 reps at the combine. He did something, but he hasn't been able to run. This is going to be a huge day for him and for the peripheral players who didn't go to the combine, guys like even Ryan Sanborn, the punter. But that will get going. All NFL teams will be represented, I'm told. It'll get going around noon, and with the weights and everything, and then they'll get over and do the workout, and we'll see how the numbers come in. So Jordan Whittington, definitely the player I'm most interested in, and Quinn Ewers will be throwing. So
yeah, good for Quinn. Now, is Jordan Whittington, how healthy is he right now? Like, have you heard any report on that?
I'm hearing he's going to run. So I think he's recovered. He's, 3 weeks. Got to hope it holds up. Let's bring in our man, a recruiting guru from Horns 24/7, the one and only Hank South. Hank was out at spring ball today. Let's get some impressions from Hank about what stood out to you, Hank, about Texas' first day of spring ball today.
Yeah, in the media viewing portion, I kind of keyed in on the wide receivers and the tight ends, and I know we were talking about it after practice, but I mean the wide receivers just as a collective group are really good. But I think the guy that caught my eye the most was Aaron Butler, the freshman early enrollee receiver. He looks the part. I mean, they started off in some special teams work, and he was returning punts, and then they went right into some routes, and he just looks really smooth. We've reported at Horns 24/7. His speed is real. I think was what we were reporting, and it looks like it is. But Butler really caught my eye. I mean, of course, Isaiah Bond, Matthew Golden both looked really good. I think they're as advertised from what we wrote about them, what we were expecting from them. And then I really liked Jordan Washington too. I thought he looked really good. And of course, we got kind of an abbreviated session with them, but I thought Jordan Washington, we've kind of said he's kind of the underrated guy in this class. And I think he looked like one of the better tight ends today, up there with, Amari Niblack, who came in from Alabama. So, the wide receiver group was really good. I thought Quinn looked like Quinn. I don't think there's any question marks there. And yeah, it was fun to get out there and see those guys in action.
Yeah, Hank, going to the wide receivers, because that's kind of the question for 2024. There's so much talent there. We know how Steve Sarkisian, he just kind of trusts his main guys. If you're starting, you're starting. You're getting all the reps. Like Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, Jordan Whittington, they were taking up all the snaps. So with this roster and the wide receiver room specifically, you saw the talent. Like you're talking about Aaron Butler here. Like we're not even talking Ryan Wingo. You're talking about Aaron Butler. This dude was late coming in. You know what I'm saying? Like, is it going to be enough for everybody to get some love? And is Sark going to be able to trust guys and say, you know what? To keep guys durable and healthy, maybe I should mix it up a little bit more because we got the talent to do so.
Yeah, I think we're going to see more, rotation in 2024 as opposed to what we saw this past season. We were just talking about this too. You're going to have your three guys, and they were too good to bring off the field, or whether the guys weren't really ready. But there's a lot of guys in this room that are too good to keep off the field, and so I think that's going to be one of the big spring storylines is how are they going to get more of these guys involved, because that they can certainly all play. And I guarantee you that's going to be, when transfer portal windows open back up, other schools are going to see this and say, oh, you got a guy like Ryan Niblett or DeAndre Moore on your roster, come be wide receiver one for us. And, because these guys are all that caliber of talent. Niblett looked really good today too, I thought. More, I could probably say good things about all of them. It's going to be interesting to see how they get them more involved and whether that's on offense or, like I said, Aaron Butler was back there returning punts. Is he going to be a special teams impact guy his first year in Austin, or are we going to actually see him get some more reps with the offense? So that'll be fun to watch that kind of as we progress through the spring and into fall camp.
Yeah, 10 deep in the receiver room, and the way Texas recruits, there's no spares, but it's going to be fascinating to see if Sark can get out of his comfort zone and have two guys at each, and I know it's positionless receiver. There's no XYZ here, but it is fascinating because there's some talented dudes at that receiver position. Were there any of those receivers who you're like, wow, I'm surprised he signed with Texas knowing all the dudes that are in the room?
Yeah. I think Aaron Butler was kind of surprised just because, in that last week before signing day, we weren't even sure if he had an offer yet. I think they were still kind of deciding whether they were going to press for him in those last couple of weeks. He did officially get the offer, obviously, and he committed sight unseen. He had never been to Austin until he moved to Texas in January. And so kind of just goes to show you how fast this thing can move. And, there's guys that are going to end up in this 2025 class that we probably have zero idea who they are right now because evaluations are ongoing. There's going to be guys that pop up. There's going to be transfer portal guys next year that Texas targets that we're not even talking about now. But I think Butler's one. I think Silas Bolden, he wasn't there today. He's obviously not enrolling until the summer, but that's a guy that, he saw Matthew Golden, Ryan Wingo, Butler, Isaiah Bond. I think he committed after Isaiah Bond, didn't he? It was all in that kind of January window that, he had some other options where he probably could have been more of a feature guy, but he decided to come to Texas. And Sark talked about his relationship with, the whole connection there was they didn't even really know Silas Bolden, but he knew Jonathan Smith at Oregon State. And that was kind of the connection and the tie-in there. And then obviously they said he had a really good visit and they felt like they really meshed with him when he came to Austin. So that's another one, and I'll be curious to see how he factors into the equation too. Cause obviously, Bolden can, he's probably going to be a guy that they can use on special teams and a guy like kind of a more of a Keelan Robinson type mold that, they can maybe do some things like that with. But yeah, lots of options. They're going to be a very versatile offense. They're going to have a lot of different packages. It's going to be fun to watch this thing come together.
Yeah. What do you think about the quarterbacks today, Hank? I mean, obviously Quinn Ewers gets a lot of the love, but everybody wants to know what Arch Manning's doing. You're real high on Trey Owens. Those guys were clearly throwing the ball to those great wide receivers that we've just named, but what was the quarterbacks looking like today?
Yeah, Quinn, I think, was Quinn. I thought he looked sharp. He was leading leading it from the get-go. He's very, he's very vocal. So I thought he did a really good job today, as one would expect. I thought Arch looked really polished today too. There was actually one, Chip was there. Quinn threw to one of the receivers. There was a receiver running a fade and a receiver running an out, and Arch threw it to the deep guy as well with Quinn, and Sark got onto him. But it was pretty funny because I think it was Isaiah Bond he threw it to. It was either him or DeAndre Moore, and I thought he was going to catch both the balls coming at him because they're both deep routes. It's pretty funny, but that was the only real mistake I saw Arch make, and that wasn't a huge deal. It was first day of practice. Trey Owens, I thought, he made some really good throws. Obviously, again, this is his first practice as a college quarterback. And then he made some, first practice as a college quarterback throws as well, where, he underthrew a guy or, the ball came out of his hand a little weird. But I think Trey Owens is going to be fine. He looks, he's like the tallest quarterback out there. He's got a really big frame. I think he'll continue to develop nicely. But, there's no question, Quinn is the guy and the leader of that room, and he showed it today.
Hank, before we get to the latest on the recruiting front, anything else stand out to you today, or anything else you're watching for as spring ball develops here?
Yeah, I took a bunch of notes. I thought I didn't see a lot of them. I just saw more kind of in the warm up stuff. But Ty Anthony Smith, he got bigger. I think he checked in at the All American Bowl at 185 pounds as a linebacker. I don't know. I had the roster right in front of me. I don't know what he's listed at right now, but he looked bigger today
at 197.
Okay, so yeah, he's put on some good weight. Kendrick Blackshire's huge. I think Chip asked Sark about that. The guy weight stuff. He's going to have some more stuff coming on that, but he's a big guy. A lot of power there. I thought Derek Williams looked really good in the limited amount I saw from him. Again, we saw Jordan Washington. He was getting a lot of praise. Kenny Baker was coaching some guys. I think he's going to be a very vocal. Bo Davis is very vocal as a coach. I think Kenny Baker's filling that void pretty nicely. But yeah, that's about it. I think. Oh, and then wanted to say too, we talk about Jared Gibson a lot here, but Christian Clark looked really good today too. So, these two freshman running backs, they're going to be hard to keep off the field as well. You got Baxter, you got Blue, you got Wisner, but man, those kids, they look the part as well. Jared Gibson looks like a linebacker. He's huge. But it was fun to see them run around as well.
Yeah, and Tashard Choice has compared Jared Gibson to Roshan Johnson and Christian Clark to Bijan Robinson.
That'll do.
That'll work.
Yeah, I'll take that. Hey, I saw an NBA player on the field with y'all, Rajah Bell, today. I was wondering what the hell Rajah Bell's doing there. He has a 5-star quarterback son in the 2026 class that was on campus with him. Talk about that kid a little bit, Hank.
Yeah, it's funny, having done recruiting and being around big time athletes all the time, you never really get starstruck anymore, I don't think. But it's kind of cool when you're standing next to Rajah Bell, former NBA, one of the best players, defensive players of all time. But no, yeah, Dia Bell, his son, they got into Austin yesterday. 2026 quarterback from American Heritage down in South Florida, which is one of the premier high school programs in the country. They've put out tons and tons and tons of talent. So we're going to hopefully catch up with Dia later today. But yeah, the 2026 quarterback class is going to be interesting. There's a handful of guys Texas seems to really be keying in on. Dia Bell's in that conversation. He was the only recruit we saw there out of practice. I think he's the only one expected. But then you got guys like Jared Curtis up in Nashville, Troy Hunn, who is might actually end up being the guy in 2026 out from California. He's supposed to be back next month. He's already taken a visit or two, I think, to Austin. And then, there's a handful of other guys as well. So, he looked like he was enjoying it. They were watching the quarterbacks pretty closely, looked like they were enjoying their time. So, I'll be curious to see what he says about his thoughts on the practice. Obviously, we can't talk to him there, but what he and Sark talk about, he and AJ Mill we talk about when they meet normally in the office.
Well, Hank, you've got an article up right now on Khalid Lockett, 5-star wide receiver who is eyeballing Texas, and the headline to the story is, why wouldn't you want to be a part of that receiver room? Give us your thoughts on Khalid Lockett.
Yeah. Again, we're talking about all this talent at wide receiver on the Texas roster right now. This 2025 class of wide receivers is so deep in the state of Texas alone. I mean, there's so many talented guys that it's going to, like, they can't all come to Texas. Like, it's going to be one of those things where it's like, you got to commit or, you're going to not have a spot. As good as you are, as much as we want you. But I think the only guy you could really say can do it whenever he wants is DeCorian Moore, because, he's kind of that, elite of a talent. All these guys are pretty elite. But yeah, Khalil Lockett, we caught up with him at Under Armour Houston. He is a 5-star wide receiver from Saxe. And he is a stud. He was having that. I mean, this Under Armour Houston group, you got Khalil Lockett, Kelshawn Johnson, Andrew Marsh, Adrian Wilson. I'm missing like 3 or 4 others that are like guys that could legitimately like commit to Texas right now if they want. Adrian Wilson doesn't have an offer yet, but he is that level of talent as well. He's committed to Oregon. But Khalil Lockett, talking about, he talks with Chris Jackson pretty often. Sark as well. And he mentioned Tashard Choice as well. So we're seeing, that's a recruitment we're seeing Tashard Choice get involved with as well. But very, very high on Texas. He's been to campus about 4 or 5 times. He's going to visit again on April 6th. That April 6th weekend is a pretty big, it's going to be a pretty big visitor event. We already have I got like Google sheet. I'm having to keep track of all the names up, but he's one of them. And then he's coming back for an official visit June 21st through 23rd. So he's a guy that I could absolutely see ending up in this class. And he's getting a lot of looks. He's looking at Ohio State, USC, Penn State, and a handful of others. But I get kind of the vibe from him that, I think being closer to home might be important to him. He's big on family and kind of being around them. So I think that could play into advantage for Texas when all is said and done. But really talented kid that I was really impressed with on Sunday.
Hank, what's your bracket looking like, man?
I'm not going to lie. I have not filled out a bracket yet. It's been kind of a crazy. I drove back from Houston on Sunday night, and then Monday was just catching up on other stuff. And I need to sit down and make it before. I know it doesn't really count before tonight's games, but I still like to try to get them all right. Even the play.
You got a champ off the top of the brain that you could see putting in the Final Four, winning the thing.
I'm going to go North Carolina. Why not?
Okay.
Sorry, Texas fans. I will have a bracket that has Texas winning it all as well. I mean, we all, making a big run, especially the women. Chip and I are talking about the women's tournament. I think that's going to be a lot of picks, the women's bracket. So that'll be a fun March Madness run to watch, I think.
Yeah.
Hank, last thing, because you had a ton of information out of that Under Armour Houston. Yeah. Any other things that really grabbed your attention or recruitments that stood out to you?
Yeah, I think a few things. Again, on the wide receivers, another name I think to watch very closely for Texas fans is Kelshawn Johnson. He kind of reminds me, he's like a more like agile Aaron Hampton, who obviously flipped to Alabama. He's a really big time playmaker. He was just making DBs look silly on Sunday. And I think he's a guy that Texas would like to add in this class. And again, I keep saying this, but I don't know exactly how many wide receivers they're going to take, but I think 3 or 4 is a good estimate. And DeCorian Moore always has a spot. But after that, it's like, if like Kelshawn Johnson were to commit, you got Marcus Harris out in California. That's a big target. That's another 6 or 7 receivers that, you're going to decide now or you're going to wait. It's up to you. But Kelshawn Johnson's one to watch. I'm actually pretty close to crystal balling him to Texas. Lance Jackson, the Texas commit, rated as a defensive lineman, probably more of an edge guy. He's a stud. He's going to be, I think, a borderline 5-star prospect when all is said and done. He's a really, really talented player. I think he won defensive line MVP. But I mean, I have one video I tweeted that he's just blowing back the offensive tackle, like put him on his back. He's a really strong kid. And he looked the part on Sunday. Beyond that, DBs, a lot of talented DBs. Cortland Guillory is a name Texas fans need to remember because that kid is, he was the DB coach at Under Armour. His name is escaping me right now, but he's like a big time DB trainer, he was raving about Cortland Gilliam. And it's hard to get that guy to like say good things. Like he gets very critical of players. He was raving about Cortland Guillory, who's a pretty low 3-star, I think, right now. He might not even be ranked yet. But I mean, that kid's, I think, has a chance to end up at Texas. And I think he's going to be one of those guys we look back on and be like, man, that kid's legit. Kobe Sellers, a big cornerback target. He didn't work out. He actually got surgery yesterday. But he was there. Texas-Oklahoma battle, probably leaning Oklahoma right now for him. And then the big one is Jonah Williams, who's the, hybrid safety linebacker, just freak defensive playmaker. He's another guy that people think Oklahoma is trending. I didn't get that vibe as much talking to him. I think Oklahoma is one of his top schools, but I think he's more open than maybe people are giving him credit for. And he's going to be back at Texas on April 6th. And I mean, that kid's, every school in the country wants him. And he's a guy that might not even play college football. He could be a first-round MLB draft pick. So that's also something we got to watch there. Or he could play both sports at the next level. People say they'll do that, and then do they really do it? You never know. I think you kind of have to dedicate yourself to one or the other sometimes at the next level. But Jonah Williams, big-time player. And I think that's everyone of note that was at Houston. And then, the other receivers that, would probably take too much time to talk about.
And that's a lot. That's a lot. But overall, you feel like Texas is in good position in 2025? Where do they have ground to make up?
Yeah, I do. And I think the biggest thing, I think we need to figure out like where they're going to attack this defensive line class, because there's guys that, they're recruiting and, they have the 2 commitments. I think it'll be interesting to see, how Brandon Brown likes Austin this weekend. Brandon Brown, the defensive line commit who committed to Bo Davis. Bo Davis is gone. He's never been to Texas. He's going to be in Houston this weekend for a 5-on-5 tournament, which is like the OLDL 7-on-7. And he's going to drive up and see Austin with his family. He's been saying all the right things. I think he's connected pretty well with Kenny Baker. So, we'll see there. USC's trying to flip him. Lance Jackson, obviously defensive lineman, probably more of an edge guy at the next level. But beyond that, we have Ethan Utley coming up in a cup March 28th. He's announcing a decision. I think Texas is quietly trending there. Everyone's thought Tennessee for a long time, but we're hearing more and more buzz about Ethan Utley to Texas. So that's one we're going to be tracking closely over the next 8 days and beyond. Obviously, it's March. And yeah, so I think defensive line is an area that we want to see, or I think Texas needs to hit on some guys in 2025 after really only bringing in 2 high school guys after DeAndre Robinson got out of his letter of intent with Melvin and Alex January, who did get a compliment from Steve Sarkisian today. Alex January was one of the defensive linemen he noted that looked pretty good. So yeah, that's an area I'm looking at.
Good stuff. Good stuff, Hank. We'll let you go so that you can fill out a bracket, my man.
I know, right? I got to get on it.
We appreciate it. We look forward to it every Tuesday.
Yes, sir. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Hank. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right. Hank South, horns247.com. Get over there. Check it all out. All right. Let's get into the commentary. But before we do that, brainvault.com. I mean, BrainVault, the mouthguard that is changing the game. If you've got a competitor, whether it's flag football, lacrosse, cheerleading, basketball, of course, football, but any sport where you've got to protect your competitor's teeth, you also need to be protecting their brain. And that's what the BrainVault mouthguard is all about. Proven, patented to reduce the effects of concussion. So there is only one mouthguard for your competitor. It is the BrainVault mouthguard, developed right here in Austin by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. UECKERT. Just go to brainvault.com to set up a fitting. And if you're the coach or the parent of the team, they'll do group fittings. They'll come to you for group fittings. Just go to brainvault.com. And when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, audiovisual consultations, avconsultations.com. The beautiful thing is you don't need to do anything except make a phone call to 255-8678. Write that down, 255-8678, because Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you from the free consultation to installation. You don't have to move a muscle. They're just going to take care of you. You don't need to be, shopping TVs or borrowing a truck or punching holes in your drywall. Let the experts handle it. avconsultations.com. And Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. I mean, the best seafood in Austin and the best selection of raw oysters. And of course, happy hour 3:30 to 6:30. You're getting the $1 raw oysters during happy hour. I mean, if you love oysters, there is only one place to go. It is Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Right there at Zilker, off of Mopac and Rollingwood, and up north at in Round Rock at Old Settlers from our man Jack Gilmore, the sister restaurant to Jack Allen's Kitchen. All right, Zay, I'm going to talk a little spring football here because I think there is legit excitement, and I think the question marks are on defense. There's no question about it. You got to see who the leaders are. You got to see who's ready to put it all on the line. And I think that's that's where it became evident when you saw guys like Malik Muhammad and Anthony Hill and Jahdae Barron and Derek Williams. These guys know that after being on a team that went to the college football playoff, that they've got to step up their leadership in addition to their football. And I think that's what everyone's watching. On offense, you've got leaders galore. You got Quinn Ewers, you've got Jake Majors, you got Kelvin Banks. You've got an interesting receiver room, because I did write in the Insider last week that you got different guys trying to lead that room. You've got Jonte Cook trying to lead among the returnees. You've got Isaiah Bond and Matthew Golden. Matthew Golden's more of a lead by example guy. Isaiah Bond is, I don't want to say flashy, but he's got swag, man. I mean, he's got swag. So I'm interested to see how that room leads, because we knew it was Jordan Whittington's room last year. He was a fantastic leader. He took guys under his wing. He answered every question that they had. He just was kind of your dream leader, because he gave it to you all he had on the field, and then was patient and helped to bring guys along. They don't have that guy this year. Everyone's fighting for a spot, and no one's quite proven themselves yet. So the receiver room is like, to me, it's like a bunch of bulls in the corral, and they're, bucking and trying to mark their territory. And it's going to be a lot of fun to see who rises to the top in that room, not only from a player standpoint, but from a leadership standpoint, because the other rooms, you pretty much do know the leadership. In tight end, it's Gunnar Helm. And, running back, it's Jaden Blue and CJ, but Jaden Blue got the praise today from Steve Sarkisian. And I think he's grown up a ton. I mean, I think he has turned into a really rock solid teammate who sees the finish line and is approaching this year like a contract year, as he should. It served everyone well last year who approached it like a contract year for the most part, especially guys like Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat. But, on defense, I think it's that leadership is still kind of sorting itself out. Barron Sorrell is a big time leader, and you saw that today. Ethan Burke is more by example. Anthony Hill's Anthony Hill's a vocal guy, and so is David Benda. And then, Michael Taff in the safety room. Makuba, I'm going to be interested to see as he comes along how much more of a leader he is, because he's been around. I mean, he's a senior. So I think today he was kind of taking it all in, but it's going to be fun. There's a lot of talent on that field, and it's today's day one. April 20th is the orange-white game, and that will just set everyone up for how hard they need to work in the summer and who's going to end up being in the two deep at the end of fall camp. So a lot of fun storylines to follow, and it sure as hell is nice to be talking about a football team that is coming off a college football playoff appearance and a conference championship that is that has the expectation of doing it again the next year. We haven't had this, not in a long time, probably not since 08 and 09. And, credit to Steve Sarkisian, this coaching staff, for building a roster, a culture, a program that is in position to be talking about maybe doing it again the following year.
Yeah. And going to what you said about the leadership, which are great points, by the way, with the wide receiver room, all those Bulls fighting for a spot, that just means Quinn Ewers' job as a leader has only gone to another level, or has to go to another level, because he has to get acclimated with these guys, and he has to make sure, yo, man, look, I get it. You're fighting for a spot and all, but if you and I aren't seeing eye to eye, it don't matter what you do. That spot ain't going to be there, because that Sark's going to pick the guys that I have the best chemistry with, that know exactly what the hell they're doing each down, each possession. So, yeah, Quinn Ewers, he has to be on these guys, and you have to see another level to Quinn as a vocal leader and by a do example guy. I mean, again, this is year 3. This is supposed to be it for Quinn Ewers. You're supposed to be a top 5 pick next year in 2025 draft. Well, you got to prove that. You got to prove that on the field, and you got to prove that off the field. How much work are all you guys doing when, the cameras are off and Sark's not calling mandatory practices or mandatory workouts? Are y'all doing the extra stuff? Are y'all in the lab, cracking down film, breaking stuff down to simplify the game? Because we know Sark's offense could be a lot for guys, 18 to 23-year-olds. So, again, if you're not with the program, then you're going to get left behind. And hopefully, with what we're talking about with Sark on, spacing it out and letting a lot of guys eat in rotation and stuff with the wide receiver room, guys will get the opportunity to do that. But, again, not everybody's going to be happy. Not everybody's going to be pleased with their role on this team. There's just too many dogs, or as you just said, bulls in the barn. Quinn Ewers, he has a big responsibility of making sure everybody's in sync, everybody is happy enough to go get the job done, and that's win the SEC championship and get to the college football playoff.
Yeah, and CB makes a great point. Vince Young won a national championship in his 3rd year as a starter, his 4th year on campus. Colt should have played for the national championship in 2008 in his 3rd year as a starter. And let's see what Quinn Ewers can do, because I will argue there's more offensive talent around the quarterback in 2024 than there was in 05. And, I know that's going to be tough to say. And in 08, you had Quan and Jordan Shipley.
Whew.
That would be tough, because those two are 2 of the best to ever do it. Probably the best tandem of receivers on the field together in Texas football history. But a lot of talent on this roster, but it's got to come together at receiver in a way that it had already come together back in 08 for Jordan Shipley and Quan Cosby. All right. Let's get to the right call, my man.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Before the right call, though, shout out to Covert BK, the Covert Automotive Dealership that have been doing it for over 100 years. Dan and the crew, go visit them down at the beautiful 42 acres in the Hill Country. 7 terrific brands to choose from on new and pre-owned vehicles that will leave the customer very satisfied. Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Cadillac, Chrysler, and Dodge. Go to covertbk.com for all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. Well, tonight is the first 4 games, and the Texas Longhorns men's basketball team will find out who they will be playing come Thursday. Colorado State versus Virginia. Been cracking down the film on both of these teams. It's going to be a good one tonight. Like, both of them are very stubborn. Both of them play solid basketball. They're well coached. You know, they're not going to beat themselves very often. They don't have the talent that Texas does, but we have seen it don't matter with this Texas team and how roller coaster and inconsistent they could be. It don't matter who has the more talent. Sometimes this Texas team just doesn't play well, and that's what happens in the tournament. That's why you see upsets, and both of these teams could definitely upset Texas. But when it comes to the matchup that the Horns want, you want Colorado State to win this game. Obviously, it starts with coaching. Tony Bennett, he's been there before, won a national championship with guys that, in my opinion, aren't the best NBA caliber guys. They might have touched the NBA a little bit and tampered with it, you know, by sticking their foot in. And now DeAndre Hunter is probably one that's sticking around. But Kyle Guy, Ty Jerome, both of those dudes should be in Europe. So the fact that Tony Bennett won it all with those guys and made them look a lot better than what they really were, especially with the style that he plays. He plays a very slow tempo. He's very defensive based. Like, they got to make it ugly to win. They got to make it ugly to win. They only have 2 players that average double figures in points, McNeely and Beekman. You know, so one thing that worries you about both Colorado State and Virginia, their best players are point guards. Isaiah Stevens for Colorado State, Beekman for Virginia. So that matchup, that's Tyrese Hunter's defensive matchup, because we know damn well Kendall Weaver ain't going to be starting. So that's Tyrese Hunter's matchup until Kendall Weaver gets in the game. So Tyrese, you better be on high alerts tonight when you're watching this team and watching it for a scouting report standpoint. But yeah, Colorado State, they just don't have enough big physicality. You know, they got like country fed type dudes, but the matchup that you want when it comes to the tournament, can certain players match up with your best players? Colorado State, they don't have anybody that could check Dylan Dessou. No one. Virginia, on the other hand, they do. Ryan Dunn, that dude's first team all defense in the ACC. He is 6'8". He averages 2.3 blocks a game. That dude can make life a little difficult for Dylan Dessou, which, you know, when it comes to athleticism, we've seen against Houston, those type of bigs, that could slow Dylan Dessou down. Colorado State, they got nada for that. Nothing for Dylan Dessou. So they're going to have to double him a lot, and both teams do double in the post, but you can leave. If you're Virginia, you can leave Ryan Dunn on Dylan Dessou and leave him on the island in one-on-one matchups. So, again, you want Colorado State to win this game. If you're a Texas fan, I think Virginia's going to squeak one out, but who knows if Isaiah Stevens has a big game, which Reese Beekman, he's a really good defender too. So that's the type of guy that could guard Max Asmus pretty well, and you don't want that. You don't want their 2 best defenders on Virginia guarding your 2 best offensive players, because that means the other guys have to step up, which, like I've been saying all year long, we don't know what you're going to get with those other guys. You don't know what you're going to get with Dylan Mitchell. You don't know what you're going to get with Tyrese Hunter, IT Horton, Kendall Weaver. You know what you're going to get: toughness, defense, physicality, but he's not going to get you 20 or 30. His high was 16 this year. Brock Cunningham, the same thing. You know, those guys can only give you so much offensively, and in the tournament, you're going to need offense, especially at specific times. So Colorado State, that's the matchup you want for Texas, but I think Virginia, just their experience from the coaching standpoint and a lot of their players, seniors and stuff, I think they're going to pull it out tonight in Dayton.
All right. Yeah, Colorado State, their point guard is a 5th-year guy like Max.
Yeah.
He took his COVID year Isaiah Stevens from Allen, Texas.
Yeah, they probably know each other.
Yeah. I'm very intrigued to watch this game tonight at 8:10 on True TV.
True TV. Move over in Practical Jokers. That's the only thing they show on True TV. The Practical Jokers. That's the only thing I've ever seen there, really. I don't know what else they got, which Practical Jokers is a hell of a show. It's hilarious. You know, I don't really understand how with season 28 that they're on now that they can just keep, no one's going to recognize them from doing these jokes, but whatever. Hey, it's a good show. I can't deny that. You know,
can't deny it. And then this comes in from UT Parking. I love throwing the ball, but I want Texas to make the identity a run the rock until, if and when you can stop it. Our O-line and running backs are the deepest and arguably best positions on the entire roster. Running the ball 30 times per game is what I want. A run game travels. I agree. Pound the rock. You might have played for a national championship.
That's what I'm saying. 10 million, though. 10 million. That's what I'm saying. UT Parking. That's what I've been saying. 10 million. Little steep for someone that at times doesn't have a good feel for the game. You know what I'm saying? You come out against Washington, first 3 plays that you got, you put them in the air, you go 3 and out. That set the tone for the whole game. The whole game. Washington gained confidence. You know, it's just, you still didn't run the ball enough. And again, everybody's going to go to, Jaden Blue fumbled, TJ Baxter, they both fumbled. Damn that.
That was second half.
Yeah, that was second half. Yeah, exactly.
In the first half, you were getting whatever you wanted in the running game.
I'm saying, like, that's yet to be seen. Like, I saw what Matthew Golden posted on Twitter today where somebody had that poll of Steve Sarkisian saying, where do you rank Sark on best coaches in the nation? And then Matthew Golden, who's already on board, I like to see that, but he said, top 2 and not 2. All right. I mean, Kirby Smart will probably have a little bit to say about that. Dabo too, you know, or Jimbo, excuse me. Dabo, sorry, I both get those names confused. Dabo Sweeney, but like Sark has those moments where it's just like, dude, what are you thinking of right now? Why are you doing a fake field goal with Bert Auburn when you're up by 21 on the road? Or up by 7 on the road. I don't know what they were up in that
14
game. 14, yeah. Why are you doing that? Take the points. You know, like it's not, don't get cute. You can't get cute this year. You know what I'm saying? And that's what makes me nervous because that wide receiver room, I want to throw it a lot too. I want to see what these guys are made of. But CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue are proven enough with this experienced offensive line. Cam Williams, you could throw him in the mix. I expect him to do big things, filling in for Christian Jones. But yeah, man, there's going to be times where, and now you heard what Hank South said, Jared Gibson getting love. You know what I'm saying? Like we got Christian Clark getting love. Compare them to Rojo and Bijan, then shoots. We got bodies. We ain't trying to worry about how many times guys get it. God, let's rotate them. Let's see what they made of. See what Trey Wisner's about. You know, let's see what the Black Mike Allstock and Savion Red is about. Let them run the ball. Run that ball, Sark. Tashard Choice is too good not to run the ball down they throw that in games. Hell, Michigan did it. J.J. McCarthy, how many attempts did he have in that championship game? 10? If that?
Right.
That dude about to be a top 20-something pick.
Right.
Come on, man. Just do what it takes. Got Jim Hardball having garage sales out of his house in Michigan. You see that? Who's this guy think he is? You haven't seen that? Jim Harbaugh's having a garage sale at his Michigan house because obviously I don't know if he's selling it. He's a Michigan guy, but he's clearing stuff out and there's a picture going around. Like, what is he charging? You know, like, it's not like he needs the money. That, you know, like, what is he charging, folks? It should be a giveaway. You shouldn't be selling anything. Like, who do you think you are, Jimmy? Weird guy. Such a weird guy.
He is a weird guy.
He's such a weird guy. But now having people at your house now, like it's probably gated community, so it's probably people within the community. I'm sure they have a security guard checking, like, yo, where do you live? This and that. You know, it's probably not the normal garage sale where you're just driving around early Saturday morning and you see people, you know, outside of their house with a whole bunch of stuff and you just pull over. It's probably, you know, a little bit more, you know, thought through than that, but still, like, you're Jim Harbaugh. Like, he better not be trying to screw people over. That's all I gotta say. Because there's gonna be stuff that comes out where, like, oh, Jim Harbaugh tried to screw me over on the gnome, tried to sell it to me for $250. Where you go online, yeah, snow globe, something ridiculous like that, you know.
But no khakis.
No khakis, yeah. Shit, man.
I love it.
Oh, Jim
I love it.
Harbaugh. All right, so tomorrow you got pro day. We gotta have somebody to fill in for you. Who else other than Jordan Whittington is gonna showcase their talent?
You know, I'm interested to see what Jalen Ford does. And
because he was hurt too. He didn't test out a lot of things.
Right. So I think Jalen Ford, it's a really important day for him. And Jordan Whittington. Those are the two guys I think have the most to gain tomorrow. And then, you know, we'll see if Christian Jones is going to do anything else other than, you know, he kind of did it all at the combine. So some of the guys are probably going to stand on their numbers. You know, I don't expect Worthy or AD Mitchell to do much, but you'll have Jordan Whittington and Jalen Ford with the most to gain from tomorrow's workouts. And then, you know, we'll see if any of the guys decide to test beyond what they did at the combine. So you had 11 dudes up there, and 9 of them I think are pretty good. I mean, Ryan Watts, his 3-cone drill was awesome. Like, I think he really helped himself with his short area quickness for a guy his size. And so, you know, we'll see what the NFL thinks of these guys. Now, they'll probably do some drill work. But look, the NFL teams will want to see certain guys do certain things. Like Jalen Ford will have to do pass drop drills, and they might want to see, like, if Devondre Sweat has dropped more weight since the combine and he wants to show them.
Yeah. By the way, what kind of Benz was that Jonathan Brooks was driving?
Oh, man.
Like SUV, or was it a car or sports car? Because I'm trying to picture Devondre Sweat's big self in that thing. And you talk about him dropping the weight a little bit. Devondre Sweat come in that 355. Sets the combine. Yo, man, come on now. Show dedication. Show discipline. Hell yeah. Okay. Yeah, so it's a car. Okay, yeah. Big T Sweat was probably in there quite nicely.
Yeah.
Very comfortable. Passenger seat and all. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, I got T Sweat 355 tomorrow. I'm calling it right now. My man's been working. Eating his salmon, natural chicken, no carbs, vegetables, asparagus, Brussels sprouts. My man T Sweat been on it. Clean, you know, doing stuff like Whole 30, things like that. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, man, cutting out the sugar. No, I don't need dessert today.
Keto?
I'm good.
Keto?
Nah, mama. Nah, mama, I don't need that banana pudding today. I'm good. Mama's banana pudding with the vanilla wafers. That's hard to turn down, but I need that from T Sweat, man. We cracking 355 tomorrow, baby. 11 pounds down since the combine. 11 pounds down.
Bold
so lovely
prediction from our man Zay.
Yo, Trey, I know you've done the whole 30 with your healthy self. I've done it too. That was the closest my wife and I have ever gotten into a divorce. Was that whole 30 time? That was just not for me. And it wasn't nothing that she was doing. It's just even the worst, like her changing and flipping the channel, I'd flip. Just because I didn't have the right, carbs and sugars in my system. Like I felt like an addict. I really did.
Guys, I've quit a lot of things in my life. I've quit alcohol. I've quit weed. I quit biting my nails. I've quit smoking cigarettes. I've quit conscious ejaculation. I've quit referring to myself in conversation. Other than referring to myself in conversation, the most difficult thing that I had to quit was sugar.
Yep.
Or none. Worst physical withdrawals, and it's always around. So, yeah, that and referring to yourself in conversation, in my opinion, as somebody who's quit a lot of stuff in my life, are the most difficult things to do.
How about that?
Telling you, that's quitting sugar. How you feeling like an addict? You stretching, looking like Pookie, Chris Rock from New Jack City. Scratching and stuff like that. You don't even know what's going on. Yeah.
Larry, yeah, you feel like you have the flu for a day or two. It's crazy.
Oh, God.
Body's detoxing from this basic food additive that we just take for granted. It is that physically addictive.
Yeah.
Yeah. The FDA doesn't do anything to help us.
No, and look, it's so complicated too. Like as soon as high fructose corn syrup was introduced in the food supply in the late 70s and early 80s, it made it much cheaper to sweeten food. So people would be shocked by how much sugar or high fructose corn syrup shows up in foods that you would never guess have sugar in it. Everything from bread to ketchup, salad dressings. I mean, it is all over our canned and packaged food supply. It really is. It's why people preach things like Whole30. It's like try and eat as many whole foods that you prepare yourself as possible. And you can make foods that start more whole, that are minimally processed, and create really good dishes too. But it's so much easier to just grab that meal from the frozen food section or to stop by fast food restaurant and just a restaurant in general and not have to worry about it. The unfortunate aspect of that, as good as that food tastes, is you have no control over what that food is or how it's being prepared.
Yeah.
See, I think it would be healthy for Trevondre Sweat to do that, especially during the football season, because not only would he be in shape and be able to shed off that weight, he'd be pissed off for not having the sugar and those things that he needs. So sorry, quarterbacks, guards, and centers trying to stop him. Like, hey, you're going to feel that wrath. You're going to feel T Sweat pissed off as possible because he didn't have his Dairy Queen the other night. And now your quarterback has some pretty tough hits that he's going to have to take because of it.
Either that or he just is completely indifferent to it all because he's low energy without that sugar. Yeah, there's a responsible way to carb load. There are healthy for you carbs and less healthy carbs. And yeah, T Sweat is probably familiar with the latter based on where that weight is. But hey, he also has to play big too. So it's not like we want him to lose 50 pounds. He loses 50 pounds, all of a sudden he's not nearly effective as a plugger in the middle,
Yeah. KD.
Yo, I'm guessing I came in late. I'm guessing we're talking about Sadira Mitchell being 372.
Actually, Zay with a bold call. He thinks T Sweat weighs in at Pro Day tomorrow at 355.
Wow. Okay. I do like your sugar take as someone who's tried to cut down on sugar. Man, I don't get hangry very often, but that one, dude, that's rough when you've been living on sugar since you were 6 months, which most people my generation have been. So
yeah. Yeah. It's like nicotine, man. They got it all up in your food.
Those two are the hardest to quit, man. You can quit other stuff usually, but those two we do, a lot of people do every day, and it's tough, man. Sugar though, sugar and caffeine for me were like that. Those were the ones that really gave me issues.
Yeah.
Hey, Chip, I know you're a big golf guy. Do you see John Rahm's dinner that he's going to have? Very Basque in origin.
Oh, no. What's he got? What's he got on the Masters menu?
As someone who loves the Basque region probably as much as any other outside of Japan, and their food is incredible. It is tapas, let's see, Iberico ham. These guys is Mama Ram's classic lentil stew. It looks pretty good. There we go. Yeah, it looks pretty good. And I'm just kind of curious what reaction he gets. I also read that apparently the champion has to pay for the whole dinner.
What?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Like, come on.
Dang. With as much money as Augusta National brings in from TV alone, they can't do that for the man.
Well, I didn't know if this is a 1-year deal because John Rahm made his own money somewhere else that they're not happy with.
Yeah. Shit, man. If I would have won the Masters, Popeyes for everybody. We're cutting costs, baby. Come on now. Red beans and rice as much as you want.
Dude.
Those dry ass biscuits. We got some honey. Yeah.
The fries may be the best out there.
Yeah. Come on.
I'd be all good with that, dude. I'd be all good with that. You guys are getting dirties for me.
I love it.
Oh, man. Hell yeah.
Dirties. That's where KD and I went to lunch 100 years ago.
We did, man. We did. We need to do it again. I've been there a couple times recently, and cheese thoughts are still fire. The bacon cheeseburger, get a chocolate shake. It's not exactly Trey Elling's the lunch of choice, but I think the three of us could have fun there.
I'm in.
I'm in. Hearing about it.
What'd you say?
But I'm nauseous just hearing about it.
We're trying to save it, all right, asshole. So
I am too, for the record. Fuck that ridiculous rail line. It was a stupid idea to begin with. I can't even believe the people of this city voted it in. Yes, I can. But it's already billions over budget. Thankfully, it's not going to happen. Thankfully, they've already scrapped the part of the line that would have killed Dirties. And they've also, unfortunately, gotten rid of the most important line, that being from the airport to downtown. But hey, the rest of it's still on track. Wink, wink.
All right. You guys
we all have a great show.
We will.
Appreciate
y'all.
Bye, guys. All right. So I called you about this. Did you you have it already loaded up? What do you like? Have you been to the Basque region? I forgot.
No, I have not, unfortunately.
So let's explain what the Basque region is. It's northern Spain and a little bit of western France, and they have their own language. It's not even documented. They don't know when it started, but like if you speak fluent Spanish or good French, they speak Basque there a lot. They usually speak both those with English, but like that area, the Basque region has more. So that'd be like San Sebastian, that area, which is I've told you about, is probably the favorite city I've ever been to. They've got more 3-star Michelin restaurants per capita than anywhere else in the world. And a lot of them are for 3-star Michelin, which is the top of the top across the world. They're pretty affordable, relatively speaking.
What is the biggest city in the Basque region?
It's probably San Sebastian. Certainly would be the most popular.
And San Sebastian is where you saw Pearl Jam when you were studying abroad, correct? Is that where you were?
Yeah. And really just incredibly cool people. You know, if you want to look up San Sebastian, because you're on your computer, I'm on my phone. Funny how that turned. look up San Sebastian and just hit images. And the first image that you see is going to be right on the water. Like it's one of those cities you can take one look at it and look at this picture. And yes, it's that beautiful all the way around. It is unbelievable. And it's right on the water. So surfing, body surfing, great seafood. They care about food more than anything else in their life. And with I think you call them pinchos there, not tapas, but
yeah, pinchos. That's right.
Right. It's, I've never eaten that well.
And I only know pinchos because on the Masters Club dinner menu, it says tapas y pinchos. Spelled Pintxos.
Yeah. And so there were really pinchos for where he's from in the Basque region, but he had to put tapas to kind of make that, probably.
The pinchos are more the bar snacks. The tapas are typically what you order. The pinchos are what they just bring out for pretty much every table, right?
Yeah, but tapas, like in Granada where I lived, if you ordered a beer, they would come out with tapas, and they call them tapas, and that was free. That's on the house. So that's the funny thing about America. They've turned tapas into appetizers with high prices and small plates. Tapas in Spain are free. Not free, you have to order a drink, but the food they would come out with was just, I'll never forget the first time I'm like, what do we owe for this? So we're in college. We had no money. I'm like, hey, I could order a beer here. I didn't know I already ate. Like I don't have money to just be throwing down on food. And they're like, no, this is gratis. This is free.
So if I could go to any country that I haven't visited before, and granted, there are a lot of countries I haven't visited. The exceptions are Mexico, Italy, and coming up in May, Costa Rica. Spain
nice.
is probably the top of that list of places that I would want to visit. It's like Spain, Croatia, France to a lesser degree. That's probably where it begins for me, is those three.
Well, what you should do is you should make a trip out of it and do what I did after I was done studying, and we just took trains and stayed in what were the hostels.
Yeah.
Been back since and did it a little bit more on a dime, or not on the dime, where I could spend a little bit more. But I would go hit up Spain and then finish in the Basque region in northern Spain, and then move over. You can hit Bordeaux, work your way down. You should see Paris, go all the way down, and just take the train down to Italy. But yeah, Croatia would be right up there. Croatia is doing Italy, but it's cheaper and it's across the Adriatic. So a lot of their food, cheese, and wine is essentially the same. And really, the Croatian coast forever was run by the Venetians, who ran a lot of stuff. So there are a lot of the Croatians you meet who may be fourth generation are originally Italian descent.
Yeah, Lyon is fantastic.
Lyon is awesome.
According to Rob, I actually read a great book by Bill Buford, who spent a lot of time learning how to cook in Lyon. So yeah, if I were to go to France, I would definitely want to try and make it to Lyon. You're right about Paris, of course.
Yeah, check it out.
Just that well, I guess this is true of all of these countries, but it seems so much less accessible to me because I'm only an English speaker. And I learned this the hard way when I went to Italy. It's humbling, requiring everybody in the country that they're living in to speak your language in order for you to communicate. Like if and when I go back someplace, I may have to invest in one of those Google earpieces that allows me to at least know what the person is saying to me, to then try and communicate back to them in a very broken version of their native tongue.
Yeah, you don't speak any Spanish, do you?
Poquito.
All right, that says everything. Yeah, so but that was when I just finished my Spanish minor there and lived there. So it was the best Spanish I spoke, and Italian and Spanish are very similar. But the reality is, whether you're in Portugal, Spain, France, and especially France. In France, most of them speak English. They're just dickheads about it. Give them a bonjour, bonsoir, parlez-vous anglais.
Italy had a little bit of that too, especially in Rome.
Yeah.
We went to Il Gatto Mangia, which is a really good pizza place in Rome. And waitress could not have been any ruder to us. And it's just like, all right, whatever. I know we're idiot Americans speaking English in your restaurant.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Sorry to bring something to your dog shit economy for 300 years. I apologize about that. Keep it up though.
well, this place is so off the beaten path too. It's like, we're good tippers here. We're gonna make up for our imbecilic communication with really good money for you, which I'm assuming you want because you're having to work at this busy fucking restaurant on a Tuesday night.
Yeah. But she's just mad she's working.
That's probably a part of it. So for you, considering everything that you got to see when you studied and then traveled abroad, what is some places you haven't been that you would want to go to? Or what are a couple of places on that list?
Japan. Fascinated with the culture, love the food, could eat the food 3 days or 3 times a day because there's so many different variations of it. So yeah, I mean, I'd really want to go to Osaka, obviously Tokyo, Hokkaido, but Hokkaido and Osaka fascinate me the most. So, I mean, there are other places too I'd like to go to. I mean, I'd like to go check out Brazil, but no, Japan's the next one on my list, man. And I want to get back to Europe. It's been too long. So, I mean, like even some of, the changes in restaurants and food in Paris, they've gone to a less snobbier, kind of more approachable and affordable type food that's still done at a very high level. So I'd like to go back
Where?
to in Paris, in
Okay.
France in general, but definitely Paris.
Huh.
And Lyon, you got to go to, and you got to stop by Marseille just to go, see if you can't find out more about Lucien Sarti, who that's the guy who I think was in the Dallas police officer's uniform behind the grassy knoll.
Yeah, but what does France have? What does Marseille have to do with that?
Marseille was like the home of a lot of hitmen and was a huge drug mafia run place for a long time. I think it's still, I mean, it's always been kind of the gangster, dirty area of France.
So as far as Japan is concerned, I'm watching a really good show on HBO right now. Justine and I are. I don't know if this is for you because you're not big on fictional TV series necessarily, but it's called Tokyo Vice. And part of the reason why the show is so good is because it does a great job of showing Japanese culture from when the series is set, which is late 90s, early 2000s. And I've never really had a big opinion one way or the other on going to Japan, but watching this show, it does make me want to go check out that country.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, there are a lot of good books I've read about it. The one that really got me on it was a long time ago, I think called Embracing Defeat in post-World War II and how they kind of reshaped the country. I mean, that country, like a lot of countries, is having their own issues, including with birth rate, which we've talked about. But
what?
Birth rate.
Mm.
They're just not touching each other. So long term, it could be an issue for them. And even long term being in the next 20 years, China is dealing with it. South Korea, a lot of them are. Russia is really dealing with it, which is why we knew they would invade Ukraine. Last year, they had enough guys in their military in their 20s to even fucking try that. So some are at different spots or even were accelerated like China, but they have their own issues. But just the respect of that culture and the way they treat each other, get online here, get on Twitter or do a radio show and look at the text in America. And, we have to start treating each other better, even if we have different ideas, especially if we have different ideas, actually.
Yeah. I agree with that, with the number of people that I ended up blocking at the radio station back in the day. And it's not like I can't deal with that to a degree, but when that sort of vitriol is being spewed at you as you're trying to do your job,
right?
Like why even act like I care to deal with this distraction? Because I do still need to look at that for the job because there are plenty of people who aren't that. But if you prove yourself incapable of having a conversation at the big kids table, well, you don't get to sit at the big kids table anymore.
Yeah, it's not even about dealing with it. You and I can certainly deal with it. Like you said, if you still have to work with your job, then it's like, it's just annoying. But it just create, I mean, it's for a lot of people. you just lose faith in society, and that's not good for anyone.
I'm trying to think of other jobs where you routinely have to deal with people just saying really ugly shit to you.
Any customer service. I mean, anything, whether that's, at a call center or you're a waitress somewhere.
Customer service, server is an interesting one. Customer service, though, it's like you're the one initiating that conversation oftentimes. Although it could be customer service where you're trying to help somebody who comes in to purchase something or for a service and they're just an ugly person. Like stand-up comedians deal with the version of this where you're not directing anything at any one person, but people can bellow shit out at you. Now, at a comedy club, the comedian can address it and put you in your place, but if you keep it up, you just get kicked out of the club. And over time, that's how I've chosen to deal with that also. It's like if you can't control yourself or compose yourself even after being given a warning or two, well, I'm sorry, that's it for you.
My biggest issue with that was always, it's not your show.
Right.
Well, that like if you're the type of person that goes to a stand-up show and you want to say stuff back, yeah, we are different people, man. Like that's just a weird personality trait I'll never understand.
It's funny because comedians, in a sense, have done this to themselves. Not only has stand-up gotten much more popular in the last few years, which I think is a response to some of the crazy hysterics that were happening around the start of COVID, just before and then just after as well. People have a desire to hear others talk responsibly and maybe sometimes irresponsibly about these lightning rod issues, but comedians, in an effort to promote themselves on social media but not burn material that they're trying to say for that next special, will oftentimes put crowd work up instead, which involves them talking back and forth to the crowd. Well, newbies who have never been to a comedy show before thinks that's just part of the bit. And so they think it is their right as somebody who has bought a ticket to just yell shit out during the show. When the reality is that you need to keep your fucking mouth shut with regards to that. I mean, laugh when you should laugh and clap when you need to clap, but don't say anything to the comedian until the comedian says something to you or till the comedian opens things up for people to yell shit out at them.
Yes.
Mark Normand is one of the more popular comedians right now, and he's definitely gotten popular with the crowd work stuff. A lot of New York comics are good with crowd work, as you're familiar from living on McDougal Street, right across from the Comedy Cellar back in the day, and seeing that in action. These guys are very quick on their feet. Well, Normand has really made a name for himself based on some of the crowd work clips. Well, BK and I went to his show at the Paramount a couple weeks ago, and everybody was pretty well behaved until the end when he said, all right, I'm going to take some suggestions from the crowd now. You people yell stuff out. I mean, it was obnoxious. And I felt he did it to himself because he asked for it, but I felt kind of bad for him too, because it's like 50 fucking people yelling something out. And he's just like looking back and forth, trying to even make out what any one person is saying. And then gradually somebody breaks through or yells over everybody else, and he's able to do his punny bit with it.
So yeah, no, it's almost, I mean, people that yell at stand-up shows are, and now that was brought on. He asked for that. Still, it's like you're going to get your word in. But I mean, it's really the same type of person that claps whenever the plane lands. This is obviously your first flight, right?
Well, we may be getting back to the point where we need to clap at the end of every flight with this.
Well, I was about to say, with Boeing now.
Yeah, I know.
Except blow the pilot. Like, hey, we landed and something didn't fall off, Thank God.
Okay. Our buddy Steve, a.k.a. Cooter of Pest Wrangler, says if you go to a show with Trey, he will watch and judge you. I don't watch and judge you.
Steve, he will. I trust me. I've been to plenty with him.
You were on high alert. You told me ahead of the fact that you were nervous to watch a show with me because you know how I feel about these things. I'm looking over at you. It's not to make sure that you're behaving yourself. It's to enjoy that moment of laughter with you. We went and saw Ron White at the Comedy Mothership, and it was an awesome show. But I feel like Steve wasn't laughing as hard as he could or should have because he was worried that I was going to have to give him shit for not conducting himself respectfully. Steve stood on stage in his life playing music. We talk about going and doing an open mic someplace. See, you're the least of my concerns in terms of people that I'll go to comedy shows with. I do have friends that I can't go to comedy shows with anymore because they are way too obnoxious and belligerent when the show gets going.
Wow. No, I mean, but that's different. Laugh at whatever you want. I mean, you've been in enough comedy shows with me. You and I have laughed at stuff that is so perverse and wrong. And I know there are people looking over like, oh my God, I can't believe they laughed at that. And so laugh at whatever you want. I'm talking about, shouting out to the stand-up as they're doing some, hey, it's like, dude, this is not your show. But yeah, laugh at anything, right?
Yeah, and I don't know if this is a step further or a step to the side, but the person who's going Mystery Science Theater 3000 on the set too, like they're giving their own commentary as the person's telling their joke. And maybe it's not loud enough for the comedian to hear. If other people around you can hear you muttering to yourself or trying to talk to the person that's sitting at the table with you, you need to shut the fuck up because you are ruining that show for others.
Yep.
And thankfully, a lot of clubs in town now, they won't put up with that shit.
Yeah, they don't.
I've had shows ruined for me literally within the last 2 years here in town by people who are like, oh yeah, it's like, no, it's not fucking funny right now. Stop saying anything. Sit there and listen. Back to my original point. Laugh when you need to laugh. Clap when you need to clap. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. This is not about you.
That goes.
It is a performative art being done by the person on stage. Bullshit, Steve. Bullshit. I was
all right,
I looked over at the people I'm with to enjoy the laugh. It was not judging you. I promise you. You were very well behaved that night. Too well behaved, in my opinion. I need you to get a little bit more rowdy the next time you and I go see a stand-up show. What's up, Ike?
They've gotten very, new clubs have gotten kind of Singapore on that. By the way, that goes for movie theaters too. Shut the fuck up. Because you and I have definitely at some comedy shows, I will whisper to you, you'll whisper to me, we got to talk about that bit later. That's got to be the crux of it. And it's got to be a only a cat can hear it type whisper.
Yeah. Or, wow, he's really not that funny, is he?
We've done that too.
It happens.
Yeah.
It's not an exact science. Guys have to test bits out, and sometimes you're just off. Sometimes you're not. Things aren't copacetic with the crowd.
So Scotty Scheffler, looking at previous menus, he had a great Texas one, man, Scotty style.
What was it?
I mean, it's a good mix of, I would say, Mexican or Tex-Mex and barbecue. Where you had Texas ribeye steak or blackened redfish. I mean, we obviously know redfish in Texas. Family style mac and cheese, jalapeno cream corn, fried Brussels sprouts, seasoned fries. Before they had tortilla soup with avocado and sour cream and cilantro. Cheeseburger sliders to start it off, and firecracker shrimp with sweet Thai chili, a little different, but sriracha mayo appetizer. I mean, it's a Texan palate there. We grew up here. I mean, you're going to get a lot of Mexico's influences, and you're going to get, what a lot of the Germans brought here, but a lot of barbecue or meat. And redfish is easily the most caught fish that I can think of in the Gulf. I mean, every time I've gone fishing in the Gulf, it's like, well, we're going to get redfish, but we'll see if we can get something else.
Made some red snapper last night. Forgotten how bony that fish is, even if it's been filleted. It's a tough one.
Yeah, you got to be careful. I think it's really tasty. Hideki Matsuyama was 2022. So getting back to my fascination with Japan. Oh my God. Assorted sushi, sashimi, or yakitori chicken skewers to start. Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm hard right now. Main course of Wagyu beef ribeye with mixed mushroom and vegetables. Yeah, I mean, call it a day, dude.
Yeah, that one sounds good.
So what's going on? We got off to a banger there.
Yeah, random as always. Texas football started spring practice today, playing my CDC interview here in about 20 minutes. And Let's see. Justin Fields gets traded to the Steelers. We haven't talked about that just yet. Baseball. The baseball season starts today. Start today with the game over in Japan, I believe.
Oh, that one, yeah.
So baseball is actually starting up again, which is pretty crazy.
Isn't it in South Korea? I know that's
maybe that's where it is.
Okay. I mean, it would make sense to be in Japan with the Dodgers being there, but
Dodgers
sense. Let's get real about that. And I'm sure it was scheduled before both those guys signed.
Dodgers Padres, is that what it is?
I think so, man. I've been busy with other shit, so I've been keeping up with some of the stuff. We had a lot of guys signed late, which is weird, including Blake Snell. I mean, a lot of free agents that were Scott Boras, as good as he's been, he didn't get what he was wanting on 3 or 4 of these guys, which breaks my heart because I'm really worried about his bank account.
I was about to say, it's almost like teams are coming to a consensus and telling Scott Boras no with most of his clients. They're unwilling to overpay to the degree that they've had to with him in the last 15 to 20 years.
I've been waiting for that, but it'd be like getting 30 guys together and saying, hey, no one take this girl home. She's a total bitch and an awful human, and she needs to be taught a lesson. One of those 30 guys will take the bait and go home with her. Especially if it's for cheap, you know?
Mm-hmm.
She's not asking to go to Uchiko anymore or get, Wagyu. She's like, you know what? I'll go ahead and stopping by and getting a burger somewhere because no one's talking to me tonight. So, I mean, that was the problem. It's also the collusion, which baseball has done before. But yeah, I mean, when you're, I'm sure there have been some teams that have come together on that. But if someone's like, well, if I can get this guy on a deal, he's got too many good clients to not take him, especially on a deal. And Blake Snell going for two years, 62 millions. He wanted a lot more years, but there are a lot of questions about him.
Yeah. Hold on one sec. Strange car is pulled up to my house. This is very weird. Who is this? They are walking up to my door. They're delivering something. All right. Strange looking minivan pulled up to my house, and I guess they're delivering a package. Boy, Amazon's getting desperate to have people deliver their packages for them.
Oh, they have a lot of packages to deliver. I can't believe all the places that I see around here, people are just getting packages all the time, getting food delivered all the time.
I am not a big fan of food delivery because so much food doesn't travel well. It's like you get it delivered and then you have to heat it up again just to get it anywhere close to how it's supposed to taste.
Well, I just wonder what the markup is. So if I see KFC delivered here all the time, this KFC's right down the road. I mean, maybe you're doing very well. I have no idea. That's not my business. But hell, I don't even care how well you're doing. Like, that's just pissing money down the drain and being lazy is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is that. Looks like ESPN and the College Football Playoff have officially agreed on a deal that will allow ESPN to run a monopoly on college football playoff games through the 31-32 season.
How about that, man? Well, they mean well.
Sure they do.
Yeah, BK and I got into that. I went on like a 15-minute rant last show, so I will save people on that. And honestly, I don't even want to talk about it, but yeah, I mean, it's not like college basketball back in the day, but it's moving in a direction where I just won't care about it as much, which is probably a healthy thing and works out well. If I get 45 years or even 50 of great college football and then it just kind of trails off a little bit, whatever,
Oh, God, this deal is so pathetic for everybody except for the Big Ten and SEC. I don't know why these schools would agree to do this. This is insanely stupid. You are giving those that already have an advantage, an even greater advantage in an effort to remain in the boys club. You're going to fall further behind as a result if you're in the ACC or Big 12 or,
well,
even worse, the G5 schools.
The ACC is going to be a mix between what the Big 12 is now and what the Pac-12 is now, which is 2 teams in DOA, dead on arrival.
Yeah, Clemson suing the ACC today to go along with Florida State.
Florida State's out, Clemson's out, Miami's out. It's going to be. I'm sure North Carolina's going to try and get out. They have appeal. Yeah, it's going to be a shell of itself, and it already kind of feels like that. Mainly because we've had two power conferences really come together, not so much that they've had serious attrition, but their football hadn't been the same either.
No, it hasn't been. Other than Clemson?
I mean, Florida State is kind of back now, but Florida State was down, Miami was down, and you had Clemson.
Yeah.
That was it, but at least you had one. So, yeah, I don't know where that goes, man. But it feels like the ACC is on its way out, which is a shame. I mean, I don't want two power conferences. We kind of always heard that'd be the case, and it took a long time to get there, but I don't think that's healthy for the sport. And it's just going to turn into, this is all turning into what the NFL is.
NFL light. Yep. English Premier League is in some ways a better example to point to because of how they reorganized all of that. Gosh, this would have been decades ago now, but look at that model and look how that model evolved over time. That's what's going to happen to college football. Less the other college sports, especially if the NCAA is allowed to maintain a certain level of control over basketball, baseball, softball, and beyond. But we will eventually see us changing of the guard with college football. So the Big Ten and SEC are each going to get, each school in that conference is going to get $21 million with this college football playoff rev share split. Whereas the ACC is going to get $13 million per school. Big 12 is going to get $12 million each. Congrats if you're on the Notre Dame wagon, because you get $12 million each year. And the G5, they don't get anything except for the participant in that year's playoff. So they're not guaranteed any money. And it's just, I think, another thing to point to as to why there will eventually be more of a split than what we're seeing right now.
Yeah. I don't know why, as I mentioned to BK last week, I don't know why you wouldn't let the cake get baked and see maybe there are 4 Big 12 schools and they do deserve a cut as much, if not more, than the Big 10 or SEC. I doubt it the way those conferences are moving, the Big 2, but let it happen. I mean, why even put that in before we know what year in and year out who's going to be in and who deserves to be in?
Exactly. All right. We won't spend too much time on that. The Texas football team is back on the practice field, or was earlier today. Spring practice officially gets going. A month from tomorrow, Texas will play the orange-white game. That is on 4/20. Smoke them if you got them in the afternoon. In the meantime, this Texas football team is looking to build and prepare for an encore for what was their best season since that 2009 season. And for you, as somebody who follows this team as closely as you do, what are the storylines that you're most interested in as we embark on another set of spring practices?
I definitely want to see. I mean, I think there's 3, 4, really 4 guys competing for 2 guard spots. How that plays out. The secondary that was the weakest part of the team last year feels like they've got some talent. How does that work out with the coaching? And then also receiver for me too, because it's like even last year, I didn't worry about running back, and you didn't either before. I was like, dude, they have enough talent. They're going to be fine there. And they were. Even with a guy who blew it up, was the best running back in the country, arguably, hurt his knee. They were fine after that. They're going to be fine there. I feel good about Quinn, but the new receivers coming in, how quickly do they get on the same page? Not that spring will tell you that. I take nothing out of spring, but if I was writing something for one of the websites today, that would be my storyline.
One of the few things that I'm not going to put too much stock into any of this. You're right about that, but to hear that Cam Williams is starting to get it will be encouraging. There's still a long ways to go for him, but if it isn't starting to click for him by the end of spring, then we are going to see him surpassed on the depth chart by Goolsby, by a Brandon Baker, the 5-star out of California, who's an early enrollee. Other guys are champing at the bit to take that job. And Goolsby long-term, according to those in the know, is likely going to be Kelvin Banks' replacement at left tackle. But in the meantime, to get those reps at right tackle will be invaluable for him and really good for this offensive line too.
That's actually a great point. And that is maybe one of the few things, like you said, we can take something out of it in the spring. And that would be the right tackle spot because they've been patient with Cam, and Cam has a ton of potential and wants to be great. So how quickly is he getting it now? And hopefully he takes over that spot. That'd be ideal. And let Baker either redshirt and then Goolsby next year maybe come in and play, but next year be the left tackle. So I hope that's the case. But yeah, I said the 4 guys working for the 2 guard spot, maybe right tackle would be the number 1 spot. And then obviously clearly with the defensive line, once again, I don't know how much we can take out of it, but I did mention, I told you Sadir Mitchell's 372 listed at that.
Maybe he's carrying that weight well. That seems really heavy for a guy who's entering his redshirt freshman season.
Yeah, no, it does seem heavy, and it takes me, I don't want it to be Tavondre. Tavondre had one really good year on film, which he's probably going to be a 2nd-round pick. I think some of that's devaluing run stuffing defensive tackles in the NFL now, or not valuing them as high, which would be devaluing. But also, there's only one good year. I mean, do you remember when Tavondre would come in for one play, the first play of the game, and it looked like Tavondre Sweat, especially when he started to get his leverage and pad level correct and using his hands as efficiently as he did this year, but he just couldn't stay in there for very long. And so it's like, all right, wear the guy out, and 2nd quarter on, he's just, even if he's in there, he's not the same guy.
So in defense of Sadir Mitchell, because I think Sweat was 6'3" or 6'4".
Sadir is 6'5", isn't he?
He's listed as 6'6" on the Texas football roster. So yeah, that probably means 6'5". So he is a little bit taller than Tavondre Sweat.
That means something.
So we'll see. I mean, maybe look, Leonard Davis was a massive human. And even though he was over 360, I believe, he also had the height to go along with it. So it made sense on his frame.
He was legit.
Mitchell was more along those lines.
Yeah, but Leonard was such a freak, man. He was a legit 6'6", and I remember seeing him at 360, and in street clothes especially. I had a couple classes with him. Like, there was no gut, man. It almost like went straight down. Leonard Davis is Wortham country, 18 kids in the family, ripping phone books in half. That great story. Like, Leonard Davis is just different. Most guys end up, it's just too much weight to carry.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. And maybe this is part of the experiment. Get him up to that weight and get him to that perfect weight. But I think Sadir is going to have to be a big part. I am excited about Bledsoe and kind of what he can bring to the table.
Yeah, Jure Bledsoe. Or is it Jerry Bledsoe? I've always read it as Jure. Savion Red is entering camp at 240 pounds. And Savion Red is not a tall dude. So he's either completely shredded right now and about to play a diminutive H-back / fullback role, or maybe he's getting ready for some more of those short yardage situation carries. Or Savion is putting on some pounds before things start to get hot here, and he's able to shed that throughout the course of the summer to be at his actual playing weight by the time the season gets going.
I mean, even seeing him this year, I thought, there's some kids you look at and you're just like, they're just going to eat themselves into a different position. And fullback would probably be a great spot for him.
I would say yes to that, but he's like 5'9". I don't know how much of a track record there is for 5'9" fullbacks.
Go to Nebraska in the 80s and 90s. I'll let you know.
Okay. All right.
No, actually it gives you better leverage probably.
That's true.
I don't know how good of a blocker he is, but yeah, I mean, at 240, I mean, it's going to be a specialized role, right? Which it would have been anyway. So, but if he wants to transfer somewhere and really try and be a tailback, I doubt that's the weight you're probably carrying.
No, probably not.
Well, I'm excited about the CDC interview. So how did this come about?
I just reached out to them. He was taking part in a panel discussion with Greg Sankey and Jen Latta on the future of college sports at South by last week. So I reached out to John Bianco, who very graciously set something up, even though he was unavailable leading up to that panel discussion. He said, "Hey, how about the Monday after South by?" So yesterday. And I said, "Abso-freaking-lutely."
Nice.
And so we talked, and it was a pretty wide-ranging discussion. It started with basketball and really worked its way through the NCAA's role in college sports and what the future holds for college football and Texas joining the SEC. Asked about UT baseball falling behind because NIL hasn't been up to snuff to some of what SEC programs are doing. Asked about the TJ Ford statue or a hypothetical TJ Ford statue outside of the Moody Center.
Oh, wow.
Asked about collectives ending up under the umbrella of the athletics department, whether football players and possibly basketball players should be considered employees of the university, and some hard-hitting questions too. So,
Oh, those aren't softballs. I mean, I guess they kind of are for me, but when you're asking an AD at his level, that I'll be curious to see his response.
Yeah, he did what he always does, and that's give really good responses. Matter of fact, if we want to, we can go ahead and play that interview right now. You good for that?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. My conversation yesterday with Texas Longhorns Athletics Director, Chris Del Conte. Thank you so much for the time. How you doing today?
I'm great today. Thanks for having me on.
Always a pleasure, and it's an exciting time for Texas sports, Chris, starting with these basketball teams getting to participate in another March Madness. Talk about the men in just a second, but the women find themselves as a 1 seed. That means a couple of home games at the Moody Center coming up this weekend. Just how excited are you for Vic Schaefer and bunch and what they may be able to accomplish here in March?
Beyond excited for Uncle Vic and the job he's done. You think about during the year when you lose your point guard, your glue, and coming off a great win against Connecticut, you just felt momentum building. And for that team to regroup, galvanize around each other, and the coaching job Coach Schaefer and his staff did is second to none. And get up winning 30-4, be a number 1 seed, Big 12 tournament champs. Just remarkable. Incredible coach. You look at the kids they have, they just galvanize around each other, and I'm excited for their opportunity.
As far as the men are concerned, they get that 7 seed, even with that first round exit in the Big 12 championship. I actually think that might benefit them because it allows them a little bit of rest, maybe to get a little bit healthier too. What would you consider to be a successful postseason for Rodney, Terry, and bunch heading into this Thursday's game?
Well, it's interesting. I think of the first year when Coach Terry and Beard were here, they put all that team together. That was a portal team. It took them a long time to gel, if you recall. And then they had that to the end of the year. I don't know what we ended up finishing that year, 4th or 5th in the league. Went to the tournament. We beat Virginia Tech, and but that team came back the next year. But that first year, you had so many new pieces, and it was learn by fire. And you think about the pieces that we had this year. Rodney had to put in essentially 3 or 4 new pieces, 5 pieces to a puzzle, and for him to get well over the 20-win mark, put himself in a position to be a 7 seed. And throughout the year, you had ebbs and flows of the season. And what I'm really proud of him, there was no panic. He had a plan. He understood it. You look at, I remember 2 years ago, that team that we had just gotten Carr, we had just gotten Timmy, and Dessou was here, and they're just trying to figure each other out. The next year they gelled. In the life of the portal and where we're at today, all things considered and how the team moved forward, I'm very pleased with to be a 7 seed and get everybody healthy. I'm excited to see what happens. Now it's survive and advance, and I think this team is built for that.
Just how important is it for a basketball coach in this modern era, whether you're talking about Rodney Terry, Vic Schaefer, or anybody else, to be able to manage that roster offseason to offseason, considering how much player movement is happening in the sport with NIL and the transfer portal, and men and women not having to sit out for that year after they decide on a new school?
It's adapt or die. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You think about evolution. The dinosaurs were here; they didn't adapt, and few that did are still here, right? And we have to adapt to the new era. And as much as we can, we have consternation around it. I do not at all begrudge an NIL. I completely understand it. On top of that, with portal anytime you want, makes it very difficult to manage year to year. And this is when I looked at what Rodney did this year. We had 4 or 5 new people we had to put in place. Get him here, adapt, learn how to play with each other. And that just is the fact of life. But if you keep your core and you can piecemeal it along the way, it's fantastic. I think Coach Beard's first class, it was all really portal kids and Dylan Mitchell. And that was real. We knew we were going to have a time when we had to reload again. And when you're constantly doing that, it's how you manage that season will dictate your success. And I thought that was the key to Rodney this year, is he understood how to manage that throughout the year. You think about Coach Beard's first class, I think we had 5 kids that came in that were all transfers. We were very lucky to have them for 2 years. But there's teams now that are trying to rebuild every single year, and the ebb and flow of that. If you can keep the core nucleus and add pieces, you have a chance to be pretty special. And I think one of those teams is you could look at Tennessee. Tennessee kept their core, added a few pieces, and they had a tremendous year. We added 3 or 4 new pieces, and I'm pleased where we're at, but we got a lot of basketball left to play.
Most of us agree that NIL and the transfer portal are a good thing for college sports. The transfer portal to a degree, but it does also seem like things are a little bit more wild than they would need to be because the NCAA was kind of asleep on the job when they had an opportunity to instill certain guardrails several years ago, as these things were very obviously about to come to be. Charlie Baker has been at the leadership helm for the NCAA for a little bit of time now. He's been working hard to try and get something passed federally that would make sense, that would essentially give a certain set of rules to all the schools who are participating in NCAA sports. It does seem, though, Chris, at least in football, that the NCAA may be nearing the end of its run with regards to having any say-so over college football. Do you agree with that sentiment? And if there is a new governing body, what exactly does that look like?
Well, let's back up. We always say we blame the NC2A. The NC2A is made up of its member institutions. You're dealing with litigation. It's not like saying when you're being sued every single day, your members, me included, are going to go, wait a minute, what is happening to the earth around us? There was no time for pause. We can blame anybody we want, but we as a group all sat in a room and said, okay, what does this look like? We are the membership. And one of the things that we are a membership for is educating young people through their talents on the playing fields. They're talking about forgiveness of student loan debt across the country, yet majority of our student athletes are leaving college with free education. So it was not like we were caught, but you're right in the middle of litigation, just trying to figure out what the new world order and the model looks like. I don't mind a portal. I don't like the way the portal is in football. Right after the season, right after spring ball, you're just constantly trying to figure out what your roster looks like. I think. But I understand the opportunities for name, image, and likeness. It's a massive disruption. In the pros, you don't have that because you have a completely different system. So I think what Charlie Baker and the leadership is doing, everyone around the table in the NC2A, is just trying to figure out what happens through litigation. Where are we headed with that? What does the new world order look like? And at the University of Texas, whatever it is, we'll be prepared to succeed.
Does it simplify things for the NCAA to take college football off of their plate, considering some of the litigation and college football entering this new era where you need not only smart people running the sport, but you also need the respect and therefore the authority and the discipline, if need be, to ensure that all the member institutions are abiding by the same set of rules versus the unfortunate arcane nature of things now with that governing body not having that respect and nobody really knowing based on either rules within their municipality or the university or their conference or their state what they should or shouldn't be doing.
Well, I go back to, again, we were always governed under one tent, the 110 theory, right? And now you have 30 different state laws. I mean, it's the race to make sure no one gets left out, instead of saying, let's make sure a race to make sure we understand the current landscape. So it's not as easy and cut and dry as you make it out to be. It's really complex when you look at that. Now, in 1972, they said, hey, we should exclude football from Title IX. And that should not be part of the model. Obviously, that was not the case. And I tell everybody, the greatest thing that's ever happened in college athletics is Title IX. Opportunity for women to participate in sport, yet it also capped your scholarship numbers at 85. So it created parity. Parity created the rise of football through all levels. You look at teams that were not traditional powers in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and early 70s, you see what the game has grown to today, and that's spectacular. So I'm not one that you decide if you move it out, what happens to the rest of your sports economically. In my place, I have 2 revenue sports that produce all the revenue to support our entire athletic programs. So it is critical for our funding model that the University of Texas, where we're back-to-back Directors Cup champions for the best athletic program in the country, the most successful, that revenue comes from 2 sports. It allows us to do this. So I'll tell you, I understand NIL. I understand the rationales why. When I signed my scholarship papers in the early 80s, it was for your scholarship, we're gonna keep your NIL to support your program. And that was through the schedule card and the posters and those things. And I was, hey, I got a free education. I'm all in on this deal. Times have changed. We will adapt at the University of Texas, but it's easy to point the finger. It's a lot more complex than that. And I'm afraid that every single time a state law is passed, it's like everyone's racing to the bottom to make sure no one gets left out instead of saying timeout. What are we trying to achieve? And that's exactly what litigation has done. And that's exactly what state laws have done, is create enough chaos that it causes me to be on this podcast with you.
So what are we trying to achieve then, Chris?
I think at the end of the day, we're trying to figure out how this new model is going to work. And that's what we're in the process of. And that's okay. Through chaos, I see clarity, and we'll get clarity. But just right now, we're in the middle of the storm.
You were in Nashville last week for a couple of days of SEC meetings. What was the most interesting thing that you learned or heard while in Nashville?
I was not at Nashville. I was at the Big 12 championships with our men and women. So I didn't attend those meetings.
All right, that's fair enough. You did share the stage with Greg Sankey at South by Southwest a little bit less than or a little bit more than a week ago, excuse me. And the subject was it had to do with powering a new era of college sports. What was maybe the most interesting thing in your mind that came from that conversation with Greg, Jen Latta, and one other person on the panel?
Really wasn't nothing new. I mean, at this place, we're going to always be in the middle of conversations. So it was really just providing some clarity to what's out there. In a world of mud right now, there's really not a lot of clarity. But what you're seeing is you're just starting to see bits and pieces start to evolve. And the pundits in off season of football, this is when it becomes a fodder for all kinds of things, right? And the more that we progress along, knowing that we got President Baker has a model that looks like, you look at what I think to me the biggest disconcerting model right now is we have 30 different state laws, and it's just, can you imagine trying to govern the United States, which we have federal laws and you have state laws, and how that looks like. In the current system we're in, that's what it was all about. And now you're seeing evolution of new models, and that's going to take some time. But like I said, we'll be prepared either way.
Yeah, my concern with the NCAA and their attempts to get federal legislation passed is that if you're trying to connect it with this idea that student athletes, especially in the money-making sports, aren't employees of the university, while also putting the collectives under the athletics department or under that umbrella, those two things don't add up necessarily. So do you think we eventually see college football players and possibly basketball players as well considered employees of the university in order to make this whole thing work?
I mean, in my heart of hearts, I hope not. But I'm a benefit of growing up in a children's home, and a scholarship changed my life. So I look at it from a different lens. I love the fact that my favorite day here is graduation, but I'm also in tune that there has to be a new model. And I think that's what Charlie Baker's looking at. If you look at federal intervention, it's really looking at how do we deal with 30 different state laws. That's really the backbone of the problem as well. We have 30 different state laws and some that don't have any laws. And that's what creates chaos. So you're just trying to figure out how to operate in a new system. Now, whenever that will come about, I couldn't tell you. But 2% of our student athletes go pro. The reality is they're all here to get an education, to learn, to provide an opportunity for them to show their talents on the playing fields. And we focus on such a little number of student athlete, yet it's everybody. And as I said earlier, Trey, all the revenue in a P&L comes from two sports. And those two sports generate this opportunity to have a well-balanced athletic program. You think about the Olympic movement. Every country sends their athletes here to train to be on their Olympic teams, right? So we provide more opportunities for that. So it's more complex than that. But at the end of the day, I do understand that there is going to be change. And my job here at the University of Texas is to make sure that our program is ready to excel in whatever that new landscape will be.
Should collectives be folded into the athletics department for a given school for the betterment of college sports?
I mean, I would prefer that to be the case, but right now, you have to look at what does that look like. But I prefer them to be rolled in.
So I've heard a lot of Texas fans talk about with concern that UT baseball is falling behind in the NIL game versus some other big time programs across the country, especially in the SEC, which has won 9 of the last 12 college baseball championships. What do you think makes that better for this historic program, who arguably with swimming and diving is the most important within UT athletics in terms of that history?
I wouldn't say that's the case, but at the end of the day, it's anytime anytime our sports programs here at the University of Texas go through ebb and flows of success, our fan base is passionate, and you have to love a passionate fan base. But I feel like that we're in really good shape. But you know what? It's the winning traditions of the University of Texas are not entrusted to the timid nor the weak, and that's why you come here. So I get it.
What will it take to get a TJ Ford statue outside the Moody Center?
Well, again, we have, what do we have? 4 or 5 statues of our coaches. If we started putting statues of every one of our great athletes, we look like we're going to go to the state cemetery here.
But TJ's the GOAT, though, isn't he?
Kevin Durant, you can go TJ, you can go, I mean, there's hundreds of them, right? You can look at our softball program, our swimming program, Olympians. That's one of the things that makes this place great. Our volleyball team, we have players of the year. We have incredible players in every one of our sports. It's like where we're at right now. We honor all of our student athletes at the highest level. But the one thing that I'll tell you at the University of Texas is there is a plethora of players on every single sport that you can say, boy, that they ought to have a statue. And I get that.
Would you be a fan of the SEC and Big Ten creating a sort of super league in college football, considering that we are about to be a part of that Southeastern Conference?
I think all that is just fodder. I think at the end of the day, you're looking at two conferences that have the most incredible brands in college athletics. It's natural for people to have those type of conversations. We are a proud member of the Big 12. Looking forward to joining the SEC. And we like where we're at. And I said, my concern is the University of Texas. At one time I was the AD at TCU, and one time I was the AD at Rice. And I love my time at all those institutions, but at the University of Texas, we'll do what's right for us. And that's my responsibility.
How excited are you at the beach volleyball team getting the home season going this weekend at the intramural fields down Guadalupe? 1:30 and 4 p.m. game times for Stein Metzger, who is obviously a legend in the sport and also the indoor sport, and his ladies as they get this season going.
Oh yeah, I mean the season really for us begins next year in earnest. This year is one of those things we're coupling our indoor and outdoor. Who he's recruited. So reality is our first season will be next spring with a fully beach team. This year we're using a combination of indoor outdoor players just to get our feet wet. But who he's recruiting and how he's going about it and his staff, I think in short order will be one of the top teams in the country, as the expectations at the University of Texas are for all of our sports.
Last question now, Chris. I think Texas sports are in a great position. If you were just talking to somebody at random and you tell them who you are, and they're like, "Oh, how are things going with Texas athletics?" What would your response be?
You know, I would tell you that every time you're rolling a rock uphill, as soon as you stop, it'll roll you over. So we're continuing to strive. We're continuing to press the, as Steve says, all gas, no brakes. For me, it's you never rest on your laurels at all. You know you're going to have ebb and flows within every single sport. They're going to struggle. They're going to get through it. They're going to work their way through it. But I will tell you that the proof's in the pudding. That we're doing what we set out to be, and that's across the board to be the very best athletic program in the country. We're knocking on. We won 2 out of 3. We're knocking on the gates again of another Directors Cup championship. We have a spring to go, and but soon as you left as soon as you start rolling that rock up the hill and you stop for a break, it'll roll you over. So I'm excited where we're at, but we're not done.
That's right. Both people think about this with failure, but success can lead to a similar sort of complacency. So it's important to acknowledge the success. You can celebrate it for a very small amount of time, but that task at hand always remains.
Well, for sure. Our fan base, the Longhorn faithful, they're the very best in the country. They're beyond passionate. But what you did yesterday was yesterday, and I know that, and we constantly remind our coaches, student athletes that that's the why you wear the burnt orange and white.
I'll spare you the why can't you get the right shade of burnt orange on the television screen question this time, Chris. He is Chris Del Conte, the VP and Athletics Director at the University of Texas at Austin, doing an awesome job ever since he took the job. And Chris, it's always a pleasure getting to catch up with you. I know some of my questions are a little bit curt, a little bit tough, but I appreciate you being forthright with your answers as always, man.
No problem, brother. You'd be great. Hook 'em.
All right, there it is, Chris Del Conte.
Well done, sir. I mean, you did a great job, but also I was impressed with his answers. That's a tough spot to be in on some of those questions, and I'm glad he's our AD. I'll say that.
Yeah, agreed. Nobody's perfect, obviously, but in terms of the coaching hires that he's made since he's taken over, which is a major part of the job, obviously, he's gotten it right a whole lot more than he's gotten it wrong.
Yeah, and he's done, especially in the sports where you can go, I've talked about this, really can go steal people that have clearly proven themselves. Mike White's in Eugene, Oregon, and winning in softball. Vic Schaefer's got a top 5 program in Starkville. Go there and say, you're not coming back. You're coming back with me, and I'll write the check to do it. It gets tougher, obviously, from football, basketball, and baseball to do that, but he's done a great job. I mean, he's given Jarrett Elliott everything he needs. A lot of that's Eric Sullivan, who's kind of their defensive coordinator. He's been brilliant on all 3 national championship teams. So even those checks, when he didn't necessarily hire either of them, he's made sure that they've got the foundation to really do good stuff. And, say what you want about Chris Beard, and there may have been some intel on that. I don't think the intel that would have led to that, but there may have been some. On the surface, that was a pretty damn good hire. So we'll see what he does if he has to replace basketball and definitely baseball. But he didn't hire David Pierce, and I think he's tried to support him and help him out. And at least after this year, Sark looks like a pretty damn good hire.
Thank you to everybody for the compliments on the conversation. I enjoy those things. So it's always good to hear from folks that have done a decent job. I tend to agree with CB. I think TJ, I know there's a lot of great players that pass through school here, do a great job of playing sports. Come on, TJ Ford is where it begins and ends for Texas basketball. I think Kevin Durant would even say that too.
Well, we have to separate too. I saw someone who I really like on Twitter throwing it out there, outside of Roger Clemens, who's the best Texas baseball player of all time? You mean outside of the best pro who played here?
Yeah.
Roger was the third or fourth if you're willing to talk Kirk Killingsworth, best pitcher on the 83 team. Kevin Durant played her for a year. He was player of the year. He was awesome, but they lost to USC in the second round.
Yep.
TJ Ford's the best basketball player to ever play at Texas, for Texas in college. Bert Hooten's the best pitcher here ever. Keichnick's probably your best, overall player. I'll throw Zeke and Swindell in there as a pitcher too, but Hooten's the guy. So you've got
best pitcher is Hooten, best overall player is Keichnick.
Yeah, that's what I'd say. It's totally outside of what they did in the pros. Durant clearly had a better pro career than TJ. TJ it's not even close, is more important to Texas basketball than Kevin Durant. And Kevin Durant's been important because he built on TJ, and whether it's Madison Booker wearing 35 or kids who are even looking at Texas because of Kevin Durant, he means a lot. So I'm not trying to discount what he means, but yeah, I mean, you can get selective and they retired his numbers. So it's not, there are no statues outside of, I think maybe Gus and Augie in front of the dish. So at that point, I kind of see his point. It's like, well, you put up a Bert Hooten statue. Bert Hooten was better at what he did than TJ and Durant for the college sport. 35-3, 1.14 ERA. He's the best college pitcher of all time. TJ's not the best college player of all time, and Durant certainly is.
Yeah.
College. Once again, we let's separate that. There are a couple other things. I mean, you do such a great job. I just love listening to you interview people, and I really like CDC. And I thought he answered a lot of those really well. And there were a couple that it's like, well, I don't want to get into that necessarily, but he still gave you an answer compared to what most ADs at that level would give. But yeah, I mean, just getting into the whole NIL stuff was interesting. And I do agree with him. I think it's easy to get simplistic. And one of the good things about your interview style is what you should do. You don't give, you don't give closed-ended questions or these rambling Barbara Walters 2 minutes in. So what was that like? You actually, where a lot of people we grew up thinking are good interviewers are not. It's a long, rambling fucking thing and a closed-ended question. You want to be direct, succinct, and keep it open-ended. But there are some things that I think can be narrowed down to be too simplistic. Not that you were saying that, but fans definitely will, that are pretty complex. The border's complex. Abortion is complex. Like, these are not simple issues, and not that the NIL's those, but there are certain things in college sports right now that are a whirlwind and are really complex issues. I don't think there's an easy answer to.
Yeah, the thing that I wonder about, because I did want to make sure to ask him about the collectives ending up as a part of the athletics department, to have that be the case, and that's definitely where this thing is headed, but also to keep student athletes from being considered employees of the university when the money is coming directly from the athletics department. And maybe the way the question should be phrased is, should they be considered employees of the athletics department,
right,
if not the university? But I don't think those two things can coexist, that they remain non-employees while they're also getting paid directly by the athletics department and or the university as a result.
Yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying. They never wanted them to be employees, which is why you heard student athletes all the time. So
Well, it's also why nothing's getting passed federally, is because they insist that remain in any legislation that gets passed at the national level, and the feds realize that's rife to get shot down or to get overturned by the Supreme Court as soon as it comes up on that docket.
Right. And I don't
common sense.
I don't know if for the people that are making good NIL money, if that's a good thing. You know, shout out to Morgan Stanley, but they take a big cut, dude, a big cut of what you earn and what you do, and they haven't done shit for it. They gave you a stapler and a computer. I could have done this with a laptop. I can hang my license there. That's about it. So it may be better off because if you're an employee, they're going to get that. They're going to get a big cut of the $50,000 pluckers deal you got or whatever, right? And so it may be better off. I mean, you got to pay it as 1099, so Uncle Sam will get his paws on it, but Uncle Sam gets his paws on everything. So if you can keep it away from your employer when you're making a majority of the money, then it may actually be better off for them to keep that separated and be like, hey man, give me the free education. I get free meals. I get everything that a college student would dream of. So there was a value and a point to what he said earlier. I mean, especially with student debt right now, that there is actually real value to what you're getting outside of NIL with a scholarship, but you're also making a ton of money. Now, 3 of them are really 2 and really 1 if you want to get into it.
But a lot of these athletes are also being pushed into the path of least resistance with regards to a degree too, though. So yes, does the higher education matter? Absolutely. But it's not like these guys are all aiming for degrees where you actually need that college degree to do whatever else that next step is for the 98% that go pro in something other than their sports.
Agreed with that. But how many morons did we know that you make connections at UT and you get the degree in the paper? And did they learn anything doing that? Maybe not, but the especially as an athlete, the connections that you get. You know how many athletes are loaded here in Austin because they've used that network it's the best sales pitch Marcus Freeman gives. This is not a 4-year decision. This is a 60-year decision for you. And so use those networks if you've got alums that are connected everywhere in every industry with a lot of money, and you've got the degree and you go in there and you're like, I was a backup defensive tackle. I remember you got a tackle against Nebraska. You got your degree at UT, corporate comm, and what's the back massage major that was so popular when we were
physiology or anatomy?
No, it's not even that. But yeah, it's like, all right.
Kinesiology?
Huh?
Kinesiology?
Kinesiology, yeah. Which a ton of athletes did. And so it's more about the connections and getting that, which the older you get, there is a lot of value in that. Now you've got to take advantage of it and use the resource you have in front of you. But I can't tell you how many people in business, real estate, whatever, all over Austin are doing incredibly well. And they were never going to play a pro sport, but they've got that UT network, and, UT degree helps with that too, obviously.
It does. And I think both of those things can exist too. It's not like if you're getting paid from the athletics department, all of a sudden you're neglecting school. You still have to make your grades to remain eligible to play your respective sport. It's just a matter of figuring out a way to properly streamline all of this and to take away some of the financial advantage that exists at a Texas or Texas A&M or Georgia or Michigan, or name the blue blood that has tens of millions of dollars coming in for that respective program, versus other schools within your conference that, are they getting that nice fat TV rights deal check? They sure are, but there's a lot of extracurricular that can come into play as well. And I think this would also, guys like Bijan Robinson would be somewhat exempt from the employee model. And that's not to say they wouldn't be considered employees based on what they're taking in from Texas, but they would still be free to go seek out their deals with Lamborghini or Bijan Mustardson or Rolls-Royce for a guy like Quinn Ewers. I don't know if that would fall under the athletics umbrella as much as that would be more about an agent or manager going out and finding those deals themselves. But that also gets back to your point about being at a school like Texas, where you're not just networking at the university, you're out about in Austin. And yeah, you are hanging out with alumni at times. And oh, by the way, this guy knows the dude who owns the Lambo dealership in town. Oh, you're Bijan Robinson? You're a fucking badass. I would love to have you advertise my cars. You want to drive around a burnt orange Lamborghini for your final season here in Austin, and we're going to pay you good money to do so too? We got ourselves a deal here. That doesn't necessarily require the athletics department to coordinate that.
Oh, the Lambo deal, I've talked about it, was Morgan Stanley in our group, and Lambo owner is part of it, or is a client, and it was totally separate. It's not like we were like, hey, get together in a room. But we had functions, and they met, and Bijan, like he does everyone, blew him away. And next thing you know, or you call Dave Paul when he's got the mustard. Next thing you know, it's on the Pluckers deal. That's just Austin business. And those guys aren't doing it like you may in some small town where it doesn't help your business out. Like these are businessmen. They're doing it because it's going to help out their product, which is what it should be. But it gets back to you saying if their employees, well, Bijan should make more than everyone else then, right? Chris Del Conte makes more than most of the people working there, than most profs, right? And he should.
But he makes more than Drew Martin, and both guys are very important for the game day experience. But Chris Del Conte makes more because he has much more responsibility in the position that he's in, and he has many more people under his tutelage than a guy like Drew Martin does.
It would definitely have to free up for them to be able to do NIL. And like you said, I mean, it's why I always laugh when they're like, well, they can't be they can't be employees. I'm like, they're students. I'm like, oh yeah. So I had a bunch of friends that worked at the Greg or would pick up a shift on a football game, working outside, it's like, so of course they had to make their grades and stay in school to be a student employee, but there were a lot of student employees.
Yeah, and athletes don't really have, I don't think they're allowed to, but they also don't have the time to take on even a part-time job because their sport is a full-time job. It's like a full-time job on top of the full-time class load that they're taking as the student part of student athlete.
Right. No, that was definitely interesting. I'm trying to think of what else. You definitely didn't want to answer the baseball NIL question, and yes, there is a problem there, and Chris knows it, and so we've got to figure that out. Whether we go with one bat company and let them pay for it, like LSU, or jump in on that, but yeah, we've got to get baseball NIL to where it should be.
Yeah, I was curious to hear how he answered that, and I don't blame him at all for how he
did,
because he needs to remain optimistic about that. But I wonder if what's the best way to say this? A different sort of perspective from somebody in that position might spur a little bit more action to ensure that when we enter the SEC, we're not way behind the Joneses, that being the schools that are spending the most on baseball right now. As UT baseball, which in terms of the major sports is far and away the most important program in the athletics department.
Well, it's got the best history. I mean, the most important will always be football, but it's the most important.
In terms of the history, absolutely. In terms of the consistently winning decade after decade.
It's not even close. But then I also wonder, the best dynasty of all time, not even close in college baseball, was USC and Rod Dedeaux. And they haven't given a fuck about it. They won it in 98 with Gillespie, but they just don't care about it. I don't think UT would ever turn into that because the fan base wouldn't let it. But
no, that's more of a USC thing than it is USC people caring about baseball thing.
It is, but there's also, we're okay here. Let's put more equity, or whatever phrase they're using now, over here to, balance this out. And that could be men or women's sports, to where, we need to actually chase the only thing we don't have, and that's national titles. We got everything else. So we should be chasing that, and we were with the loss. And, I really hope CDC understands the gravity of that there are a lot of people like me that, baseball's 2 and basketball's 3. And there's some separation in 2 and 3, especially with college basketball now for me.
Yeah, and I think that the conversation going on this year and in the last couple of years with David Pierce shows that Longhorn fans care a lot more than USC fans do at this point.
Oh, there's no question about that. I was just talking about a program that, if you're USC, I just can't believe they don't have more alums that aren't just livid. And look, they've tried. They've been searching in their own weird way, but they proved with Lincoln Riley that if there's certain stuff in football, like that they will put the money down to get it done. And they just, that baseball, I mean, the LSU is the complete opposite. They were nothing until 89. I mean, pretty much that. And they just went microwave dynasty and pumped a bunch of money and a bunch of other stuff into the program and used every cheat code they could, literally and figuratively, to try and build what, if you talk to a young LSU fan, they're like, oh, we're the best program of all time. I'm like, dude, you're barely top 5. And you've gone from 31 to 5 in really not that long. So enjoy that. But I wish our fan base, I don't want them to be like that, but I wish they were, there was just we have to get this done and kind of hold the feet to the fire to the AD. But I honestly think CDC understands how important it is. And I think we'll see how this year plays out. But, I'll be curious to see, because the last hire was not really a real hire. So and I don't mean that with Pierce. I mean, with Perrin and then who was running it, there was a cap on it. So for what UT baseball is, it got a lot of other coaches paid is what it did.
Yeah, I want to get Mike Perrin on soon to ask him about that. What's the lesson that he took away from that? Because
I wasn't blaming him, by the way. He's an interim AD. I think he only had so much power.
Well, not just that, but it very quickly avalanched into guys leveraging the Texas job for raises at their current position.
Yeah.
And that was not Mike Perrin's fault at all, but I'm curious to hear him talk about that in retrospect to see if there's anything that he was able to learn from that. By the way, Ike, thank you very much for the compliments. Same for Natalie. That's Brock's mom. Love to hear from you as always, Natalie. And Mary Faye, always love to hear from you, Mary Faye. Thank you for that. Mary Faye also asks, this is directed at you, Kevin, what about Bill Bates or Spike Owen on the hierarchy of best college baseball players at UT?
First off, let me get back to those 3. Y'all are exactly right. Like I'm, maybe I'm biased, but everyone I talk to, I think they hear what we all hear. You're just so good at those. So the more you got of those, man, bring them. But that was awesome. And I also thought CDC did a really good job too. So that was cool just watching go back and forth. Yeah. Well, Mary Faye would, excuse me, sit a couple rows behind me where we sat, and her family sat back there. So she knows as much UT baseball, if not more, than I do. And,
is that right? I never realized that connection existed. Interesting.
Oh yeah, she knows a ton. Yeah, I mean, Spike would be the best shortstop ever. Bill Bates would be the best second baseman ever. Yeah, I mean, it kind of, Mary Faye, gets back to CDC's point with baseball alone. I mean, most programs would have 35 guys. You wouldn't be able to get into left field because there'd be statues. To where it's like baseball's been that good. So where do you cut it off? I do think TJ is a separator, and partially a separator because basketball just doesn't have that many guys in terms of stuff where you'd really want to build a statue out. I mean, I never would with KD. He was here for 4 months and was National Player of the Year. So I get that. And I've got no problem retiring 35. But like TJ would be the guy to build it. And the only guy in basketball I can think of.
He's the one guy, and I know it's a team effort, but he's the one guy who led this program to a Final Four in our lifetimes, in yours and my lifetimes.
Yeah.
That wasn't a fluke either, by the way. They were a 1 seed that year, and if they had just been a little bit more aggressive towards that Syracuse 2-3 zone earlier in the game, they probably could have won that one. And then they had a good shot at winning a national championship after that too, because they had already beaten that Kansas team that season.
You're right about that. Maybe I'm wrong. I haven't gone back and looked at it. I just felt like with the 2-3, with Akeem Warwick and what he did closing out, that when I'm seeing Mouton getting shots blocked that just don't look human, I thought, you know what, they're more talented than we are. But it was a tight game, so you're right. I mean,
they were hesitant early on. They were just afraid to go inside, and when they finally sucked it up and like said, we can't play scared anymore, that's when you saw them start to make it a little bit closer. But it was too little, too late.
Too little, too late, man. That was amazing, though. I mean, hell, the game they won, it may have been an 0-2. but definitely actually 03 they're in Norman and win that game. And I just always seen them get killed against Billy Tubbs teams growing up in Norman. Just felt different. I mean, TJ just made the basketball program feel different. As much as I love BMW, and that was a great run in 90, that what TJ did just changed so much. And also Texas kids, the best player in the state actually coming here. You could say clack there, but TJ was different. Once again, he was just different. And all the stuff he did for this program. So there is some long-term stuff where you could also argue KD getting a big ass statue out front to where he did change a lot of the program. Not so much when he was here because I lost in the second round, but just what him being here did even for 4 months or 3 months.
Yep.
But yeah, so I'm trying to think of what else would have been on there. There was a lot of stuff to hit. What struck you? Let me ask you. Let me turn it around on you. What struck you out of that? Like, what are you going to remember about that interview in a year?
Honestly, the TJ statue conversation. I feel like I may have frustrated him in the previous question. And I think that I don't want to say his answer was flippant, but I feel like he didn't quite give TJ his proper due there by lumping him in with other great players who have passed through this school. And I think that may have just been a matter of the moment. And if he were to give that a little bit of thought, he would say, look, if there's guys that we're going to do that for, it would be somebody like TJ. But we're just not in that spot right now to do that around the basketball arena. It was also.
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
That have you ever asked someone who's working somewhere on a Friday a question they've probably gotten 103 times that week, and you can tell.
You get asked that question all the time. I don't know.
I mean, I think he gets that on social media because I've seen it before. So I mean, I don't know if he get asked that all the time, but there's certain things like I thought it was a funny joke about the burnt orange on TV. I think there's some things that just probably wear you down, and my guess is he's heard that one before enough.
Fair enough. His defense of the student athlete experience was pretty interesting to me because it is valid, but I think that again, the idea that somebody can remain a student athlete while also being considered a student of the university, like those two things they don't need to be separate from one another. They can be concurrent, and there are plenty of UT students who work for the school right now who prove as much.
That's why he gets paid the bucks that he does, because he gave an answer without really giving one, and he gave a good heartfelt answer, or that hey, this is the way I grew up, and once again, there's also truth to it, where there is value in the actual education and all the things we brought up earlier, like real value in that. Ask someone who's carrying a bunch of debt right now, who went to school here or went to school somewhere, but it didn't really answer your question. And
nobody's saying that there's not value to the
I know
element of that experience. That's where there's a defensiveness that has come into play amongst leadership at the college level. And one thing I need to do, because this is not the last time I'm going to have this conversation with somebody who is high up in college sports, chasing down some other people right now, and not going to name names because I'll jinx it. But I need to figure out a way to ask the question or to advance the conversation beyond that point.
Yeah.
Because that seems like an emergency brake moment where it kind of stops that angle in its tracks, but that shouldn't be the end of that portion of the discussion. So maybe it's setting it up as not diminishing the student athlete, the student part of that student athlete equation, because that certainly is important, but we are well past time to make sure that these kids are getting theirs. I mean, it's already happening. So now we have to figure out how to streamline that or how to organize it in a way to where it doesn't seem so chaotic year in and year out. So what is the best way to do that while making sure these collectives and a lot of the money coming in and going out to these students is coming from within the athletics department? keeping the student part of the experience pristine, but taking care of these kids like they are about to be taken care of, while also not considering them employees of the university. Like, how do all those things coexist together?
Well, when you say that taking care of them within or through the athletics department, what do you mean by that?
I mean that there's a big push right now to have the collectives as a part of the athletics department. Right now,
Right.
they're operating separately from one another legally. I know that if they're doing it right, they're in cahoots and there's constant communication going on back and forth, but they're two separate entities right now. The way the NCAA is trying to structure this federally is that these collectives will be an organization within the athletics department if this bill is passed.
Right. Of course, because they want some of the coin and they're going to spread it around. And is it fair that, I mean, I'm a meritocracy guy, and there's a lot of problems with capitalism, but still the best thing we got. If Bijan makes 2.8 outside of Uncle Sam, who's going to take his and the agent, whatever, shouldn't Bijan keep that?
So that deal is separate from the collective. The collective is more like, and I don't know if this still exists, like what the Pancake Factory was doing.
You're talking about like Texas One Fund is what you're talking about for
Texas One Fund, exactly. So the amount that is more equity-based, I guess, where everybody is getting a very similar amount, and it could be across a team or it could be across a position group. That is something that will be under the organization of the athletics department. And yeah, as part of that, maybe them taking their cut, it might be, but part of it also feels like a matter of bookkeeping for me, of like, that's a step before we institute some sort of rev sharing model or have a salary cap within college sports at the highest level, if when there ever is that separation amongst the Big Ten and SEC versus everybody else, where at that point, like, everybody is operating within a much similar system versus how things are going now. Where at Miami, you have one really fucking rich guy who got rich through Bitcoin and whatever the technology company is that he started. That's just money whipping people left and right. But I talked to Uncle Luke about this last week, as a matter of fact. That interview is going to be coming out later this week, where like Miami is falling behind the times. You talked about this, as a matter of fact. Miami is falling behind other than that one dude.
Right.
Well, if that one dude can combine forces with the school and you can get some of the other big money donors who are all of a sudden on the same page here, and they can combine their forces versus everybody operating independently of somebody else, it makes it more likely that Miami can compete with some of the other big dogs. Now, Texas is fortunate because of all the business people and the legal-minded people that are from this school, has been very buttoned up with all of this since before the beginning. I mean, this was stuff that was being talked about and organized before the beginning. It's why the Texas One Fund has been so good from the jump. A lot of other schools don't have that luxury, though. So in an effort to try and level things out, create more parity, however you want to consider that, you do put it on the athletics department, and there are certain rules, regulations that are in place to help streamline everything. And I'm sorry I keep saying the word streamline. I'm annoyed by how much I've said it at this point in this conversation, but I think that's the best term for it, is to just to make sure that everybody is doing something similar with regards to paying college athletes, whether it's NIL deals, whether it's rev sharing through the TV deals and the money that's being made in postseason, whether it's the college football playoff or general bowl games or whatever other general revenue is coming in that needs to be distributed somewhat evenly within a program.
Yeah, have some guardrails and make it as efficient as possible, with obviously some rules or boundaries in place. Yeah, I heard you and Jeff talking about this, and I think it's, I do kind of laugh at times that because you see a team or a program that's been good in your lifetime, it's easy to kind of forget the long game of, like, Miami and Florida State don't have the amount of alums for Miami or the type of money necessarily. Florida State doesn't have Texas money. That they've been as good of an athletic department from 85 on, and better for a lot of that. But Alabama didn't have the Texas money. Now they did under the table, but if you really want to start going coin for coin, then of course they don't. But at that point, you're talking like Texas, Stanford, Notre Dame, schools like that, where they've got a ton of guys working on, on Wall Street and in Palo Alto or in the tech area. Everywhere you go, they have people that are making money that are alums, and a lot of them that graduate every year. And they've been doing it they've got guys that are 91 that are loaded. They got, you kind of forget if you really get into it. That's where Texas, and look, Texas has problems raising money. So baseball included, where a lot of these rich people don't want to give. I don't blame them. It's your fucking money. Do what you want to do with it. But I think we do forget with schools like Miami that they really don't have the amount of wallets to really compete at that level. They've got Bitcoin Boy, who is going T-Boone Pickens on it, but they don't. You almost have to have that, or like Oregon's living off Phil Knight. They've got some other alums, but they don't have the money to fucking play with Michigan or Texas. Are you kidding? Or Texas A&M?
Yeah, I wonder about Washington, because Washington has obviously had quite a bit of success for what that athletics department traditionally has been and how much money is actually coming into that athletics department. They've been really good with coaching hires, one, and I guess smart with the money that they have been spending up to this point too.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it depends, because you could certainly have less successful overall alums that aren't making as much money if you combined everything, but maybe you got 12 of them and they're at Ohio State, and hey, this may not be the degree Michigan is, but guess what? We've done really well and we're going all in. So part of it's passion, part of it is also, but at the end of the day, for this to be sustainable, it's got to be year after year. And so you're going to have alums with a lot of money. And I'm with you that there probably should be guardrails to some degree on that.
Yeah, there should be. Wow, this has been way too serious of a show for the last 40 minutes or so.
It's been great. It's a serious discussion. I had someone, when you were doing the interview, was like, "Oh man, you don't think college football is gonna?" I'm like, college football is the biggest thing with college football that killed college basketball, that kills any of these sports when they sucked. College baseball sucked a lot of my life on the field. The NFL sucked for a little while on the field. The NBA, college basketball sucked to me on the court. NBA in a weird way, because it's not that there's not talent, which is its own different story.
NBA is, well, it's twofold. It's all of a sudden you're taking chances on guys with potential who aren't anywhere close enough to play, and it's also an ideology shift where it's all threes and shots around the basket.
Yeah, it's more that for me, where it's just all, I just see a bunch of guys that are super talented and all threes and no defense. But my point is, all those sports have sucked. College football is the only one that, even when they were running wishbone and it was boring, it was still on the field for that time a really good product. As long as there's not another league that forms, and as long as these guys have to play in college football, no matter where it is, for 3 years, the sport's going to be okay on the field. It will be. And that's the main thing. Whether you go to 32 teams, which I'm sure they will at some point, or maybe the 14, it's like, this is way too much. Or now we got NIL stuff and transfer stuff, and we got 2 major conferences, and this is not what I want. It'll still be more than watchable because on the field. What you have to watch out for is any type of, whether it's Tamarick Vanover or any of these guys, the few ones in our lifetime, Maurice Clarett, that have tried to challenge it. Do not let them go to the NFL until they're 21 or 3 years in, period. Now, so if you want to go to the baseball rule, which has been that forever, 3 years or 21, that's fine. And they're going to try and give you the arguments that they gave with basketball forever. Well, this isn't fair. You can go work at, hey man, this is our company. We can do whatever we want. Like, there are a lot of companies where you got to be 21 to work there. There are some where you got to be, you got to have a doctor's degree. Sorry, that's how it works, So you can call it whatever you want for the health and betterment of your company or your industry there.
I think college football to a lesser degree, but especially college basketball, took a huge hit when the NCAA just created a transfer portal free-for-all. Well, all of a sudden, you're not having to sit out a year anymore. And that's not to say you can't transfer those NIL bucks someplace else, but that's the rule that's in place. And there can be some exceptions. The waiver process got really stupid, obviously, with the NCAA allowing any quarterback to go from one school to another and play immediately. But guys who are trying to transfer closer to home because they have a sick family member, nope, sorry, you need to sit out that full year. Well, eventually, because they're facing so much legal pressure now, to one of CDC's points, that they just wash their hands of everything and are like, you know what? Screw it. We're not responsible for any of this anymore. But at some point down the road, we're going to start arcanely enforcing these stupid rules that were in place a while back that we've just ignored up to this point. We're going to start paying attention to them again, and we're going to start busting you, whether you like it or not. And we're just going to render ourselves even more worthless in the process, as was proven with Michigan this last year and is going to continue to be proven for the next couple of years until they are no longer a part of college football. I know CDC doesn't necessarily believe that, or at least that's what he said. I would bet good money that the NCAA has nothing to do with college football after this current college football playoff deal expires in 25.
Yeah, and they probably couldn't. So, I mean, I don't think that's going to necessarily ruin college football. It may make it better. Getting back to college,
it's going to make it better because you can put a governing body in at that point that has respect. Therefore, it has authority when it needs to use its authority to hand out discipline. The NCAA has none of those things right now, and it starts with the respect.
Everything you define there is also how the mafia describe themselves. So, it like I said, it may make it better, should theoretically make it better. We'll see. And the NCAA is a mafia to me too. So, just poorly run mafia. Getting back,
it's going to be a mafia that's looking out for its people, Kevin.
Yes.
No drugs in the neighborhood.
Right. That. Make sure your garbage is on time. But college basketball, the transfer portal, I agree with everything you said, but that's like the 11th problem they have, maybe the 13th problem they have. You know?
Oh, no. College basketball was already unwatchable for that. Now, not only is the product unwatchable, but you have no fucking idea who 3/4 of your roster is from one year to another.
That's true. Although I felt like it kind of been that way for me. You're right. It has gotten worse that way. It's a good point. But yeah, I mean, it was, and look, the NFL has been like that with free agency where, I mean, I can tell you right now, who are the Saints and the Giants 4 linebackers they had in the 80s, and they were all the same 4 guys for a decade. You would know them probably, So the NFL's had that. They've been able to deal with that. But yeah, there are a lot of, for guys like CDC, there are a lot of serious questions. And I don't think he was being hyperbolic when he said, like, we were in the middle of this tornado, because they kind of were. Now, he was defending the NCAA when he said that. So, which he has to, man. You got to defend the mafia. If the mafia can cut your throat.
That is every college leader that I've talked to, because I've brought a version of that topic up with a lot of people. CDC, your Mark. I talked to Jay Hartzell a little bit about it a couple weeks ago. A number of different athletics directors in the Big 12, and I'll find athletics directors in the SEC this summer and ask them a very similar question. Without fail, especially with Charlie Baker coming in, the former governor of Massachusetts, who understands the legislative process and understands how to get things passed in that environment, are all giving him the benefit of the doubt and preaching patience to see if he can be the guy to get something done here. But it also does seem like, I don't know if he's working behind a proverbial 8 ball necessarily, but it's a huge uphill battle. And with the things that are being requested by these schools and by these conferences, it's an impossible task, because again, you can't say these students should be paid through the athletics department and through the university, but they're still not employees at the same time. Those two things, they don't add up. That's a very basic formula right there that federal legislators are going to realize. And I know Ted Cruz is pushing really hard to get something done right now, the senator from Texas. They're going to look at this and say, how can these two things work together? That doesn't make sense.
No, look, you had him on a couple of things, and he knew that too. He's just in that weird spot where you and I can give real answers to anything. There's nothing, you even my real job, like actually I'm paid to give real answers and to be more conservative with my, estimations and kind of what we're doing. So you and I are in good spots where we're not beholden to someone like that. But
what it comes down to also, dude, and these leaders can't say this because you are saying the fucking thing that needs to remain unsaid. This all comes down to on the job disability and the long-term disability that comes into play with all of it too, especially in a sport like football.
Right. I mean, what was the NFL's thing the whole time? That was the issue. It was going to
that was a professional league,
right? Class action lawsuits, and which is why they were hiding stuff forever, and that still, I mean, it has come back to bite them in the ass a little bit, but still may, TBD down the road where it's like you were hiding stuff, man. You were hiding stuff. If you were forthright about it, and we knew that this was the risk we took, then you'd have a much better chance, especially in a class action lawsuit.
Scooter says, yeah, KD, I wanted to be a brain surgeon. They kept telling him I had to have a doctorate and have done an internship. Unfair bastards. He also says it's the old man dinosaur gatekeeper mentality, right, Trey? Funny guy. But yes, that's what it has been in the NCAA since you bring it up, is there's a bunch of fucking dinosaur gatekeepers in the NCAA. Now, that has changed a little bit with Charlie Baker, but that's why the NCAA has been operating 5 to 10 years behind the curve this entire time.
Right.
Why we find ourselves in this current position, too.
But it's the whole, well, they should be, you can fight for our army. You should be able to go. And I get it that playing in a sport or a league is different. Now, the NFL is different than all of them because of the physicality to where, and like you said, it's certainly the most violent with the biggest physical risk involved. Outside of taking 101 to the ear, but the whole, there are a lot of jobs that you have to have some prerequisites, or there's got to be an age or an education or an internship, or there's a lot of those around there. So cut that fucking argument out.
We end on some.
We got to end the last 5 minutes on something for what our show usually does, like something where people can laugh. Although I've really enjoyed this, and hopefully and it was all spurred on by your great questions. And by the way, I didn't mean the TJ question was bad. I just think that I feel like I've seen CB and other people tweet him that. And the great thing about him is he seems to look at all that and answer all that and not put his head down. And so I'm sure he's heard fucking everything probably.
Yeah, the annoyance there, maybe it is more Matt. It's less annoyed with me and what I had previously asked, and more annoyed with having to answer that question again. You may be right about that, but I think it's a fair question. And
no, it's a totally fair.
I'm not on Twitter enough to see him getting hammered with that question, so I was glad to be able to get to ask it just to hear what his response was.
I'm glad you asked it. I think it's a totally fair. And yeah, you told me you thought maybe at times he was a little pissed off. And then watching it, I didn't feel that. I mean,
I'm glad it's hard to know. It's hard to judge that properly in the moment. I've said that with other interviews, and I've gone back and watched and listened, and it's like, Neil Brennan's, he wasn't pissed off at me necessarily. He's just Neil Brennan. That's just how he is.
I didn't feel that. I felt like, you asked some great questions, and if you do your job and ask great questions to someone, especially someone in power, who does have sides that he just can't talk about, then like, what if I was still at ESPN and you asked me about ESPN and where they've gone and you know what I mean? Like, it'd be a great question and it's smart, but if you're still working there, there's only so much you can say. And so I think the TJ, I think the NIL, and definitely the NIL with Texas baseball, and certainly some of the NCAA questions. But I thought NCAA especially, he gave you some, there was some good back and forth there,
Agreed. All right. I've got some thoughts that I've typed into my phone over the last week, and I'm going to share them with you to end today's show.
What do we got?
The Oregon sometimes ends up on stage for when bands are performing in front of a crowd.
Oh, the Oregon. I think you said the Oregon. I'm like, the duck?
Oregon. That's a really shitty musical instrument. I know people keep trying to roll it out there and get that one right within the context of a blues or a rock band. That instrument just sucks. Can we please retire that instrument?
I got to give Highland Baptist Church, the church I grew up going to as a kid, some love, because I tell you what, the organ player, no, it was, and as a kid, it blew me away, you know?
Okay, it makes sense in the church and it makes sense at Wrigley Field. It doesn't make sense on stage with a fucking rock band around you.
I'm an 80s guy, dude. I'm sorry. I mean, there's too much Huey Lewis in me. There's
synthesizer. That's synthesizer. That's not the organ. That's synthesizer.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Okay.
I'm
trying to fight your organ take, but you're probably right.
Found this out last week. Apparently, that long held and finally relieved urination that is so orgasmic. For you, me, and every other guy out there, we've all had that pee that feels that damn good. Apparently, that's not a thing for women. Women don't feel that same thing when they've been holding it in for that long.
God, that's just some women on road trips that felt like they're, you think they're going through chemo with, they got to pull over. And I just assumed that it was, I never asked them on the way back. Boy, that feel like whenever our head's against the wall and it's like, oh.
Yeah. So, yeah, maybe it is for other women, but for my wife, it's not. Or maybe I just give my wife that good of orgasms. I don't know.
Well, hold on. Did you interview one woman about this?
Yeah, my wife. So I'm labeling all women as not feeling that orgasmic feeling whenever they.
I thought you read a real study here, and then we've talked to 1 million women, and 98% said they don't get that same feeling.
All right. Any woman listening right now, comment on the YouTube comments line. Let me know if my wife is incorrect about that one.
It's got to be impossible. I mean, some of the women that I've seen, especially on road trips, and it's like, God damn it. I said we had 7 stops or, 4 stops, and we've stopped 7 times. I got to go. It's got to feel like that. There's got to be some relief.
It was the most surprising thing that I heard all last week. And I heard some weird shit last week. So.
All right.
Had to share it with you. Random thoughts you're right about that. Deep Thoughts by Trey Elling. Back to the old SNL bit.
Jack Candy.
So going blackface is a no-no in 2024.
It was a no-no when we were kids, man.
On films, in movies, or in TV shows. Big no-no. Stupid thing. If you're going to do that, just get ready. Although somehow Jimmy Kimmel has avoided more castration for that. Not to say that he should be, but interesting the stances that he takes now. Yellow face, trying to pass off as another race in 2024 on screen is a huge no-no. It's taboo. You can't do it anymore.
Right.
Yeah?
No, I was going to say with blackface, that is weird because I never once thought about that in the 80s, 90s. My parents never did that, never even talked about it. It was never a thought. But a lot of the people that are so easy to call someone a racist now in their past, they're like wearing blackface. It was the 80s. Oh, fuck you.
Yeah.
This is not an excuse for that. It's an excuse for doing cocaine, not that.
So doing that, going blackface or yellowface or, whatever race you're trying to pass off as not being of that ethnic makeup is a no-no. But a straight guy can still play a gay guy, and it's not that big of a deal. Nick Kroll has a new movie coming out. He's a guy who starred in The League, and he's one of the voices on Big Mouth, and has done a bunch of other stuff over the years. He plays a gay guy in this new movie that premiered at South by Southwest. Apparently, gay face is not a problem. In 2024, that's just an observation that I made that was perhaps a little bit surprising, but then again, I guess not.
And it shouldn't. It shouldn't be. The racial thing I can certainly see. I mean, especially certain ethnicities. But yeah, gay guys should be able to play a straight guy. Straight guy should be able to play a gay guy if they can pull it off. A chick should be able to play a dude if she can pull it off. Vice versa. I mean, let's just not get so over the top where I think you're on the same tip here. Maybe bad term, but to where. Yeah, that's okay, right?
I have no issues with it. I just found it interesting. And I guess the conversation is now coming up in the mainstream too, based on the actor who played Will in Will and Grace, who is straight in real life. They're asking him if he did something terrible by playing a gay guy back then. And he's like, come on, can we please not? It's one of the all-time great sitcoms, by the way. Can we please just calm down? Can we stop with that bullshit? By the way, Eddie, very well done on the dirty dad joke there. What's better than flowers on a piano? Cooter says that as far as women peeing goes, his wife absolutely has the gotta pee orgasm. Well, maybe I just give my wife that good at orgasms. I don't know.
Yeah, or maybe she hadn't had one in 10 years, so she forgot what it feels like.
No.
Should have given that one to CDC.
Okay, this.
Well, hold on. I got something else on that. There was what's the Modern? So I've never seen Will and Grace, but Modern Family.
Yeah. Oh, Eric Stone Street, not gay.
Yeah. Now I think the redhead is gay.
Yes.
But the funny thing is, Stone Street played the, if you want to call it that, the gayer bottom character in that.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah.
No, the redhead was like in finance and was very pragmatic, and which a lot of gay people are, but I'm talking about the stereotype.
Yeah.
Stone Street was the one who was very dramatic, and I guess they both were. That whole fucking show is so good, man. That's one of the best shows ever. I got in late, and Sophia definitely helped me get in, but then I realized this show is just awesome. Obviously loved Al Bundy, Ed O'Neill forever, but all the characters are great. And like all shows, the kids were much better when they were younger. Manny was good the whole time, and he was such a brilliant kid actor to play like that, ethereal and like a savant. He was like a 40-year-old at 9. But especially the 3 kids in the other family, the main family, they just did not. They didn't. It's like most shows. They're just not as likable as they get older.
I found myself wondering 4 seasons in, at what point is the youngest son's speech impediment no longer going to be cute? Turns out it only took another 2 seasons.
I'm on my phone right now. So every time I re-listen to me on my phone, I sound like him. So I'm not going to make any comments on that till I get my mic back. But yeah. Yeah, he didn't really play. The middle one, the really bright one, was good. And actually, Haley, I think the older, ditzier, kind of sluttier one, she wasn't bad. It was definitely the kid, It's like Danny Paterno or Jonathan and Who's the Boss.
I do remember the first time that you watched or found out about Modern Family and you told me about it. It was a good 5 or 6 seasons in. You're like, you heard of the show Modern Family? It's pretty good. Modern Family.
And I love how people are like, how do you live like that? Very happily.
Oh, yeah. It's not a problem at all.
But you were lit on Modern Family. Already seen all of them. Already seen all the good ones. So I'm good. I already caught up. I didn't miss anything real time. I don't, maybe missed a couple water cooler conversations. Man, we'll talk sports. I'm all good.
I almost got into I didn't almost get into a fight. I almost got into a bit of a verbal altercation, let's call it, at the movie theater last week.
Jesus.
Was going to see the premiere of a new movie called Civil War that's about a Civil War in modern times. It's a great flick, by the way. Saw it in IMAX. First time seeing a movie in IMAX. I don't know if I need a screen that big. I think I'm okay with the regular size screen and just making sure I'm getting the right seats in that theater. Still a really cool experience. Got to interview the director, Alex Garland, beforehand, and a couple of the actors too on the red carpet. Looking forward to putting those conversations out through Books on Pod, booksonpod.com. Check it out. But as I was waiting to get in this movie, we were basically having to check in at this table to get into the theater because it was at the Bob Bullock Museum after the Bullock Museum was closed for the day. So it's like this process of getting into the building and then checking in at the table and then going into the theater. Well, we're standing in a line about 15 people deep, and this guy and this woman come from the outside to get in this line, and the guy is walking normally, and the girl has a boot on her foot as if her foot is broken or she's got something going on with her ankle. And she's also got it's not really a crutch. It's like the one-wheeled, I don't know what you call it. It's like a one-wheeled support for her leg that's bent at a 90-degree angle.
Yeah.
And I watched them go to the back of the line, and I hear them saying as they're going to the back of the line, you think we can get to the front of the line with this? And then they did. They went to the front of the line and said, hey, do you mind if we get in here because we're dealing with a disability? And it's like, hold the fucking horses here. This is bullshit. This is not enough of a disability for you to get to skip this entire line. You are exploiting the shit out of something that's probably your fucking fault, if I'm being honest about it right now, knowing how you're handling this situation, to not have to wait the extra 5 minutes.
So did you say something?
No, because they went behind a pillar, and I was waiting to see if they did that, because then I was going to say something, and then they like vanished. I don't know how they escaped my sight, but all of a sudden they were no longer there. I'm just looking forward and backward, like, where the fuck did those people go? And the people behind us, they were wondering the same thing. I'm like, did those people really just exploit that injury to get into the theater a little bit sooner? And he was like, yeah, I think so. I'm like, wow, that is maybe slightly jealous, but more annoyed that that two people just skirted the line system because of it's an injury for sure, but it's not a something so debilitating that it's going to force them to have the handicap placard for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, you sounded a little jealous there, but I totally get where you're coming from. We talked about it last week, and you asked me, you said, what's that line? And I hesitated a little bit and said, it's got to be serious. I gave you a CDC vague answer on that. But yeah, I don't know where I mean, if you have a handicap placard then at that time for a reason, does that count? Because you can get those, obviously, if you break an ankle and it's got a timestamp, like most things should have, an end date, an expiration date. But it's not one of those where it's like, hey, I'm handicapped for the rest of my life. This is gold, Jerry. This is a handicap sticker that I'm putting in my will for people.
So you're allowed to exploit that for as long as the date on the handicap placard goes.
Just saying.
So if the handicap placard goes until 3/20. She was well within her right to say, hey, I'm disabled here. Let me in the theater.
Yeah, I mean, I think of a guy I knew in college who had a broken, fucked up his ankle, but then was healthy and still had the handicap was still okay for another month, and literally would park right on campus, right next to McCombs, and just jump on out and hop on over to the Greg. And I was like, well, you may want to play that off a little bit better. But yeah, I mean, there's people like that are doing that shit.
Yeah, it's a tough one. And you ready for one more?
One more.
No, we could be done. I can save it.
Let's do one more.
We really are a bunch of third world body types at this point, aren't we? We're either really skinny or really fat. There's no in between anymore.
I don't know about that. I don't see many skinny people. But yeah,
then we're the fucking Renaissance then, because it's a bunch of fucking royalty walking around.
Yeah, I see people when I say don't say skinny. I mean people that are in good shape, that are well built, and which I would probably call them skinny now but yeah, I mean there's definitely a health issue here, but so many things that go into that. You're tired. You're talking about eating to start the show off with, and a lot of that. I mean, just think about what it costs to feed a family now compared to what it used to. There are. I know you wouldn't call them excuses, but I think there are reasons, or you would call them excuses, but there are reasons, that kind of go into that. What brought that up? Was that walking around?
I was just walking around downtown, and every person was either fat or skinny. There was no in between. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And look, is it difficult if you're a single mother who's supporting 3 or 4 kids at the same time? Is it difficult to come up with a game plan on getting healthy meals regularly to your kids? Yeah, it's tough, but keep in the back of your mind what you're setting them up for later in life by creating bad habits in the here and now. It makes it much more difficult for them to establish healthier habits down the road too. No, maybe give your kids eating disorders like I am right now.
No, you're right about that. I mean, there's obviously a lot of things that go into it, but then there's also people like me. I mean, I had visceral fat that I had to get rid of, but people wouldn't have called me fat, you know. You know what I mean? To where it's.
I would have. I'm just kidding.
Of course you would have, but I mean, compared to most of America, they wouldn't. But if you really,
no, you weren't fat at all. You weren't fat at all. But when
it wasn't healthy.
Like that makes sense.
But it wasn't healthy weight. You know what I mean?
It wasn't
for me. And so.
No, you were skinny. You were skinny fat, is what you were.
Yeah, a little bit, and then it got to where it felt more like fat to me, just fat. But yeah, I mean, it losing that has made me feel better. But it's also, I guess my point is body type. So it'd be almost impossible for me to get fat. And there are people that are predisposed to be like, to very quickly fall into that. So. I guess my point is I don't want to judge other people that have a lot fucking harder than I do to lose weight.
Well, congratulations to you on no longer looking like a malnourished Ethiopian kid in a Sally Struthers commercial. He is Kevin Dunn. I am Trey Elling.
It was a nourished Ethiopian kid.
No, malnourished. You got the distended gut because you're not eating enough. Your gut is like expanding because it's so desperate for food. He is Kevin Dunn. I am Trey Elling. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you enjoyed any part of today's live stream from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., please do click that thumbs up button on YouTube. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel if you have not already, and do download that free app. Just search Texas Sports Unfiltered in your app store. We do appreciate 5-star ratings and reviews in said app store as well. We will be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. with Bucky and BK. In the meantime, have yourselves a great rest of the day and night. And hey.